In this world, every day countless people die for various reasons. Some causes are expected, while others die from accidents, something they never anticipated. At a school in South Korea, under a bright blue sky with white clouds and golden sunshine, a male student, dressed in a spotless white uniform, isn't playing or studying. Instead, he is falling from the rooftop. Surrounding him are towering skyscrapers. Why? A flash of doubt crossed the boy's mind. However, in the final moments of his life, the answers to these questions no longer seem to matter. The camera zooms in on his face, his eyes wide open, with a confused expression. His handsome, angular face is covered with wounds. The wind howls in his ears. Even now, he still doesn't understand why he's falling from the rooftop. His plan wasn't complete yet. He had intended to graduate early and endure all hardships. As he falls, his gaze turns toward the rooftop where 4 boys are leaning against the railing. One boy's expression is unclear, but the remaining 3 have mocking smiles on their faces as they watch him fall. Time seems to freeze in that moment, both fast and slow. His face shows a vague expression. He doesn't understand, truly doesn't understand how things came to this. But there's one thing he knows for sure: today is the day he will die. He simply accepts the outcome he's about to face. His body falls straight down, head tilting toward the ground as he plummets quickly. In his mind, he's thinking, am I really going to die? Is death waiting for him, or something else? The protagonist, is he really going to die? Something unexpected must have happened. Let's wait and see what fate has in store for our protagonist. The scene shifts to a hospital. Time passes quickly, and a nurse's voice is heard. Ma'am, it's been 3 months. I'm so sorry to inform you, but I've never seen a patient recover after being diagnosed as being in a vegetative state. I think you should prepare for. The scene cuts to the hospital hallway and then to a room. Inside, we see a young man with his head wrapped in white bandages, a breathing tube attached to his nose, lying motionless on a bed. Beside the bed is an elderly woman with hair as white as snow, listening to the nurse. Upon hearing the nurse's words, she suddenly cries out, interrupting her. What are you talking about? Are you saying my grandson will never wake up? Do you want me to give up on him? Her emotional outburst flusters the nurse, who quickly tries to explain. I didn't mean it that way, ma'am. The young man lying unconscious in the hospital bed is the same student who fell from the rooftop. Although unconscious, the boy can still perceive everything happening around him. He thinks to himself, after falling from the rooftop, I was diagnosed as being in a vegetative state, something I had only heard about before. Sitting by his bedside, the elderly woman tightly holds his hand, sobbing, calling his name. The sound of his grandmother's voice makes Yoon-sung aware of her presence. She continuously encourages her grandson, urging him not to give up. Wake up, my grandson, wake up. How could you leave like this? Her voice echoes in Yoon-sung's ears, and he can hear her cries. I'll be fine, he thinks. I've never been seriously ill before. I'm sure I'll be able to walk again soon. However, in this dark world, there is nothing he is allowed to do. In the silence of the night in the hospital room, his grandmother's voice breaks through again. She's crying while gripping his hand, saying, Yoon-sung, they told me to give up hope. How can I? I raised you after your parents died, I'll never abandon you. She cries out beside him, almost as if begging him. Just once is enough. Show me any sign that you're still aware. Hearing his grandmother's heart-wrenching plea, Yoon-sung tries desperately to move his body. Move, just move, he shouts angrily at himself in his own mind. At another moment, outside Yoon-sung's hospital room, bright sunlight illuminates everything. From within the room, a voice calls out. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. By Yoon-sung's bedside, a young boy in a school uniform lies face down, sobbing. Those jerks who bullied you are now bullying me. The boy's face is bruised and bandaged, showing an expression of both pain and despair. Hearing his younger brother's words, Yoon-sung curses angrily at those monsters. The boy continues. Grandma has started working at a restaurant to pay for your medical bills, and they keep hurting me. What am I supposed to do? The boy sobs as he tells the story of their family's struggles. This boy is Yoon-sung's younger brother, Kim Yoon-jin. Hearing all this, Yoon-sung is shocked. What? Grandma is at her breaking point? Kim Yoon-jin? His younger brother, filled with despair, shouts. Brother, just go. We wouldn't have to suffer like this if you were dead. The boy cries until his voice becomes hoarse, tears streaming down his face as he screams. Please wake up. Don't just lie there. Get up already. The tears of his family pour down, touching Yoon-sung's heart, making him forget the need to stand up and live. He thinks to himself, even my own tears won't fall, this must be a dream. I'm in a long dream. If I wait just a little longer, I'll surely wake up from this dream. Yoon-sung thought to himself. Maybe reality was too cruel, so he comforted himself this way. Time passed by quickly, and it had already been 3 years since Yoon-sung's accident. In the hospital's green courtyard, many patients were either taking walks or resting. In his hospital room, Yoon-sung sighed internally, it's been a while since Yoon-jin last came. In the room, 2 women were chatting. One whispered, did you hear that Kim Yoon-sung's grandmother fainted? The other replied, really? Is that true? Yoon-sung was shocked. What? Outside the room, the 2 women laughed and said. It seems we can turn up the volume on Traven. Yoon-sung cursed silently, damn it, that means nothing. The faces and names of those people flashed in his mind, Park Min-chun, Jo Ion-taek, Young Min-ho, Kang Ju-ri, Oh Do-won, Kim Ion-chun, and even the teachers who had protected those bastards. If there's some kind of miracle that brings me back to that moment, I will crush every single one of them. As if some mysterious force was at play, everything became blurry and passed quickly, from Yoon-sung lying in the hospital bed to a picture of him and his grandmother. Yoon-sung was filled with rage, driven mad by his desire for revenge against those who bullied him. He grabbed Park Min-chun by the head, making him scream in terror, crying for help. It hurts. Yoon-sung kept beating him, asking, does it hurt more than it did for me, bedridden for years? No matter how much it hurts, it can't compare to what my grandmother had to endure. Yoon-sung's voice was filled with anger as his vision turned red. All those who had bullied him were lying defeated on the ground. His mind was in turmoil. No, this isn't what I want. There's no revenge like this. From start to finish, no matter the method, he would plan to uproot them, making sure they could never rise again. I'll make them face a pain far worse than anything I've been through, he thought, forming a perfect plan to destroy everything in their lives. Time outside continued to pass, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, and then came the 7th year. That long period was filled with torment for his soul. His heart was scarred and overflowing with hatred for those who had wronged him. His dark thoughts persisted. Yes, this plan isn't bad. Let's deal with that bastard. Yet, outside Yoon-sung's hospital room, 15 years had passed. He was still lying motionless in his bed. In his despair, he thought, it's all useless anyway. I don't care who it is. Please, just end my life. For 15 long years, Yoon-sung lay motionless in his hospital bed, unable to do anything. The hopes he once had, the rage he once felt, the hatred he had harbored, all of it seemed to have reached its limit. He was at the point where he desperately begged for his life to end. Outside his hospital room, Yoon-sung's eyes were filled with tears. In his subconscious, a tall, muscular man dressed in a patient's gown appeared. The man looked at him and smiled softly. Yoon-sung smiled back at him. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a place bathed in sunlight. He thought to himself, is it morning already? This place feels like a classroom. Everything around him seemed so familiar. The murmuring of voices made him think of the familiar sound of a television. A blackboard? A blackboard? Yoon-sung suddenly snapped out of his daze. A blackboard? Then there was a commotion. Stop it. Stop it, you bastard. Yoon-sung couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the classroom, students were chatting and laughing. He thought, yes, this must be another dream. He pinched his own cheek, but the pain woke him up from his illusion. If this isn't a dream, he thought. He noticed a pen on the desk. Without hesitation, Yoon-sung grabbed the pen and stabbed it into his thigh. The sharp pain made him realize it wasn't a dream. I'm really back? After countless moments of hope followed by despair, he couldn't believe this was real. Yoon-sung sat there in the classroom, dazed, still holding the pen. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the room. What the hell did you just say? It was Park Min-chun. He shouted while raising his foot and kicking a boy who was sitting at the back of the class, causing him to fall to the ground. Everyone around could only stand and watch. Park Min-chun continued to kick the boy while cursing at him. You do it yourself, huh? You bastard. If I wanted to do it myself, why would I tell you to do it? The boy being beaten was covered in blood, his face a mess, as he pleaded. Stop, I won't do it again. The boy's cries for mercy stirred up memories of Yoon-sung's own pain and suffering. He froze, thinking, this is the beginning of my own torment. Images from the past flooded Yoon-sung's mind, his years lying motionless in a vegetative state. His grandmother crying until her heart was torn apart, Yoon-jin desperately begging him to wake up. His fall from the rooftop, his helplessness. The faces of those who had caused him all this suffering were burned into his memory from that time. Without thinking further, Yoon-sung stood up, walked toward Park Min-chun, and said, "Stop it." Park Min-chun turned his head, thinking he had misheard. He sat on the desk and mocked with a sneer. Interesting, Kim Yoon-sung. Do you really think you can handle this situation? Do you think you're different from this guy? You're just dreaming." Yoon-sung said nothing, silently standing there as Park Min-chun ridiculed him. The students around them were too scared to intervene, simply watching in fear. Without warning, with a cold, emotionless face, Yoon-sung threw a punch straight into Park Min-chun's face. At that moment, Yoon-sung truly felt it. He had returned to his first year of high school. Back to the very moment he had always wished for. As for Park Min-chun, he was completely shocked that someone he had looked down on had hit him. Time had rewound to that fateful day, the day when Yoon-sung's life would change dramatically, not for the better. But in a way Yoon-sung could never have imagined. Yoon-sung could still remember everything clearly about that day. During the break, the students were busy doing their own things or happily chatting with friends. At the back of the classroom sat a boy with dyed blonde hair, wearing nothing but a white tank top, completely against the school's dress code. That was Park Min-chun. He only half listened to the lessons and was the typical bully, harassing others. Park Min-chun loved playing an online game called Legend Online. Wanting someone to level up his character, he grabbed a chubby, smart-looking boy sitting at the back of the class. "Hey, you're pretty smart, right? You must be good at online games. Level up my character for me, will you?" He said this while holding his phone in one hand and pressing hard on the chubby boy's shoulder with the other. His tone seemed friendly, but it was full of threats, scaring the boy into agreeing. Seeing this, Park Min-chun smiled and said, "You just said yes, didn't you? So, you're going to level up my character from now on, right?" From that day on, Lee Young-min, the top student in the class, chubby, gentle, and academically brilliant, became Park Min-chun's gaming machine. Lee Young-min's grades began to drop, but Park Min-chun didn't care. He continued to harass him like a shadow that never left. "You score so high, you must have a lot of money, right?" Park Min-chun mocked, squeezing every penny out of Lee Young-min to fund his in-game purchases and items. Lee Young-min, under immense pressure, finally exploded one day, telling Park Min-chun, "Do it yourself from now on." That was the day Yoon-sung witnessed violence right before his eyes for the first time. He didn't want to get involved, but he remembered how Lee Young-min had sometimes kindly helped him with his studies. Yoon-sung couldn't just stand by and watch Lee Young-min get beaten without anyone stepping in to help. Seeing Yoon-sung about to run over to intervene, his friend grabbed his hand and said, "Don't." Yoon-sung disagreed and protested, "This isn't right." His friend, worried, tried to stop him, saying, "Are you crazy? That's Park Min-chun. If you mess with him, it's like digging your own grave." Although Yoon-sung understood what his friend was saying, he still firmly pulled his hand away, thinking to himself, "I'm a special athletic student, never ranking below the top among male students. I can handle this." With that, Yoon-sung approached Park Min-chun, who was beating Lee Young-min, and demanded that he stop. Park Min-chun, surprised, turned around to look at Yoon-sung. In that moment, the name Park Min-chun no longer scared Yoon-sung. Just as the teacher arrived, the situation was dealt with in a rough manner. From that day on, Park Min-chun's gang began relentlessly harassing Yoon-sung. Every day, Yoon-sung was dragged out by Park Min-chun's group and beaten senselessly, the violence never ceasing. His body was always covered in injuries, never having a single day of peace. Beaten to the point of exhaustion, Yoon-sung sometimes couldn't even sleep at night due to the bullying. For example, they forced him to run errands and buy in-game items for them. Despite his battered body, covered in blood, Yoon-sung stayed up all night grinding levels for Park Min-chun and his cronies. There was no word other than hell to describe his current situation. Time had returned to the beginning of that hellish period. No matter what, Yoon-sung would never forget that semester of his first year in high school. The entire class was stunned as they witnessed Yoon-sung throw a punch at Park Min-chun, the school's top bully. Even Park Min-chun himself had never imagined being hit like that. He stood frozen, wide-eyed, for 5 seconds before snapping back to reality. He roared like a wild beast that had been violated. "You bastard!" But before he could act, Yoon-sung's hand was already on him, grabbing his head and smashing his face down onto the desk in front of everyone. The impact was so intense that Park Min-chun's legs shook uncontrollably. Yoon-sung's grip on his hair remained tight as he lifted him up again. Park Min-chun's face was now covered in blood, and blood dripped from his mouth, pooling on the desk from the violent impact. His vision was still blurred from the shock, unable to focus his eyes. A few students whispered, shocked, "Look at the blood, the class president." Despite the murmurs around him, Yoon-sung didn't stop. In that moment, that scene etched itself deeply into his mind. Even after Park Min-chun lost consciousness, Yoon-sung continued to strike him repeatedly, unleashing all the pent-up frustration he had endured over the years. It was Park Min-chun who had pushed Yoon-sung and his family into such misery. Park Min-chun had always relied on his size and strength to bully others, never used to being hit himself. He had always believed that if someone like Yoon-sung ever struck first, he would be able to easily overpower them. As Park Min-chun regained his senses after being punched in the face and prepared to grab Yoon-sung by the hair and slam him onto the desk, Yoon-sung had already anticipated this move for 15 long years. He had even rehearsed the next steps in his mind. Park Min-chun had no idea how long Yoon-sung had been waiting for this moment. Now, after landing countless punches on Park Min-chun's face, Yoon-sung grabbed him by the shirt and hurled him toward the lockers at the back of the classroom. Park Min-chun stumbled, his back slamming into the lockers. Yoon-sung quickly charged forward, delivering a series of to his face and body. Each punch and kick was merciless. At that moment, only one thought occupied Yoon-sung's mind. No matter how badly Park Min-chun got beaten, if he dared to lift his head, he'd kick him in the face. If he dared to raise his hands to block, he'd break his arms. Suddenly, a chair flew across the room, striking Yoon-sung as he beat Park Min-chun. Yoon-sung turned his head coldly, looking toward the source of the thrown chair. In front of him stood a group of students bursting through the back door of the classroom, shouting, "Stop it, you bastard! You just called for Min-chun, didn't you?" Seeing this group of students, Yoon-sung wasn't scared at all. He simply shook his head and, with a chilling crackle, replied, "What if I don't want to stop?" His defiant attitude shocked the group. None of them had ever encountered someone who dared speak to them like that. One of the students muttered under his breath, "This bastard is crazy." Among the group storming into the classroom with Yoon-sung was a student with purple hair and multiple piercings, who seemed like someone who knew better than to cross Park Min-chun. But if he was siding with Yoon-sung, it was clear he wasn't oblivious to the situation. He showed no fear and asked calmly, "Can I help with anything?" This purple-haired student was Yoon Min-ho, a member of Park Min-chun's gang from first year class 8. Standing next to Yoon Min-ho was a large, muscular student with a fierce expression. He spoke up, "Scared, huh? Good. Today, I'll finish this game of yours." They were part of Park Min-chun's gang, notorious for bullying weaker students. The big student took a few steps forward, cracking his neck and flexing his joints as he approached Yoon-sung. Seeing him draw closer, Yoon-sung immediately recognized him as the best fighter in Park Min-chun's group. His name was Kong Trang-suk, also a member of the gang from first year class 8. Yoon-sung coldly watched as Kong Trang-suk advanced toward him, ready to attack like a predator about to devour its prey. But suddenly, a female voice with short hair called out from the doorway, "The teacher's coming." That announcement abruptly interrupted the fight that was about to unfold. Suddenly, Park Min-chun, who was leaning against the locker, spoke up. "Trang-suk, let's go. We'll deal with this later." Before leaving, Kong Trang-suk bent down to get face-to-face with Yoon-sung, leaning in close and warning him, "You better believe, you little bastard, I'll find you after class." As Park Min-chun's gang turned to leave, Kong Trang-suk glanced back to threaten Yoon-sung again. "Don't even think about running." A skinny boy in the group chimed in. "You can look forward to it." Yoon-sung said nothing, simply watching them go, while Park Min-chun stayed behind, clutching his head and groaning in pain. "My head." Shortly after, the teacher entered the classroom, and the lesson proceeded as usual. Sitting at the back of the class, Park Min-chun folded his arms and buried his face in his desk, silently seething. "Damn it, what the hell just happened?" he thought. "I was hit first, but then I ended up on the ground." The more Park Min-chun thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. He cursed silently. "Kim Yoon-sung, you dared to humiliate me. I'll kill you." His eyes burned red with rage, his face twisted in anger. He stole a glance toward Yoon-sung's seat and thought, "After class, we'll all gather here. You think you can escape?" If I hadn't let my guard down, I wouldn't have been beaten by that nerd. He must have planned this in advance because he's never gotten involved when I bullied that kid. Sure, as class president, he intervenes occasionally, but there's always been a line he wouldn't cross. Because of that, Park Min-chun never saw a reason to clash with Kim Yoon-sung. But now, one thing was clear. Kim Yoon-sung crossed the line. After class, I'll make sure you regret it. The teacher's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Everyone, pay attention. Today's content will be on the midterm exam." At the back of the class, a skinny boy with a hair clip on his head grumbled. That guy's such a pain. Kang Trang-suk, sitting next to him, replied. If only class would end sooner. Sitting between them, young Minho glanced at the clock on the wall and replied. But what about Kim Yoon-sung? Did he lose his mind? He's acting like he has no way out. I thought we'd easily handle him. Young Minho crossed his arms, still annoyed, and added. But since he did what he did, we'll have to stomp on him in front of everyone. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Do you think he'll report this to the teachers? The skinny boy next to him responded. No way. Young Minho continued. Maybe he's lost his mind, but whatever the reason, Kim Yoon-sung dared to disrespect us in front of everyone. If we let this go, others might start disrespecting us too. So even though we've been ordered to back off, we should use this opportunity to crush him. Make sure Kim Yoon-sung never dares to look at us with those arrogant eyes again. It seemed like young Minho was the most calculating of the group. He was always scheming, thinking of ways to stomp on Yoon-sung. Back in class 1 to 8, Park Min-chun was still fuming from the humiliation he had suffered in front of everyone. He roared in anger. That bastard, I'm going to kill him. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. The teacher left the room, and Park Min-chun couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his desk and stood up abruptly, thinking to himself. Kim Yoon-sung, you're finished this time. But before he could act, a sudden gust of wind rushed toward him, followed by a powerful kick from Yoon-sung that landed squarely on his face. With a loud thud, Park Min-chun was sent flying across the room, the force of the kick leaving his eyes wide with shock. Before he could recover, Yoon-sung continued his assault, grabbing Park Min-chun by the hair and pulling him up. Park Min-chun was completely disoriented, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what was happening. Yoon-sung yanked his head up, forcing him to look him in the eye, and coldly said, Let's pick up where we left off. Park Min-chun stared helplessly at Yoon-sung, thinking to himself. This bastard. The deal was that you'd stay away from us. But before he could process what was happening, Yoon-sung raised his fist again. Is he really going to hit me again? Park Min-chun thought in disbelief. In class 1 to 8, the teacher announced the end of the lesson, signaling the end of the school day. 3 of Park Min-chun's henchmen immediately stood up. Yoon Minho coldly said, he's got nowhere to run. The skinny boy added, where can he hide in school? They rallied, eager to teach that bastard Kim Yoon-sung a lesson. Outside class 1 to 8, many students had already gathered around the door, whispering among themselves, wondering what was happening. Leading his gang, Yoon Minho stormed toward Yoon-sung's classroom, but as they approached and saw the crowd gathered at the door, they were puzzled. What's going on? Suddenly, they heard the enraged voice of Park Min-chun shouting from inside. You bastard Kim Yoon-sung! The group immediately charged into the classroom, pushing past the students at the door. Yoon Minho was the first to enter and was met with a shocking sight. Park Min-chun's face was covered in blood, and he appeared to be unconscious. Yoon-sung had his hand gripping Park Min-chun by the collar, pulling him up. Yoon Minho froze at the entrance, staring at Yoon-sung in disbelief, as if he were a monster still intent on continuing the beating. Yoon-sung, raising his fist again, glanced at Yoon Minho standing in the doorway and calmly said, You're late. Park Min-chun's gang stared at Yoon-sung, who had one hand gripping the unconscious Park Min-chun and the other ready to deliver another punch. Seeing this, Kang Trang-suk roared. You bastard! He charged toward Yoon-sung like an enraged bull. At that moment, Yoon-sung was eerily calm, calculating how to finally exact his revenge. A hatred that had eaten away at him for 10 years. Park Min-chun? No problem, but Kang Trang-suk? That was a different challenge. Park Min-chun was easy to deal with, but Yoon-sung knew that with his current strength, it would be much harder to defeat Kang Trang-suk. What should I do now? Yoon-sung's eyes landed on a padlock hanging loosely from a locker in front of him. Simple. He decided to do something he had never done before. Grabbing the padlock, he clenched it tightly in his hand. Suddenly, Yoon-sung smashed the padlock into Kang Trang-suk's temple just as he was charging toward him. With a pained cry, Kang Trang-suk staggered back, blood pouring from the wound. Fair play? I don't care. In the face of revenge, Yoon-sung no longer had time for hesitation. In such a critical moment, there was no room for second thoughts. Yoon-sung didn't stop. He continued grabbing Kang Trang-suk by the hair, while using the other hand to repeatedly smash the padlock into his head. No amount of training could prepare anyone to withstand being hit by metal. He delivered another powerful blow to Kang Trang-suk's head, sending him flying to the ground. Yoon Sung had just taken down the strongest member of Park Min-chun's group. Young Minho and the skinny boy, standing frozen at the door, watched in horror. Yoon Sung, looking as though he was possessed, had brutally beaten their comrade, leaving both of them pale with fear, unable to move. Seeing his chance, Yoon Sung dropped the padlock from his hand. Everything was going according to plan. Now, he set his sights on the next target. The skinny boy, Cho Ion-taek, the last member of the group. Yoon Sung charged at him with terrifying momentum, slamming into Cho Ion-taek with such force that he sent him flying into the hallway. Cho Ion-taek couldn't handle the impact. He had no time to react to Yoon Sung's next attack, as Yoon Sung immediately unleashed a flurry of punches. Cho Ion-taek was completely defenseless against Yoon Sung's assault. Yoon Sung had planned this from the beginning. He wasn't concerned with young Minho, who was closing in from behind. His goal was to incapacitate Cho Ion-taek as quickly as possible, securing victory even though he was outnumbered. After ruthlessly beating Cho Ion-taek to a pulp, Yoon Sung stood over him, blood from Park Min-chun and Kong Trang-suk spattered across his face and clothes. He looked like a vengeful demon emerging from the depths of hell. Yoon Sung had mentally prepared for this moment, but it seemed his body was struggling to keep up with the strategy of his revenge. He was exhausted, barely able to breathe, but he knew he couldn't stop. The revenge wasn't over yet, there was still one more bastard left. Pushing himself to stand, Yoon Sung continued to fight. Young Minho, watching as Yoon Sung systematically defeated all three of his comrades, trembled in fear. He hadn't realized just how strong Kim Yoon Sung had become. Young Minho's mind raced. Is he really that strong now? Could he possibly escape from being one of our bullying targets? It couldn't be true. Kim Yoon Sung couldn't be this powerful. But in young Minho's eyes, Yoon Sung now appeared as a terrifying monster with strength far beyond what he could resist. Yoon Sung's blood-covered face grinned wickedly, staring straight at him. Young Minho broke into a cold sweat, realizing he couldn't defeat him now. Yoon Sung approached young Minho like a demon, whispering, "Shall we finish this?" Hearing Yoon Sung's threat, young Minho's hands trembled uncontrollably. He cursed himself silently. Damn it! Why are my hands shaking? By now, Yoon Sung had raised his fist, ready to strike him. Young Minho, having lost all will to fight, could only close his eyes and raise his arms in a feeble attempt to shield himself. Just then, a voice cut through the tension, interrupting the one-sided beating. "What are you all doing?" They were saved. The teacher's voice rang out, and young Minho felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He smirked inwardly. Haha, yes, the teacher will notice this. Yoon Sung's in trouble now. There are 3 students bleeding, this is a big deal at school. You're done for, you idiot. Young Minho gleefully imagined the mess that Kim Yoon Sung would soon face. In the teacher's office, a voice boomed. Kim Yoon Sung, are you insane? Even if you're a boy, you should know your limits. One of them had to go to the hospital with his face covered in blood. A teacher pointed at Yoon Sung, scolding him harshly. However, deep down, the teacher was worried. This incident could turn into a serious issue, and as Kim Yoon Sung's homeroom teacher, he could be held responsible. To avoid getting involved, it was best to reprimand Kim Yoon Sung harshly. But why was this kid so calm? Faced with such a serious situation, he showed no reaction at all. The teacher couldn't understand his student's behavior. Outwardly, the teacher continued with a stern demeanor. This matter won't be resolved just within the school. I've been a teacher for 10 years, and I've never seen a student like you. You better be prepared. The parents of those boys won't let you off easily. You'll pay for what you've done. Yoon Sung calmly interrupted. Teacher, don't overreact. This isn't the first time there's been school violence. Surprised by the student's insolence, the teacher asked. What did you say? Yoon Sung continued. You may be good at teaching, but maybe you should just focus on yourself. He glanced at the anti-bullying posters plastered around the classroom and smirked. Why don't you just cover this up? That way, I won't cause any more trouble. Yoon Sung smiled coldly, then revealed his true feelings, adding. Teacher, you're truly amazing. As Yoon Sung predicted, the teacher, feeling threatened by the student, slapped him across the face and shouted. You bastard. The other teachers in the room watched coldly, none of them stepping in to stop it, just as Yoon Sung had expected. The reason Yoon Sung had been bullied to the brink of death wasn't simply because of the bullies. It was also because of cowardly adults too busy to care about anything happening around them. After hitting Yoon Sung, the teacher angrily said. Everything has its limits. Don't you feel ashamed? Yoon Sung ignored the teacher's scolding and remained silent, recalling the past. He remembered clearly that this teacher had accepted bribes from parents, especially from Kim An-chuan's family. As the homeroom teacher for the upperclassmen, this teacher was nothing but a piece of trash, unworthy of respect. Yun Sung, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, coldly said, "Teacher, you should stop now." Seeing the insolence of a student daring to talk back, the teacher became furious, nearly exploding with rage. He raised his hand again, preparing to slap Yun Sung once more, shouting, "You bastard!" But Yun Sung, remaining calm, said coldly, "Are you really going to continue?" The teacher was taken aback, asking, "What?" Yun Sung stepped closer and said, "You'd better lower your voice. Otherwise, I could report that you've been accepting bribes from parents. Especially Yun Niho's parents. I happen to know you've been in frequent contact with them. Should I shout that here?" He added. "And even if not, I have other evidence. Like your fear of the English teacher." Realizing he was being blackmailed with his own mistakes, the teacher became terrified. He angrily yelled, "Stop it!" He still raised his hand, intending to strike Yun Sung again. But Yun Sung, unafraid, stared straight into the teacher's eyes and said, cold as ever, "Kim Yun Sung, you bastard." In Yun Sung's past, he had been endlessly bullied and tormented by Park Min-chun's group. Finally, after enduring so much, Yun Sung made a decision. He knew it wasn't the best choice, but he didn't know of any other way to change his situation. He decided to seek help from the adults. He needed help from the teachers because he had been a victim of school violence. One day, Yun Sung opened the door to the teacher's office and found his homeroom teacher, Kim Yong-chun. At that time, Kim Yong-chun was casually sipping his coffee as Yun Sung told him about being bullied. The teacher responded indifferently. "I see. So that's what's happening." He then called Park Min-chun's group to the office, right in front of Yun Sung, and asked them what was going on. Kim Yong-chun looked at Park Min-chun and asked, "Is what he says true?" Park Min-chun casually acted like nothing was wrong, explaining, "No, teacher. There's no reason for me to bully my friend. We were just playing around." Maybe because I'm taller, Yun Sung misunderstood and thought I was bullying him. Although Kim Yong-chun was a teacher, he handled the situation in a careless manner. He simply told them, "Hey kid, whatever happens, don't bully your friends. Don't you think it's better not to punch each other in the face?" Park Min-chun acted very obedient in front of the teacher, putting his arm around Yun Sung and responding, "Yes, teacher, I'll be careful." The others nodded in agreement, pretending to listen attentively. Lee Hoon-sung had struggled to summon the courage to seek help from the teacher, an adult, but it was all in vain. Not only was the issue unresolved, but it also caused Park Min-chun's group to hate him even more. That was how the adults had dealt with his problem. In the teacher's office, Park Min-chun and his gang laughed in front of the teacher, but once Yun Sung stepped outside, Park Min-chun threatened him openly. His body shook with fear as Park Min-chun coldly said, "Come with me, Kim Yun Sung. You think tattling to the teacher will solve everything?" Yun Sung was forced to follow them behind the school, where Park Min-chun beat him mercilessly. Park Min-chun kicked him repeatedly, and Yun Sung lay helpless on the ground, only able to raise his arms to shield himself from the brutal attacks. But no one came to help him. At that moment, Yun Sung realized he had been wrong. He also felt immense anger at how the teacher, Kim Yong-chun, had handled the situation. As a teacher, as someone working in education, shouldn't he at least take seriously what a student said about being bullied? That was the responsibility of a teacher. Yet when Yun Sung was ignored by the teacher and beaten by Park Min-chun, he was consumed with rage. Park Min-chun continued kicking him while cursing, "Die, I'm going to kill you today." At that moment, a figure appeared by the window, witnessing everything. In his despair, Yun Sung thought he saw hope. A teacher, he thought? It must be. Since the teacher had witnessed the beating firsthand, surely he understood the severity of the situation. He would certainly punish them harshly. But before Yun Sung could feel any relief, Kim Chang-chun, the teacher by the window, pretended not to see anything and turned away, leaving. His indifference shocked Yun Sung too. Later, Yun Sung learned that Kim Chang-chun was just a scumbag who accepted bribes from parents, including Ing Min-ho's parents. It had become one of his sources of income. At that moment, Yun Sung finally realized that Kim Yong-chun had never intended to solve the problem from the start. Lying helpless on the ground, tears of humiliation streamed down Yun Sung's face, mixing with the cuts and bruises. He mustered every ounce of strength he had left, determined to deal with the situation, even if he had to face it alone. Even though he knew he couldn't win this battle, he clenched his fists tightly. Despite the overwhelming odds, Yoon Sung resolved to stand up to Park Min-chun's gang. Even if the reality he faced was a living hell. That day was particularly violent. But Yoon Sung had finally decided to fight back against Park Min-chun's group. But the outcome left Yoon Sung in despair. A shrill voice rang out. "Oh my god, what happened to my precious boy's face? What kind of bastard, what kind of monster? Did this to my Minho?" Yoon Minho clutched his nose, pretending to be pitiful, and said. "It was Yoon Sung who started it. Did that even matter?" Yoon Sung didn't deny it, but at that point, he didn't know if denying it even made a difference anymore. After Yoon Sung fought back, the entire group ran to the teacher's office to tattle on him. While they reported Yoon Sung's actions, Yoon Minho stood behind his mother, smiling smugly, knowing his plan had succeeded. Yoon Minho's mother, dressed in elegant clothes, defended her son fiercely. She warned everyone. "My son's precious nose is broken. We won't let this go." At that moment, Yoon Sung's guardian, his grandmother, entered the teacher's office. To prevent her grandson from being severely punished for fighting, Yoon Sung's grandmother, with her hair as white as snow, tremblingly bowed her head and apologized to Yoon Minho and his family, saying, "I'm truly sorry." Yoon Sung stood in the room, witnessing how the adults handled the situation. Something beyond his control. With no parents, and facing the school's disciplinary board, he had to bear the punishment on his own, even though his injuries were far worse than those of the others. Meanwhile, Park Min-chun's group continued their school life without any obstacles. From then on, Yoon Sung fell into a coma for a long time. It was only much later that he realized he couldn't rely solely on physical strength for revenge. Even the intervention of adults needed to be addressed thoroughly in order for him to truly gain the upper hand. Back in the present, after being threatened by Yoon Sung, the corrupt teacher glared at him, his eyes filled with fear. His secret had been discovered, and he was terrified. The teacher realized he could be exposed in front of everyone. He couldn't accept being threatened by a mere student. He quickly looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, afraid someone might overhear. Then, trying to calm himself, the teacher pretended to brush off Yoon Sung's threats, saying something irrelevant as if he didn't care. But Yoon Sung interrupted him. "From now on, when you talk to me, think carefully before you speak." Yoon Sung calmly recounted the teacher's misdeeds in detail. "You've been connected to Yoon Minho's parents through a former university student you mentored. And you've been receiving monthly payments as a bonus. And you've been having an affair with a married foreign language teacher, a woman with 3 children. The two of you often visit motels together. Do I need to say more, teacher? You've lived such a dirty life, and this is just the tip of the iceberg." Yoon Sung casually sat on the swivel chair that the teacher had been sitting in earlier and continued. "If all your dirty secrets come to light, your career as a teacher will be over, won't it? You surely don't think this is all meaningless, do you? If you keep behaving this way, I'll crush your life, even if I had to drive you out of this school." Every word from Yoon Sung sent chills down Aran-chan's spine. Yoon Sung remembered back when he was in his 3rd year, how Aran-chan's private life had been exposed. His wife came to the school and slapped him hard across the face, throwing divorce papers with a red stamp in his face. Though Aran-chan's family appeared wealthy, rumors had it that all the assets belonged to his wife. If that were true, Yoon Sung was certain that what Aran-chan feared most was the exposure of his dark secrets. Faced with Yoon Sung's blackmail, Aran-chan had no choice but to surrender. Fear overwhelmed him, and he bowed his head, trembling before Yoon Sung, unable to speak. Yoon Sung sat in the chair like a teacher, while Aran-chan stood before him like a student confessing a mistake. At that moment, their roles had completely reversed. Aran-chan, defeated, asked, "What do you want me to do?" Yoon Sung replied simply, "If you want me to stay silent, just maintain the same attitude you've always had." Aran-chan, confused, didn't fully understand what Yoon Sung meant. Yoon Sung clarified, "Continue living like the piece of trash you are. Keep turning a blind eye to the students' problems, even when you know it's wrong. But from now on, there's one thing that must change. You have to do this for me. Stop this from blowing up at any cost. If you follow my instructions until I graduate, I won't reveal your secrets. Do you understand?" Aran-chan, sweating profusely, stared at Yoon Sung after hearing his demands. His fear grew as Yoon Sung, like a demon, manipulated him with every word. Completely subdued, Aran-chan responded, "I understand. From now on, I'll do my best." Yoon Sung had removed a major obstacle on his path to revenge. Calmly, he walked out of the teacher's office, thinking to himself that Aran-chan was just the first pawn in his carefully laid plans. He needed to move quickly to prepare the next step. But for now, there were other matters to attend to. Yoon Sung walked toward the classroom door. In Park Min-chan's group, 3 members had already been hospitalized due to their severe injuries. Only Yoon Min-ho remained unscathed, sitting in the classroom, overwhelmed with anger mixed with fear toward Yoon Sung. He realized Yoon Sung was much stronger than he had ever imagined. He cursed under his breath. "You crazy bastard, I'll tear him apart and kill him the moment he steps back in here." As Yoon Min-ho cursed and kicked over desks and chairs in his rage, he thought to himself. "Ran-chan, who's taking money from my mother, won't let Kim Yoon-sung off. At the very least, he'll be forced to drop out of school. I'll never have to see him again or deal with him." But even in his thoughts, a hint of fear crept in. Am I really scared of him? Don't tell me the others couldn't even stop him. His anger surged once again as he yelled. "Damn it!" He lifted a desk and threw it across the room. The other students, terrified, could only watch in silence. No one dared to get involved with Yoon Min-ho. Yoon Min-ho tried to shake off his fear of Yoon Sung. He thought, crazily. I had to be the predator in this school. I absolutely won't let Kim Yoon Sung drag me down. After reassuring himself, he walked to the back of the classroom, sat down, and sighed. It was just a coincidence. That bastard took down 3 of them, but if I face him again, I'll destroy him easily. But Yoon Sung didn't let him stay in his delusions for long. He pushed open the classroom door and called out, "Yoon Min-ho." Yoon Min-ho flinched at the sound of Yoon Sung's voice, which felt like it came straight from hell. Calmly, Yoon Sung said. "Let's finish what we started, shall we?" Yoon Min-ho was paralyzed with fear at Yoon Sung's presence and his question. But before he could even process what was happening, Yoon Sung's fist came crashing down like thunder, striking him with such force that he was thrown out of his chair and onto the floor. Yoon Sung walked slowly toward him, like a demon descending. Fear completely consumed Yoon Min-ho, leaving him trembling, his face pale. He had no strength to resist. Yoon Sung lifted his foot and kicked him in the face, causing Yoon Min-ho to spit out blood. Grabbing him by the collar, Yoon Sung continued to punch and kick Yoon Min-ho mercilessly. Faint cries for help escaped from Yoon Min-ho's mouth as he thought to himself. This crazy bastard, he's completely insane. Please, someone, save me. Suddenly, Yoon Min-ho caught sight of Ran-chan through the window. A glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. It's Ran-chan. That's right, he's taking money from my mom. Ran-chan stood outside the classroom, watching Yoon Sung beat Yoon Min-ho through the window. He remembered his promise and cursed to himself. Damn it. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Yoon Min-ho, stunned by Ran-chan's abandonment, was left in disbelief. Yoon Sung, noticing what had happened, coldly informed him. Don't expect any help. No one in this school will come to save you. 5 minutes earlier, while Yoon Sung and Yoon Min-ho were fighting in the teacher's office, Kim Yong-chun sat nervously in his chair, biting his nails, thinking about how to cover up the situation for Yoon Sung. Things had now spiraled beyond Kim Ran-chan's control. 3 students had already been hospitalized, and the school certainly didn't want the situation to worsen. But if he didn't punish Kim Yoon Sung appropriately, the parents of the victims would definitely cause an uproar, especially Yoon Min-ho's parents. They were wealthy, owning many properties in Daesan, and had a strong reputation. They had even donated a significant amount of money to the school. Wasn't the recent school renovation funded by their donations? Both of them were personally welcomed by the principal, so their influence couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, Kim Ran-chan had been receiving money from them. If they found out what had happened, there would be no way out for him. The thought of the consequences gave him a splitting headache. He held his head in his hands, panicking, unsure of what to do. Kim Ran-chan tried to calm himself, thinking. Think, Kim Ran-chan. Think. If you can't come up with a solution, your life is over. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and his eyes widened. There's no other choice. The only way is to separate Yoon Min-ho from this mess. So far, Kim Yoon Sung hasn't done anything to Yoon Min-ho. He hasn't touched him yet. So, if I can convince Yoon Min-ho's parents to let this go, maybe they'll drop the issue. After all, those injured kids were just friends of their son. Then, if I find Kim Yoon Sung and ask him to leave Yoon Min-ho alone, things won't be so bad after all. It was like finding a lifeline in the face of certain death. Ran-chan grinned, relieved as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Without wasting any time, he stood up and walked out of his office, heading toward Yoon Sung's classroom. He thought nervously. I need to get control of Kim Yoon Sung quickly, or the situation will be beyond saving. But as he arrived at Yun Sung's classroom, the scene before him left him frozen in shock. Kim Ah-ran Chun stood paralyzed, unable to believe his eyes. Since when did Kim Yun Sung beat Yun Min-ho this badly? He thought to himself, I'm doomed, damn it, if Yun Min-ho's parents find out about this. Or worse, if my affair with the foreign language teacher is exposed. My life is over. With that thought, Kim Ah-ran Chun, feeling utterly defeated, turned around and headed back to his office. Not wanting to witness any more of Kim Yun Sung's brutal beating of Yun Min-ho. The other students who were watching the fight stood bewildered. Confused as they saw the teacher leave the scene, even though there was an ongoing fight. Back in the classroom, Yun Sung grabbed Yun Min-ho by the hair, raising his hand to slap him once more. Yun Sung looked furious, still dwelling on the past. You dared to look down on me? Is this all you're capable of? When you and your group bullied me every day for 3 years in high school, you always said it was my fault for being too weak. Look at you now, trembling like a dog, and I haven't even really touched you yet. In reality, after the beating Yun Sung had given him, Yun Min-ho's once handsome face was bruised and swollen, nearly unrecognizable. The precious son of his parents was now a wreck, trembling in fear before Yun Sung. While it seemed like Yun Sung was going to continue beating Yun Min-ho to release all his pent-up rage, he made a surprising choice. He let him go. Yun Sung released Yun Min-ho without saying a word and walked straight to his seat in the classroom. He pulled out his chair, collapsed into it, and sighed deeply. Then, he glanced at Yun Min-ho, who was still trembling in fear, and muttered under his breath. Stupid bastard. Yun Sung knew that sparing Yun Min-ho would make it easier for the incident involving the other 3 to be covered up. But he also knew that if he had truly sought revenge from the start, he wouldn't have stopped. He would have punched his way through the school the moment he returned. Instead, he had initially chosen a quiet life, far away from the scumbags that had tormented him. After enduring hell on earth in a coma, the only thing Yun Sung truly desired was revenge. And this was the result. Soon, everything would unravel. 3 people had been dealt with, 1 remained. As the principal had said, he was committed to building the future of a prestigious high school. And he would undoubtedly try to punish Yun Sung harshly for this incident. On the other hand, too many people had witnessed what Yun Sung had done. It would be hard to cover this up, no matter how hard the school tried. Even with all the efforts to maintain its pristine reputation, there was no way to fully protect Yun Sung. If even the prestigious high school couldn't shield him, Yun Sung realized he never should have sought revenge in the first place. This was only the beginning. As Yun Sung sat in the classroom, staring at the ceiling, he started planning his next steps for revenge against all those who had once hurt him and his unfortunate family in the past. The scene shifted to another room, where an angry voice echoed. We will never let this go. Student Kim Yun Sung not only sent the victims to the hospital but also showed brutal violence toward them. Furthermore, after consulting with teacher Kim Eng Chun, Kim Yun Sung showed no remorse at all. Additionally, he viciously attacked student Min-ho. This is truly an unforgivable crime. Have you seen the state of the students who were harmed? They were beaten so badly they were unrecognizable, like gangsters in a movie. The speaker was none other than the principal of Bright Future High School, Mr. Oh Dae-han. Another voice in the room agreed. Yes, I believe we should discipline him immediately. This comment came from a stylishly dressed teacher, the foreign language teacher Lee Min-eng, who was having an affair with Kim Yun Chun, Yun Sung's homeroom teacher. She continued, we must expel Kim Yun Sung. Sitting next to her, Kim Yun Chun was sweating nervously. The student who held the deadly secrets about both him and Lee Min-eng was now being targeted for expulsion. Kim Yun Chun could not allow this to happen. He likely signaled silently for her to stop talking. But Lee Min-eng turned to him, confused, signaling back as if to ask what was going on. Kim Yun Chun looked at her but didn't say a word, silently thinking. Just stay quiet if you don't want our relationship to be exposed. I have to protect Kim Yun Sung at all costs. If he gets expelled, everything will fall apart. Glancing nervously toward the end of the table, Kim Yun Chun saw Yun Sung sitting there, observing the whole exchange. A sly smile on his face. At that moment, Kim Yun Chun spoke up to defend Yun Sung. Kim Yun Sung was indeed wrong, but as the homeroom teacher of class 1 to 8. After following this situation closely, I can say that the real cause of this incident lies with the victims, including Park Min Chun. The meeting to decide Yun Sung's fate continued, with the principal, Kim Yun Chun, and others debating how to handle the situation. Principal Odi-han looked at Kim Young-chun with a puzzled expression after hearing his words. What do you mean by that, Teacher Kim? Kim Young-chun was momentarily speechless but continued to explain. There have been many rumors about Park Min-chun's group regularly bullying other students. I intended to catch them red-handed and discipline them immediately. But it seems that Kim Yoon-sung couldn't endure it any longer. And unfortunately, this incident occurred. Colleagues, before becoming an offender, Kim Yoon-sung was also a victim. If we proceed with punishing him without considering this, it would go against the very ideals of education. Kim Young-chun, sweating with anxiety, struggled to say these words, trying both to protect Kim Yoon-sung and to safeguard his own position. After hearing his explanation, Principal Odi-han, still expressionless, responded. However, Teacher Kim Young-chun, punishment is unavoidable. Hearing that Yoon-sung would still be punished, Kim Young-chun panicked and immediately protested. Principal, but Odi-han, not willing to back down, growled. Teacher Kim Young-chun, sitting at the head of the table, holding the position of authority. The principal was already calculating the next steps. Young Minho's parents wouldn't let this go easily, and to appease their anger, he had to deal strictly with the student responsible for this incident. If he wanted to achieve his dream of turning this school into a prestigious educational institution, maintaining good relationships with powerful people was essential. After careful consideration, Odi-han solemnly declared, we will convene a review committee in 1 week. During that meeting, we will decide whether to formally discipline Kim Yoon-sung or not. In the meantime, I expect all teachers to control this situation and prevent any rumors from spreading. Additionally, Kim Yoon-sung will be suspended until the committee meets. Go home and reflect on how your actions have impacted this school, and return with your guardian in 1 week. Perhaps already expecting the outcome of this meeting, Yoon-sung smirked as he stood up, accepting the principal's decision. I understand. After leaving the meeting room, Kim Young-chun hurried after Yoon-sung, catching up with him. With a flattering smile, Kim Young-chun said, I really tried my best. But the moment you hit Yoon Min-ho, things got out of my control. No matter how hard I tried, it was pointless. Damn it. No, listen, could you just have held back a little? If you could have restrained yourself, I might have been able to fix this while it was still manageable. As Kim Young-chun babbled and begged for Yoon-sung not to reveal his dirty secrets, Yoon-sung smirked and thought to himself. Kim Young-chun, when was the last time you slapped me and looked down on me? In the end, you're just a worthless man. You threw away the dignity of a teacher long ago. The reason I'm getting special treatment from you now is because you're someone who will sacrifice everything for your own benefit. You knew from the start that this situation wasn't going to be easily solved, didn't you? Feigning understanding, Yoon-sung said. You did your best, didn't you? But before Kim Young-chun could be too relieved, Yoon-sung coldly added. It seems like you knew from the very beginning that Park Min-chun's group regularly bullied other students, didn't you? Remember this. Until the day I graduate from this school, the only way you can stop me from revealing everything is to do everything in your power to make my life smooth. I don't care what methods you use. If you can't even manage that, it won't just be you. I'll ruin Lee Min-en's life too. I swear I'm not joking. Yoon-sung used Kim Young-chun's own weaknesses to blackmail him, leaving the teacher stunned. Eventually, Kim Young-chun had to acknowledge that he was completely trapped by Yoon-sung, with no way out unless he complied. Defeated and dispirited, Kim Young-chun reluctantly agreed to Yoon-sung's demands. After dealing with his homeroom teacher, Yoon-sung, expressionless, walked away. But inside, his anger raged like wildfire. He wished he could have destroyed Kim Young-chun completely. If possible, he would have loved to ruin him entirely, but Kim Young-chun wasn't Yoon-sung's true target. He couldn't let his rage make him discard a useful pawn, at least not yet. Until Yoon-sung had established his foothold at Bright Future High School, he still needed him. Though Kim Young-chun was just a lowly teacher, he was someone who would do anything to survive, no matter the cost. 1 week from now would mark the culmination of Yoon-sung's 10 years of meticulous planning and burning desire for revenge. Returning to the classroom, Yoon-sung gathered his belongings, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked out. The other students in the class looked at him with nervous and curious eyes. At that moment, the principal, No Odi-han, had no idea that what would happen next wouldn't unfold the way he expected. As Yoon-sung stepped out of the school gates, he thought about everything that was about to happen. The sun was setting, casting a dim light over the old, weathered buildings surrounding the area. After school, Yoon-sung slung his backpack over his shoulder and quietly walked down the trash-strewn street, heading home in the light of the setting sun. As he walked, he thought to himself, Finally, I can walk down this alley again. How many years has it been? His rundown apartment, numbered 00, was worth around 50 million won. If not for the life insurance money from his parents, he would have barely been able to scrape by each month on a meager salary. When his mother had to move here to cover his medical bills, Yoon-sung felt like his entire world had crumbled. Walking deeper into the old alley, stepping down the stairs, Yoon-sung observed the scenery around him. It was both familiar and foreign, stirring memories of the past. Despite everything, he felt at peace. Even as a child, he had known that this place was run down, but now he was grateful. At least there was still somewhere he could call home. He opened the door to his empty, dilapidated apartment and called out loudly. "Grandma?" Passing through the small living room, he noticed empty dishes on the dining table. Then he remembered. If he wasn't mistaken, around this time every day, his grandmother would be out working. She worked tirelessly for the sake of their family. Now wasn't the time for sentimentality. The fact that he had even gotten this opportunity was a miracle. He had to be ready for revenge. If possible, he should also find a better place for his mother and Kyung-jin to live. Entering his room, Yoon-sung walked to his desk, set his backpack down, and hung his jacket on the chair. His thoughts quickly turned to the upcoming board meeting in a week. Yoon-sung immediately opened a notebook. It was time to plan his next steps, meticulously and accurately. He picked up a pen and swiftly wrote down the steps for his plan. Within 2 years, we must seize control of the surrounding area. Lay the groundwork, and clean out their strongholds. To achieve that, Yoon-sung needed 3 things. The first condition was his own strength. To take on the gangsters at school, he needed to be strong enough to face them without fear. He couldn't train himself to that level alone. Yoon-sung remembered someone, a wrestler, holding a gold medal. If he could defeat that person, he would gain a significant advantage in the battles to come. The second condition was the current situation. His future enemies were actively recruiting more people. Yoon-sung jotted down the names of the members of Park Min-chun's gang. To deal with them, he needed to find people who shared his goals. After all, each of them played an important role, while Yoon-sung was still just a first-year high school student. Even with a perfect plan, he didn't have enough energy to carry it out alone. Sitting at his desk with his chin resting on his hand, Yoon-sung pondered the best way to resolve this issue. He needed to prioritize finding the right people. Finally, the most important part was the third condition. This problem was solvable, and Yoon-sung already had experience with it. It was about having support. Yoon-sung knew he needed backing to execute his plan. Without it, nothing could stand in his way. As he thought about it, images of those who relied on money to get their way appeared in his mind. People like Yoon Min-ho's mother, Principal Ah Dae-hoon, and even Kim In-chun. These greedy individuals would do anything for personal gain. To resolve the upcoming issue with the disciplinary committee, Yoon-sung knew he urgently needed backing. The scene shifted to the night sky, and the setting changed to a police station. In the police station's work area, a large man was yelling at the officers. "Do you know who I am? Do you know where I come from? If you don't know who I am, that proves you're spies, not real people. Just because you're cops, you think you can do whatever you want? You've pissed me off now." The man shouting threats was tall, muscular, and dressed in expensive clothes, with his hair dyed white. He wasn't sitting at a desk but standing, angrily yelling at the officers. One of the officers, clearly unable to tolerate the man's yelling any longer, frowned and said, "Sir, could you please calm down?" Upon hearing himself being called, "Sir," the man jumped up. "What, sir? Who are you calling sir? What are you talking about? I'm a 35-year-old virgin." The man leapt up, angrily rebutting, pointing to himself and declaring that he was only 35 years old. It turned out he was Go Chang-bo, the eldest son of the famous Myeongjin construction group in Daehan. Go Chang-bo, apparently a hot-tempered man, continued to curse, kicking a nearby chair. His outburst made the officers on duty nervous. Wary of dealing with such a volatile figure. One of the officers, sweating nervously, thought to himself, "Of course, we know who he is. Go Chang-bo, the eldest son of Myeongjin construction group. He's a dangerous figure in Daehan. If we make a mistake, we'll be in serious trouble." They had to be extra cautious now. If Go Chang-bo became more cautious, the inheritance battle for the family business could become an even bigger issue. But this time, the situation was different. In this case, they had no choice but to act according to the law. As Go Chang-bo continued to lose control, several officers stepped in, restraining his arms and shoulders. Angered by the restraint, he shouted, "Let go of me. Realizing that now wasn't the time to make a bigger scene, Go Chang-bo held back his rage and sat heavily in a chair, muttering under his breath. Damn it, the observing officer thought to himself. This is better than having another department investigate him. If we let this go now, things could get worse. Sitting on the chair in front of the police desk, Go Chang-bo sat in frustration, thinking to himself. Since he was the one who hit them first, he had no choice but to be here now. Those idiots were too weak to fight back, so they ended up getting taken in. What else could I have done? Damn it, if word gets out to the south. My rivals will be gossiping about this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Go Chang-bo even grabbed his own hair in frustration. Recently, his father had publicly announced the start of the inheritance battle, making Go and his younger brother compete to determine who was capable of taking over the family business. In other words, who would inherit his father's position. I only have a high school diploma, while my brother graduated from a prestigious university. 3 years ago, he married into a prominent family in Daehyun, so his position is very solid. If he finds out I'd been involved in an illegal brawl, I'll have to accept my fate. The officer sitting across from Go Chang-bo looked at him without expression and said, Mr. Go Chang-bo, I know you're upset right now, but this is your fault. You hit innocent people, I can't just let you go. Upon hearing the accusation, Go Chang-bo raised his voice angrily. I already told you, they hit me first. The officer, startled by his outburst, quickly explained. Yes, you did say that, but there's no evidence to support it. There were no surveillance cameras and the victim's statements are consistent. Realizing the situation wasn't in his favor, Go Chang-bo turned his head in frustration and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what inheritance battle? Should I just give up? As he turned away, lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a young boy sitting on a chair behind him, wearing a hoodie. Surprised, Go Chang-bo stood up and asked in shock, what's a kid doing here? The boy wasn't just anyone, it was our protagonist, Kim Yoon-sung. Smiling nonchalantly, Yoon-sung pointed toward Go Chang-bo and said, I'm here to testify on behalf of that man, who should I speak to? After finding the officer in charge of Go Chang-bo's case, Yoon-sung handed over some evidence. The officer, sweating as he reviewed it, asked, how did you get this? Just like Go Chang-bo had said, it was clear that the others had attacked him first. Anyone could see that the real culprits were the passers-by who had blocked his way. Thinking about Go Chang-bo's situation, Yoon-sung calmly replied, I happened to see the incident while passing by. I figured someone would get in trouble since there were no surveillance cameras around. So I borrowed the dashcam footage from a nearby car and came here. Because I'm a minor, my testimony alone wouldn't be very convincing. He did his best to avoid the conflict, but those people grabbed and attacked him. He had no choice but to defend himself. It wasn't his fault, he's just too strong. One punch and they were down. It was clearly self-defense, officer. Yoon-sung spoke confidently, providing clear evidence and a reasonable explanation. The officer listened, and Go Chang-bo, who had been astonished by Yoon-sung's defense, smiled and praised him. Well said, kid, you're a smart one. Relieved, Go Chang-bo exhaled as though he had just been given a dose of calm. As long as there was evidence and a witness, the ones who got beaten would be dealt with fairly, and Go Chang-bo wouldn't face any danger. The officer beside Yoon-sung, having observed Go Chang-bo's expression, realized that after seeing the evidence and hearing the testimony, this was the turning point for him. Sweating, the officer said. I understand, let's leave it at that for now. Once the attackers, no, the victims, are treated, I'll arrange another meeting. My apologies, Mr. Go Chang-bo. I should have looked into your statement more thoroughly, but seeing them all bloodied, I lost my judgment. The officer respectfully apologized, but Go Chang-bo wasn't in the mood to forgive. Grabbing the officer by the collar, he pulled him close, frowning menacingly. I don't care, but I've got your face memorized. From now on, I'll make sure you live a peaceful life. As they both walked out of the police station, with Yoon-sung being a head shorter than Go Chang-bo slung his arm over Yoon-sung's shoulder, continuing. Hey, kid, I really owe you. Without you, I'd have been in serious trouble. I'm Go Chang-bo, and I never forget a favor, you know? As he thanked Yoon-sung, Go Chang-bo reached into his pocket. Sure enough, he pulled out a wad of cash. Here, take this. It's just a token of my appreciation. Yoon-sung casually took the money and said, thank you. He happily pocketed the cash, leaving Go Chang-bo somewhat surprised. Usually, a student at his age would hesitate upon receiving that much money. This kid, bringing dashcam footage here, really is something else. Go Chang-bo thought to himself. Yoon-sung immediately asked Go Chang-bo. Hey, can I ask you something out of curiosity? Do you think what happened today was just an accident? Go Chang-bo, puzzled, asked. What do you mean, kid? Yoon-sung didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. To be direct, I know what kind of person you are. You're currently in a battle for inheritance with your younger brother, Go Chang-sak. You're the eldest son of the Myeongjin construction group. Surprised that this unfamiliar boy knew his identity, Go Chang-bo narrowed his eyes and cautiously asked. Who are you? Yoon-sung quickly raised both hands in a gesture to show he meant no harm. I think this incident wasn't just a coincidence. The fact that I managed to get evidence to investigate it also wasn't luck. Think about it. What do you think I stand to gain? Yoon-sung recalled memories from his past related to Go Chang-bo. Go Chang-bo was a well-known figure in Daejeon, and because of that fame, Yoon-sung remembered certain things about his family. How they lived and, ultimately, what happened to them during his time bedridden and unconscious. Yoon-sung could still hear everything happening around him, including news on TV. Returning to the present, Yoon-sung made a proposal. If you truly feel grateful, give me 1 hour. I promise I won't do anything to harm you or your future, Mr. Go Chang-bo. The strange request, both odd and tempting, made Go Chang-bo serious. The setting looked like a cafe, with many customers chatting and laughing around them. Yoon-sung wanted Go Chang-bo to give him an hour of his time to sit down and discuss things further in this cafe. Holding up a phone playing a video, Yoon-sung showed it to Go Chang-bo. This is the original dashcam footage. I can prove it was self-defense. Which is why I didn't show them the beginning of the video. Holding the phone in one hand, displaying the footage, and sipping his coffee with the other, Yoon-sung calmly continued. What happened to you today seems like a coincidence. 30 minutes before the incident, those 3 men were already gathered in front of a convenience store. From the outside, they looked like customers shopping, but in reality, they didn't move an inch for 30 minutes, as if they were waiting for something. The screen on the phone showed Go Chang-bo approaching the 3 men, and they immediately rushed him. Yoon-sung explained further. When you arrived, they attacked you. They were told to provoke a fight, so they showed their faces and started cursing at you. You tried to stay calm, but in the end, you were forced to act first. After saying that, Yoon-sung placed his coffee cup on the table, making a slight noise as if to lead the conversation forward. That's right. Chang-bo, you must have suspected this yourself. A series of recent events feels like they were deliberately arranged. The inheritance battle has just begun, and suddenly, all these bad things are happening. What if all of this was planned by Chong-sak to bring you down? Whether it's an accident or intentional, the severity of the situation makes a huge difference. Listening to Yoon-sung carefully peel back the layers of doubt hidden deep inside him, Go Chang-bo lowered his head in anger, thinking. I've always had my suspicions, but I didn't want to admit that it could be my own brother. Raised well, but capable of such filthy actions. After a moment of reflection, Go Chang-bo asked Yoon-sung, still doubtful. Why are you telling me all of this? Sitting across from him, Yoon-sung heard Go Chang-bo's question. Why was he doing this? He lifted his coffee cup, taking a small sip as he weighed his thoughts. The Myeongjin construction company is only locally famous right now. They haven't made a big name for themselves yet, but with advanced technology and strong capital, they've achieved success in residential construction thanks to the philosophy of Chairman Gam Myeongjin, who believes that homes should never be treated as mere commodities. They reduced unnecessary costs and increased success rates. As a result, Myeongjin Construction became one of the major corporations. But at the same time, both of the chairman's sons faced troubles. Yoon-sung sat there, remembering what he had witnessed. It was Go Chang-sak who provoked the situation first. Not long after, a shocking incident shook the entire city of Daejeon. The impact was so great that even a victim of school bullying like me, who couldn't care about anything else, knew about it. The younger brother, in his desperation to win the inheritance, used every dirty trick imaginable. In the end, Go Chang-bo found out and beat his younger brother severely. The memory of that brutal beating lingered. Because of that blow, Go Chang-sak was left disabled for life. Not long after, Chairman Gam Myeongjin publicly declared that both of his sons were incompetent, unfit to take over the Myeongjin construction company. The incident caused a significant stir at the time. The investigation into the sons' actions spread widely, and their photos became viral memes on the internet. Yoon-sung continued recalling the fallout. That's why I remember it all. It's also why I came to you, knowing your situation. I've been looking for evidence that you're being set up by your younger brother. Because of that scandal, Chairman Gam Myong-jin hired a professional manager. Under the leadership of this skilled individual, Myong-jin Construction grew significantly, turning into a well-known conglomerate. Yoon-sung calmly explained how he had pieced together the past and how he had come to the realization that Go Chang-sok had likely plotted against his brother. To be honest, for the sake of Myong-jin Construction Company, it would be better if the outcome doesn't change. Go Chang-bo isn't necessarily evil when he takes down his competitors. But he's a useless man with a rotten personality. As for his younger brother, Go Chang-sok, he's a despicable man who will do anything, regardless of morality, to achieve his goals. The wisest course of action, for the sake of Myong-jin Construction Company, would be to abandon both of these brothers. That being said, this no longer matters to Yoon-sung. The usefulness of these men is what's important to him now. Whether it's right or wrong, the butterfly effect will occur as the future changes. None of that concerns me. Even if the future turns worse because of my choices, Yoon-sung doesn't care. In this lifetime, what's most important to him is first seeking revenge and then taking care of his family. With conviction in his decision, Yoon-sung said to Go Chang-bo, "I'll help you. That way, you can take revenge on your younger brother, Go Chang-sok, and become the president of Myong-jin Construction Company, earning yourself a reputable name." Go Chang-bo couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Ha! Ridiculous. You're just a high school kid. How could you possibly help me?" He scorned Yoon-sung. But Yoon-sung persisted with his plan, trying to lure Go Chang-bo to his side. "Surely, someone is helping you in this race, but don't you see? Those who support you only speak sweet words, flattering you. Meanwhile, I, a mere high school student, can clearly analyze and describe your younger brother Go Chang-sok's plans as plain as day. All of those people around you? They belong to Go Chang-sok. Like someone awakened from a dream." Yoon-sung snapped Go Chang-bo out of his delusion about the inheritance struggle. Gradually, Go Chang-bo became more serious as he faced Yoon-sung. "I don't need you to believe me. Just give me a chance. A chance to build trust between us." Yoon-sung's proposal left Go Chang-bo confused. He didn't know what to do. The truth was, he was incompetent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been outwitted by his younger brother all this time. As they left the cafe, Go Chang-bo stood outside, smoking a cigarette and thinking over Yoon-sung's analysis and proposal. "My head's about to explode," he muttered while smoking. Just then, a cafe staff member noticed him smoking and approached, reminding him that smoking was prohibited in the area, interrupting his train of thought. Go Chang-bo's vile nature resurfaced as he angrily shouted at the waiter, "Don't mess with me. Get out of here, or I'll level this whole cafe." His outburst terrified the waiter, who bowed his head and hurried back inside. Sitting inside the cafe, watching everything unfold through the glass, Yoon-sung thought to himself, Go Chang-bo was a very cautious man. Being the eldest son of the Myong-jin Construction Company in Daesan, he had earned the nickname, the ticking time bomb that no one should provoke. The reason Yoon-sung hadn't approached Go Chang-bo earlier wasn't because he saw him as honorable, but because he knew Go Chang-bo was corrupt, a man willing to eliminate his own brother for power. Yoon-sung chose him because he fit perfectly into his plan. Outside the cafe, Go Chang-bo continued smoking, muttering to himself, "Chang-sok, you should have known when to stop." He thought to himself, that kid was right. Compared to my younger brother, I'm nothing. It seems the position of heir is slipping from my grasp. But in this situation, is it worth trusting a 17-year-old kid? Especially after meeting him for the first time? He then recalled his father's words, "Chang-bo, if you lack the skills, find people with those skills to stand by your side. Don't discriminate based on age, gender, or status. If you can retain those with the abilities you need, you can lead Myong-jin Construction." As if making up his mind, Go Chang-bo threw the cigarette butt to the ground, not caring anymore. He went back inside the cafe, sat across from Yoon-sung, and said, "Tell me your plan first. After hearing it, I'll decide." The scene transitions to a man wearing glasses, with a calm demeanor, answering a phone call. "Exactly," he said. Whatever the person on the other end reported made him furious, and he angrily threw his phone to the ground, shouting, "You idiot. Do you even understand what failure means? It's all because of that old man's backward thinking. Why does he always insist that the eldest son must inherit? What era are we living in now?" From his tone, it was easy to deduce that this man was Go Chang-sok, Go Chang-bo's younger brother and his rival for the inheritance. He tried to suppress his anger, reminding himself, "Calm down, I'm still ahead." As long as nothing unusual happens, the inheritance is mine. At that moment, the sound of his phone ringing on the table interrupted his thoughts. He picked it up and asked, "What is it?" The person on the other end urgently said, "It's not good, sir. The madam has just entered Han Sun's office." Upon hearing the report about the madam's arrival, Go Chang-sok's face turned pale with panic. It seemed he, too, had secrets he desperately wanted to keep hidden. Returning to the conversation between Yoon-sung and Go Chang-bo, Yoon-sung laid out his viewpoint. To win this battle, you need to face reality. Who do you think is more suited to become the heir of Myeongjin construction? You or Go Chang-sok? Without a doubt, it's Go Chang-sok. Unlike you, he didn't even drop out of high school. He majored in business administration at a prestigious university, and after returning to the country, he married the daughter of a noble family. He then incited those he recruited into the company to demand a fair competition for the inheritance. This created the structure of the current inheritance struggle. This wasn't a coincidence. From the beginning, Go Chang-sok had been preparing to take your place, and now he's earned a high position in the company. Aside from being his older brother, you have nothing over him. Plus, you've already encountered numerous setbacks, haven't you? Even if you're aware of these differences, I still believe you can't win, Yoon-sung said. Go Chang-bo, slightly puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Yoon-sung continued explaining. Although Go Chang-sok is ahead of you in the race for inheritance, the chairman of Myeongjin still allows you to compete for only one reason. Your naive belief that you can still become the heir. That's why you're able to participate in this race. Even though the differences show that this competition is meaningless, the chairman of Myeongjin has not made a clear decision about the heir. In this case, and I'm saying, if it were possible for Go Chang-sok, a man who surpasses you in every way, to fall from grace, what do you think would happen? What if you had the ability to make that happen? Who do you think Chairman Myeongjin would choose? This is only the beginning of the inheritance battle. When you and your opponent are on equal footing, the only advantage of being the eldest son is a status that you can't reverse. At a certain hotel, Go Chang-sok sat there, dazed, having just learned that his wife had discovered his affair. She had broken down the door and given his mistress a thorough beating. This time, the support from his in-laws, a noble family, could be shaken. Not only had he cheated, but he had been caught red-handed by his wife. Back at the cafe, the two continued their conversation. Yoon-sung proposed more strategies for Go Chang-bo to change the balance of power. Raising three fingers, Yoon-sung said, "If you really want to win this power struggle, you need three things. First, family background, and in this area, you've already lost. While Go Chang-sok was busy allying himself with a powerful family through marriage, you were busy building meaningless relationships in the red light district." He picked up his cup of coffee, took a sip, and continued, "So, what's the second thing?" "The second is reputation. I don't think I need to explain further about your notorious behavior in Taejin, do I? Lastly, what you need is capability. While you were drowning in alcohol and women, Go Chang-sok was proving his worth through his business achievements." Hearing about the three things he lacked, Go Chang-bo, already impatient, turned away angrily. Yoon-sung continued, "He doesn't need to be excellent, because no matter what he does, he will always perform better than you. That's why we need to change these three aspects." Lee Yoon-sung raised one finger and said, "Let's go back to the first point, your family background. How can we change that? You can't, like Go Chang-sok, immediately marry the daughter of a powerful family. And you certainly can't gain power out of thin air. So, we must shift our thinking, destroy the relationship between him and his wife's family. Once he loses their support, the primary source of his backing, Go Chang-sok will be back at the starting line, just like us." In a luxurious office on a high floor, the sunset shone through the glass walls, yet the atmosphere inside was heavy. There were three people in the room, two sons standing in front of their father's desk. The father silently paced back and forth with his hands in his pockets. At this moment, the younger brother, Go Chang-sok, spoke up, "Father, I'm sorry." It was the youngest son who broke the silence. The father, Chairman Kim Myung-jin of Myeongjin Construction, turned to look at Go Chang-sok but quickly turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. Go Chang-sok continued to bow his head and apologize, "Father, I'm truly sorry." Kim Myung-jin, clearly furious, snapped, "You worthless scoundrel. I've already spoken with your father-in-law. He told me he would discipline you so that things don't escalate to a divorce. Your wife also messaged me, saying she's temporarily leaving you. She's going to wait and see how you make it up to her before deciding." As Go Chang-sok listened to the consequences his father described, sweat poured down his face, and he kept apologizing, "Father, I'm truly sorry." Kim Myung-jin, too angry to hear any more apologies, interrupted him, "Sorry my ass. How many times do I have to tell you to get it through your thick skull? A man who can't control what's in his pants will destroy his family. If you want to mess around with whores, you should have learned from Chang-bo. Play with them and then drop them. As he scolded his youngest son, Kim Myung-jin subtly hinted at his eldest son, Go Chang-bo. With a self-deprecating tone, he added, "It seems I've failed completely in raising the two of you." Turning to Go Chang-bo, he asked, "Chang-bo, why do you keep ending up at the police station?" But deep down, the father thought, he's probably going to play innocent like he always does. Back at the cafe, while they were discussing the plan, Go Chang-bo said, "That's right, it's a good idea. I should report Chang-suk to our father. Tell him that he's destroying our family's reputation. There's no way the old man can hand over the family business to that bastard. If my father is disappointed in Chang-suk, he won't let him continue with his childish ambitions." Yoon-sung immediately interrupted, "No, that's not a good idea." Kim-sung suddenly recalled a time when he was unconscious in a hospital bed, faintly overhearing information about Kim Myung-jin. Chairman Kim Myung-jin knew exactly what his two sons were up to. He was well aware that Go Chang-suk was plotting to bring down his older brother, Go Chang-bo, and yet he had said that it was just one way to let things run smoothly. That's why he hadn't interfered with Go Chang-suk's plans. It seemed Kim Myung-jin didn't value uprightness as the main criterion for choosing his successor, even if the heir led a dirty life and used shady methods. What Chairman Kim Myung-jin truly wanted was someone who could contribute to the growth of the company. After all, this company was his life's work. But would Chairman Kim Myung-jin lean toward Go Chang-bo just because he started criticizing Go Chang-suk's mistakes? The answer was no. He would rather let a professional manager handle it than entrust it to these incompetent sons. If Go Chang-suk's disappointing performance continued, dragging him down wouldn't increase Go Chang-bo's chances of inheriting the business. After some thought, Yoon-sung made up his mind. Go Chang-bo needed to show that he was worthy of the chairman's position. He had to prove that he had completely changed. Thinking this, Yoon-sung spoke up, "From now on, I'll tell you the plan." Switching back to the moment when Kim Myung-jin brought up Go Chang-bo's frequent visits to the police station, the eldest son's reaction was entirely different from before. Unlike what is expected, Go Chang-bo bowed his head and said, "Father, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. This won't happen again, no matter the reason, it was my fault. As the eldest son of Myung-jin, I made such a mistake." Go Chang-bo lowered his head, acknowledging his fault. This new attitude surprised both his father and younger brother. Now, the dice of fate had begun to roll, and no one could tell how things would turn out under Yoon-sung's influence. Go Chang-bo continued bowing, "From now on, I'll be mindful of my position and act appropriately. Father, please allow me to reprimand my brother for what he has done." Kim Myung-jin seemed pleased with his eldest son's change, saying, "I heard that someone provoked you, but you did your best to avoid a fight. You did very well. You managed to resolve your issues on your own. I'm proud of you." As he said these words, he placed his hand on Go Chang-bo's shoulder, as if encouraging him. This action left Go Chang-bo astonished because, in his memory, his father had never once said to him, "I'm proud of you." The conversation ended, and the two brothers stepped out of their father's office. Go Chang-suk, still furious, muttered under his breath, "That damn bastard." He didn't dare to directly curse his older brother, only muttering insults in his heart. Who the hell told her the location of the hotel? If I catch that bastard, I'll tear him apart. But it seemed Go Chang-bo didn't care about his younger brother's words. He was still immersed in the praise his father had given him, repeating to himself, "Well done. I'm proud of you." He kept repeating those words, "Well done. I'm proud of you." He was so overwhelmed with joy that he couldn't help but tremble. My father has always been so strict, and now he's acknowledging me. He even patted my shoulder and praised me. Well done. I have to keep this up. Lost in his own thoughts, Go Chang-bo didn't react to anything his younger brother said and left before him. After leaving their father's office, Go Chang-bo got into his car, with Yoon-sung sitting in the passenger seat. Go Chang-bo immediately thanked him. "Thanks to you, my father praised me. Now tell me, what do I need to do to become chairman? I'll follow whatever you say." Sitting beside him, Yoon-sung smiled and said, "Don't get too excited. All we've done so far is bring Go Chang-suk back to square one in terms of support. To become chairman, you'll need to win 2 more rounds. I have a plan, but executing it now would be difficult. For now, join the company as a regular employee and observe how things work. I'll let you know when the time is right." Hearing the suggestion to work as a regular employee, Go Chang-bo wasn't pleased and asked, "You want me to work as a regular employee? How can I do that?" But remembering the success he had tasted today thanks to Yoon Sung, he quickly agreed. Alright, whatever you say, I'll do it. Yoon Sung continued, there's one more thing, Go Chang-bo. What is it? Go Chang-bo asked. Yoon Sung smiled and replied, do you remember our conversation at the cafe? We're working together because we each have something the other wants. In return for my help, you agreed to grant me one wish, didn't you? Go Chang-bo didn't deny it, of course. What is it that I can't do for you? Hearing this, Yoon Sung was pleased and said, good, then I'll be straightforward. I want you to be a witness in my case during the disciplinary hearing. Meanwhile, in a stairwell, a man and a woman stood facing each other. The woman slapped the man across the face and her voice rang out like a bell, you bastard. You think I gave you all that money to hear these pathetic excuses? Do I look like I'm joking? Do you want to lose your job? It turned out the woman was Kim Sunja, the mother of Yoon Mi-ho. She looked fierce as she continued to scold him, if you don't want to be humiliated like this, you'd better expel the boy who dared to hit my son. Do you understand? The man she had slapped was Kim Yong-chun, the homeroom teacher of the 10th grade, who was being threatened by her. He could only bow his head in answer, yes, madam. After saying her piece, she stormed off angrily. Kim Yong-chun stood frozen in place, humiliated beyond belief. His anger boiled over as he muttered under his breath, damn it, who does she think she is? The scene shifts to Kim Yeon-sung before the disciplinary hearing. He was extremely anxious and tried to persuade Yoon Sung, you need to be realistic. Humbly admitting your fault is the only way to lessen the punishment. You can't solve this by being stubborn. Sitting calmly in his chair, Yoon Sung replied, you should understand that Yoon Mi-ho's mother is pressuring you, but use your brain and think. Do you want me to expose your embezzlement or your affair? You should realize that if I go down, you're going down with me. Choose wisely if you still want to live. Good luck. With that, Yoon Sung left, leaving Kim Yong-chun standing there in utter despair. In the classroom, the disciplinary hearing was about to begin. Kim Yong-chun entered the room, looking dejected, like a withered tree. In the corner of the meeting room, Principal Odi-won was speaking softly with Kim Sunja, Yoon Mi-ho's mother. When have I ever disappointed you? I'll leave this matter in your hands. Principal Odi-won then approached the table and sat down. Kim Yong-chun buried his head in his hands, groaning, it's over. I'll be known either as an adulterous husband or a corrupt teacher. I can't stay in Taejun anymore. What about all the money I've saved up? While he was lost in his thoughts, someone entered the room and pulled out a chair to sit down. The person's arrival shocked him, it was none other than Yoon Sung and his parents. Inside the meeting room, the principal's voice echoed. Let's begin the disciplinary hearing. First, let's clarify the sequence of events. Kim Yong-chun, the guardian of the student involved, will present the case in this room. Yoon Mi-ho and his mother sat confidently, listening to the hearing. Upon hearing the principal call his name, Kim Yong-chun cast aside all hesitation, slammed his fist on the table, and stood up, raising his voice. The cause of this incident is already crystal clear. The bullies at this school, including Yoon Mi-ho, provoked their classmate before this happened. It's ridiculous how the attacker is now seen as the victim. It seemed Kim Yong-chun had decided to side with Yoon Sung, as Yoon Sung held critical leverage over him. Back before the hearing began, the person who had entered the room alongside Yoon Sung was a tall man. It was Go Chang-bo, a new ally that Yoon Sung had recruited. Seeing him, Kim Yong-chun was stunned, thinking to himself, who is that man sitting there? Am I seeing things? Isn't he the man I met at the adult entertainment district? He hurriedly took out his phone to check if his thoughts were correct, and the results seemed to confirm his suspicions. In other words, Yoon Sung's guardian was none other than the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction? When I saw the participant list, I thought it was just a coincidence in names, but Go Chang-bo is one of the most powerful figures in this region. Not even Yoon Min-ho's parents can compare to him. Why is someone like him here as Kim Yoon Sung's guardian? He couldn't believe it and even covered his mouth in shock. I'll think about that later. Right now, the important thing is finding a way for me to survive. Apart from me. No one here realizes that he's Go Chang-bo. Now is the time for me to make a decision. Kim Yong-chun immediately made his stance clear. He stood up and spoke loudly, this is a truly disgusting situation. The attacker is being falsely portrayed as the victim. His bold statement stunned the principal. Teacher Kim, please clarify your remarks to avoid any misunderstandings. Hearing the principal, Kim Yong-chun had already made up his mind. If I'm going to do this, I had to go all the way. I've received numerous complaints about the 4 students in Park Min-chun's group since the beginning of the school year. They've been bullying other students, and I've issued them strict warnings to stop. But their behavior has only escalated. Just a few days ago, Park Min-chun bullied Lee Young-min Kim Yoon-sung, witnessing the scene, couldn't stand by any longer and spoke up, "Stop doing that. We're all students here." The teacher continued his performance, saying, out of the goodness of his heart. Yoon-sung tried to prevent further conflict. But Park Min-chun called over a few of his friends to attack Yoon-sung. "If someone is trying to harm us, should we just sit there and wait?" What Kim Yoon-sung did was legitimate self-defense. Young Min-ho, too, is a key figure in Park Min-chun's group. He encouraged his friends to attack. But Yoon-sung only fought back to defend himself, and he tried his best to avoid causing serious harm. The boy had no other choice. I do agree that Yoon-sung's actions in defending himself may have been a bit excessive, but considering the circumstances and the cause, if we only punish Kim Yoon-sung, aren't we no different from those who condone school violence? At this point, Kim Young-chun bowed his head, ending his statement. Hearing words that did not align with his expectations, the principal immediately raised his voice. "What are you saying, Teacher Kim? Don't escalate the issue, we are discussing a serious matter here, the first of its kind at school, where 4 students ended up in the emergency room. The fact that the supposed victim is actually the perpetrator of the violence has not been verified, and that's what we need to discuss. Violence cannot be excused under any circumstances. Furthermore, we've never heard or witnessed any reports of such bad behavior from any of the top students. All of the students involved are from our school. If we had to punish a student for wrongdoing, it feels like a knife cutting into me. But no matter what, punishment is necessary to prevent unfortunate incidents like this from happening again. This time, we need to identify the true culprit and mete out appropriate punishment so that the parents who have entrusted their children to our school can feel reassured, right?" The principal uttered these empty words as he glanced at Young Min-ho's mother and said, "Well then, let's hear from Young Min-ho. The victim's account might be more accurate, right?" Upon hearing his turn to speak, Young Min-ho began to feign trembling as he recounted the events he supposedly experienced, which were entirely different from what the homeroom teacher had said. He claimed that when he entered the classroom, he saw Min-chun being beaten by Kim Yoon-sung. He asked the other students what had happened, and they told him that Kim Yoon-sung had always liked bullying Min-chun. The teacher can call on other students to testify to this. Kim Yoon-sung was the one who attacked first, this is the truth. Everything I'm saying is true, I'm not lying. Seeing his friend being beaten, he continued, I couldn't just stand by and watch, so I ran over. As he spoke, Young Min-ho wore a pained expression, covering his face with his hands as if he was genuinely frightened. He went on, Kim Yoon-sung didn't hesitate to use a weapon to attack. Of course, seeing so many people gather around, Kim Yoon-sung must have been scared. But Min-chun looked so pitiful. We didn't have time to notice what Kim Yoon-sung's expression was like at that moment. I really don't understand why the teacher keeps blaming everything on us. That's not true, teacher. Do you remember the last time Kim Yoon-sung was punished? Back then, in front of everyone in the teacher's office, he attacked me, even though I hadn't done anything. Is everything my fault? He bowed his head, speaking these lies without the slightest shame, justifying himself. But no one could see the face hidden behind his hands. How disgustingly pleased it was. He was smirking with satisfaction, having successfully made sure Yoon-sung would receive a severe punishment. Seeing her son pretend to be terrified, Young Min-ho's mother stood up and walked over to him. She hugged him, lifted his face, and shouted, "Everyone, look at my son. The child I raised with my own hands, who's never dared to lift a finger against anyone, and now he's in this state. Can any of you stand for this?" As she continued, she screamed. A vile act of violence has occurred at this horrible school. What am I supposed to do? This time it's my son, but who knows whose child will suffer next. We, as parents, cannot sit idly by. We must punish these wicked people. The other parents in the room, hearing Young Min-ho's mother's emotional outburst, began to murmur amongst themselves. One said, "I think she's right." Another added, "There's no way we can forgive someone like that. We must punish him." Her words ignited the emotions of everyone present, making them side with Young Min-ho and his mother, who felt immensely satisfied with the support. The scene shifts to a hospital. Park Min-chun was playing games on his phone and asked, "It's probably starting now, right?" One of his friends, standing nearby, chuckled and replied, "Definitely a win. Kim Yoon-sung is probably in a terrible spot right now. He should have known how fierce Young Min-ho's mother is. She's a force to be reckoned with. For Min-ho, she'd turn the whole school upside down. Can you imagine someone like her letting this go easily after seeing her son like that?" Hearing his friend's analysis, Min Chun smiled, set his phone down, and said, "You're right. If that bastard doesn't get expelled, I'll make him kneel and beg us for mercy. Even if he gets expelled, I'll follow him and make him pay." With a bruised face covered in bandages, another boy sitting nearby asked, "Do you think we'll get compensation?" His friend replied, "Of course. We'll get at least $1,000,000, enough to buy a motorcycle and throw a party in the park with some girls." The others laughed in agreement. That sounds like a pretty good plan. Back in the meeting room, the atmosphere had grown tense again. After an hour of silence, Kim Yoon-sung's guardian, Go Chang-bo, finally spoke up, "You bitch. Tell the truth about what really happened, you vile woman. Are you trying to make everyone believe these lies? Do you even know what really happened? Do you not think that the demon disguised as a human is the cause of all of this?" Hearing Go Chang-bo's rude outburst, the principal angrily shouted, "What are you saying? Don't call my students demons." Go Chang-bo did not back down, roaring, "If he's not a demon, then I won't call him one. I've personally looked into Park Min-chun's group. They bully, extort, and steal from other students. They have quite a reputation. Everyone around here knows about them. Why are you trying to protect them? Are you stupid, or have you already received a reasonable price from them? I know the ambulance came because Park Min-chun's group got hurt. But it was all due to Kim Yoon-sung's legitimate self-defense. The teacher has already said it, we need to get to the root of the issue. You all need to be honest. When you were young, how did you stand back up after being attacked by thugs?" Upon hearing someone call her precious son a thug, young Minho's mother immediately jumped up, yelling, "You bastard! Who are you calling a thug? How is my son a thug? Who the hell are you? I've heard that Kim Yoon-sung doesn't have any parents, so who are you to talk to me like that?" Go Chang-bo smirked coldly, looking at the woman with disdain. He recalled the conversation in the car when Yoon-sung had asked him to be his guardian. This had surprised Chang-bo, and he had asked, "Be your guardian? Why? If you need money, just tell me." Yoon-sung had calmly explained, "To be precise, I need your wealth for the plan I'm working on, but it's not just about money. I've chosen a simpler way, like investment. To beat someone who has everything, you must have everything too. Among those things, I can gain power from you, Go Chang-bo." He continued explaining, "I'll be honest with you. I'm planning to deal with certain things happening at school. These aren't just small conflicts or trivial issues, I'm going to escalate them into legal matters. Whenever something like this happens, I hope you can back me up and help resolve the issues. With you behind me, at least in Daejeon, no one will dare touch me. If you agree, show me proof, and I assure you, everything I do will help you become the chairman of Myeongjin Construction or handle even more difficult tasks." Hearing Yoon-sung's assurance, Go Chang-bo had been placated, saying, "Don't worry. I'm more than willing. Trust me, no matter what you do or who's involved, it won't be a problem." Back in the meeting room, Go Chang-bo slightly bowed his head and said, "Did someone ask who I am? I'm Yoon-sung's guardian and the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction." As the meeting continued, Go Chang-bo spoke again, "Do you even know who you're talking about? Yoon-sung is like a beloved younger brother to me. He's not the type to go around causing trouble. But I've heard he's been called to explain himself to the disciplinary board, so I dropped everything to come here. Jaeon in high school is very well known in Daejeon. I had hoped Yoon-sung could attend school normally. I even planned to sponsor the school in the name of Myeongjin Construction. But now, I think I'll have to reconsider that. I never expected the school to be this bad." Sitting nearby, Yoon Minho's mother angrily asked, "Are you threatening us?" Go Chang-bo calmly replied, "I'm just stating the truth. What exactly are you teaching here? Isn't education supposed to guide students toward being virtuous and helping them develop their abilities? So why is Yoon-sung, who fought against bullies to protect his friend, being punished? You ignored the fact that he was being bullied and instead punished him for defending himself, even though it was his first act of violence. Where were you when he was being beaten? Why did Jaeon in high school ignore the fact that he was being bullied? Is it because he's poor, or because you're being paid off by the parents of the bullies?" Go Chang-bo continued to expose the school's true colors, laying bare the logic that both the principal and teachers were using, favoring the rich and powerful while disregarding the poor. He went on, "If that's why the school turned a blind eye to this situation, then I won't hold back. Daesan's hopeful environment. I'll investigate this thoroughly. Additionally, as for the bully pretending to be a victim, along with Yoon Minho's group, I'll make sure none of you dare set foot in Daesan again. Consider this a warning." This blatant threat from Go Chang-bo sent chills through everyone in the meeting room, and they began murmuring among themselves. The principal, realizing who Yun Sung's guardian was, felt a wave of fear. He had encountered someone as influential as Go Chang-bo and began to wonder. What should I do? He's the son of Myung-jin Construction. Are they related? Since when? I was told Kim Yun-sung was an orphan and that he lived with his grandmother and brother. If I side with Yun Minho, I'll never be able to establish a connection with Myung-jin Construction. I could be forced out of Daesan just for going against their warning. But if I cut ties with Yun Minho, the principal thought, this could be an opportunity to make a good impression on Myung-jin Construction. If they sponsor the school, Jeonin could become the best school in the country. Even if I'm called a traitor or an idiot, for the future of Jeonin school, there's no other choice. Having weighed the pros and cons, the principal quickly decided whose side to take and said, in fact, I've heard rumors of a group of students bullying others since the beginning of the school year. If these rumors are true, then Yun Minho is the ringleader. Hearing this, the traitorous principal infuriated Yun Minho's mother, who began yelling at him, demanding that he reconsider. The principal pretended not to notice her outburst and calmly responded, now is not the time for the victim's mother to speak. I'm not saying this to avoid responsibility, but simply stating the facts in front of us. The disciplinary board was established to make decisions based on the truth. Kim Yun-sung is one of the top students. He must have had a valid reason for his actions, so he should let him speak first, the principal said. Hearing his name mentioned, Yun-sung bowed his head, thinking to himself, finally, they're asking for my side of the story. When I had no one backing me, no one would listen. If someone had heard me out like this before, maybe I wouldn't have died the way I did in my past life. Yun-sung began to explain to everyone. I've told many teachers that Park Min-chun's gang was bullying other students. Each time I reported it to a teacher, they would say the same thing, Park Min-chun wouldn't do something like that. You must be joking, right? Min-chun would then pretend to be well-behaved and answer, of course, teacher. The teachers ignored the situation, telling us, stop making a fuss. You're old enough to handle these things on your own. Sometimes, the teachers would say they'd find a way to resolve it, but they never addressed the core issue. Even when they did want to address it, they only gave light scoldings, which allowed the bullies to continue their bad behavior without worrying about any consequences. Yes, I hit Yun Minho. I also hit Park Min-chun and the others. But why am I sitting here? Is it just because I hit them once? Or because I hit them too hard? No, it's because the adults believe I have no power. Even if I were bullied or thrown off a roof, without power, everything would be swept under the rug. The rich and the poor are held to different laws. That's a fact that cannot be changed, and I intend to use that truth. Yun-sung continued, there's a gang bullying students in this school. Punish them first. If not, I'll release information about this case to the public, and everyone will know the true face of Jaeon in high school. The school will become a disgrace to Daesan. The only way to silence me is to deliver a fair verdict. Seeing the situation take a turn, Yun Minho's mother jumped up to defend her son, shouting, I won't let my son be judged like this. I don't agree with this. She walked to the corner of the room, away from the others, and pulled out her phone to call her husband. You bastard, just wait. I'm calling my husband. On the other end, her husband's voice came through, what's going on? She quickly replied, I told you, the disciplinary board has been formed to deal with Minho's situation. They're putting all the blame on him. Teacher Kim Young-chun and the principal are siding with that brat because of his family's sponsorship. That boy, he's the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction. He's ignoring our connections. Where are you? Can you come here right now? You need to show them who we are. Her husband asked, Go Chang-bo? He's the main sponsor? She absent-mindedly asked, how do you know? Her husband quickly responded, I'll be there soon to teach that kid a lesson. Before she could finish speaking, her husband exploded over the phone. How dare you do this to the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction? Do you want our entire family to be ruined? Get home immediately. Whether Minho was at fault or not, let him face the punishment and come home right now. What else they said after that, no one knew. That evening, after the meeting ended, Kim Yun-sung returned to his rundown house. He collapsed onto his bed, raised his hand to his forehead, and reflected on the day. We have decided to discipline Kim Yun-sung by requiring him to complete 100 hours of community service for causing violence at school. Additionally, 4 other students, including Yun Minho, have been expelled. The disciplinary decision had been made. Yun Minho, who had lived a life of luxury and never faced hardship, couldn't accept the fact that he was being expelled while Yun-sung wasn't. Enraged, Yun-sung called out to him. And when Yun Minho turned to see his enemy, he roared and charged at him, shouting, You bastard! I'll kill you! But just as he was about to strike Yun Sung, a hand grabbed his arm. When he saw who it was, Yun Minho couldn't believe his eyes and muttered, "Mother." Yun Sung then gave him an order, "Kneel and beg for forgiveness." Yun Minho, thinking he had misheard, asked in disbelief, "What?" Yun Sung smirked and repeated, "I said, kneel and beg for forgiveness." Feeling utterly humiliated, Yun Minho screamed in rage, "Why should I do that? I've already been expelled, and you expect me to kneel?" Yun Sung scoffed and replied, "Maybe you should ask your mother whether you should kneel or not." Yun Sung threatened him, "You'd better do as I say and make me happy. Who knows, maybe I'll lighten your punishment." At that moment, Yun Minho's mother spoke up, "Minho, kneel and beg for forgiveness." Stunned that his own mother would say such a thing, Yun Minho asked sharply, "Why are you making me do this?" But his mother, as if terrified of something, yelled back at him, "Do it! Hurry up!" Seeing his mother's reaction, Yun Minho had no choice but to follow Yun Sung's command. He knelt down and said, "I'm sorry. I won't do it again." Watching this scene, Yun Sung was reminded of his past, when his own father had once knelt humbly in front of Yun Minho's mother, apologizing softly. Now, the tables had turned. The one kneeling was her precious son. Yun Sung leaned down and whispered into Yun Minho's ear, "But what should I do? This isn't enough to make me feel better. You should start praying because, from now on, your future is going to be very dark." And with that, the disciplinary board meeting concluded. I need to go further, to get closer to the one at the top. At that moment, the phone on my bedside table buzzed. Yun Sung picked it up and saw a message. "Min Chae-yun, this is Park Min Chun. Can we meet? Please, just meet me once." Kim Yun Sung calmly walked to a spot under a street lamp, where there was a bench in the park. Park Min Chun was standing there. His face was covered with bandages from various injuries, and he was still wearing a patient's gown. He forced a strained smile and extended his hand, greeting, "You're here. Thank you for coming." Kim Yun Sung frowned coldly and said, "Cut the small talk and get to the point." Park Min Chun lowered his head, his eyes darting nervously. "All right, Kim Yun Sung." He clenched his fists, forcing the words out, "The bullying and the attack on you that day, it was my fault. I was immature. I didn't think about the pain we were causing you." Kim Yun Sung stared at him with amusement in his eyes as Park Min Chun continued to apologize. "After spending a week in the hospital, I've accepted all the punishment from the disciplinary board. I swear I won't make the same mistakes again." Finally, he looked up, his injured and bandaged face wrinkling with worry. "So could you let this go?" Before Yun Sung could respond, Park Min Chun hastily tried to explain, "I've already spoken to the teachers. They said if you agree, I won't be expelled. Yun Minho and his family have already accepted the punishment, so he can't change that decision." Fear and anxiety filled Park Min Chun's eyes, but he continued desperately trying to persuade Yun Sung. "But they said you can vouch for us. Can you give us one more chance? If we're expelled, our lives will be ruined." He stepped closer, placing his scarred hands on Yun Sung's shoulders, lowering his voice to beg, "Please, just this once. I'll do anything to repay you, climb mountains, walk through fire, anything for you." His scarred hands rested on Yun Sung's shoulders as he pleaded. Yet, Kim Yun Sung's face remained expressionless. In his mind, Yun Sung thought, it must be shocking for them to be expelled. Even though they acted like killers in front of those kids, they're still just 17. Just high school students with uncertain futures. Park Min Chun nervously awaited Yun Sung's answer. Yun Sung remained deep in thought. No way. There's no place in Daesan that will accept them now. Their eyes are full of fear. Expulsion, coupled with being labeled as involved in school violence, was enough for them to believe their lives were over. Suddenly, Park Min Chun spoke up again. "This situation has put us in danger too." He turned around, his hands still resting on Kim Yun Sung's shoulders, and lowered his voice, "But someone ordered us to bully you. That person is." Before he could finish, Kim Yun Sung cut him off, "I already know." Kim Yun Sung's response left Park Min Chun wide-eyed in shock. The aura of menace radiating from Yun Sung grew stronger as he grabbed the arm that Park Min Chun had placed on his shoulder, glaring at him. "There's someone behind all of this. I know who it is." Yun Sung then recalled the past. Echoes of a news report announcing a shocking revelation. The mastermind behind several school bullying cases had been exposed. A few years after Yun Sung fell into a coma, another bullied student had jumped to their death. In the student's suicide note, a disturbing truth was revealed. Wang Kim-won, a prestigious school in Gangnam, had a secret system in place. The core members of this organization remained hidden, even in the future. The school's director had seen the harm caused by school violence and turned it into a profitable business. He recruited bullies and students with similar power, targeting students whose parents were wealthy and influential, offering them protection within the school. This system ensured that students under their control would achieve outstanding results. If any other student began to surpass them, the recruited students were said to eliminate the competition. This thought echoed through Kim Yoon-sung's mind. If one of them was surpassed by another student, those recruited students would be dispatched to take out the leading student. Back in the present, Kim Yoon-sung tightened his grip on Park Min-chun's arm, pulling him away. In the future, Yoon-sung thought, I saw how the peripheral members of Wang Kim-won were exposed. Only to be forgotten soon after. The identities of the two core members weren't revealed until the very end. His eyes widened, bloodshot with fury. To complete my revenge on those who pushed me into hell, I must investigate Wang Kim-won and destroy it. Kim Yoon-sung stared into Park Min-chun's eyes and muttered, Wang Kim-won. But something didn't feel right. He continued. Park Min-chun, this doesn't make sense. The headquarters of Wang Kim-won are in Seoul and Gyeonggi. There's no way their influence could have reached Daesan. Who hired you? How did they reach you? Park Min-chun stayed silent for a long time before finally deciding to speak. It was Senior Shin Min. Kim Yoon-sung's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Shin Yeomin? He thought to himself. Shin Yeomin is a senior at the school, a thug who runs things here. He must be one of the members of Wang Kim-won. Kim Yoon-sung hadn't expected Shin Yeomin to be a member of Wang Kim-won, as orders from the organization always came from elsewhere, like military commands. Frowning, unable to hide his surprise, he considered, Shin Yeomin wouldn't be able to find clients on his own, but at the very least, he could contact Wang Kim-won. I could use him to expose them. But Yoon-sung also remembered Shin Yeomin's formidable reputation in the rain. Shin Yeomin won't easily give up information. Moreover, he's strong enough to become a professional boxer in the future. If I try to confront him now with my current skills, I'll be completely defeated. I need to think of a way to deal with him. After a moment of contemplation, Kim Yoon-sung slowly spoke. You want me to forgive you, right? He grabbed Park Min-chun by the collar. Terrified, Park Min-chun stammered, Hyun-sung. At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung looked terrifying. The menacing aura around him and the storm of emotions swirling within him made his presence overwhelming. Even while in a coma, he could vividly recall the image of his father kneeling before them, begging for forgiveness. Regret? I won't let that happen again. Kim Yoon-sung leaned in close to Park Min-chun's face, speaking each word with intimidating clarity. From now on, every time we meet, you'll know what's coming. Without hesitation, Kim Yoon-sung threw a punch at Park Min-chun's face, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Each punch landed with a bone-crushing force, causing Park Min-chun's eyes to roll back in agony, his mouth gaping in pain. In his previous life, Park Min-chun had become a fanatical father, obsessed with his daughter. Kim Yoon-sung yanked him up by the collar, shouting, Yoon Min-ho and the others too, they all succeeded. I can't believe they ended up living good lives. As soon as Yoon Min-ho's name was mentioned, another punch slammed into Park Min-chun's face. By now, he was completely motionless, unable to fight back. Maybe this is karma, thought Yoon-sung, still viciously striking Park Min-chun's face without mercy. This pain will follow you for the rest of your life. The next morning in class, students were whispering amongst themselves, really? That's insane. He used that lock to beat him up. Yoon Min-ho was so scared he didn't even dare fight back. When I saw Kim Yoon-sung fighting back, I thought for sure he wouldn't be able to take him down. Others were curious, why did Kim Yoon-sung change like that? He wasn't like this before. A student patted his friend on the shoulder, commenting, people who look kind are actually the scariest demons. When they're angry, they're the most terrifying, unable to control themselves. At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung opened the classroom door and walked in. He slowly made his way to his seat, placed his bag on the desk, and sat down, resting his chin in his hand as he gazed out the window. From behind, a voice called out. Kim Yoon-sung, thank you. Kim Yoon-sung turned around and saw Lee Young-min. Lee Young-min continued, I heard what happened. Park Min-chun and the others have been expelled, all thanks to you. Tell me what you need, and I'll give you anything. Just say it. After hearing this, Kim Yoon-sung remained silent. The other students in the classroom were also quiet, listening intently. Kim Yoon-sung finally spoke, you have nothing to do with me, so why come to thank me now? Lee Young-min's face turned pale, revealing his fear. Kim Yoon-sung added. You were too scared to testify before, and now you come to thank me? Kim Yoon-sung frowned, his voice laced with annoyance, let me warn you. I don't care about the crap that happened to you, so get lost. I don't want to see you around here anymore. Meanwhile, on the school rooftop, one of Shin Hyo-min's followers asked, "What's your plan now?" Park Min-chan and the others have been expelled, and our plan's gone down the drain. He spat on the still-burning cigarette stub. Shin Hyo-min frowned and said, "You told me that kid didn't have any power behind him, but then we find out he's the only son of the Myeongjin construction conglomerate." He crushed the cigarette stub under his foot and added, "Now that things have turned out like this, no one's going to touch Kim Yoon-sung anymore. Who in Daesan could stand up to Myeongjin construction?" Another lackey gestured wildly, "So, are you giving up?" Shin Hyo-min casually leaned against the railing and replied, "The situation's bad, but we still have an opportunity." "It's clear now, isn't it? This is our chance to make more money." With a malicious grin, Shin Hyo-min clenched his fist and said, "Just taking care of one student earns us 10,000 won. We should be thankful to them for giving us this chance." He glared and asked, "Who's the freshman that called him up to the rooftop?" Back in the classroom, the teacher was lecturing while Kim Yoon-sung listened attentively. "To defeat Won Kim-won, I need to study even harder. Their target is the top students, the members of their group." Kim Yoon-sung took detailed notes. "If I become the best student, Won Kim-won will have no choice but to make a move." Kim Yoon-sung pondered to himself. "They're like a thorn in my side. Back in middle school, I was an excellent student. That's why Park Min-chan and the others targeted me, because someone ordered Shin Hyo-min to go after me." Kim Yoon-sung glanced around the classroom, thinking, in this class or somewhere in this school, the real mastermind is hiding. They want me to disappear so they can rise to the top. He observed his classmates carefully. A few students stood out in his mind, but without any evidence, he couldn't act yet. What I need to do now is prepare for what may happen in the future. As Kim Yoon-sung walked down the street, he stopped in front of a small shop with a sign that read, "Young Do-chul, Korea's first UFO champion and world UFO champion." He stared at the sign. But now, he's just a forgotten relic of the past. Kim Yoon-sung entered the shop and looked around. As expected, the place was in poor condition. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Welcome." A man in a blue tracksuit with long hair greeted him. "Oh, are you here to sign up?" Kim Yoon-sung responded, "I want to become better at fighting." He grinned, an ominous aura surrounding him. "That's what I'm lacking." Meanwhile, Shin Hyo-min and his gang were on the rooftop, waiting for the strongest freshman. When the student arrived, Shin Hyo-min asked, "Your name is Park Jin-woo, right?" The freshman, drenched in sweat, nodded, "Yes, I'm Park Jin-woo." Shin Hyo-min smiled slyly, "You've got a nice physique. I heard you used to run errands, right?" He placed his hand on Park Jin-woo's face and said, "I need you to do something for me. There's a freshman named Kim Yoon-sung. Turn him into an idiot, make sure he'll never be able to live a normal life again." Shin Hyo-min grinned maliciously, already envisioning Kim Yoon-sung's downfall. Meanwhile, at the gym, young Do Cheon invited Kim Yoon-sung into the room. As he reached into his pocket, he said, "You look like a high school student. You've come to the right place." He smiled warmly and continued, "Let me tell you a little about our gym. We offer fitness classes, stress relief training, and even dietary improvement sessions. This gym, run by head coach Young Do Cheon, prides itself on 100% customer satisfaction. The monthly fee is 150,000 won, not too expensive, right?" Young Do Cheon turned his back to Kim Yoon-sung and said, "I'll train you personally, just like a private coach." Kim Yoon-sung was deep in thought. It's hard to recognize him with that beard. But I'm sure he's Young Do Cheon, the former UFO champion. Young Do Cheon sat down, crossing his arms, and asked Kim Yoon-sung cheerfully, "What motivated you to come to the gym?" "I want to learn how to fight better," Kim Yoon-sung replied. "I want to defeat everyone who bullied me." The deadly intent in Kim Yoon-sung's voice was palpable, as if he was ready to crush all those who had wronged him. Hearing this, young Do Cheon's expression grew serious. The smile on his face vanished. After thinking for a moment, he said, "A gym is not a place to teach you how to fight. If you're only here to beat someone, I can't take you in." Young Do Cheon tried to reason with Kim Yoon-sung. "You just need to exercise. Those bad guys won't bully you anymore. Why not focus on working out first?" Kim Yoon-sung glared at young Do Cheon in silent anger. Young Do Cheon, the first UFO champion of Korea, he thought. There must be a reason he's living like this. He could have had a luxurious life with his fame. Yet he's content with running a small gym in a rural town. Kim Yoon-sung recalled the scandal from young Do Cheon's past. During the doping test in his third title defense match, it was discovered that he had used anabolic steroids, a banned substance in sports that can rapidly increase muscle strength. Young Do Cheon had stood before the media, powerless, and admitted his mistake without a word of justification. His career ended that day. But that had nothing to do with him, because what he cared about was another talent of young Do Cheon. Back then, the news praised young Do Cheon as the athlete who brought Korea to the UFO championship. This is the second time, isn't it? Athlete Kim Mayan had become a top fighter just a few years after his debut and was rising rapidly. Recently, he had admitted a shocking truth. Let's hear what he has to say. I am not a genius. In fact, I had no talent at all. The only reason I've made it to this position is thanks to the special training methods of my coach, young Do Cheon. Back in the present, Kim Yoon-sung leaned forward, arms crossed, staring intently at young Do Cheon. Young Do Cheon had turned a third-rate fighter into Korea's top athlete. If Kim Yoon-sung could persuade him, he was sure he could lay a solid foundation for his own strength. Kim Yoon-sung spoke, in your career as an athlete, what methods or tactics did you use to defeat your opponents? Young Do Cheon's face began to darken. Kim Yoon-sung continued. I'm willing to use any means necessary to achieve my goals. Is that a problem? Young Do Cheon's expression grew grim, and in a low voice, he said, that was the mistake I made, because I was foolish. Young Do Cheon began to speak about his regrets. If I could go back, I would never make that same mistake. I've always regretted it. As he spoke, young Do Cheon stood up from his chair. If you make foolish choices just for short-term gain, you will end up in a tragic situation like mine. He turned away, glancing back at Kim Yoon-sung. Leave. I can't accept you. Young Do Cheon walked away, saying, if you've come to this gym just to beat those bullies, your future will end up in prison. Kim Yoon-sung remained seated, watching his back as he spoke, 100 million. I'll give you 100 million won. He continued, I know you're in desperate need of money right now. If you agree to train me, I'll transfer the money to you within a day. Young Do Cheon, stunned, turned around. Kim Yoon-sung went on, consider it a deposit. So even if I quit halfway, you won't lose anything. Young Do Cheon was speechless. The side effects of the drugs had left him abandoned by society, thrown out of the mixed martial arts ring. Kim Yoon-sung added, you must have known all of this, yet you still chose to use the drugs. In the end, it was the result of your own decisions. The same goes for me, Kim Yoon-sung said under young Do Cheon's astonished gaze. Who knows, after learning how to fight from you, I might go out and fight everywhere. The consequences of this could be far worse than I imagine. Kim Yoon-sung smiled and said, I might end up crippled or thrown into juvenile detention, and after that, spend the rest of my life going in and out of prison. But I'm ready for that, and that's why I came here. He glared, his eyes bloodshot. Just like when you started using those drugs, I'm desperate. I need you. Young Do Cheon stared in shock at the high school student in front of him. Kim Yoon-sung's eyes were filled with seriousness and determination. After a moment, young Do Cheon said, never touch those drugs. Turning his back to Kim Yoon-sung, young Do Cheon continued. I once fell into the trap of using performance-enhancing drugs. But I won't stand by and watch a kid like you make the same mistake. Young Do Cheon added, the only way I can help you is by training you. Kim Yoon-sung smiled, sounds good. But young Do Cheon interrupted by gripping the door handle. I'm not finished yet, he said, turning back to face Kim Yoon-sung and staring at the octagonal ring in the gym. If you can hold out for at least one round in there, I'll acknowledge your determination and accept your offer. That night, Kim Yoon-sung's grandmother's voice echoed through the night, my poor boy. She rushed out, horrified. What happened? Kim Yoon-sung's body was covered in bruises. Trembling and crying, his grandmother asked, who did this to you? What bastard dared to do this? Her hands shook as she gently stroked Kim Yoon-sung's battered body. I'll teach them a lesson. She cried. Kim Yoon-sung tried to reassure her, I'm fine, Grandma. But she angrily retorted, no, what do you mean, I'm fine? Look at you. Meanwhile, young Do Cheon sat alone, drinking and muttering to himself. Do Cheol, you're such a scumbag. He pulled out his phone and saw a message to Kim Yoon-sung. Forget about accepting his request. Young Do Cheol reflected on his earlier thoughts, saying to himself, don't kid yourself. I won't go easy on him. He slowly spoke, I've met all kinds of people in my professional sports career. Criminals, and even students like you. They came to me because they didn't want to be bullied anymore. Young Do-cheol looked at Kim Yoon-sung, who stepped into the octagonal ring and assumed a fighting stance. Your purpose doesn't matter, it's just empty words. Once you step into this cage, your goals and your will no longer exist. As young Do-cheol began warming up, he glanced at Kim Yoon-sung and continued. Kids like you, who think they know how to fight a little, always get cocky. After a few punches, they're the first to kneel down and beg for mercy. Young Do-cheol continued to explain, each round is 3 minutes. No need for fancy techniques, forget everything else. Just try to survive one round. He clapped his hands together forcefully. If you can prove your will is unbreakable, I'll train you to become the strongest. He assumed a fighting stance. Are you ready? Kim Yoon-sung replied firmly, I'm ready. Then brace yourself, young Do-cheol said as he eyed Kim Yoon-sung's stance. It was still unrefined, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Let's see how he changes after taking one of my punches. Young Do-cheol immediately charged forward and threw a punch. Kim Yoon-sung tried to block it with his arms, thinking he had defended himself. But a second later, the punch landed squarely on his face. Kim Yoon-sung was knocked back, blood spraying everywhere. With just one punch, he was thrown against the wall of the octagonal cage, collapsing instantly. He glared up at young Do-cheol as he struggled to stand. Young Do-cheol looked down at him with anger in his eyes, saying, It's only been 10 seconds. Kim Yoon-sung's face was covered in blood as he painfully rose to his feet. He was still trying to defend himself from young Do-cheol's relentless attacks. But before he could catch his breath, young Do-cheol was already in front of him, arms raised, ready to strike again. Left and right punches flew, landing blow after blow. Kim Yoon-sung could only cover his head and endure the onslaught, doing his best to block the attacks. But his body was already battered and bruised. The speed and power of young Do-cheol are incredible. Just one hit and I'm done for. Suddenly, young Do-cheol's fist stopped midair. Kim Yoon-sung, confused, asked, Why did you stop? Before he could even comprehend the situation, a low kick struck his leg, sending pain shooting through his body. He cried out in agony as he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. As Kim Yoon-sung trembled, trying to stand, young Do-cheol glanced down at him and said, You can still quit now. But Kim Yoon-sung, shaking, raised his fists again, pressing his face into a defensive stance. One hand was on the floor, the other gripping the cage wall. He glared at young Do-cheol and said, There's still 3 minutes left. It's not over yet. The timer was still ticking, and 2 minutes and 14 seconds had already passed. Without hesitation, young Do-cheol resumed his assault, throwing the left punch, then a right punch, followed by a straight jab and finally an uppercut. Kim Yoon-sung did his best to shield his face with both hands, trying to block the barrage of blows from young Do-cheol. Kim Yoon-sung panted heavily, thinking to himself, If this keeps up, I won't last. I just need one chance. With all his remaining strength, Kim Yoon-sung threw a left hook, but young Do-cheol swiftly dodged it. Immediately after, a punch landed directly on Kim Yoon-sung's chin. He didn't have time to react as blood sprayed from his mouth, his head snapping back. The pain overwhelmed him as he collapsed to the floor, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Young Do-cheol glanced at the timer, time was up. Less than a minute, he muttered, He managed to hold out for a while because I went easy on him, so the injuries won't be too severe. Suddenly, he contradicted his own words. Don't worry about the injuries, that's just an excuse. What he really wanted to say slipped out. I've been trying to hold myself back, but this kid passed the test. I've always justified my actions this way. The vivid red numbers behind him, 100 million won, flashed in his mind. Young Do-cheol stood there, motionless. But I can't give up my pride for someone who can't even endure himself. He sighed, Fine, just stay down. As young Do-cheol turned to leave, Kim Yoon-sung clung to the iron bars of the cage and pulled himself up. He shouted, Wait. Young Do-cheol turned around in shock. Kim Yoon-sung, his face covered in blood, was panting heavily. It's not over yet, he said, a faint smile curling at the edge of his lips as he continued to stand. Young Do-cheol, stunned, looked into Kim Yoon-sung's eyes. He saw a fierce determination and a dangerous resolve. He watched as Kim Yoon-sung once again assumed a defensive stance. This kid's killing intent, it's not just for show. I need to stop him before he crosses the line. Young Do-cheol stared at him with a threatening gaze, then shifted back into his fighting stance. This time, I won't hold back anymore. Remember that. Without hesitation, young Do-cheol launched a flurry of punches aimed at Kim Yoon-sung's head. Kim Yoon-sung blocked as best he could, But then young Do-cheol's fist suddenly stopped, just like before. Kim Yoon-sung, confused, braced himself, thinking, I won't fall for that trick again. But what greeted him next was a crushing blow to his ribs. Kim Yoon-sung screamed in agony, gasping for air as he collapsed, trembling in pain. Coldly, young Do-cheol said, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. If you don't stand up within 15 seconds, I'll consider it a forfeit. Kim Yoon-sung's entire body trembled as he realized in horror that he needed to stand up, but his body wouldn't respond. He tried to get up, but his body collapsed to one side, leaving him lying there, unable to stand. Young Do-cheon turned away, that was too much of a hit. There's no way you can take it. Just give up and go home, kid. But Kim Yoon-sung kept trying, using his hands to push himself up, screaming in desperation, get up. Get up, stand up now. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing red with fury. You idiot, you've waited for this moment for so long. Do you remember when you were in the hospital? You were in a coma for 10 years, always hoping for this moment. Praying again and again for time to turn back. You begged for someone to end your life, but you still couldn't stand. The image of himself lying in a hospital bed, unable to move, repeated over and over in Kim Yoon-sung's mind. If you don't want to repeat that mistake, if you don't want to see those helpless tears again, then get up. With sheer willpower, Kim Yoon-sung finally managed to stand. As long as I still want revenge, I don't care if I become a monster. I'll never give up until I've torn those bastards apart. Now, standing firm and ready to face young Do-cheon. Kim Yoon-sung's resolve made young Do-cheon break into a cold sweat. That punch. Even professional fighters wouldn't have been able to withstand that. Young Do-cheon stared at Kim Yoon-sung, who was panting heavily. What kind of monster is this? He thought to himself. If someone like him gets strong enough to fight, my life will become chaotic. As he put on his gloves, young Do-cheon reflected. I understand your desperation, but I can't let you live a life of regret like mine. I'll stop you myself. Young Do-cheon quickly closed the distance, pressing Kim Yoon-sung again. Kim Yoon-sung raised his hands, gritting his teeth, bracing himself to endure the next wave of attacks. A powerful punch landed on his face, sending him flying backward. Blood spurting from his nose again. Endure it, young Do-cheon, this time, didn't let up. Keep going, endure it, endure it. Next came a barrage of punches, relentless in their ferocity. The timer began counting down, 1 minute left. Even with a broken nose, Kim Yoon-sung gritted his teeth and bore the pain. Standing his ground, even as his teeth felt like they might shatter. With only seconds remaining on the clock, the punches continued raining down. No matter what, endure it. The timer showed 12 seconds left. Kim Yoon-sung stood there, still trying to fend off the attacks. His body shaking uncontrollably, his breath growing ragged and uneven. Each inhale sounding more desperate than the last. Young Do-cheon stared intently at Kim Yoon-sung, landing a punch squarely in his stomach. Kim Yoon-sung couldn't react in time and slammed into the wire fence. With a fierce aura, young Do-cheon swung his fist toward Kim Yoon-sung's face. Just as the punch was about to land, the bell rang, signaling the end of the match. Young Do-cheon stopped his attack, lowering his fist angrily as he muttered under his breath, damn it. Young Do-cheon threw his gloves to the side and said, you sure can take a hit. He stepped out of the rain, calling back to Kim Yoon-sung, the hospital's closed for the night. Go tomorrow. And don't tell anyone I did this. Young Do-cheon tilted his head slightly and added, hey, Kim Yoon-sung, follow me. I'll give you my bank account info. Young Do-cheon sat in a corner, staring blankly at his phone. A few days ago, a broker from the newly established MANHWA Association had offered him a deal. They said that if young Do-cheon used performance-enhancing drugs one more time and participated in their match to draw in the crowd, they'd pay him a hefty sum. He checked his account, 100 million won, just as Kim Yoon-sung had promised. Young Do-cheon stared at the money, thinking, if it weren't for this sum, I probably would have agreed to their deal. As he typed on the keyboard, he reassured Kim Yoon-sung, I'll refuse their offer. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-sung scooped a spoonful of hot rice, trying to comfort his grandmother. I just got into a fight with some school bullies, Grandma. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Kim Yoon-sung, now in a fresh set of clothes, sat down to eat, though his bruised body ached with every move. At least we still have the savings for a house, right? His grandmother, lifting her leg, replied, of course. I've been putting aside 100,000 won every month for the past few years. Kim Yoon-sung, his face covered in bruises, slowly said. I heard that Myeongjin Construction is opening a new apartment complex for sale this month. We should give it a shot. Maybe we'll get lucky, and if we get selected, we can sell it and make some money. His grandmother, concerned, said, even if we do get selected. Without any money, we can't move in. Kim Yoon-sung quickly reassured her, that's what people who don't know say. It's easy to get a bank loan now. If we sell this house, we can pay off the loan right away. And if things get uncertain in the future, we can always transfer the purchase rights to someone else. His grandmother looked at him, surprised. Since when did you become a real estate expert? Kim Yoon-sung smiled and replied, not quite, Grandma. Kim Yoon-sung glanced down at his phone, thinking to himself. Go Chang-bo will make sure Grandma gets on the list for selection. I want to give her 100 million won, just like I gave to young Do Cole. But if I do that, she'll ask where the money came from. If I do it this way, she won't feel uncomfortable. As he thought about this, he quickly shoveled more rice into his mouth. Just wait, he told himself. The next day, on the school rooftop, Park Jin-woo stood trembling in front of Shin Hyo-min. Shin Hyo-min praised him, good job, Park Jin-woo, you're really proving yourself. Park Jin-woo felt confused. Shin Hyo-min placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I've heard everything from the freshmen. You took care of the job as soon as I mentioned it, didn't you? Park Jin-woo, looking bewildered, stammered, are you talking about? Shin Hyo-min, leaning against the railing, cut him off with an exasperated tone, don't play dumb. That guy is tough, I thought it would be difficult, but you really went at him. I'm starting to like you more and more. Shin Hyo-min grinned slyly and instructed. From now on, you can tell everyone you're with me. Stick by my side. Park Jin-woo, sweating nervously, thought to himself. I have no idea what's going on, but this seems like a chance. Feeling excited, he puffed out his chest and proudly said. Senior, if you ever need help, just call me. You know my name, right? I'm Park Jin-woo. Shin Hyo-min laughed, slinging an arm around him. Good job, kid. Park Jin-woo laughed along awkwardly, really? He glanced into the classroom, spotting Kim Yoon-sung sitting there with bruises on his face. What happened to his face? Did he get beat up outside for being so arrogant? Suddenly, Park Jin-woo understood and laughed, so that's it. Shin Hyo-min must have thought he defeated him, but Kim Yoon-sung ended up getting beaten like that. Looks like he's not so tough after all. Clenching his fist, Park Jin-woo sneered, if he dares mess with me again, I'll beat him to a pulp and teach him a lesson. Raising his voice, he glared at the freshman, threatening. If any of you talk or hang out with Kim Yoon-sung, I'll kill you. Meanwhile, young Do Cheon stood in front of Kim Yoon-sung with his arms crossed, saying. Whatever you do, you need strength, especially in things that require physical effort. What I mean is, if you get tired after just a few punches. No matter how good your technique is, it's useless. He began training Kim Yoon-sung with jump ropes, running laps, lifting weights, and practicing body movement and dodging attacks. Young Do Cheon added, if you feel like it's too much, endure it like last time. If you give up halfway, I won't teach you anymore. 2 hours a day, be persistent for 2 hours. Kim Yoon-sung, exhausted, sat down on the ground. Panting heavily, thinking to himself, I have to succeed. Kim Yoon-sung's body continued to sweat profusely as he thought to himself about Shin Hyo-min. How many years did he have to train to subdue that bastard? I have to push through this physical training at any cost. His body trembled as he realized, Shin Hyo-min isn't even my final target. If I want to drag out those gold members hiding behind him, I need to defeat everyone stronger than Shin Hyo-min. Young Do Cheol watched Kim Yoon-sung with admiration. He actually persisted for 2 full hours. This kid is resilient. He observed him closely and said, though it's only 2 hours, every moment of it pushed him to his limit. This boy has potential. Young Do Cheol pondered, should I try applying that special training method? Facing Kim Yoon-sung, young Do Cheol spoke, since I was banned from competing in the octagon. I'd been researching training methods to become the strongest. Even though my career ended, my students can still rise to success. He continued, from now on, I'll apply my research findings to your training. The image of a strong Kim Yoon-sung flashed in young Do Cheol's mind. He pointed at Kim Yoon-sung and said, if you can keep up with this, you'll become so powerful that anyone will kneel before you. A week later, in the midst of a heavy downpour, Kim Yoon-sung sat in class, focused on his schoolwork. Suddenly, someone approached and sat down in front of him. It was Kim Sol. Kim Sol sat across from Kim Yoon-sung and said, this situation is really unfair. You didn't do anything wrong. He looked at Kim Yoon-sung with determination in his eyes. Kim Yoon-sung, surprised, looked up. Kim Sol, a promising freshman, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. You've changed so much, way different from what I imagined, so it's hard to talk to you about this. But I don't want to side with those who are isolating you. Shocked, Kim Yoon-sung asked, what do you mean? Kim Sol continued, so, let's be friends. Still confused, Kim Yoon-sung asked, are you saying they're isolating me? Kim Sol, puzzled, looked at him and asked, you didn't know? Kim Yoon-sung responded seriously, no, tell me. Kim Sol straightforwardly explained, you really didn't know? Park Jin-woo has been going to all the freshman classes, threatening everyone. He then recounted Park Jin-woo's threats. He said anyone who gets close to you will be killed. Kim Yoon-sung, still confused, asked, then why did you come to talk to me? Kim Sol clenched his fists and said, how can you say that? We've known each other since elementary school, almost 10 years. No matter if I get beaten or killed, I would never abandon my friend. At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung suddenly remembered and said, I almost forgot, that's exactly who Kim Sol is. When Kim Yoon-sung was being beaten, Kim Sol appeared and shouted to defend him. Kim Yoon-sung said, you bastards, stop it. In my previous life, after finding out that I was being bullied, Kim Sol protected me for a while. I managed to escape from Park Jin-woo's harassment, but after that, they shifted their target and started bullying Kim Sol. Kim Yoon-sung encountered Kim Sol on the street. Kim Sol was holding a stick, coldly walking past him. After being beaten and having his leg broken, Kim Sol began pretending as if he didn't know me. While Kim Yoon-sung lay on his hospital bed, Kim Sol came to visit him. That day, as I was still lying in bed, Kim Sol, feeling sad, said, I'm sorry, if I had been more determined to protect you, none of this would have happened. I was too scared. He looked at Kim Yoon-sung and cried in frustration. I couldn't accept being beaten every recess. I thought I was brave, but when I truly faced that situation, I couldn't do anything. If there's a next life, I will never abandon you again. Kim Yoon-sung grabbed Kim Sol's hand, which was resting on his shoulder, and said, Don't. Kim Sol, confused, asked, What? Kim Yoon-sung glared at him and said, Don't pretend like we're that close. Kim Sol looked at him in surprise, and Kim Yoon-sung tightened his grip and continued. Stop spouting nonsense. Stop following others. I can handle this myself, don't get involved. Kim Sol, enraged, replied, You don't even know how serious this is. After saying that, Kim Sol stood up and said, The bell's about to ring. We'll talk later. Before leaving, Kim Sol turned back to look at Kim Yoon-sung and said, Remember this. I will do what I want to do. I won't leave you alone. Wait for me. I'll be back after the next break. Kim Yoon-sung lowered his head, thinking. I don't know what kind of pain the battle with Wang Kim-won will bring, but I'm determined. I can't let Kim Sol get dragged into this. It will only bring him misery, just like before. Other than my family, I should sever all my relationships, whether good or bad. Outside the school, the rain poured harder. Kim Yoon-sung thought to himself. I can't abandon my family, but I also shouldn't let anyone else get pulled into this fight. The teacher's voice echoed. Don't forget to do your homework. Kim Yoon-sung picked up his homework book, thinking to himself. If Kim Sol comes back, what should I say to him? The rain kept falling, time continued to pass. Kim Yoon-sung glanced at the clock, thinking. Kim Sol said he'd come back, but he's still not here. Could he have given up already? Oh well, there's no need to persuade him anymore. Behind him, he heard people whispering. Kim Sol's luck is really terrible. Two students looked at Kim Yoon-sung, gossiping. Are you talking about Kim Sol? What happened? I saw Park Jin-woo talking to him. Should we tell the teacher? What if he gets revenge? Let's just pretend we don't know anything. At least they didn't kill Kim Sol. Those words sent a wave of fear through Kim Yoon-sung. His eyes widened at the sound of thunder. He immediately rushed out of the classroom. At that moment, Park Jin-woo's gang was dragging Kim Sol into the bathroom. Park Jin-woo, with a dark expression, said. Kim Sol, I've already warned everyone not to associate with Kim Yoon-sung. His eyes bulged with veins, and the thunder outside made the scene even more terrifying. Didn't you hear me? Or are you out of your mind? Kim Sol, instead of being scared, calmly took a step closer to Park Jin-woo and said. Who the hell do you think you are to decide who I hang out with? I don't know why you're bullying Yoon-sung, but Yoon-sung is my friend. So, Kim Sol glared menacingly and shouted, Stop your games and gather around. If you want to fight, come at me, you bastard. Park Jin-woo's face twisted with scorn. Infuriated, he sneered, Ha, look at you. Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Sol kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground. Groaning in pain. Park Jin-woo didn't have time to react and was flung into the wall, crying out in agony. His lackeys, worried, looked at him and asked, "Park Jin-woo, are you okay?" At that moment, Park Jin-woo's fury skyrocketed. Humiliated, he shouted, "Damn it, what an embarrassment." Filled with rage, he barked orders. "What are you idiots standing around for? Beat him to death for me." All of Park Jin-woo's lackeys surrounded Kim Sol. Kim Sol immediately started attacking one of them. A lackey from behind Kim Sol planned to ambush him, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Kim Sol quickly realized and kicked backward, sending the lackey sprawling to the ground, screaming in pain. At the same time, another lackey charged at Kim Sol from the front. Kim Sol swiftly reacted, landing a punch on his temple. From the other side, another lackey rushed at him. Kim Sol thought to himself, "Yun Sung is going to be so mad." One of the lackeys aimed directly at Kim Sol's face. Kim Sol dodged to the side, thinking to himself, "Yun Sung left to avoid this situation, and yet here I am, getting caught up in it." Kim Sol quickly regained his balance, clenched his fists, and thought, "But why'd I have to pretend not to see him? I was just a little overexcited, that's all." Kim Sol threw a punch at the lackey's face, sending him flying. The lackey cried out in pain. "He's always like this." Kim Sol, rubbing the injury on his face, thought angrily, "But you'll always be my friend. I will never abandon you." Just as Kim Sol was about to attack another lackey, a long kick came straight at him. "You trying to mess with me?" Kim Sol groaned in pain, looking up to see the towering Park Jin-woo standing in front of him. Park Jin-woo glared at him and asked, "What, you learned taekwondo or something?" Park Jin-woo coldly threw a powerful punch at Kim Sol's chin. Kim Sol staggered backward. Park Jin-woo raised his hand, sneering. Another fool who thinks he's something just because he knows a little martial arts. He swung again, knocking Kim Sol to the ground, saying, "You should learn your place, or I'll kill you, you dog." Park Jin-woo continued to assault Kim Sol's face, saying, "Listen up, from today onward, you're officially part of Kim Yun-sung's gang. Your life is over." The rest of the lackeys smirked, their faces filled with satisfaction. "Look at that idiot. Kim Sol's face is all beaten up." Park Jin-woo taunted, "I'm going to turn your school life into a living hell, worse than death itself." He grew more and more excited, slapping Kim Sol's face repeatedly. "Morning, lunch break, after school. I'm going to find you every time. Get ready for it." At that moment, Yun Sung pushed open the door and walked in, his voice low and steady. "What the hell are you guys doing?" His words caught Park Jin-woo's attention. Park Jin-woo turned around. Yun Sung glared at him and walked straight up to him. Park Jin-woo stood up and pushed Kim Sol's head aside with his hand. "Ha, I was wondering who came here. What do you want to say?" Yun Sung looked at the scene in front of him, thinking, "Jin-woo, I was planning to deal with him sooner or later. Now's the chance. He's stronger than me. I can't beat him without a proper strategy. To win, I need to make him angry." With that thought, Yun Sung put his hands in his pockets and arrogantly said, "Yeah, I've got something to say. The guy said you managed to land a hit, right?" Provoking him, Yun Sung continued, "You know, it's pretty funny. They lost to a fat guy who only knows how to rely on his weight and size." Hearing that, Park Jin-woo clenched his teeth in rage, veins popping out of his forehead. He growled, "What did you just say?" Yun Sung confidently smiled and said, "You only beat Kim Sol because of your lackeys. Am I wrong?" Park Jin-woo's eyes flared with anger, veins popping in his eyes. Yun Sung's goal was to provoke him into a one-on-one fight. The others in the room laughed and mocked Yun Sung. "Don't you know your place? You want to be a superstar like that cripple?" Park Jin-woo shouted. "Everyone, get out. Let me handle this." He was an impulsive fool, charging forward without thinking. As expected, Park Jin-woo rushed at him, raising his hand high. Meanwhile, Yun Sung was already in a defensive stance. Park Jin-woo was the leader because of his strength, but his brain was lacking. As Park Jin-woo charged, Yun Sung landed a punch to his face. Due to Park Jin-woo's large size, his movements were slow. Yun Sung glared and provocatively said, "Is that all it takes to knock you down? What a waste of time." This only enraged Park Jin-woo more. He charged again, shouting, "You bastard, stop pretending like you're so great." Yun Sung thought to himself, "The angrier Park Jin-woo gets, the more he'll try to defeat me. Once again, Park Jin-woo was hit with another punch from Yoon-sung. Despite enduring with brute force, Park Jin-woo kept charging but was repeatedly struck in the face. Yoon-sung had learned how to handle situations like this from his trainer. He delivered a punch to Park Jin-woo's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. "I'll kill you, you dog." Park Jin-woo roared in anger. At that moment, Yoon-sung noticed an opening and punched him in the chin. Yoon-sung kept attacking, giving Park Jin-woo no chance to fight back. He kicked him in the chest, followed by another punch. With a bloodshot glare, Yoon-sung said, "You won't have any more chances. I'll make sure you remember today." The onlookers stared at each other in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? Yoon-sung thought to himself. I need to do more. Park Jin-woo had collapsed on the floor, covered in blood. I'm about to kill him, Yoon-sung realized. Barely conscious, Jin-woo grabbed Yoon-sung's leg, begging. Please, Yoon-sung. Stop. I know I was wrong. Yoon-sung lowered his foot and said. Apologize? You're sure you've beaten me? The other students couldn't take their eyes off them. Yoon-sung's voice was low as he demanded. Say it again. With anger in his voice, Yoon-sung shouted. Say it again in front of everyone. Jin-woo, terrified, his face pale and swollen, stammered. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't want to do this. He trembled and said. It was CEO Min who told me to do this. You know him, right? He controls me. I couldn't refuse his orders. All the rumors are false. How could I possibly beat you? He pleaded with Yoon-sung. Please believe me. I was just following orders. If it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. Please stop. I swear I won't ever do it again. Yoon-sung released Park Jin-woo's collar and said. You bastard, this is your last warning. If you dare lay a hand on Kim Sol again, I'll kill you. Yoon-sung then turned to Park Jin-woo's lackeys and warned them. If any of you even think about touching Kim Sol, you'll pay for it. He delivered a fierce kick to Park Jin-woo's face, sending him flying and collapsing to the ground. Seeing their leader fall, the gang had no choice but to retreat. With a murderous glare, Yoon-sung threatened. I'll hunt you all down to the ends of the earth and kill you in the school's infirmary. His voice echoed through the room. Didn't I already tell you? Just behave like everyone else. Yoon-sung still bore old wounds on his face as he calmly said. If you don't want something like today to happen again, then stop getting involved in my business. Kim Sol struggled to sit up, smiling even though his injuries hadn't fully healed. Look at you. You're just the same. When Park Jin-woo took me away, you immediately ran after me. How could I not care about a friend like you? Kim Sol said while reaching out to grasp Yoon-sung's hand. I don't know what happened, but the truth is we're friends. So don't act like a stranger. Sincerely, Kim Sol added. Even if what happened today happens again, I'd still do the same because you're my friend. But in contrast to Kim Sol's sincerity, Yoon-sung coldly pushed his hand away and said. You think it's a coincidence that I fought Park Jin-woo? Yoon-sung's words made the smile vanish from Kim Sol's face. No, I did it on purpose because I want to kill them. Yoon-sung lowered his head, his voice dark. No matter what happens, this is just the beginning. Kim Sol, alarmed, said. Kim Yoon-sung. But Yoon-sung, exuding a murderous aura, sternly said. Do you know what my goal is? I'll tear apart every single bully, no matter what it costs me. Kim Sol quickly tried to stop Yoon-sung. But Yoon-sung cut him off coldly. Shut up and listen. Lee Hoon-sung stood up, his demeanor icy. I've been through too much to explain it to you. So stop getting involved. I'm just seeking revenge. His words left Kim Sol feeling hurt and saddened. He lowered his head. If you stay by my side, things like today will keep happening. Do you think you can handle being beaten by someone like Park Jin-woo? As Yoon-sung walked a few steps away, he turned back to Kim Sol and said. Kim Sol, I still consider you a friend. But remember, the kind and friendly Kim Yoon-sung you knew is dead. A flood of thoughts rushed through Kim Sol's mind. I had to stop him. I must. But Yoon-sung coldly walked away without looking back and said. If you hear anything about me in the future, don't try to stop me. Because you won't be able to bear it, and only then will you find peace. Kim Sol sat there on the hospital bed, stunned. He gritted his teeth, wanting to say something, but Yoon-sung had already left the room. Deep down, Yoon-sung felt a sense of gratitude for all of this. Meanwhile, Shin Min sat in class, casually playing with his phone. His feet propped up on the desk. He was calculating something. I heard the bonus has doubled, and the advance payment will be released soon. How should I spend this money? A sinister smile spread across his face. Isn't it great? 10 million won just for bullying a kid. Later, I'll have them all working as my lackeys. Suddenly, the hallway was filled with the sound of murmuring. Someone walking by said, "Isn't he the new student? Why is his stuff like that?" Shin Min, still delighted with his future plans, muttered to himself. I heard there's another lackey in this school. If I get involved, making a few billion won won't be a problem. At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung was already standing at the door of Shin Min's classroom. Shin Min, still grinning, said, "This is like a goldmine. I could even become the representative of Wong Kim-won right after graduation." Kim Yoon-sung forcefully pushed the door open, grabbing Shin Min's attention. Shin Min glared and shouted, "Which bastard dares to slam the door like that?" Kim Yoon-sung stood at the door, coldly asking, "Is it you?" He glared at Shin Min and said, "You damn dog, Shin Min." Shin Min immediately got furious and stood up. "You dare call me a dog?" Kim Yoon-sung smirked. "Yeah, you little mutt." Shin Min, feeling insulted, turned red with rage, staring intensely at Kim Yoon-sung. Kim Yoon-sung, now furious as well, launched a kick at Shin Min. But Shin Min easily blocked it, barely moving back. After blocking the kick, Shin Min asked, "Who the hell are you, you crazy bastard? Where did you come from?" Before Shin Min could finish his sentence, Kim Yoon-sung attacked again, but every move was blocked by Shin Min. Shin Min blocked the punches repeatedly and said, "I'm asking you, who the hell are you, dog?" After blocking several attacks, Shin Min had already figured out Kim Yoon-sung's fighting style. He sneered. "Looks like this kid learned some martial arts somewhere, but he's got no strength at all." He observed Kim Yoon-sung's moves and said, "His techniques are way too predictable." Suddenly, Kim Yoon-sung landed a punch to Shin Min's stomach, catching him off guard. Shin Min's eyes widened in shock and pain. Kim Yoon-sung said, "You ask me who I am?" He glared at Shin Min and said, "I'm Kim Yoon-sung, the one you've been looking for." Hearing that, Shin Min smirked and stepped back. "You bastard, do you even know why you're here?" Before Yoon-sung could respond, a chair flew through the air. Without hesitation, Yoon-sung picked up the chair and slammed it into Shin Min's head. Shin Min cried out in pain, clutching his bleeding head. "You crazy lunatic, you hit me with a chair?" Yoon-sung raised the chair again and said, "If you lose your current advantage, you're done for." He threw the chair at Shin Min, but Shin Min quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the hit. Yoon-sung immediately charged forward, throwing a powerful punch with all his strength. But this time, Shin Min easily blocked the punch with just one hand. Shin Min countered with a forceful hit and said, "You're done for, kid." Yoon-sung raised his arms to block the attack, anticipating that Shin Min would strike from the front. But instead, the punch landed on his stomach. Shin Min sneered. "You think you're the only one who knows how to fight?" The punch caused Yoon-sung to wince in pain, but he said, "This is nothing compared to young Du-chul." Shin Min then aimed directly at Yoon-sung's face, forcing him to continuously block. From the beginning, Yoon-sung knew he couldn't defeat Shin Min. This fight was just a way to challenge himself. Despite being beaten and bruised all over, Yoon-sung said, "I never thought I'd walk away from this unharmed. I had to bet everything on this one chance." Suddenly, his eyes became resolute as he grabbed Shin Min's right leg, which was kicking toward his waist. Shin Min's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Yoon-sung to counterattack so suddenly. Seizing the opportunity, Yoon-sung lunged at Shin Min, grabbing him and slamming him towards the window. The window shattered, glass falling to the ground. Shin Min leaned back, trembling. "What the hell are you doing?" He gripped the window frame with both hands, shaking in fear. "You crazy lunatic, what are you trying to do?" Yoon-sung coldly replied. "What am I trying to do? Either I die, or you die. Let's see what happens." Yoon-sung's chilling tone terrified Shin Min. "What do you want to see?" At that moment, a voice shouted. "What are you guys doing?" The students in the class began screaming. "Pull him away, pull him away." A group rushed over and dragged Yoon-sung back. Yoon-sung yelled, "Let me go. I said let me go. Let go." Still furious, Yoon-sung shouted at Shin Min. "You think this is over, you little mutt?" You'd better not lay a finger on my friends. Shin Min, watching Yun Sung in his crazed state, said. This won't end until you're dead. Yun Sung, being pulled towards the door, yelled back. Just wait. I'll knock you to the ground whenever I want. As he was dragged out of the classroom, Yun Sung kept shouting. You think I can't do it? You really think so? I'll pull all the crap out of your head. Just wait and see. You'll regret messing with me. He continued cursing non-stop. A classmate approached Shin Min and asked. Shin Min, are you okay? Shin Min nonchalantly replied. Why are you asking me that? Didn't you see me beat that guy? The classmate hesitantly said. Sorry, I saw it. But, Shin Min, you're back. Shin Min turned to realize that his back was covered in shards of glass, with multiple wounds bleeding profusely. The loudspeaker crackled. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. The following students, please report to the principal's office. A few students and teachers entered the classroom where the fight had just taken place. The teacher, confused, asked. What happened here? Teacher Kim Ion-chun thought to himself. The last incident with Kim Ion-chun hasn't even been resolved. And now this kid has caused more trouble. The teacher looked at the blood on the floor with concern. Thinking he needed to handle the situation quickly. It wasn't hard to keep Park Jin-woo quiet, but the issue is with Principal Oh Dae-han. Seeing the bloodstains on the floor. I'm not sure how the disciplinary committee usually deals with things. But Oh Dae-han is trying to turn this school into a prestigious institution in the country. Will he let this go? Principal Oh Dae-han's calm voice resonated. Let's just move past this issue. Teacher Kim Ion-chun felt uneasy. Excuse me, what? Oh Dae-han repeated. I said, let's forget about this issue. Teacher Kim Ion-chun, still confused, replied. I don't understand what you're saying. Oh Dae-han, sipping his tea, slowly said. Mr. Kim Ion-chun, a friend of mine told me that Go Chang-bo's eldest son has made significant strides in securing victory in the succession battle for Myeongjin Construction Group. He grinned slyly. Go Chang-bo has agreed to become a sponsor for June in high school. He has declared that he will make a substantial contribution to the school's operational expenses. And once he becomes the president of Myeongjin Construction Group, he promises to sponsor even more. Hearing this, teacher Kim Ion-chun was left speechless. The principal smiled and continued. To be honest, sponsoring is very different from donating or contributing. People only sponsor when they want something in return. Oh Dae-han tilted his head and asked. What do you think Go Chang-bo, the heir to Myeongjin Construction, is hoping to get in return for sponsoring June in high school? A reputable company image in Daesan? No, what Go Chang-bo wants is special treatment. Oh Dae-han continued. During the time Kim Ion-chun is studying at June in high school. No matter what trouble he causes. Go Chang-bo wants us to sweep it under the rug as if nothing happened. Hearing the principal's words. Teacher Kim Ion-chun stood silently, clenching his fists. So this time, let's just turn a blind eye. Isn't this what we've always done? He added. Haven't we supported a few students at June in high school before? Like I said, of course, I won't let you do this for free. Salary, performance bonuses, and countless other benefits from the school will be prioritized for you. He continued in a scheming tone. As our investor mentioned, he's left behind a few priority tickets for purchasing the soon-to-be available apartments in Myeongjin's real estate development. He looked directly at the teacher and kindly said, I've heard that real estate prices are going up. You and your wife should have a nice apartment for yourselves, don't you think? Upon hearing this, the teacher gave a sly smile and said, Just handle things as you usually do. The principal, delighted, replied. From now on, we only need to take care of one person, and that's Kim Yun-sung. The teacher excitedly slammed his hand on the lectern. Understood. Yes, principal, I'll do my best. Just tell me what needs to be done, and Kim Ion-chun will handle it perfectly. The principal, pleased, said. Haha, you are very reliable. Since we're in this together, how about you call me, brother? Teacher Kim Ion-chun immediately shook his hand and said. Really? Then I'll listen to you, brother. I'll help make June in high school shine under your name, and you'll become a legend in Daesan. Eod Han laughed joyfully. My friend, you're speaking a bit too boldly, but I like it. From now on, just take good care of Kim Yun-sung's issues. Understand? If he graduates without any problems, Junin will have the backing of Myongjin Construction. You think I'll abandon such a valuable partner? Thank you, brother, teacher Kim Ion-chun shouted. Just then, someone burst into the principal's office, shouting. Report. Kim Yoon-sung was just beaten up. Both Eod-han and Kim Ion-chun were startled, jumping to their feet. What did you say? They both asked, clenching their fists. Who the hell dared to do that? Shin Min, pale and furious, said. This is outrageous. It's completely unfair. He came to find me and hit me first. How can we just let him off like that? Eod-han quickly tried to calm Shin Min down. Shin Min, you're a senior. I heard you've learned several martial arts. You beat a student who's 2 years younger than you. Is that really the right thing to do? Kim Ion-chun chimed in. This kid thinks we don't know him? He always beats up other kids whenever he gets the chance. The principal reminded Kim Ion-chun to speak more gently. Please, let's keep it civil. Kim Ion-chun apologized. Sorry, but this kid always uses violence against others. Shin Min, still furious, protested. This is so unfair. I almost died because of him, and there are witnesses. Do you even know that? Kim Ion-chun approached Shin Min, putting his hand on his shoulder. Every situation has witnesses. The important thing is whether those witnesses are trustworthy. Ask the people on the street. Who do you think they'll believe more, a model student or a troublemaker like you? Who do you think they'll choose? CEO Min was nearly losing his mind. He cursed angrily. Damn it. Kim Ion-chun immediately grabbed him by the collar. Who do you think you're yelling at? He snarled. Listen here, you little punk. If you keep denying and continue doing this, I'll add more charges against you. After saying that, he released Shin Min's collar and asked. I'm asking you one last time. Are you going to admit you were wrong or not? Shin Min felt both a sense of unfamiliarity and familiarity with the situation. He looked around, principal, teachers, all these adults in front of him. They were just as despicable as he was. At that moment, he realized going against Kim Yoon-sung was like confronting a madman. Gritting his teeth and clenching his lips, he said. I was wrong. Then he stormed out of the office, seething with anger. He muttered under his breath. Kim Young-chun, you bastard. Why the hell is he siding with Kim Hye-young? As Shin Min walked down the hallway, he thought to himself. What should I do now? Graduation is coming up. I can't let this situation drag me down. Still furious, CEO Min made a phone call. Damn it. Even if I had to pay more, I don't have any other choice. I need outside help. Meanwhile, in a car, a voice said. This is such a headache, but it's also quite interesting. With his right hand holding a cup of coffee and his left holding a document, the man remarked. This is what we always do. But what is Myongjin Construction up to? Looking at the document about Kim Yoon-sung in his hand, he thought. All the bullies targeting him have been expelled. The captain and the teachers are on his side. Taking a sip of coffee, he smirked. The failure of the mercenary will be my responsibility. The broker Wong Kim-won won't overlook any mistakes. He placed his hand on the steering wheel and grinned maliciously. It seems I'll have to handle this personally. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a man introduced himself. I'm the uncle of Shin Min, Kang Tae-gu. My nephew said he was treated unfairly. Can you explain this more clearly? He thought to himself. People like Eod-han will never take any risks. The principal, with a puzzled expression, asked. Treated unfairly? We've never been involved in anything like that. Kang Tae-gu looked at the principal, guessing that if he sensed any danger, he would immediately bow his head. Crossing his legs, Kang Tae-gu smiled and said. Something interesting happened a few days ago. 4 students were sent to the hospital, and afterward, they were expelled. He continued. Kim Yoon-sung was also involved in this, but he only received a light punishment. Honestly, this should have been a police matter. Emphasizing each word, Kang Tae-gu said. Are you showing special treatment to the student, Kim Yoon-sung? If so, I won't let this slide easily. Eod-han smiled and said. Oh ho ho, what an interesting story. In Daesan, there are rules that only apply to Daesan. He spread his arms wide and continued. For the sake of the students' future, we decided not to let the police continue their investigation. We've already concluded the discussion with them. Do what you want. Kang Tae-gu, not willing to back down, stared menacingly at Eod-han. Do you really think there won't be any consequences for this? I'm a man of my word. The principal smiled. I understand what you're trying to say, but you should know, this is Dae-san. He maintained his bright smile and added. That threat won't work here. At the police station, an officer asked. So, this is the problem? Clearly, it was an act of self-defense against those bullies. He pointed his pen toward Kong Tae-gu, who was sitting across from him. Even we, as police, can see the situation for what it is. Do we really want to ruin a student's life over this? Kong Tae-gu's expression grew darker as the officer's words began to make sense. If we really wanted to punish Kim Yoon-sung, we'd have to lock up Shin Min first. Hearing this, Kong Tae-gu could no longer contain his anger. He slammed his hand on the table. Damn it! This is exactly why people lose faith in you and constantly criticize the police. Grinding his teeth, he threatened. If you don't handle this properly, I will make this public. Do you even realize how dangerous the internet is? The police officer scoffed. This is Dae-san, not Seoul. What are you going to publicize? What are you going to reveal? He looked at Kong Tae-gu with disdain. Anything you try to expose will just disappear after a few days, won't it? Kong Tae-gu, furious, clenched his teeth. What the hell is this place? It was clear to him now that the town police chief was a friend of Odhan. In a small town like this, such relationships were common. Neighbors and even people across the street knew each other well, and they all seemed to know how to keep each other's secrets. As Kong Tae-gu answered his phone, he suddenly realized why Odhan was so confident. He relied on his local connections. Only then did Kong Tae-gu understand that the local factionalism here was extremely complicated. If it were just about personal interests, it would be easy to intervene. But this involved local sentiments, a kind of territorial psychology. It was as if everything that happened here had already been laid out on a chessboard. And even if someone accidentally moved a piece from its original position, no matter the cost, it would never be acceptable. Only now did Kong Tae-gu fully realize the gravity of the situation. He sat alone, thinking. He wanted to smoke to relieve some stress, but his lighter was broken. He knew this was the reason why people didn't want to work in rural areas. Even simple tasks were made difficult. If this mission failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Kong Tae-gu angrily threw the lighter on the ground, cursing. Damn it! He absolutely would not let this failure happen. Wang Kim-won, a powerful organization, had never failed in any request. The organization didn't build its reputation overnight, and Kong Tae-gu knew that even if he failed, Wang Kim-won would just send another broker to complete the task. But in that case, his life would be over, as Wang Kim-won never forgave failures. In this critical moment, he tried to remain calm and think seriously about how to resolve the issue. Meanwhile, Shin Min wasn't in much better shape. As he was walking down the street, he received a phone call from Kong Tae-gu. Whatever Kong Tae-gu said made Shin Min suddenly panic. What are you talking about? What do you mean? You said you would help me. Before Shin Min could finish his sentence, the voice on the other end angrily shouted. Do you seriously not understand what I'm saying, you little idiot? You think Wang Kim-won is a joke? You're the mercenary, not me. You already took the bonus, and now you're asking for more? Help you? Just because you're in trouble, you think you can treat us like a joke? It was clear that Kong Tae-gu didn't want to help him and expected Shin Min to handle the problem himself. Hearing this, Shin Min's face darkened, and he stammered. No, that's not what I meant. Kong Tae-gu continued. If that's not what you meant, then listen carefully. You're pissing me off. I'm warning you one last time, you need to think this through and solve this mess. Who told you to fight Kim Yoon-sung? Lower his grades. Use the younger students, or do it yourself. I don't care how you do it, just bring that bastard's grades down. He added. So what if there are teachers on his side? That doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. No one is invincible. Shin Min couldn't believe that Wang Kim-won would come up with such a plan. He was a mercenary, someone who always completed tasks through violence, but now he was being asked to deal with the situation by lowering his opponent's grades. Shin Min quickly realized that this idea didn't come from Wang Kim-won, but from Kong Tae-gu himself, the conniving bastard. Earlier, he had promised to help, but now he was shifting the responsibility onto Shin Min. Finally, Kong Tae-gu added. Listen, Shin Min, Wang Kim-won doesn't accept failure. If you give up on the mission or fail, we won't just deal with Kim Yoon-sung, we'll come for you too. Because this is Wang Kim-won, it doesn't matter how you succeed, just succeed. Kong Tae-gu's threat really hit home for Shin Min. CEO Min could even visualize himself being strangled to death, the image flashing before his eyes. This meant that now he couldn't refuse, he had to complete the mission at all costs. He ran home, his mind racing with thoughts. Damn it, what am I going to do now? There's no way out of this. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. I told you to watch your back. The next day, Shin Min came to school with bruises all over his head and face, looking as if he had been beaten up the night before. His classmates stared and whispered. What happened to Shin Min's face? Did they fight yesterday? Do you know that crazy first-year Kim Yun? He's the one who did. I don't think so. Yesterday, Shin Min totally dominated him. He didn't even land a punch on Shin Min. So that means the crazy first year came back for revenge after school? The whispers of his classmates made Shin Min even more uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions, but the murmurs didn't stop. It's scary. I remember he warned Shin Min to be careful, someone said. If that's true, then he's really insane. That remark triggered Shin Min's memory of last night. The person who suddenly appeared behind him had said, I told you to watch your back. There was no mistaking it. Kim Yun had been the one. Shin Min had quickly reacted, throwing a punch at Kim Yun-sung, but before his fist could even land, Kim Yun-sung spoke. To you, the mission is more important than your life, isn't it? That sentence perfectly described Shin Min's current situation. He froze mid-punch. What do you mean? He asked angrily. Yun-sung calmly replied. I heard that the broker met with the principal, so I already know the situation. Those words nearly made Shin Min collapse in shock. How do you know that? He blurted out. Before he could finish, Yun-sung interrupted. But you should start thinking clearly. You're aware that the son of Myung-jin Corporation is my guardian, right? I never intended to end this as just a school matter. Yun-sung continued. Don't think that causing trouble with me will just result in expulsion. Whatever happens, I'll drag you into criminal court and get you convicted. And when you're out of prison, the people from Myung-jin Corporation will be waiting for you. They'll make sure you can never use your fists in Daesan again. He smirked. You'll have no choice but to leave, to abandon your hometown. But even if you do that, do you think I'll let you go? Those threats made Shin Min tremble in fear. His eyes widened, and a bleak future flashed before him. He quickly backed away, shouting. What the hell are you talking about? What do you want, fairness? As he continued to retreat, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Yun-sung stood above him, looking down as if he were gazing at a trembling dog, and replied. No, I only want one thing. Shin Min clutched his forehead, stammering. Wait. But by then, Yun-sung's anger had fully consumed him, and he declared. I will destroy anyone who dares to mess with me. Staring straight into Shin Min's eyes. Yun-sung said slowly and clearly. You had to accept this. If you want to continue going to school and live a normal life in Daesan, from this moment forward, you must endure everything your victims had to endure. With that, Yun-sung delivered a powerful punch to Shin Min's head, knocking him to the ground. He followed it up with a flurry of punches to Shin Min's face, leaving him no chance to defend himself. The memory ended. Shin Min, wiping the blood from his face, cursed under his breath. That damn coward. What is he? I could beat him any time. But the real issue wasn't Yun-sung, it was the scum behind him. Shin Min knew that if he let things slide, Won Kim-won would come to punish him for his failure. Clutching his head, Shin Min found himself trapped, not wanting to provoke either side. No matter what he did, he was putting himself in danger. If the rumors were true, Yun-sung would destroy everything Shin Min had. Even if he gave up on the mission, the consequences would be the same. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, images of being tortured and hunted flooded his brain, leaving him gasping for breath. Maybe getting expelled and serving jail time would be better, he thought. But before he could fully entertain that idea, Shin Min angrily dismissed it, banging his head on the table. Damn it, what the hell am I thinking, he shouted. I should never have taken this mission. He slammed his hand on the table, as if trying to steel his resolve. I don't have many options left. If only Yun-sung's grades drop, just a little. If his grades drop, I can buy myself some time. Shin Min clung to the hope that he could escape the worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, Yun-sung was busy planning his next steps. He knew his threats had worked, but only temporarily. Once the exams were over, everything would change. When I get high scores in the midterms, the true emotions of everyone will surface. Shin Min is just trying to survive, but he's someone who needs to achieve his goals at any cost, someone who can't accept his own failure. What he can't bear is seeing his own defeat. Yoon Sung smirked. The moment when all emotions converge and explode is when I'll achieve my goal. Thinking of this, Yoon Sung smiled with satisfaction. The important thing is the result. If I can get what I want, I don't need to worry about anything else. Even if I have to use the principal or the Myung-Jin Corporation, even if I act despicably. All I need is the result. Everything is going according to plan. Now, no one can touch me for the next 1,000 days. The barrier built by his malice gave Kim Yoon Sung a sense of peace. In the boxing gym, the coach's voice echoed. Keep going, don't stop. Let those punches fly. This was his determination. No matter how bad the situation is, as long as you can push beyond your physical limits, you'll never fail. Yoon Sung unleashed a powerful punch at the coach, every movement sharp and precise. Exactly. No matter what it is, one punch is enough. To do that, you have to learn to think and react even in the worst situations. Yoon Sung had transformed into someone else, his eyes filled with determination. He raised his fists, ready to counter any sudden attack from the coach. Just as the coach finished speaking, he threw a punch toward Yoon Sung. Yoon Sung quickly ducked, maintaining distance while countering with a hit to the coach's side. Although the coach blocked it, the strength and quick response earned his praise. Good, very good. That's enough for today, the coach thought to himself. This kid really has talent. I've seen him use techniques I haven't even taught him. That must be his hidden potential. As the session ended, the coach said, "Pack up and go home. Rest is just as important as training, you know." Got it? Yoon Sung replied, turning to leave. The coach pondered. If this weren't about money, I'd ask him if he wants to try going pro. Meanwhile, Yoon Sung was putting on his shoes, thinking. A few days ago, I got scolded for overtraining. He was right. Rest is important if I want to get stronger. As Yoon Sung reached the door, he turned back and shouted. See you next time. But before he could finish, someone brushed past him, causing him to stop. Hello, I'm Kim Sol. I have a consultation appointment today. A few days ago, something bad must have happened. Something so terrible that it had made him become this resolute. Why would a child who always smiled, who wished to bring happiness to his grandmother, change so drastically? Before, in CEO's eyes, Yoon Sung's image had never changed. He was always a close friend, a devoted grandson. Why had he gone so far? Thinking about this, tears welled up in CEO's eyes. Do you know what my goal is? Yoon Sung had said, even if it takes my entire life, I will tear apart all those who bullied me. Those words from the past left CEO stunned. Damn it, even his friends, I can't recognize him anymore. What am I supposed to do now? At that moment, the hospital room door swung open, and a classmate rushed in, breathless. CEO, something big has happened. Yoon Sung and Shin Yeon Min. The story sounded unbelievable. I swear it's true. I heard it from a reliable senior, the classmate said. Even though he had heard it firsthand, CEO's eyes widened in shock. Kim Yoon Sung, are you really the same person you used to be? You suddenly showed up and ambushed Aeon Min, even trying to push him out the window? CEO could picture the scene. Yoon Sung grabbing Aeon Min by the collar, dragging him toward the window. He could almost hear Aeon Min's curses. Damn it, you really are insane. What do you want? Unconsciously, CEO muttered words that Yoon Sung had once said. You should know, if you mess with Kim Yoon Sung's family, you'll be in big trouble. What did you say? The classmate asked. Say it again, I didn't hear you. Nothing, CEO replied. It's late, I'm leaving now. With that, the classmate left the room, leaving CEO alone, trembling on the bed. Are you really Kim Yoon Sung? After everything he had done, how could CEO abandon him? It was at that moment that CEO decided he had to become stronger too. To stand beside Yoon Sung with pride. That's why he had shown up at Young Do Cheon's gym. So, you're the new superstar member? The coach asked. Yoon Sung asked. You two know each other? Young Do Cheon apologized. I'm sorry, but please don't accept him. I'll cover everything he agreed to pay. Before Yoon Sung could finish speaking, Young Do Cheon interrupted. But I don't want that. I can see the bigger picture. This might actually be a good thing. If you have at least one companion, you'll cause less trouble. Young Do Cheon pondered for a moment, then smiled. In this gym, it's my decision whether to accept or reject someone. Now, come over here for a moment, you valuable guest, Young Do Cheol said, gesturing to CEO. As for you, he added, pointing to Yoon Sung, get out of here and don't overstep your boundaries. With that, he pulled CEO to the side, leaving Yun-sung standing still in the middle of the gym. Young Do-cheol sat across from CEO and asked. So, you want to help Yun-sung, right? Do you know that Yun-sung wants to wipe out everyone who bullied him? I know, CEO responded. Damn it, I'm a bit overwhelmed. I'm doing a new consultation, something I haven't done in a while. Young Do-cheol sighed, feeling frustrated with CEO. Do you think my gym is a place to endorse school violence? If I had the power, I would kick Kim Yun-sung out. Tilting his head, young Do-cheol said. I understand, because a gym is meant for self-improvement. CEO removed the bandages from his face, revealing wounds that hadn't fully healed. Do you see these wounds? CEO asked. The reason I have them is because I stood up to those scumbags who bullied Hyun. He continued. School violence is still happening, and it's not as simple as adults think. If Yun-sung hadn't helped me back then, I might have ended up disabled. Lying on the bathroom floor. Now, Yun-sung is risking his whole life to protect me. I don't want to turn a blind eye to a friend like that. Please, don't make me go elsewhere, CEO said, his eyes wide, waiting for young Do-cheol's response. At that moment, young Do-cheol sighed, holding his head in frustration. Maybe now I realize I've dug my own grave, he thought. CEO reached into his backpack and pulled out a wad of cash. This is all the money I have. If it's not enough, I'll work extra jobs to earn more. Hearing this, young Do-cheol couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table. What's driven you to be so desperate at your age? He shouted. Whether you help me or not, I'll still stand by Yun-sung, CEO calmly replied. The calmness and the scars on CEO's face made young Do-cheol pause and think. In a situation where he himself had been drawn into the chaos of school violence, was it right to say that these kids should live in hell instead of fighting back? Realizing the gravity of the situation, young Do-cheol reluctantly gave in. Fine, you've won. Starting tomorrow, you can come to the gym. But if you can't keep up with the training, you'll be kicked out. Hearing young Do-cheol's agreement, CEO beamed with joy. Yes, sir, he replied enthusiastically. Watching the young man in front of him, young Do-cheol thought. Yes, I should give him a bit of courage and the ability to fight back against violence. As CEO stepped out of the room, a familiar voice called out. Kim CEO. Before he could react, a towel flew toward his face. Luckily, he reacted quickly, catching it in his hands. Looking at your face, it seems the director has already agreed, right? Yun-sung stood opposite him, speaking coldly. But I haven't agreed yet. Do you understand? So prove yourself. Even if you fall into the depths of hell like me, you'll need the courage and strength to pull yourself out. Do you have what it takes to hold on to this fragile friendship? You should know that what I'm about to do won't benefit my future at all. Why are you stepping into this mess? Don't talk nonsense about friendship between us. You could die after one hard night of fighting, or end up in prison for risking your life. Your end won't be pretty. Do you accept that? As Yun-sung asked, he threw a punch toward CEO. Without hesitation, CEO met Yun-sung's fist with his own. I know, that's why I want us to do this together. Two people are always better than one crazy person. I warn you, from now on, don't consider me a friend anymore, Yun-sung said as he lunged at Seoul. I have to win this fight overwhelmingly to completely sever the ties between us, Yun-sung thought. However, Seoul didn't show any signs of weakness. He landed a powerful kick on Yun-sung's left side. Although Yun-sung blocked it, the attack was still quite strong. Did you forget I used to be an athlete? Seoul taunted. Alright then, give it your all. Yun-sung responded, becoming serious. He carefully observed each of CEO's movements, easily dodging the attacks. If you're not confident in your ability to strike, don't throw punches first. If this were a one-on-one, I would have already beaten Gina long ago, CEO said as he aimed a kick at Yun-sung's chin, which Yun-sung dodged. That's the technique that made him famous, Yun-sung thought, impressed. CEO's skills were no joke. Kim Seol had spent years as a taekwondo athlete and had won numerous gold medals in tournaments. He was known as a specialist. However, in a national competition, he faced the son of the association's president and lost due to biased judging. It all became meaningless, CEO once told Yun-sung when asked about his past fights. Filled with doubt, Kim Seol eventually gave up taekwondo. But the determination he developed during that time never left him. At that moment, CEO was knocked to the ground by Yun-sung, who grabbed him by the collar with one hand, his other hand poised with a fist aimed at CEO's face. Do you know that in mixed martial arts, there's a technique called revenge? Yun Sung asked. This move can knock out an opponent too. With that, Yun Sung began delivering heavy punches to CEO's face, shouting, "Admit defeat." Yun Sung kept punching, but CEO remained silent. Childhood memories flashed before both of them. Yun Sung had always been the one to stand up and protect CEO. Even now, Yun Sung wanted CEO to give up, not wanting to see his friend fall into danger because of him. "Say it, admit defeat," Yun Sung yelled. Each punch landed with a force like a hammer, but CEO still raised his arms to block, refusing to give up. The image of a young Yun Sung standing in front of him, smiling and encouraging him, "Don't give up," kept flashing in CEO's mind. "I can't," CEO shouted at Yun Sung. "I can't abandon you." CEO wanted to fight back, but Yun Sung didn't give him a chance. Yun Sung kept increasing the force of his punches, striking CEO's face harder. "Beg for mercy," Yun Sung shouted, almost trying to force CEO to admit defeat on his own. "Please, stop," CEO whispered, exhausted. His arms dropped to his sides as Yun Sung continued to hit his face. Even though his face was bruised, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. And his nose was nearly broken, CEO smiled brightly. It was the smile that brought Yun Sung back to his senses. He stopped hitting and sat down next to CEO, gently holding his friend's face. "You stubborn idiot," Yun Sung muttered. "How can you be so persistent? You treat a friend too sincerely." CEO, struggling to speak, replied, "I have an unforgettable memory. I was mocked every day, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. I was beaten and thrown to the ground. But I couldn't tell my grandparents, who raised me, a child abandoned by his parents." He continued. "And then, you appeared. Maybe that moment didn't mean much to you, but I'll never forget what you did. You ask me why I've gone this far? They were cowards, weren't they? I know you didn't do anything wrong, but how could I ignore it?" CEO smiled through his pain. "I couldn't become the person I wanted to be. That's my life. Whether it was giving up Taekwondo or choosing to stay your friend, all of those were my choices. I won't regret them." Hearing CEO's heartfelt words, Lee Hyun-sung could only hold his head and sigh. Why? Why won't he give up? Just then, the door to the gym opened, breaking the tension between the two. "Why don't you two stop fighting and come train with me?" Young Duchul called out as he entered. "I'll bet my life to bring both of you to the top of the UFC." His words eased the heavy atmosphere. "Both of you are incredibly talented. How could someone like you be bullied at school? Even without studying, you could easily take down a few guys," Young Duchul said with admiration. As a former UFC athlete, Young Duchul had encountered many potential fighters. But seeing Kim Seoho's ability at his age was unprecedented. He possesses remarkable kicking power, internal strength, and an exceptional sense of positioning. At his age, it's unheard of. He displays techniques like no one else, he thought. On the other hand, Kim Hyun-sung was a natural-born genius, with an iron will and exceptional judgment that allowed him to quickly exploit any advantage and instantly detect weaknesses in his opponent's defense. If Kim Seoho was born to succeed in the professional arena, then Kim Hyun-sung had the potential to top the rankings. Young Duchul stepped forward, facing both of them. "Kim Hyun-sung, I have a proposal for you. I've never made this offer to anyone before, but your talent is extraordinary. It would be a waste not to harness it." He continued. "Hyun-sung, you once told me that everything you've been doing won't benefit your future. So, drop out of school. Break free from the shackles of studying and focus on sports. Even though Korea has rejected me, I'm still in contact with many top athletes. This isn't just talk. I will make sure you reach the top." Facing Young Duchul's offer, Hyun-sung calmly asked, "Why do you want me to compete in MMA?" "Because to me, it's the greatest sport. Just like you, it suits my interests." Young Duchul started to explain, but before he could finish, Hyun-sung interrupted. "That's why I can't compete. I have no interest in fighting. It's too painful. I've always wanted to give up, but I feel like if I don't give it everything, I'll die." His eyes were resolute and determined. "I've always struggled in pain," Hyun-sung added. Although Young Duchul seemed to want to say more, Hyun-sung had lost the patience to listen. "Please think carefully. You should make your own decisions, not me. If we're different, you can withdraw the offer. Do what you want, but don't drag me into it." With that, Hyun-sung slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out. Kim Sol hurried after him. "Think it through before you speak. Hyun-sung coldly replied. You don't think you owe me an apology for the way you treated me, do you? That's right, he continued, I've made my decision. I won't get in your way anymore, but I have a few conditions. What conditions? Seol asked eagerly. First, you have to train with me every day. Regardless of what you ultimately decide, we need to switch gyms. If you fall behind, I'll leave you behind. Standing behind Hyun-sung, CEO immediately agreed. Okay, what's the second condition? Second, only get involved in problems you can solve. If it's a fight you're sure to lose or something that involves the law, you have to back out immediately. Before CEO could respond, Hyun-sung interrupted. Can't do it, huh? It wasn't that CEO didn't want to argue back. He had mentally prepared himself to face Hyun-sung, but everything still seemed unclear. After all, right now it's just empty words, CEO thought. Alright, that's it, right? Any more conditions? What's the third one? CEO asked. From now on, Myeongjin Construction will provide you with a monthly living allowance. I mean, just know that, and don't ask any more questions. If you refuse, we'll end things here. Hyun-sung added. Remember this. During the time you're escaping from this hellish reality, focus on your studies. If nothing happens, I hope your life will be brighter. That would be best. I don't want to change Kim Seol's future with this situation. After that, Hyun-sung went home. When he entered, he saw his younger brother sitting in front of the TV. Hyun-jin, I'm home. What are you doing? Hey, brother. If they win today, Baker's team will make it to the finals. Why do you look so worried? Hyun-sung asked. Oh, it's nothing. Hyun-jin replied, still focused on the game on TV. Go cook dinner. Alright, keep watching. I'll make it quick. With that, Hyun-sung went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. In his past life, the team Hyun-jin supported had won the championship. Hyun-jin had never mentioned it, but Hyun-sung knew he probably wanted to watch the game live. Hyun-jin loved video games but had never asked Hyun-sung to buy him a computer. He was a sweet little brother who never troubled him by playing too much. Hyun-jin, Kim Seol, and Grandma, at least the people I care about won't be affected by what I've done. I'll become better, live a different life than before. Shinmin, 1 Kim-won. I'll crush anyone who gets in my way. Brother, don't forget to add lots of sausages for me. Got it. Hyun-sung called back. Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message. It was from Yoon Do-chul. Hyun-sung, I'm sorry. I was too greedy back then, and I overstepped. Let's stick to our original plan. I won't bring up professional competition again. But if you ever change your mind, let me know. A few weeks later, on a clear, sunny day, the midterm exams arrived. Every student was focused on their work. A teacher was monitoring the exam room where the top 10 students were gathered. For these students, the exam was more than just a test. It was a measure of their existence and worth in society. Pass the papers down. As long as I'm supervising this exam, don't even think about cheating, the teacher warned. Hyun-sung passed a sheet of paper to the student behind him as the teacher continued. If we detect any cheating, you will be given a 0 immediately. Do your best and rely on your own abilities. Also, check your student IDs. Hyun-sung glanced at the test paper and thought to himself. If I don't do well on this test, my plan will fail before it even starts. I had to score excellently. He remembered sitting at his desk, studying during stormy nights, all alone, putting in immense effort. But now, Hyun-sung held his head in his hands, filled with anguish. I remember everything, all the correct answers, he thought. Around the exam room, other students began resting their chins in frustration. This is so hard. They groaned. The teacher reminded them to keep quiet, but Hyun-sung remained silent, staring at the ceiling. He realized that the person called Kim Hyun-sung was still trapped in a cage called studying. It felt like he was floating in midair, unsure of where to go. Even though he had been bullied and beaten, he persisted with his studies. Now, he regretted living like a soulless machine during his high school years. Hyun-sung felt like he was falling from a great height. His memories from his previous life still existing stubbornly, like steel. His bloodshot eyes stared up at the ceiling. I can't forget, he thought, gripping his pen tightly. It was the desire for revenge against those who had trampled on him that shaped who he had become today. When the exam ended, other students happily discussed their answers with each other. Number 1 was C, right? Yeah, and number 2 was D. Only Hyun-sung remained silent, staring out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, a cheerful girl approached him with a smile.
Hyun-sung, aren't you checking the answers?
It was Trang Tryon-bong, the shining first-year star known as EZ. Hyun-sung turned to her and coldly replied.
No, why not?
She asked, to which he simply responded.
Nothing. Hyun-sung thought to himself. Is her name Heeji?
He remembered this girl, famous, beautiful, and charming. She had confessed her feelings to him back in 10th grade. But he had turned her down because of his lack of confidence and his belief that he couldn't balance both love and studies.
Really? EZ blinked at him and said. Let me check for you. If you have the test from 2 days ago, let me see it. She began checking the answers. Number 1 was C, correct, just like I thought. Number 2, D. Wow, you got 100 points on the foreign language test. Hyun-sung thought. I don't need to stop her.
She's using her reputation.
Other students gathered around as well. That one's correct too. You got 100 points in Korean history as well?
Suddenly, something caught Heeji's attention.
Stammering, she said. Hyun-sung, did you get 100 points in every subject?
The next day, the rooftop door opened.
Hyun-sung and Engchun stepped out. Engchun asked. All right, top student of our school, what do you want to say?
Engchun confidently pointed at himself.
Tell me everything. No matter what it is, I'll help you. Hyun-sung spoke up. Teach me. Engchun was taken aback. What? Hyun-sung began to ask. Do you know about Won Kim-won? Confused, Engchun repeated. Won Kim-won?
I'll tell you about Won Kim-won. Suddenly, a scream tore through the sky.
Really?
The voice on the other end of the line hurriedly asked. I heard there's a kid who wasn't even in the top 10. But suddenly took the top spot. The principal, sat quietly in his office chair.
Listening to the person on the phone question him. Didn't you say the exam this time was extremely difficult? Principal O responded calmly.
That child is very smart, but I didn't expect him to improve so quickly.
The person on the other end didn't seem to believe Principal O. Did you help him? I heard from the students that you've been favoring him.
Principal O slowly stood up from his desk.
Nonsense.
The exam was conducted fairly and transparently.
We definitely didn't intervene.
We would never do anything to harm the reputation of this prestigious school. The person on the other end of the line replied harshly. I want to know what tutoring center that child attended.
Principal O couldn't hold back a chuckle. Tutoring center?
I understand how you feel, but Kim Yoon-sung didn't attend any. He only studied in class. He leisurely sat down in the chair next to the tea table, confidently saying.
We can't deny that our school's education system is top-notch. That's why I feel sorry for many parents.
They waste money on unnecessary things.
Please remind the students to focus on their studies. With that, he hung up the phone.
It seemed this wasn't the first call regarding this matter.
Kim On-chun, sitting across from Principal O, took a sip of coffee. Another call about tutoring? Principal O sighed. Don't even mention it. Do they even respect the principal anymore? Kim On-chun remarked.
The exam was really tough this time.
Principal O took the coffee cup from Kim On-chun's hand and replied slowly.
Plus, we did it because parents complained that the test was too easy and didn't distinguish students.
Kim Asae-youngchun slightly disagreed.
But this exam was very hard. It was almost impossible to score perfectly.
Principal O couldn't help but think of Kim Yoon-sung. I know.
That's why I'm looking forward to his performance. He was filled with confidence in Yoon-sung's future. Right now, he's showing the potential to top the National College Entrance Exam and become the valedictorian of Korea's university admissions in the future. Principal O placed his coffee cup down and casually asked Kim On-chun.
Do you think so too?
Kim On-chun hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed.
Yes, you're right. Satisfied with the response, Principal O continued his analysis.
Finally, we have a chance to elevate the reputation of our school. With Kim Yoon-sung's achievements combined with the support from Myeongjin Corporation,
our dreams will soon become a reality.
However, deep inside, a vague sense of fear lingered in Principal O's heart.
The problem is, I have this feeling that Kim Yoon-sung might cause more trouble.
He pointed sternly at Kim On-chun.
If the world finds out that the national top student is a troublemaker, what will happen? All the reputation that we've worked so hard to build for this school will disappear in an instant. He sharply scolded Kim On-chun. Do you remember that I told you to keep a close watch on Kim Yoon-sung? Kim On-chun, startled, quickly responded. Yes, of course. Before Principal Oh could finish, Kim On-chun interrupted. You know, I've always done well, but it's not enough. Our goal is perfection. From now on, Kim Yoon-sung will be the brightest product our school has ever trained. After saying this, Principal Oh turned to Kim On-chun with a smile. A sly smile that was difficult to describe. You understand what I mean, right? Kim On-chun, like a loyal dog, nodded and replied. Understood. Principal Oh, satisfied, laughed heartily. Then, he took out a stack of cash and placed it in front of Kim On-chun. Your class has the top student in the country. Starting next month, the school will give you additional support. This is just a small reward. He looked at Kim On-chun with a strange smile. Enjoy it, and until Kim Yoon-sung graduates, and even after graduation. I'll continue to support you as a partner of our school. Kim On-chun's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. Don't worry, I knew it right away. Kim Yoon-sung will become my golden ticket, a priceless one, incomparable to young Minho. The iron door slowly creaked open, and Kim On-chun followed closely behind. So, what's the matter this time, our top student? Just tell me, I'm more than willing to help. Kim Yoon-sung coldly asked. Do you know what Wong Kim-won is? Caught off guard, Kim On-chun looked flustered. Wong Kim-won? Yoon-sung looked at his face and understood. It seems this old man really doesn't know. Yoon-sung kindly explained. I'll tell you what Wong Kim-won is, so listen carefully. You're part of this circle too. Kim On-chun was shocked. What do you mean by that? Yoon-sung quickly brushed off his meaningless words. There's an organization called Wong Kim-won, he began his speech. After a while, Yoon-sung summarized. In short, if something happens to me, you'll be going down with me. Kim On-chun, after hearing everything, laughed with his eyes squeezed shut. Wagging his metaphorical tail like a dog. I've already considered your fate as my own. So, what should I do now? Stop Shin Yeon-min? Yoon-sung remained silent, a sly smile playing on his lips. No, he said seriously. I want one thing, and that's for you to ignore him completely, forever. With that, Yoon-sung walked past the astonished Kim On-chun. A grown man turning a blind eye to everything, no matter what happens, is all I need. Yoon-sung coldly added as he left. Just handle it on your own. As Yoon-sung walked away, a sense of unease welled up inside Kim On-chun. In that moment, he realized that he could no longer underestimate the phrase, anything. Elsewhere, a young man with tan skin and silver hair, beaten beyond recognition, lay motionless on the ground. I'm warning you for the last time, Gang Tae-gu growled as he threw on his coat. If you fail again, be ready to lose both your legs. The man on the ground trembled. Got it, Gang Tae-gu turned and walked away. Remember, this is your final chance. As Gang Tae-gu left, the man's face contorted with fury. He was unwilling to accept his fate. That dog, Kim Yoon-sung, will pay. Shin Yeon-min sat on the steps, frustrated, listening to his lackeys chatting. Shin Yeon-min, just keep beating that dog after school. The teachers don't care. I bet if we break one of his legs, he'll give up for sure, one of them suggested. Shin Yeon-min flicked away the remains of his cigarette. We've only got one chance to act. But if we do this outside of school, the Myeong-jin Corporation will definitely get involved, and then we'll have no chance left. He angrily laid out his plan. We're still students, so we have to take full advantage of that. We can only succeed, we can't afford to fail. We need to make Kim Yoon-sung feel unsafe just by being at school. Because Myeong-jin won't intervene here. Another lackey chimed in. That's what Park Min-chun's gang did, and they all got expelled. Shin Yeon-min raised his head. That's the problem. From among the top students, two individuals known as the Monsters of Korea, Bha Sumho raised his hand to speak. Senior, can we offer a suggestion? Shin Yeon-min glanced at him and nodded. Go ahead. Bha Sumho lowered his voice and presented his plan. Instead of solving the problem quickly, let's create as much trouble around Kim Yoon-sung as possible. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to agree. We all know the principal is obsessed with achievements. He goes crazy over it. Punishing 1 or 2 people is easy, but can he punish 30? Shin Yeon-min added his own thoughts. He won't do anything drastic because it would harm the school's reputation. Good idea. Shin Yeon-min smiled smugly, and the plan was set into motion.
A few days later, Kim Yoon-sung started feeling that something was off.
During lunchtime, he walked slowly down the hallway amidst the noisy surroundings.
Suddenly, a stranger passed by and whispered in his ear, "You dog." The person then walked over to a group of friends who were waiting, laughing gleefully.
"Did you really call him that? All right, your turn."
Kim Yoon-sung stared at the group of fools, saying nothing. What else could he do?
"Good, keep going."
This time, a guy in a blue shirt ran up, yelling,
"Kim Yoon-sung, you filthy pig." In Yoon-sung's mind, he thought, "These idiots aren't worth my attention. Their lives aren't worth a dime."
Seeing that Kim Yoon-sung wasn't reacting, the guy confidently rushed at him,
raising his hand to strike. "Where do you think you're going, you piece of trash? Are you brain dead? You bump into people without apologizing, huh?"
Another guy in a yellow shirt approached from behind, sneering,
"Are you deaf? This guy must be a moron, eyes on his backside. When you bump into someone, you apologize. Got it?" Kim Yoon-sung smirked. "Is that all you've got?"
The guy, enraged, charged at him.
"What did you say?"
Kim Yoon-sung didn't wait for him to finish. He delivered a punch straight to the guy's face. Before the other two could react, Yoon-sung was already on the move, swiftly zigzagging between them, taking them down one by one. He grabbed one guy by the face, yanking him backward as if to tear him apart.
Idiots.
The fools were left beaten and disfigured, to the point that even their parents wouldn't recognize them. The guy in the white shirt clutched his bloodied face,
collapsing to his knees, trembling uncontrollably.
"It wasn't supposed to go down like this," he muttered.
"Of course not. When has a plan by idiots like you ever succeeded?"
Kim Yoon-sung walked up to the guy in the white shirt, told him to lift his head, and then delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. As the guy lay on the ground, Kim Yoon-sung looked at him and calmly said,
"Tell your boss this. If you're not smart, don't try to be scheming.
If you're an idiot, stop playing stupid games." A while later, a group of people stormed into Kim Yoon-sung's classroom, led by Bae Sun-ho. As Bae Sun-ho looked around the classroom, he couldn't stop thinking,
"This has gone off track from the original plan. These first-year students can't fight back. Now I have to personally step in and deal with these brats."
Bae Sun-ho slowly approached Kim Yoon-sung, who was calmly studying. With his hands in his pockets, he walked up to Kim and sternly asked,
"Are you Kim Yoon-sung?"
Kim Yoon-sung, already knowing why Bae Sun-ho was there, stood up and replied,
"Fighting here isn't a good idea, senior.
Let's go somewhere else, somewhere more fitting, where the teachers won't notice."
"What do you say?"
They all moved to a more secluded location to negotiate. As they walked, Kim Yoon-sung closed his eyes, deep in thought. He envisioned how he would destroy them, remembering the scenes he had once imagined when he had been bedridden, unable to move, as a mere vegetable. He recalled how he fantasized about killing those he once considered friends in the most brutal ways. However, standing here now, he felt a little uneasy. Even though he had meticulously planned every step, he wasn't entirely sure if he could truly carry it out.
No matter how carefully someone plans, it's different from their imagination. He had envisioned trampling his enemies underfoot, but could he really do it?
As they reached the location, Kim Yoon-sung stopped.
"No matter how flawless my plan is, can I really go through with it?"
He steeled his resolve. "From now on, my chances of success in exacting revenge will depend on my fight with Shin Yunmin.
If I can't even handle something as small as this, I deserve to pay the price."
Looking at Bae Sun-ho and his gang, Kim Yoon-sung taunted them.
"Is this all you've got?"
Hearing this, the group sneered.
"You're underestimating us, aren't you?"
Bae Sun-ho's expression turned dark as he threatened Kim Yoon-sung.
"You'd better back off while you still can. You've crossed the line, attacking our senior like that. You're breaking the order of things."
Before Bae Sun-ho could finish his sentence, Kim Yoon-sung spat in his face, catching him off guard.
"Don't waste my time with your nonsense. I know why you keep provoking me. Your excuses, your lies, none of them can fix your stupid plan."
Kim Yoon-sung raised his hand, pointing at the group of students watching the commotion above.
"Do you see that group of underlings standing up there? You all must be really ashamed, pulling together such a crowd just to deal with me alone." Kim Yoon-sung continued provoking them. "Bae Sun-ho, do you want to go first? Or are you going to wait for your turn? Get your head smashed in, and end up looking like a fool?"
Seeing Kim Yoon-sung mocking them so casually, Bae Sun-ho's group roared in anger.
"This kid is out of his mind."
At that moment, one of the group stepped forward. His name was Kim Chang-hyun, a senior from the 12th grade at Junin High School.
also known by the nickname Upper Demon.
With arrogance, he charged straight at Kim Yoon-sung.
Let me handle this.
I don't need anyone else's help. Kim Chang-hyun jumped up and swung a powerful punch towards Kim Yoon-sung.
This punch is enough to knock you out.
At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung recalled the previous fights where he recklessly defeated stronger opponents using all kinds of underhanded tactics. The insults people threw at him about how he won always made him uncomfortable. They'll think, if I didn't use weapons like a belt or a chair, would I still be a big deal? Facing Kim Chang-hyun, Kim Yoon-sung smirked and continued taunting.
What's the matter? Scared now?
Inside, Kim Yoon-sung had a grand ambition.
He wanted to turn this high school into his palace.
A world that Hong Kim-vin could never touch.
Only if I achieve an overwhelming victory will no one dare doubt me anymore.
Kim Yoon-sung thought, his gaze becoming colder.
Kim Chang-hyun, enraged by the provocation, veins bulging on his face, spat out. All right, let's do this one-on-one. But you better remember this.
He lunged forward and delivered a punch with all his might. Spinning around confidently, thinking the punch had landed and knocked Kim Yoon-sung out. But when he turned back, his face suddenly showed fear and disbelief.
This kid, how did he block it so fast?
Refusing to accept defeat, Kim Chang-hyun charged again, shouting.
Try dodging this punch, you arrogant brat.
He threw his punch with all his strength. But Kim Yoon-sung easily dodged it without even needing to look. Frustrated, Kim Chang-hyun cursed.
Damn it. Kim Yoon-sung had always been on the defensive.
Now, he found an opportunity. A sly smile appeared on his face as he stood upright.
He threw a powerful punch straight into Kim Chang-hyun's face.
Kim Yoon-sung's punch left him no time to react, causing him to collapse on the spot. A familiar face above witnessed the scene, his expression turning pale with fear. That madman knocked him out with just one punch. It was only then that he realized, Kim Yoon-sung's victory over him before wasn't just luck. An indescribable unease welled up in his heart.
He finally understood that he was truly afraid. It's best not to provoke him any further. Why did I ever think about fighting that lunatic?
I should never have gotten involved from the start. Suddenly, he felt someone lightly pat his back.
Annoyed by the interruption, he angrily shouted, "What the hell? Who's there?"
But what greeted him was not an answer, just a fist coming down from above. A familiar blonde young man appeared. He called out the opponent's name with a threatening tone. Kim Sol appeared behind him, brimming with rage, ready for revenge.
We have some unfinished business, don't we?
A few minutes earlier, Kim Sol had approached Kim Yoon-sung.
Kim Yoon-sung, what are you planning to do? I'll help you. We're in this together, as friends. Kim Sol looked at Kim Yoon-sung with concern. But Kim Yoon-sung refused his offer.
You promised me, he said, you wouldn't get involved in meaningless fights.
But Kim Sol didn't give up. What are you saying? You're planning to take them all on by yourself? Kim Yoon-sung responded immediately, yes.
He turned to face Kim Sol, his tone softening a little. I know what you're worried about, but even if you get involved, it won't change anything. If you join, they'll use their numbers to their advantage.
Kim Sol was still dissatisfied, but this is clearly unfair.
Kim Yoon-sung had already anticipated this, I know, but I had to do this. No one else will take care of this for us. Kim Yoon-sung turned to look at Kim Sol, if you truly want to help me, you can do something else.
Prove that I'm not alone. Kim Sol looked at Kim Yoon-sung in confusion, how? Kim Yoon-sung coldly replied, take revenge on Park Jin-woo. Park Jin-woo was proving it now. Are you crazy, or is it because Kim Yoon-sung is backing you that you become so arrogant? Go on, get cocky, you bastard. I already beat you once. Kim Sol's emotionless face succeeded in angering Park Jin-woo, who rushed to attack.
Well then, I'd rather be expelled than let you live comfortably.
But the current Kim Sol was different from before. He lightly kicked Park Jin-woo in the chest.
Park Jin-woo's face turned pale as he staggered back a few steps. His expression filled with disbelief.
What, I got knocked back?
He became furious, glaring at the people standing around. Watching the scene like it was a play, their mocking gazes piercing him. Damn it, how humiliating, he cursed, you piece of trash. I'll kill you. However, it was clear with just one glance that the gap in strength was enormous. All of his attacks were effortlessly dodged by Kim Sol. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had realized something. He charged forward, this is my chance. But he didn't even know where the opportunity was. As soon as he rushed in, Kim Sol kicked him to the ground. Kim Sol bent down, lifting his leg high into the air.
preparing a powerful finishing move. He brought his leg down in a beautiful, forceful kick, leaving Park Jin-woo unable to get up.
Below, Kim Yoon-sung continued taking down one opponent after another. It was only then that Bae Suemo realized Kim Yoon-sung's true intention.
That kid is really smart, Bae Suemo thought, glancing at his underlings sprawled out on the ground. He had this plan from the beginning. Bae Suemo had initially intended to use the overwhelming numbers to give Kim Yoon-sung a beating. But the students watching from above were all left in shock, their mouths agape at the sight. Kim Yoon-sung had already taken down 4 opponents. Is he really planning to defeat the entire 11th grade? Bae Suemo was lost in his thoughts. But no matter what I do, even if I secure a position at the top of Hong Kim Academy, after senior Shiny Min graduates, nobody will recognize me, he thought bitterly. Beating him while he's exhausted would be meaningless. If I want to be acknowledged, I had to step in now. With this thought, Bae Suemo shouted, "Enough! I've had enough. Let me settle this myself."
Hearing this, Kim Yoon-sung immediately let go,
a look of amusement spreading across his face. Bae Suemo began the fight with a formal statement. "To be honest, I don't have any personal grudge against you. But watching you beat all of them alone, it really irritates me." Kim Yoon-sung looked at Bae Suemo and laughed. "I can do all of this because none of you are worth anything." This comment directly enraged Bae Suemo,
who rushed in, throwing a punch straight at Kim Yoon-sung's face.
Yet Kim Yoon-sung didn't dodge. He stood still and took the punch head-on from Bae Suemo.
Afterward, Kim Yoon-sung retaliated with a punch straight to Bae Sun-ho's face. Bae Sun-ho charged in again with a punch aimed at Kim Yoon-sung's face. But Kim Yoon-sung still didn't dodge. Instead, he flashed a strange smile, which made Bae Sun-ho uneasy. Why is he smiling? The more I hit him, the more confusing it gets. He wasn't dodging, blocking, or doing anything to stop my punches. This guy. Could it be? Kim Yoon-sung kept using the same method, throwing punches with increasing power. Was he planning to face me head-on? Bae Sun-ho was shocked as he attacked Kim Yoon-sung again. The weight difference didn't seem to matter to him at all. This back-and-forth fighting style made Bae Sun-ho feel disgusted, even driving him to the point of madness. When will this end? When will this end? The more Kim Yoon-sung was hit, the more joyful his expression became, as if he was toying with Bae Sun-ho. But suddenly, a powerful punch struck Bae Sun-ho square in the face. He clutched his bloodied mouth in fear, trembling. Kim Yoon-sung didn't stop. He violently grabbed Bae Sun-ho by the hair, furiously raining down punch after punch on his face. Savage laughter mixed with pitiful screams, creating an intensely thrilling scene. In the end, Bae Sun-ho was knocked to the ground by Kim Yoon-sung, lying there motionless. Seeing this scene, his underlings were so scared that their legs gave out beneath them. They instinctively retreated. Kim Yoon-sung calmly wiped the blood and sweat off his face, looking at the group. "Stop trembling now and go call Shiny Man." Shiny Man sat in the classroom, muttering angrily to himself. That lunatic already knew what was going on. Why did he still go after those 11th graders? Suddenly, someone rushed into the classroom, panting and frantic to report. Shiny Man, Bae Sun-ho, and his group got completely wiped out. Shiny Man crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at the messenger. How many people did that guy beat? The young man stretched out his hands. There were 3 from the 12th grade, and 6 from the 11th grade. A total of 9. Is that all? Shiny Man interrupted. He was quite excited because his plan was sure to succeed. Keep executing our plan. Even though the principal and Kim Aeon-chun are garbage, we're still in school. There's no way they can cover up the fact that 9 students got beaten up. At that moment, a panicked student rushed into the teacher's office. Sir, something terrible is happening. There's a huge fight breaking out between the students outside. He loudly shouted in the teacher's office, the crazy guy Kim Hong-sung, that 10th grader, is fighting with 11th grade students right now. It's absolute chaos. Those students are covered in blood, lying scattered all over the auditorium. We had to call the police. Another person also picked up the phone to dial the police. This is the Daesan police station. May I ask who's calling? I'm calling from Bright Prospect High School. The caller's voice was filled with fear, crying as they said, I'm telling the truth. The students are going to die. Shin Hyo-min laughed smugly.
They won't let this slide easily. If we also bring up similar accusations, then they definitely can't overlook it. Even if they do let it go, it doesn't matter. We will keep doing this. Let's see how long they can endure. A mysterious call came to Ode. Hwa quickly picked up the phone. This is Ode Han, principal of Bright Prospect High School. The voice on the other end responded. This is the chief of police. Before today's incident happened, the teachers of the school had a meeting. During the meeting, Kim Young-chan asked everyone, has anyone ever heard of the Golden Lotus? Hearing that, the teachers were all startled. Most of them had no idea what the Golden Lotus was. What the heck is the Golden Lotus? Is it a new criminal organization or something? At that moment, Kim Ong-chan began his introduction. This is an organization that uses school violence as a business model. They harass students for money, Kim Young-chan said seriously. They target one person, and the bullies won't stop harassing them. Some of you may think this has nothing to do with Chanel High School. But the recent incidents involving Park Min-chun's gang are closely related to Hong Kim-vin. The other teachers, upon hearing this, were very curious. Could it be that Park Min-chun's gang is also part of Hong Kim-vin? Someone asked. Kim Ong-chun agreed, saying, perhaps, something like that. But, before he could finish, the teachers started murmuring amongst themselves. Their faces showing expressions of shock, confusion, and concern. How could that be? Am I misunderstanding something? They take money to bully students? That's impossible. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Kim Ong-chun spoke again. I'm sure all of you are confused. It's possible that, without realizing it, you may have already been involved with Hong Kim-vin. This could even lead to the end of your teaching careers. He cleverly manipulated the teachers' minds, but there was one thing he was certain of. Right now, we are all in the same boat. Kim Ong-chan easily listed people he knew were connected to Hong Kim-vin. Min-chun, Young Min-ho, Cho Ion-techo, Kong Jang-suk, and not just them. There's also Bae Sumo and Shin Yo-min. Dozens of students from Jonin High School are connected to Hong Kim-vin. Paused, looking at everyone. Think about it. What do you think would happen if this gets exposed? Kim Ong-chun slammed his hands on the table and stood up, speaking loudly. This isn't just about a few people. If this comes out, it could destroy the entire Jonin High School. Kim Ong-chun then revealed the reason for calling this meeting. I gathered all of you here because I have a request. Please, do not feel sorry for these kids. No matter what happens, you can keep yourselves out of it and continue living your normal lives. Kim Ong-chun leaned on the table, his face serious. We don't know anything about this situation. And make sure you don't leave any evidence of your involvement with Hong Kim-vin. For example, there's no need for you to play the role of a model teacher. One teacher, hearing this, looked puzzled. Wait, I don't quite understand. As a teacher, I can't just stand by and let violence happen. But Kim Ong-chun quickly interrupted, his tone threatening. Are you planning to go against Hong Kim-vin? He quickly analyzed the situation. If Hong Kim-vin targets you, and you accidentally get involved, what will you do? When that time comes, you'll have to bear all the consequences alone. So, don't sympathize with or oppose Hong Kim-vin. His words seemed to hit straight at the core of everyone present. Nothing unusual had ever happened at Jonin High School, so in reality. When Shin Yo-min's juniors reported incidents, the teachers simply ignored them. Now, you kids are fine. Why make such a big deal out of this? Stop babbling nonsense and go play somewhere else. Even the person who called earlier, crying for help, couldn't do anything. Instead, they were scolded. Kid, don't you know? Calling the police to disturb them now will get you into legal trouble. I'll let it slide this time. Still stubborn, the person responded, what? Something serious is really about to happen. But all they got in return was the cold beeping sound of the call being hung up. Shin Yo-min listened to the report from his juniors, his face turning red with anger. These useless fools dare call themselves teachers? Isn't anyone planning to do something? He was so furious that veins popped out on his forehead, anger surging through him. They must be pretending to be ignorant on purpose, trying to avoid getting involved. And what about those cops? How can they scold kids for disturbing adults like this? Furious, he paced back and forth, silently cursing. Are we just going to let this happen? If that's how it is, don't blame me for what happens next. Determined, he silently swore that he would tear that bastard Kim Hyun-sung apart with his own hands. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He answered, and an angry voice roared. Who the hell is Kim Hyun-sung? Have you pissed him off? Don't you dare lay a finger on him, or we're all dead. On the other end of the line, the curses continued, leaving CEO Min stunned. Loan sharks barged into my house. If you don't want to see your father dead, stop doing anything stupid. CEO Min stared at his phone in rage. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Kim Hyun-sung, that sly fox.
Then, another unfamiliar voice spoke on the other end.
Shin Yo-min, it's me, Go Chang-bo. Hearing the name, Shin Yo-min trembled, pressing the phone closer to his ear. Listen carefully from now on. Soon, your house will be covered in red notices. Something your father has always tried to prevent but failed to. Now, what should I do next? Oh, and by the way, your family's debt is still outstanding, Go Chang-bo calmly threatened. That debt will now be transferred to you. Do you think giving up your inheritance will make the loan sharks care? Your life is ruined.
Shin Yo-min was completely overwhelmed by the negativity and fear that Go Chang-bo created.
That said, it's not like you're without a way out. If you want to live, let Kim Hyun-sung beat you like a dog.
The important thing is not to let anyone else know you intentionally let it happen.
Think you can do that?
Shin Yo-min was silent for a long time before replying to this request.
But wouldn't doing that make me look cowardly? Go Chang-bo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cowardly? You idiot. In a fight, there's no such thing as cowardly or not.
In order to win, any means can be used. He then spoke sternly.
Remember, I'm not just saying this for fun. After that conversation, Shin Yo-min went to meet Kim Hyun-sung.
Kim Hyun-sung looked at him with eager eyes.
So, you've come?
The students standing above looked down, surprised to see Shin Yo-min appear.
It's Shin Yo-min. He's here, they exclaimed.
Kim Hyun-sung looked at Shin Yo-min with a smirk and taunted.
What are you waiting for? Come here already. Shin Yo-min gritted his teeth in anger, muttering under his breath.
The voice of Go Chang-bo echoed in his head.
Just wait and see. If you dare hurt Kim Hyun-sung, I'll make sure you suffer.
Shin Yo-min charged forward, yelling. You bastard! He rushed at Kim Hyun-sung, intending to attack head-on, but was surprised when he realized Kim Hyun-sung remained completely still, not even attempting to dodge.
He's not dodging? Shin Yo-min thought in disbelief.
He quickly adjusted his stance to divert his punch. At that moment, Kim Hyun-sung seemed to confirm what he wanted to know.
So, you got the call, didn't you?
With that, Kim Hyun-sung retaliated, striking back with ease. He grabbed Shin Yo-min by his silver hair and questioned him.
What did he tell you? Did he want you to let me win? Shin Yo-min glared at him, refusing to speak or fight back.
Seeing no response, Kim Hyun-sung landed another punch squarely on Shin Yo-min's face.
Why aren't you dodging like last time?
He let go, striking a provocative pose.
You have two choices. Kneel like a coward or fight for your honor. Make your choice.
Kim Hyun-sung lunged at him again, throwing a punch at Shin Yo-min's face, hoping to ignite his anger.
As expected, Shin Yo-min's fury started to build up. You damn bastard.
Ignoring Go Chang-bo's warning, Shin Yo-min charged at Kim Hyun-sung, attacking him relentlessly.
To be honest, I had predicted that Shin Yo-min would lose his temper.
He launched a series of deadly blows toward Kim Hyun-sung, but each one was easily blocked. If there had been no audience, maybe Shin Yo-min could have restrained himself. But for a 19-year-old filled with pride, standing before so many people, it was impossible for him to stay calm.
Like a wild animal, enraged, Shin Yo-min attacked Kim Hyun-sung with reckless abandon, shouting, I'll fight you to the death. I won't let you off that easily.
But no matter how hard Shin Yo-min fought, Kim Hyun-sung effortlessly blocked every move. Shin Yo-min had competed in some amateur tournaments.
So Kim Hyun-sung had easily found videos of his fights, studying his weaknesses. Defeating him was just a matter of time.
Analyzing the movements of Shin Yo-min and young Guchul, Kim Hyun-sung noticed certain patterns. Shin Yo-min clenched his fists, muttering,
You bastard, Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung quickly noticed an opening in his stance.
I've already figured out your first weakness, Kim Hyun-sung said, and with full force, he landed a punch on Shin Yo-min's face, his expression filled with rage. Shin Yo-min tried to attack again, but Kim Hyun-sung could see through all his moves.
He quickly blocked the punch.
To be fair, Shin Yo-min threw his punch with his left hand, but Kim Hyun-sung countered it effortlessly. Then, Kim Hyun-sung rushed forward and landed another blow to Shin Yo-min's face. Out of habit, Shin Yo-min lowered his guard at this moment.
Kim Hyun-sung carefully observed Shin Yo-min's footwork, predicting his next move.
There's the second weakness, Kim Hyun-sung thought. Whenever Shin Yo-min was about to throw a decisive punch, he would take a long step forward. Just as Kim Hyun-sung predicted, Shin Yo-min charged forward, intending to throw everything into this strike. But this was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Kim Hyun-sung rushed in to end the fight. Seizing the moment, he delivered a knockout punch that hit Shin Yo-min squarely. Shin Yo-min staggered backward, his head spinning, and he collapsed to the ground, dazed. The sounds around him grew distant and blurry. Suddenly, a pair of legs walked past him, snapping him back to reality. Kim Hyun-sung had grabbed his arm, clearly intending to break it. Terrified, Shin Yo-min cried out, "No, please, spare me." But there was no mercy. Kim Hyun-sung swiftly snapped his arm, and Shin Yo-min's scream of agony echoed through the air. Everyone around watched in horror as Kim Hyun-sung walked away, leaving Shin Yo-min writhing in pain on the ground. It was a flawless victory. Kim Hyun-sung turned his back on the crowd and left. This moment marked a shift in how everyone viewed him. Kim Hyun-sung had proven himself fully to the other students in the office. Meanwhile, the principal was on the phone, smiling. Yes, thank you, Chief. I'll be meeting with you soon." "Of course," he said, standing by the window and looking down below. "This is something worth looking forward to," he murmured to himself. Shin Yo-min was walking down the hallway when he suddenly received a call. It was late afternoon, and the fiery red glow of the sunset streamed through the window. A man elegantly lit a cigarette and asked the person sitting across from him, "Do you know who I am?" The man opposite him smiled, though there was a hint of tension in his eyes. "Of course, you're Go Chang-bo, the head of Manhwa Construction, right? I wonder, what brings you to our small financial company?" Go Chang-bo silently smoked his cigarette. "I'm considering putting your name on a few small projects we've been working on recently," he said. Upon hearing this, the man across from him was overjoyed. "I'm sorry, do you mean?" he began, barely able to contain his excitement. This was his chance. If he could establish some connections with Manhwa Group, countless opportunities in Daesan would open up for him. But nothing in this world comes for free. Tentatively, he asked, "What would you want from us?" Go Chang-bo slowly pulled out a chair and sat down. "It's simple," he said. "Just give me one contract, with Shin Yo-min's name on it. That's all it takes, and you'll have a relationship with us." As soon as the phone call ended, the man angrily cursed. "You bastard, what have you been doing outside, you idiot?" Shin Yo-min, confused, asked. "What are you talking about?" After dealing with Shin Yo-min, Kim Hyun-sung calmly walked home. As soon as he opened the door, Kim Sol anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Kim Hyun-sung didn't answer directly but instead asked, "And what about you?" Judging by Kim Sol's expression, it was clear that everything had gone as planned. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung casually responded, "Good, it couldn't have been easy." Kim Sol was still worried about what Kim Hyun-sung had done that day. "So what now? Many people saw you beat Shin Yo-min. Sure, defeating him is a good thing, but you broke his arm." Kim Hyun-sung wasn't concerned at all. He simply smiled faintly. "There's nothing to worry about," he said. "Something like this. When would it ever be considered a serious problem?" Kim Sol, puzzled by his words, asked, "What do you mean?" Kim Hyun-sung gazed off into the distance, his expression full of meaning. "You know," he began. "After spending time around scum like Park Min-chun, I realized something." Kim Hyun-sung glanced at the shadowy figure of Kim Ong-chun and whispered, "It's that the heavens will never side with the weak." Hearing this, Kim Ong-chun clenched his fists, his anger boiling inside. He wanted to explode, but he didn't dare speak up. Damn that crazy Kim Hyun-sung, he thought. How am I supposed to clean up this mess now? Looking at Shin Yo-min, who was writhing on the ground, Kim Ong-chun felt disgusted with himself for having made such a risky bet. Now, there was no way to pull back. He couldn't stay neutral anymore. Shin Yo-min, clutching his broken arm, banged. "Teacher, please take me to the hospital." "Can't you hear me?" Kim Ong-chun was still lost in his thoughts. His mind clouded as if stuffed with cotton. There were now only two choices. Either let Kim Hyun-sung graduate smoothly, or his own life would be anything but peaceful. Kim Ong-chun looked at Shin Yo-min with disdain in his eyes. "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, Shin Yo-min. Your arm didn't break because of a fight with Kim Hyun-sung. No, it happened because you were out with friends and suddenly fell down the stairs." He glanced at the other students scattered on the ground. "This doesn't just apply to you. If any of you dare mention Kim Yoon-sung's name at the hospital, I won't cover up any of the things you've done in the past.
Got it? You want to ruin Kim Yoon-sung? Don't expect your own lives to remain intact. The only ones who will suffer will be you.
Hearing those cold words, Shin Yeomin shouted.
You call yourself a teacher after saying something like that? No matter what, you're still a teacher, damn it.
In this situation, you should be prioritizing the safety of your students. Kim On-chun, visibly angry, moved closer to Shin Yeomin, speaking each word slowly. Listen carefully, you filth of society. You've used the same method before to cover up your own past. Shin Yeomin immediately retorted.
When have you ever taught me anything properly? It's clear that back then, I was helping you.
Kim On-chun placed his hand on Shin Yeomin's shoulder and pressed hard on his injury, causing Shin Yeomin to cry out in pain.
I've always been like this. Don't forget it. Kim On-chun threatened the other students as well.
I don't care about the rest of you, but you, Shin Yeomin, remember.
When I say something, I mean it.
Meanwhile, Gang Tae-gu was being punished. Soaked with water, two large men held him tightly by the arms. The man standing in front of him noticed he had regained consciousness and spoke.
Ah, you're awake. Then, let's continue. Terrified, Gang Tae-gu pleaded. Please, give me another chance.
Even if I have to stab him myself, I'll make sure it's done. Hearing this, a stern man spoke.
Do you not know the most basic rule in this industry? He began explaining.
Our job is to please the clients, to make school violence exist naturally. If one day you cross the line and use a client's confidential information for your own deals,
do you think you can bear the consequences?
He harshly questioned Gang Tae-gu, his voice filled with fury.
Do you know why we maintain these relationships? To keep secrets, to uphold a perfect success rate. That's how Hong Kim Vin operates. The man, enraged, kicked Gang Tae-gu hard. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Gang Tae-gu was kicked so hard that he struggled to catch his breath.
He stood there, muttering the name, Kim Yoon-sung, under his breath. It seems that kid isn't an easy target after all. He had racked his brain, trying to figure out how to survive, but in the end, he smirked arrogantly.
Just a frog in a well after all, he thought. The voice from earlier belonged to Dong Chin-soo, the Seoul area representative of Hong Kim Vin.
A week later, CEO Min received a message from an unknown number.
You were discharged from the hospital today, right? I'll ask you once. Tell me who's behind you, and I'll let this go.
Shin Young-min gritted his teeth in frustration.
How should I know? He thought, confused. How do they know I was discharged today?
The more he read the message, the more uneasy he felt, especially the part that said,
"This is the end." Was that person only capable of going this far?
After pondering for a while, he angrily boarded the bus, muttering,
Damn it, what should I do now? I guess I'll just head home and figure it out. CEO Min scrolled through his phone,
cursing under his breath.
That bastard Gang Tae-gu. Does he think sending one message will solve everything? If you want to punish me, go ahead. Just talking big doesn't mean anything.
Shin Young-min slowly got off the bus, walking into the alley that led to his home. Damn Kim Yoon-sung and Gang Tae-gu, those two jerks are equally annoying, he grumbled. Tonight, I'll just sleep it off and wait for their messages. As he reached for the door handle, he muttered,
Hope that bastard isn't home.
But as soon as he opened the door, he gasped in shock.
Why is the house such a mess?
From inside the house came the sound of heavy footsteps. Shin Young-min's father stormed out, holding a bottle of liquor, and swung it straight at him, roaring.
You bastard, what have you done?
Shin Young-min, confused and panicking, asked.
Dad, what's going on with the house? He collapsed to his knees, helpless.
I told you, don't mess with that kid Kim Yoon-sung, his father cried. I told you that as long as you stayed away from him, our family would be fine. Tears welled up in his father's eyes as he glared at his son.
And yet, you've ruined everything.
His voice broke with anger and frustration. Even if you spend the rest of your life as a beggar, you should at least know what to do and what not to do. He shouted as if trying to release all the pent-up fury inside him.
The roof over your head, the food in the fridge, you think it's all free? Even if I'm a useless father, I've always tried. And now you've destroyed everything. Shin Young-min looked at his father, who was now kneeling on the ground, avoiding eye contact, unable to look him in the eye. Our family is completely ruined, everything is destroyed, because of you. Shin Young-min couldn't believe what he was hearing.
He repeatedly denied the reality in front of him.
No, this can't be happening.
Panicked, he stumbled backward and stepped on the fallen liquor bottle, causing him to tumble to the ground. Just then, his phone lit up, displaying a number that was both unfamiliar and eerily familiar. After that phone call, Shin Young-min now found himself kneeling in front of Kim Yoon-sung, mumbling. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I should never have taken any job from Hong Kim-vin. I can't believe I've crossed the line like this." His voice trembled with panic, stumbling over his words. "If I could, I'd tell you who's pulling the strings and get revenge for you, but I really don't know who's behind it." Shin Young-min bowed low, kneeling at Kim Yoon-sung's feet. "Even the representative only sent me one message, and after giving instructions, they disappeared. Please, I'm begging you, spare me this time. I'll do anything, even if you treat me like a dog. Just give me this one chance." But Kim Yoon-sung remained cold, unaffected by Shin Young-min's pleas. "Why should I spare you?" he asked, looking down at Shin Young-min with an expression of utter disdain, as if he were nothing more than an insect. "I warned you, didn't I? Don't you dare touch even a hair on the people around me." Shin Young-min clung desperately to Kim Yoon-sung's leg, still begging. "I was stupid, I was so stupid." Kim Yoon-sung didn't deny it. "Yes, you are incredibly stupid. Only a fool like you would bring about their own downfall." Leaning in close, Kim Yoon-sung whispered. "And as for not knowing who's pulling the strings, I believe you. Hong Kim-vin would never reveal such information to a nobody like you." He gently stroked Shin Young-min's face and continued. "If you're going to beg this pitifully, I'll give you one more chance." Shin Young-min, surprised, asked. "Really?" Kim Yoon-sung added. "Endure for one more month. Use this month to show me your sincerity. Maybe then, I'll spare you." Fearfully, Shin Young-min stammered. "A month? What do I have to endure for a month?" Kim Yoon-sung didn't answer. He slowly stood up and said. "Think about it on your own. You'll find out soon enough." The next day, when Shin Young-min arrived at school, everyone was looking at him with disdain. "Look, there's Shin Young-min. He's looking better than I thought," someone sneered. "I wonder what he learned after losing to a rookie. If I were him, I wouldn't have the face to show up at school anymore." The students whispered and gossiped as they passed by. Shin Young-min felt a deep discomfort inside, but he told himself. "Whatever. I brought this on myself." That's what happens when you're arrogant and think you're the strongest. When Shin Young-min looked in their direction, the group quickly dispersed. "Spineless cowards," he cursed silently. Shin Young-min walked to his seat, pulling out his chair while thinking about what Kim Yoon-sung had said the previous day. Could this be what he meant? He wondered, then sighed. Whatever. This is nothing. I just need to endure for 1 month, he told himself, staring blankly down at his desk. If I have to wait another month before I can act, he thought vaguely. Meanwhile, Han Myung-hun glared at Shin Young-min with a hostile look. Is this guy crazy? Shin Young-min felt uncomfortable under his disdainful gaze. Life must be too easy for you, he thought bitterly. Even a failure like Han Myung-hun dares to stare at me like that? Despite his anger, Shin Young-min held back. Just endure it for 1 month, he reminded himself. Clenching his teeth, he picked up his spoon and began eating, trying to calm himself. Just endure it for 1 more month. After graduation, I'll start a new life, he thought. At that moment, Han Myung-hun approached Shin Young-min's table. The second Shin Young-min saw him, he growled. You dare! But before he could finish, Han Myung-hun dumped the rest of his milk carton onto Shin Young-min's head. Shin Young-min clenched his teeth, glaring at him. You bastard! Han Myung-hun calmly replied. Shin Young-min, do you know Kim Yoon-sung? With a smug expression, Han Myung-hun continued. According to Kim Yoon-sung, I'm allowed to do this to you. How do you feel about that? A few days earlier, in class, someone stood at the podium and spoke confidently. I hate Shin Young-min, because of his malicious and reckless behavior, my peaceful school life was ruined. If I didn't know how to fight, I wouldn't be standing here right now. That person was Yoon-sung. He loudly declared. That's why I must punish Shin Young-min, not just for this incident, but for all the terrible things he's done over the years. Then, Yoon-sung issued a provocative challenge to everyone present. For the next month, you can treat Shin Young-min however you want. The whole class was shocked. Do whatever we want to Shin Young-min? Seeing their hesitation, Yoon-sung added. Whether you spit in his face or hit him on the back of the head, Shin Young-min won't be able to fight back. He glanced sternly at the students. Of course, I'm not forcing anyone. Whether you participate or not is entirely up to you. He respected their decision, saying. You can ignore me if you want, but
His next words struck at the student's deep-seated resentment toward Shin Young-min.
If no one joins in, Shin Young-min will live in peace until the day he graduates.
As if he never existed here at Cheon-in High School.
He issued his final statement. So, for those of you who still harbor anger, for those who are haunted by memories of being bullied, remember this.
No one in the world is going to take action on your behalf.
His reasoning resonated with many, especially people like Han Myung-hun, who had been bullied by Shin Young-min for 3 years.
Han Myung-hun's story was just one example. From the very beginning,
he had been tormented by Shin Young-min, and his school life had been miserable. He was nothing more than a toy in the dull routine of school life.
Even if he was damaged, it didn't matter.
Han Myung-hun had been humiliated by Shin Young-min countless times.
Are you crying? Smile, you idiot. Shin Young-min would taunt.
Those painful memories from years ago flooded back into Han Myung-hun's mind. As he awaited graduation, Han Myung-hun's head swirled with questions so innocent they almost seemed childish.
After we graduate, will Shin Young-min even remember me? Will he regret anything?
But knowing Shin Young-min's personality, Han Myung-hun knew he would never recall his toy.
Han Myung-hun's existence would disappear from Shin Young-min's memory.
Shin Young-min would never realize the mistakes he had made.
That was when Han Myung-hun agreed to Kim Yoon-sung's proposal.
He believed he needed to do something to heal his wounded heart. Now, with all the milk spilled over Shin Young-min, everyone could confirm one thing.
Yoon-sung had been right. Han Myung-hun raised his hand, ready to strike Shin Young-min.
He was still lost in the emotions of having been bullied, while Shin Young-min sat there, unharmed. A punch landed on Shin Young-min's head, but he didn't resist. Han Myung-hun whispered in his ear.
Getting hit by someone like me, a nobody, feels terrible, doesn't it? But I like it, what should I do now? Han Myung-hun's actions left some of the students shocked and worried. Has he gone crazy? Why would he do this because of what Kim Yoon-sung said?
But Shin Young-min stayed seated, completely still.
Is it really true? They wondered. Han Myung-hun opened his mouth and spat into Shin Young-min's lunchbox.
Shin Young-min was on the verge of losing it, but all he could do was listen to Han Myung-hun's insults.
Do you remember? This is exactly what you used to do to me. Do you remember what you said after that?
Han Myung-hun leaned in close and whispered.
Enjoy it, you worthless scumbag.
Everyone thought Han Myung-hun's actions had gone too far, but they had no idea this was just the beginning. Han Myung-hun had only fired the first shot. Shin Young-min was walking down the hallway when 2 students coming from the opposite direction deliberately slammed into his shoulder. "Watch where you're going, you jerk," one of them spat. The other student praised his friend.
"Now you're acting like Shin Young-min."
Shin Young-min bit back his anger and walked away,
cursing in his mind. Damn cowards hiding behind younger students. Don't they have any honor?
But as he walked further, someone tripped him, sending him crashing to the ground. Surrounded by a group of people laughing at him, Shin Young-min heard them taunting.
Remember this? This used to be one of Shin Young-min's signature moves. Who hasn't fallen for this in our class?
But Shin Young-min couldn't fight back. Damn it, treating someone like this when they're injured, it's beyond cruel, he thought as he stood up.
Just then, an empty soda can was thrown directly at his head. He spun around, furious. Who the hell did that?
A group of aggressive students stood there, faces filled with amusement, staring him down without a trace of fear. His physical and mental torment had begun.
Breaking news! Shin Young-min got beaten up by a first-year student. The great Shin Yeon-min is no more. Everyone's celebrating.
Keep enduring it, every single day, you'll have to endure it, they sneered. And when your arm heals, we'll break your legs next. Look at this pathetic jerk, it's hilarious. His desk and chair were now covered in trash and vulgar graffiti. No one dared say a word when I was the one being bullied. Shin Young-min thought bitterly, lowering his head to the desk, trying to endure the humiliation.
Is this really just because Kim Yoon-sung planned all of this for them? Damn it, should I scrap this whole auction deal and just end them all? But the cold, intimidating gaze of Kim Yoon-sung flashed in his mind, making him flinch.
He convinced himself, just wait, 1 more month, I'll wait until Kim Yoon-sung finally lets me go. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-sung was deep in thought. I thought beating Shin Young-min would give me some clue, he mused. But I still don't know who the client is. Even the broker left only a message before disappearing, saying the mission was over. It seemed the plan to find the client through Shin Young-min had failed. Kim Yoon-sung wrote down the new names and clues he had gathered.
I'll try compiling the information I have.
The client must be someone on my level in terms of influence and wealth, someone rich enough to hire Hong Kim-vin for the job. He scanned his surroundings, narrowing down his search. If I focus on these specific students, I can narrow it down to a few possibilities. But I still don't know who the real client is. As he stepped outside, the scene that greeted him was Shin Young-min, being beaten to a pulp by those same trashy students. There's no need to rush. Hong Kim-vin will show up again eventually. For now, I'll focus on dealing with what's in front of me. Shin Young-min, bruised and battered, looked at the people passing by, crying out desperately for help. But for someone like him, getting help wasn't so easy. Kim Yoon-sung sat in the classroom, looking out the window. He saw those thugs enjoying their beating spree, with the teachers pretending not to notice. They're all in this with me now, every single one of them, he thought. Trash, all of them, he muttered to himself, but everything was under his control. Because of that, things were steadily progressing. Shin Young-min lay beaten and battered on the ground when a new message from Kim Yoon-sung flashed on his phone. I have a new offer for you. Do you want to take it? If you agree, all your problems will be gone until graduation, and the bullying will stop. Reading the message was like a lifeline to Shin Young-min, like a drowning man grabbing onto a floating piece of wood. He quickly replied, I'll do anything, just tell me what to do. I promise I won't disappoint you. Kim Yoon-sung read the response and smiled wickedly. So, you finally decided to reply, huh? He stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette under his foot as he walked. Glancing around the convenience store, he wondered to himself. Is this really okay? I'm just gaining another weakness. But then, he thought. Still, anything is better than enduring another month of bullying. He put on a mask and pulled his cap down low to hide his distinctive hair. Holding back his anger, he rushed into the convenience store, thinking. Damn it, I'm going all in, sink or swim. At that moment, Park Min-chun was working in the store, cheerfully greeting the odd-looking customer. Do you need cigarettes, or something else? He asked. But before he could finish his sentence, the stranger grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head onto the counter. Park Min-chun looked up, dazed and confused. What's going on? Is this a robbery? But Shin Yeo-min didn't give him a chance to recover. He punched Park Min-chun square in the face, then grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. As he struggled to regain his senses, Park Min-chun realized the attacker looked familiar. Then, horror struck him as he recognized Shin Yeo-min wounded and in shock. Park Min-chun ran to find his friends and recounted what had happened. Are you sure? Was it really Shin Yeo-min? One of them asked in disbelief. Absolutely. There's no mistaking it. It was him, Park Min-chun confirmed loudly. I heard Kim Yoon-sung broke his arm. He should have it wrapped in bandages. And his right arm is probably hidden inside his coat, Park Min-chun added. Hearing this, one of the friends cursed. Damn it. But they were also puzzled by Shin Yeo-min's actions. Why would he rob us? Should we report him? Park Min-chun, however, quickly stopped them. Do you want to die? Do you even know who's backing him? If we report him, we might end up losing all our limbs. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the others backed down. Yeah, you're right, one of them agreed. Park Min-chun sighed deeply. Let's just chalk this up to bad luck and forget about it. From now on, if we see him, we should just act like we don't know him. The other two nodded in agreement. Just as Park Min-chun finished speaking, a familiar voice came from behind. So, you're all gathered here, huh? Shin Yeo-min appeared behind them. Park Min-chun and his crew immediately became wary. What are you doing here? One of them asked. Shin Yeo-min, clearly excited, responded. Stop pretending. You recognized me yesterday, didn't you? Gathering his courage, Park Min-chun asked. Then why did you do that yesterday? Shin Yeo-min explained. I didn't want to, but Kim Yoon-sung has leverage on me. I just have to endure for one more month. If I take care of you guys, he'll stop. Shin Yeo-min looked at the three terrified boys in front of him and continued. He's going to make sure you suffer more than you can imagine. Do you understand what that means? Before they could react, Shin Yeo-min lunged at them with lightning speed. In one swift move, he was right in front of them. Sorry, but you'll have to go to hell for me, he sneered. Shin Yeo-min threw a powerful punch at the boy with green hair. Then landed another strike on Park Min-chun. It's all because of you idiots, he shouted. The boy in the white shirt, unwilling to just sit there, charged at Shin Yeo-min. You bastard, he yelled, attacking from the left. What did we ever do to you? Shin Yeo-min, with cold fury in his eyes, growled.
What the hell are you barking about, idiot? The white-shirted boy froze in fear. You're still not running away, huh? Shin Yeo-min said angrily. You really don't know what you've done wrong, do you? With a swift punch, Shin Yeo-min knocked him to the ground. You've done so many things wrong. Like a wild animal provoked, Shin Yeo-min unleashed all the frustration he'd been bottling up for days on the boy. Grabbing him by the hair, Shin Yeo-min gritted his teeth. You dare defy me now? Have you forgotten who I am? He drove his knee into the boy's stomach, making him vomit blood. I'm Shin Yeo-min, you bastard. As Shin Yeo-min looked at the defeated boy lying in a pool of blood, his mouth still dripping with it, he felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Turning to the other two, he yelled, Die, you pigs! But just as the scene was about to escalate further, everything fell silent. Park Min-chun stood there, holding a sharp knife, which he had just plunged into Shin Yeo-min's stomach. You bastard, Shin Yeo-min! Park Min-chun hissed, leaning in close to his ear. You shouldn't have pushed it this far. Pulling the knife out, Park Min-chun added coldly. You're the reason we got beaten up. Why did you have to come after us? Shin Yeo-min collapsed, clutching his wound as blood poured out. You pigs! He muttered, feeling the searing pain of the injury. As he lay there bleeding, Shin Yeo-min started to question Kim Yoon-sung's real intentions behind this whole plan. Now I get it, he thought, lying in a pool of his own blood. The real purpose of Kim Yoon-sung's plan. He wanted us to destroy each other. Through his pain, Shin Yeo-min mumbled to himself. In the end, we're all going to die anyway. It's just a matter of who gets taken out first. The next day, the incident involving Shin Yeo-min became the hottest topic at school. What? Shin Yeo-min got stabbed? Groups of students gathered, gossiping about the event. I'm serious. My friend's uncle is a cop, and Park Min-chun is the prime suspect. It's all connected, they whispered. From the classrooms to the rooftop and even the cafeteria. Everyone was talking. Juvenile detention? Does that mean he'll have a criminal record? Are you crazy? Juvenile detention doesn't count as a criminal record, someone corrected. The chatter grew louder and louder. But do you know why they caused such a stir? How should I know what those guys were thinking? All the gossip reached Han Myung-hun's ears. My uncle said there's something really strange going on. Did you hear? They all confessed and asked to be sent to juvenile detention as quickly as possible. My uncle said they just want to get out of Taejeon as fast as they can. On the rooftop, Kim Yoon-sung was casually on the phone. Just as you said, young Minho's family realized there was no hope, so they packed up and left the village. The person on the other end confirmed. They've completely moved out of the mountain and relocated to Jeongi-do. Minho's father is preparing him for public school exams. Of course, rich kids always get treated differently, Yoon-sung remarked, continuing his conversation with Go Chang-bo. At the very least, that kid should be sent to juvenile detention. Go Chang-bo quickly offered. If you want, I can have the boy taken there right away. But Yoon-sung had a different plan in mind. No, leave him be, he said. Go Chang-bo was surprised. Why? He asked. Yoon-sung explained with a cunning tone. I want to give him time to forget who I am. Let him believe his new life in a new city is just beginning. Then, when he's settled, his despair will be even deeper. Go Chang-bo shuddered at Yoon-sung's words. It's been a while since I've seen you this frightening. Yoon-sung looked down below and continued. Now, send the remaining 4 to prison. Once they're out, I don't want to see them in society. Not even for a second. Go Chang-bo sighed. I never want to be on your bad side. He took a drag from his cigarette and added in a low voice. By the way, Go Chang-bo was standing at a construction site, visibly frustrated. How long do I have to keep this up? I've been working here at the lowest level for a month now, just like you said, but nothing's happening. He vented his frustration to Yoon-sung. I don't have the patience to climb from the bottom. Despite the complaints. Yoon-sung remained calm. Just wait, he said. Go Chang-bo resisted a bit, but Yoon-sung knew how eager he was. However, he quickly shut down Go Chang-bo's impatience. Just remember what I told you before. Everything will begin soon. A few days later, real estate prices across the country skyrocketed and the news made headlines. Construction companies were celebrating. Especially the large corporations whose revenues were growing at an unprecedented pace. At a construction site, workers were busy at their tasks. Hurry up, boss, one shouted. After the beam had been secured, the manager signaled the workers to step back. Move away. The worker quickly ran off, wiping the sweat from his brow as he sat down, exhausted. But then, disaster struck. The crane's locking mechanism loosened, and the beam began to fall. "It's falling," one of the workers shouted. Other workers saw the man standing below and yelled, "Boss, look out, above you." The worker, unaware of what was happening, looked up. "What?" But before he could process it, the beam crashed down on him. The workers watching turned pale. Their faces filled with horror. "What do we do now?" "Call an ambulance, quickly. Dial 115. But just as they were about to call, a commanding voice rang out. "Stop, don't." The man, speaking firmly, continued. "Put your phones down." He calmly pulled out his own phone. "Wait, I'll report this to the higher-ups first." The other workers, concerned for their colleague, pleaded. "Please, at least let us call for an ambulance." But they were immediately rebuked. "If construction is delayed because of this accident, who's going to pay for the losses? Can any of you afford to cover the costs?" Eventually, the injured worker was taken to the hospital, but 2 hours had already passed. The nearest hospital was only 10 minutes away. But they sent him to a hospital affiliated with the company, which was an hour's drive away. Even more shocking news followed. Due to the delay in reporting the accident, the worker's son was confronted by Oh Young-hyuk, a thug working for the construction company. He was handed a document, attempting to avoid responsibility by claiming that the accident was due to his father's negligence. Along with it came an exorbitant bill. "We won't be seeking compensation for damages," they said coldly, making it clear the company had no intention of accepting liability. At that moment, two contrasting scenes played out. On one side, the construction company was thriving, their stock prices soaring to new heights, with experts predicting no decline in the near future. On the other side was the tragic sight of the injured worker suffering from his injuries. That day, a seed of hatred was planted in the heart of the worker's son. It was a day that Oh Young-hyuk, a young man barely in his 20s, would never forget. Back in the present, Go Chang-bo was working at the construction site, repaying his debts. "Good, lower it slowly. I'm dead tired," he muttered, shoving his hands into his pockets as he walked. "I could really use a drink. I want to go out and have some fun," he mumbled to himself. Go Chang-bo sighed. "How much longer do I have to stay here?" He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. "I have to trust Kim Yoon-sung," he thought. "He may be young, but he always has a plan." Having witnessed everything Kim Yoon-sung had done, Go Chang-bo's trust in him only deepened. He imagined the day when all the people who had bullied him would be punished, just as Kim Yoon-sung had planned. In his mind, he pictured his enemies kneeling before him, begging for forgiveness. "Please, we're brothers. I'm begging you." Go Chang-bo smiled at the thought of that future, his future. He flicked his cigarette to the ground. Yes, I had to trust him. Regaining his composure, he got ready to head back to work. But a loud noise outside caught his attention. It sounded like something had collapsed. He frowned. What was that? From outside came shouting. Damn it, the floor collapsed. Hearing this, Go Chang-bo immediately ran out. What? Where? Seeing the devastation before him, Go Chang-bo questioned the workers on site. What happened? One of the workers replied nervously. It looks like there was a problem with the concrete pouring. Surprised, Go Chang-bo asked. Concrete pouring? What do you mean? Pointing at the rubble, the worker explained. We should check if anyone is trapped underneath. Another worker hesitantly replied. We're not sure, but we think there might be 5 or 6 people down there. Go Chang-bo was furious. That's no small number, he shouted. But the other workers remained calm. Don't worry, we'll report it to the higher-ups and contain the situation. It was clear they intended to leave the trapped workers there until everything was sorted out. We're just going to leave them down there? Go Chang-bo growled, grabbing the worker by the collar. You're talking about something this serious, and you think that's the solution? The worker stammered. Boss, in this situation. At that moment, Go Chang-bo couldn't help but admire Kim Yoon-sung's foresight. That kid, did he really anticipate this happening? Kim Yoon-sung had once warned him about such possibilities. If anything happens at the construction site, do everything you can to make up for it, under the name of the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction. Don't think about the losses, think about the injured workers. With that advice in mind, Go Chang-bo yanked the worker's collar and ordered. Call 115 right now. Call for an ambulance. But the worker hesitated, still worried about the consequences. I can't do that. If this accident gets out, we'll be held responsible. Go Chang-bo didn't care. Which is more important, their lives or who takes responsibility? The worker tried to justify. It's not about responsibility. If the construction is delayed, who will bear the financial losses?
Go Chang-bo released the man's collar and patted him on the shoulder.
Call 115. The worker looked confused, but Go Chang-bo lowered his voice. I'll take responsibility for this. Not you, me. He roared. You think playing with people's lives is some kind of joke?
Pointing to himself, he added.
I've already called an ambulance. I'll take full responsibility for the people down there. On the construction site, heated arguments echoed. When are they going to get here? One worker asked in frustration. They said they're coming as quickly as possible. Right after receiving the information, another replied.
Go Chang-bo, growing impatient, asked.
Can we use our own equipment to clear the debris?
But the secretary quickly stopped him.
No, it's too dangerous.
They've warned us not to act recklessly, no matter what happens. We need to wait for the experts to assess the situation.
Go Chang-bo was even more agitated.
Then tell them to hurry up, he urged. But the rescue team seemed indifferent to his demands. One of the workers stared at him with resentment as Go Chang-bo continued to push.
Call them and tell them it's an emergency. I'll handle any issues that arise.
Suddenly, a few more bricks tumbled down from the debris.
Hey, it's collapsing again.
You shouldn't stand so close, one worker warned. Frustrated, Go Chang-bo cursed under his breath.
Damn it. How did this even happen? A worker walked over and said. Don't you know why?
Confused, Go Chang-bo asked.
What are you talking about?
The worker explained.
Look at it.
The steel reinforcements weren't connected properly with the concrete. They were completely bare. They removed the support frames too soon, before the concrete had a chance to set, which is why the upper floors collapsed. The worker's explanation stunned Go Chang-bo, but he couldn't help but feel suspicious.
Why are you only telling me this now? He asked. The worker responded calmly. I just wondered if you could handle it. After all, you're the eldest son of the construction company, right? Go Chang-bo blared at the worker. Irritated by the remark. Do you think you can deal with this situation?
The worker asked, trying to provoke him. Go Chang-bo's answer left the man speechless.
This isn't about the situation.
It's about the lives of those people down there, Go Chang-bo said, his gaze fixed on the rubble.
No matter what issues come up, shouldn't our top priority be saving lives first?
If you have time to spout nonsense, why don't you make a call to 911?
He spoke bloodily. Causing trouble only works when you've got a whole team behind you.
In the end, all the workers trapped in the debris were rescued safely.
Everyone on the construction site breathed a sigh of relief. We were really lucky.
Most of them only suffered minor injuries, no one was seriously hurt.
Really?
That's a relief, one of the workers said, relieved the situation was under control.
However, the biggest problem now was the media. The secretary finally spoke up. There's a problem. What is it? Go Chang-bo asked.
The secretary replied. A lot of articles about the accident have already spread across social media, and the public reaction is overwhelmingly negative.
The secretary's news made Go Chang-bo pause. It looks like there will be more articles coming soon.
The situation's reached a tipping point, and even headquarters won't be able to stop the spread, the secretary added.
Go Chang-bo simply asked. Is that so? Then what should we do next? The secretary, surprised by his calmness, asked. Excuse me? What did you say?
Go Chang-bo repeated, more clearly this time.
I'm asking you, what should we do next?
The secretary looked at him, face pale.
Aren't you supposed to have some kind of solution? Go Chang-bo finally spoke. A solution? You're kidding me. All I did was tell them to call 911 and get the people out first. That's it. The secretary cursed under his breath. Damn it, what does he expect me to do? Just then, Go Chang-bo's phone rang.
A familiar number appeared on the screen, it was his father.
Damn it, already? I can't answer this right now.
The secretary noticed the call and said.
It looks like the chairman is calling you. Aren't you going to answer?
Go Chang-bo, visibly shaken, replied.
Ignore it.
He clenched the still ringing phone in his hand.
Damn it. How long is this going to ring?
After what felt like an eternity, the phone finally stopped. He hung up. Go Chang-bo muttered. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed Kim Yoon-sung's number. Pick up, now. The moment Yoon-sung answered, Go Chang-bo bolted. Yoon-sung, he ran off, leaving the secretary standing there alone. Where are you running off to? Someone called out from the office. Hey, are you okay? Later, Go Chang-bo and Jang Sok sat across from each other. For Jang Sok, his brother's mistakes were nothing more than an opportunity. What were you thinking? Jang Sok scolded. Why did you handle things this way without reporting to the higher-ups first? He placed the articles that had spread all over social media on the table. Visibly frustrated, he pushed his glasses up and said, Of course human lives are important, but what about our company? Do you have any idea how much we're going to lose if you keep handling things like this? Jang Sok kept berating him. Are you prepared to take responsibility if the apartments don't sell? Are you? You've done things without thinking them through, but it's us businessmen who have to clean up the mess. An older man chimed in. So you stirred up all of Taejun because of this? I heard it wasn't just 119, but people also called 112. And don't forget, the press got wind of it even faster than that. He questioned Go Chang-bo. What are you going to do about this? Before this, Go Chang-bo had already contacted Yoon-sang. His father, the chairman, took immense pride in construction. He was like a craftsman himself. But Yoon-sang had given Go Chang-bo some advice. I'm sure your father will find a way to clear things up. So for now, just listen to what he says. Surprised, Go Chang-bo thought. Listen to my father? Yoon-sang explained further. Like I said before, don't back down, keep moving forward. Back in the present, Go Chang-bo voiced his thoughts, startling both Jang Sok and their father. Father, I think we should tear down the building and start again from scratch. Jang Sok immediately opposed. What are you talking about? He challenged. Even if you only graduated from high school, you should at least think like a construction worker. Do you realize that most of the project's costs come from bank loans? The interest is rising every day. The man continued to lecture. To cover the mounting costs at this point, demolition fees, interest in the billions, and more, do you really think it's necessary to tear down the whole apartment complex over this? Go Chang-bo shot back. Yes, I do, because it's just an apartment building. He broke it down for Jang Sok. Like you said, we'll face heavy losses. I may not be able to calculate all the complex numbers, but I understand that much. He continued. But the most important thing we need is our reputation. Go Chang-bo went on. You know how people are constantly talking about poorly built constructions on social media these days, right? Beyond profit, the reputation of the construction company must be solid. He pointed out the company's failure to handle the situation properly. In this case, if we just finish the building on top of a collapsed foundation, what do you think will happen? Jang Sok remained fixated on profit. Even with the bad publicity, it's still sellable. We won't have to spend extra money rebuilding. But Go Chang-bo quickly countered. The real issue isn't financial loss. Our focus should be on maintaining the reputation of a responsible construction company. If we don't, it will lead to broken trust. Growing more passionate, he outlined his plan. If it's just about construction, then after we openly admit our mistakes, apologize, and show that we're committed to rebuilding everything from the ground up, we'll regain trust. Even if it takes time. He spoke with conviction. That's the essence of Myeongjin construction. Jang Sok scoffed. Are you an idealist? We're businessmen. We need to focus on real profit, not some lofty ideals. But their father interrupted Jang Sok, my eldest son. He turned and looked at Go Chang-bo with a proud expression. You've finally grown up. In a previous life, this accident had played out a bit differently. However, it had also happened in Kim Yoon-sung's past. At that time, Chairman Go Myeongjin had exposed the cover-up of the accident to the media and shared his strong philosophies on construction. In this life, the chairman also spoke up about the recent accident. He turned to Go Chang-bo and said, Do you know what makes me the most angry about this incident? It's the fact that the consequences of a mistake like this feel like a mere performance. Jang Sok, sitting nearby, clenched his fists, shaking with restrained anger as he listened to his father's words. It's the kind of mistake we should never make, under the name of Myeongjin construction. A home is where people should live safely, the chairman continued. Everything else, personal interests, complex concerns, comes second. He then turned to Go Chang-bo, calling his name. Go Chang-bo looked up at his father. Yes, father? His father praised him.
Well done.
I always thought you'd live your life carefree, but you've not only grown up, you possess qualities very much like mine. Standing before his two sons, the chairman explained.
MANHUA is not just a company. It's a family business built on the foundation of construction. Keep moving forward with that in mind.
The chairman's words filled Jang Sok with rage, but the father continued. In the future, you'll be the one to inherit my legacy. A few days after the accident, at the hospital where the injured workers were being treated, a doctor regretfully delivered the news. It seems we'll have to amputate your husband's legs, he said solemnly. The worker's wife broke down, covering her face as she sobbed.
Oh God, no, my dear.
Most of the victims of the accident had only sustained minor injuries. But this man needed surgery. His wife sat on the chair in despair.
What are we going to do? How are we going to tell the kids?
The man accompanying her tried to console her.
Stay calm. The people from MANHUA Construction will be here soon. Don't be too upset yet.
But the wife wasn't hopeful.
I don't think I'll be able to speak rationally with them. I've heard stories. Construction companies don't deal with accidents properly, let alone compensation.
The man tried to encourage her. We need to stay strong if we want justice for my brother-in-law's legs. Before he could finish, they were interrupted by a sudden voice.
Mrs. Kim.
It was representatives from MANHUA Construction, including Go Chang-bo, bowing deeply before the family of the injured worker.
On behalf of MANHUA Construction, we sincerely apologize for the accident.
Before meeting the family, Go Chang-bo had consulted Kim Yoon-sung.
My father told me to keep doing what I'm doing now. But what should I do? I don't want to disappoint him.
He had confided in Yoon-sung, revealing his internal struggle.
This is the first time he's ever had expectations for me, Go Chang-bo said.
After hearing this, Kim Yoon-sung responded.
Start by addressing the accident. First, deal with the potential tenants.
He then guided him on how to proceed.
Delay the medium-term interest payments, adjust the prices, and offer a discount.
If you promise to be transparent about the restart of the project, you can immediately satisfy them. But the real issue lies with the second group, Kim Yoon-sung added.
Go Chang-bo, flustered, asked. Who are they?
They are the people who were directly affected by the accident, the ones who were injured. Do your best to resolve their issues sincerely, so that they can feel proud of having worked for MANHUA Construction, Kim Yoon-sung advised. Back in the present, Go Chang-bo sat down to negotiate with the victims' families. This accident was entirely due to negligence during construction by MANHUA Construction, he admitted. We understand that no amount of money can make up for the pain, but we will do everything in our power to compensate you in the most meaningful way possible.
The families of the victims were taken aback. Really? One of them asked.
The representative of MANHUA Construction continued.
We will cover all hospital and treatment costs under the labor accident policy.
Additionally, we will offer 500 million won in cash.
The incredible benefits were unveiled one by one. Moreover, your husband will be transferred to a project at the headquarters,
where his experience will be highly valued, the representative said to one of the wives. Your husband has dedicated many years of service to MANHUA Construction, and we are deeply grateful for his contributions. Though he can no longer be with us, we won't turn a blind eye to his sacrifice. Hearing this, the wife felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders as tears streamed down her face.
Both siblings, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply. Thank you so much, thank you.
Go Chang-bo sat outside on the steps, lighting a cigarette absent-mindedly. Secretary, he called out. The secretary quickly responded.
Yes, what is it?
Go Chang-bo, still distant, asked.
What do you think construction work is? The secretary laughed.
Haha, I'm not really sure.
Isn't it just building things? Why are you asking?
Go Chang-bo exhaled a puff of smoke and replied. At one point, I used to think our company's job was just to build houses and sell them to make money. But after this incident, my perspective has changed a lot.
The secretary, slightly confused, smiled awkwardly but didn't say anything.
Go Chang-bo continued to express his thoughts.
I've realized that so many people depend on this work.
People who need to provide for their families, and those who live in the houses we build with the money we make from this job. Go Chang-bo looked up at the sky and sighed.
Maybe I've been underestimating my position all this time. Damn, it's complicated. All I wanted was to enjoy life and eat well.
He still didn't understand when it was that he started genuinely wanting to take the chairman position, a role he had almost given up on.
Go Chang-bo had realized that he couldn't live as he had before.
Taking a drag from his cigarette, he muttered.
I'm sure I look a lot like Dad. After all, we think alike. I don't know about others, but I hope that the people I know live good lives. The secretary, surprised, replied. That's a good way to think, sir. Inwardly, the secretary felt a sense of relief. He's really changed. But the calm atmosphere between them was quickly shattered by a loud voice. Hey, you can't smoke here. Put out that cigarette. Don't you know this is a hospital? The secretary, realizing the mistake, quickly apologized. We're sorry. We'll stop right away. But Go Chang-bo, without hesitation, snapped back. Hey, get lost. He stood up, pointing at the man who had called him out. You're the one ruining this good mood. The man, shocked, stammered. What did you say? Go Chang-bo shouted. Get out of here before I tear this hospital down. The secretary, feeling helpless, tried to calm him down while sighing. Just as I thought, people don't change so easily. A week passed, and like the butterfly effect, something unexpected had begun. Even Kim Yoon-sung hadn't foreseen the new game that was now in play. In a news broadcast, the host asked the guest. Could you please introduce yourself? The man gave familiar name. My name is Oh Jung-hyuk. Oh Jung-hyuk continued. I'm the son of a construction worker who was disabled for life due to an accident at a building site in Incheon. To be honest, the accident involving Myeongjin construction was a small incident. Not many people care about accidents in rural areas, especially if no one dies. However, he added, the media has been continuously reporting on this. We've been informed of a tragic accident at a construction site for an apartment complex in Gangnam, where 5 people were killed. Journalists rushed to the scene, interviewing the workers. I told them, Oh Jung-hyuk said. If we work too fast, accidents will happen. But they didn't listen to me. We should have reported this a long time ago. Negative news stories flooded the media, with outlets racing to cover the story. Even hidden incidents were being uncovered, and the whole country was outraged. At this moment, the host began the conversation with Oh Jung-hyuk. Could you briefly introduce yourself? The host asked. My name is Oh Jung-hyuk. He replied. I'm the son of a construction worker who was severely injured in an accident at a construction site in Incheon. The host then asked about his father's story. Can you tell us what happened to your father? Oh Jung-hyuk quickly recounted the events of that day. At the construction site, materials were being transported by crane. And so, the story of Oh Jung-hyuk's father unfolded on live television. I understood what happened, if only they had paid more attention. At this point, Oh Jung-hyuk shifted to discussing the actions of the construction company at the time. But the worst part, he said, was the company's response. The host, intrigued, asked. You mean their response after the accident? What was it like? Oh Jung-hyuk, visibly angry, continued. When the accident happened and my father was injured, they should have called an ambulance immediately. But the site manager prevented anyone from making a call, insisting they reported to the higher-ups first. In the end, it took 2 hours for my father to be taken to the hospital. The host added. We've also learned that the hospital they took him to wasn't the closest one to the site. In fact, they didn't need to transport him to a hospital that was an hour away. Oh Jung-hyuk clenched his fists in frustration. By taking him to a hospital that had a partnership with the construction company, they could claim more insurance money. They said they wanted to help us financially. But in reality, we didn't receive any support. The host asked. Why do you think the construction company made that decision? Oh Jung-hyuk, angered, slammed his hand on the table. Of course, it was to cover up the accident. That way, they could finish the project without facing any consequences. In the end, it all came down to one reason, money. To maximize their profits by speeding up the construction process, they exploited the workers. Staring directly into the camera, he declared. That's why I mustered the courage to come forward and speak. I hope there will be no more victims like my father. The host, moved by his words, thanked him for his bravery and continued. Once again, thank you for making this difficult decision to speak up. Do you have anything else you'd like to say? After a moment of hesitation, Oh Jung-hyuk replied. Yes, I'm currently working at a construction site myself. Coincidentally, a similar accident happened not long ago. But the company's response this time was completely different from what happened with my father. On the other side, Go Chang-bo had been appointed as the site manager for the rebuilding project. Arriving at work early every morning. However, unlike before, he was now greeted warmly by all the workers. The manager's here. Good morning. Boss, you look even more handsome than usual today. The worker's enthusiasm left him feeling a bit out of place. What's going on with everyone?
One of them explained that the previous events had changed everyone's view of him.
Now, everyone really likes you. Go Chang-bo, confused, responded. And what good is that?
Suddenly, a man approached and handed him a pink fabric bag.
Here, this is onion juice. My wife made it for me, you should try it. It's delicious. Hearing about the strange drink, Go Chang-bo couldn't help but shudder. Onion juice? Really?
A little while later, he sighed.
I'm so hungry.
He pulled out some instant noodles and prepared them, grumbling about his situation.
Why am I even the manager? I have to wake up early every day for this job.
As he ate, he thought to himself.
I'm really in a tough spot.
But food is always my one true love. He quickly set aside his conflicting thoughts.
Ramen really is the best choice to eat on site. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a worker walked in. Manager, you got a visitor. Go Chang-bo, surprised, asked. A visitor? Who?
The worker explained.
He's from a TV station, here to film.
Headquarters has already approved it.
Go Chang-bo nodded. All right, I was just about to take a break. Show him around.
But the worker added.
No, he's here to interview you.
Hearing this, Go Chang-bo nearly choked on his noodles.
What? Why me? He looked at the worker anxiously. What did I do wrong?
The worker shrugged.
I'm not sure either.
That evening, at the private residence of the chairman of Manhwa Construction, the chairman was leisurely sitting on the couch, watching the news about the company's decision to rebuild the apartment complex.
Could you explain your decision further? The news anchor asked. First of all, an unexpected accident occurred.
However, even with that, for a construction company, this wasn't an easy decision. The broadcast began analyzing the situation. If they proceed with the reconstruction, the loan repayment period will be extended, interest rates will rise, and they'll need much more funding.
As a result, they'll face significant financial losses. This is quite an unusual case. Two experts weighed in, offering their opinions. Of course, you could say this is just a major decision made by Manhwa Construction. We'll now interview the chairman's son, Go Chang-bo, who made this significant decision. During the interview, a familiar female voice was heard. To be honest, I didn't think they would regret it.
I was worried they'd treat this as just another workplace accident, ignoring the pain it caused my husband. But the man who came to apologize to us, claiming to be the chairman's son, I'm really grateful for that.
Of course, I'm still angry about what happened to my husband's legs.
Go Myonjin took a sip of red wine and listened. But I still feel comforted knowing that he can work for a company that understands its workers so well.
He picked up the remote and turned up the volume.
According to the information we've gathered, his response after the accident was truly impressive.
In the video,
Go Chang-bo scratched his head and smiled after hearing the reporter's question.
It said that you shouted that human lives are more important than any material loss. He laughed. Well, yeah, that's true.
The reporter continued. Not only that, but you also took responsibility for the accident and firmly insisted on rebuilding the entire project.
Was there a special reason behind this decision?
This time, Go Chang-bo became serious as he answered.
I just followed my father's teachings. Ever since I was a kid, he taught me that what we do isn't just about making money, but about building a business that feels like a family. It's something that has to last forever.
As Go Myonjin listened to his son's interview,
a familiar number flashed on his phone. But we can't just focus on the losses after making a mistake, can we? Go Myonjin quickly picked up the phone. What's this old man calling for now?
On the other end, Chairman Park's voice sounded excited. Chairman Go, you've really raised your eldest son well.
Go Myonjin laughed heartily. I know.
In the past, he caused quite a bit of trouble. There were times I even questioned if he was really my son. But looking at how he handled things this time, he's a lot like me.
Chairman Park chuckled loudly. Exactly. That's why my daughter and I.
A woman's voice suddenly interrupted the call.
Chairman Go, what do you think about the family meeting I mentioned earlier, with the judge and prosecutor?
Over the phone, Go Myonjin didn't sound too pleased.
Those people again?
I already turned them down last time, so why are they bringing it up again? The woman replied. It's not just in Daesan now.
There are requests for meetings from all over the country. Go Myonjin responded coldly. Is that so?
The woman continued. If you don't like the family I mentioned before, I can introduce some other families.
Just let me know if you're interested. He quickly answered. All right, I understand.
There was a knock on the door and his secretary entered.
Chairman, you called for me? He looked at her and instructed. Yes, you don't need to answer any more calls from matchmakers. The secretary nodded. Understood, sir.
He returned to a serious expression and asked her.
How's the situation?
The secretary quickly reported.
Right now, construction requests are pouring in.
The secretary mentioned that all the projects coming in were large-scale ones. So far, the main requests we've received include the headquarters of S Corporation in Jeongro, the redevelopment of 3,000 apartments in Gangnam,
the Tangenbuk building, and the staff dormitory for J Chemical Corporation.
We've also received a call from the city of Daesan, she reported. This caught the chairman off guard. They want to quickly sign the housing contract for the 5,000 families that were proposed earlier, and they aim to announce the progress no later than the first half of next year.
For Go Myung-jin, this was his lifelong dream, an opportunity that he had long awaited. It was like hitting the jackpot. Go Chang-bo, visibly surprised, asked. Excuse me, what did you say? Go Myung-jin calmly replied. Yes, from now on, you will assume the role of CEO of Myung-jin Corporation. Everyone in this room will do their utmost to support you.
Go Chang-bo glanced around the room at the powerful figures, his eyes filled with worry.
What's going on? Am I dreaming? Everyone in the room began clapping. Congratulations, CEO Go.
Chang-bo looked at the faces of people who used to look down on him, treating him like trash.
Now, these same people were flattering him.
If you ever need help, feel free to ask us, they said.
Watching them talk, Go Chang-bo was startled. Weren't these two always on Chang-sik's side?
A while later, Go Myung-jin spoke again.
You should also get involved in the project in Daesan City. Although it's still early, you can learn a lot through experience.
Upon hearing this, Chang-bo obediently replied.
Yes, father.
He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and respectfully bowed to everyone.
I look forward to your support. Back at school, the lively chatter of students filled the halls. See you all next semester. Yesterday on talk was fun, wasn't it? Some girls whispered.
Lee Youngmin sat on a bench, feeling shy as she overheard the girls talking. Suddenly, a notification popped up on her phone. It was a message from Go Chang-bo.
I've become the CEO.
Kim Yoon-sung simply replied with a congratulatory message.
Followed by another text from Chang-bo. Plus, I've been approved to participate in the social housing project for 5,000 residents in Daesan City. Kim Yoon-sung responded. Unbelievable. You're amazing.
Reading these messages, Kim Yoon-sung couldn't help but think.
Why didn't I foresee that things would turn out like this?
There were so many projects, but the social housing project had initially been considered something that would happen in the distant future. Everything seems to be moving beyond the scope of my original memories.
Could this be due to the butterfly effect? The initial plan that Yoon-sung had laid out wasn't like this.
According to his original plan, he intended to secure his position within Myung-jin Corporation through this event. Based on that, he aimed to influence and support the approval of the 5,000-unit social housing project. He began to piece together the events that had occurred. For example, with Chairman Go Myung-jin involved, I no longer need to worry about this. Clearly, Go Chang-bo's promotion to CEO was very beneficial for his future plans. But this was entirely outside of my expectations.
He began recalculating his plan to ensure everything went smoothly.
I had to calculate the variables more carefully because I can't accept any failure, no matter how small.
After a while, a luxurious limousine entered the school.
Kim Hong-sun lowered his gaze and recognized it as Go Chang-bo's car.
He was curious. What was he doing at his school? The message didn't say anything either. Chang-bo headed straight to the principal's office. How have you been, sir?
The principal warmly replied that everything had been going as usual. He also remarked on the recent events. Today, I am very impressed with you.
You've made a wise decision. I'm proud of you, CEO. Now, Myung-jin Corporation is the pride of the city of Daesan, isn't it? Hearing this, Chang-bo couldn't help but feel suspicious. He called me CEO. This hasn't been publicly announced yet.
This old fox must have heard it from somewhere. Pushing his curiosity aside, he said. First of all, the reason I came here is to thank you for taking care of Hyunsung. Upon hearing this, the principal beamed.
Of course, as a teacher, that's what I should do.
Chang-bo, with a deep meaning behind his words, said. But sometimes, only when we show it outwardly, can others truly understand.
Chang-bo leaned back in his chair with a friendly smile. Everything is reciprocal. That's why I'm thinking of giving you a gift. The principal was slightly puzzled. A gift? Chang-bo then laid out his plan.
I want to collaborate with the city government to build a new sports center.
Under Chang-bo's description, an image of a modern sports center formed in the principal's mind, equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, including a swimming pool. The most basic requirement for a sports center in pool is prestige.
With this thought, the principal immediately nodded in agreement.
We will do our best. We won't disappoint you. Rest assured, the entire June in high school will support Hyunsung, both materially and spiritually. Chang-bo smiled as well. Thank you for your commitment. He was very satisfied inside. That's how it should be. If you spend money, you should receive benefits in return. After a moment of silence, Chang-bo spoke again. I have a favor to ask. Can you call him to meet me? Teacher Kim Yi-yang-chun. Kim Yi-yang-chun approached. And Chang-bo quickly observed him. Teacher, I admire people like you. In a world where even AI struggles to make a living, isn't it natural to work for the wealthy? He looked at the teacher with an amused smile. I understand, because this time, you publicly punished Shin Hyo-min, there's been gossip that I bribed you. He spoke as if it were a trivial matter, like a natural law. So what? You will also win in this school. You will become a proud pillar of your family. With your hands full of gifts. He also straightforwardly laid out the timeline for this, while offering a very tempting deal. This time, the maximum is 3 years. Doing so would be more beneficial, wouldn't it? Kim Yi-yang-chun, upon hearing this, agreed, saying, Yes, I think so too. However, the cold gaze from Chang-bo, as if piercing through the teacher, followed with a sharp remark. But I heard you reported to Michael. Kim Yi-yang-chun hesitated for a moment before admitting. Yes. Chang-bo responded as if he were extending an invitation. I spoke well of you, so today, why don't you bring your friends here? Enjoy yourselves freely, and don't worry about the expenses. I'll prepare a box of vitamins for you. Make sure to take it home. The teacher seemed a little confused, so Chang-bo clarified bluntly. Money. It's money. He stared at the teacher with a frightening face and smiled. Now remember this clearly. The person you're negotiating with isn't just a parent with some money. I'm the heir to Myeonjin Construction Corporation, the most powerful and wealthiest individual in the city of Daesan. I control this entire city. His threats, wrapped in sweet words, were hard to swallow. I will definitely reward you handsomely. On the rooftop, the wind blew stronger than usual. Thank you. Chang-bo and Kim Hong-sung met. No problem, Hong-sung replied without hesitation. You must be thanking me for how I responded to your accident, right? Chang-bo didn't deny it and replied. After that incident, I fully acknowledge you. The person who set up a trap for Chang-suk last time could be anyone. They could easily dig up information about us, but this time, the issue is far more complicated. He continuously praised Hyun-sung. You made an accurate judgment about your father's personality and correctly predicted the benefits of becoming the CEO. It's all thanks to you. In the future, I will also become chairman. Chang-bo had once been curious about Hyun-sung, but now that curiosity had turned into admiration. I wonder what kind of future you're envisioning, but that means you'll need more power, enough to make me chairman. I accept that, he added. So, do your best in your position. Hyun-sung listened without showing any emotion, only calmly replying. Thank you. Chang-bo sighed helplessly. What an interesting kid. As he turned to leave, he added. If you need anything, just let me know. Hyun-sung was surprised. Anything I need? He looked up at the clear blue sky and quietly thought to himself. Now, I really want to do anything for you, anytime. Hyun-sung murmured. Anything? After saying this, he looked at Chang-bo seriously. So, how much money can you spend on me after school? Teacher Kim In-chun stood at the podium and announced to the class. I have some good news for you all. We've decided to collaborate with Myeonjin Construction Corporation to establish a scholarship fund. He briefly introduced the scholarship. The scholarship amount is 10 million won. There's no limit on the number of applicants, but of course, this money won't be awarded to everyone. The announcement caused a stir in the class. What? 10 million won? He continued explaining the application conditions. The teacher clapped his hands and spoke loudly. The scholarship will be awarded to hardworking students.
We'll select those with the most potential.
Let's give a round of applause.
The first name called was Hyun-sung from their class.
The other students couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. What? Ridiculous. Everyone was gossiping and whispering about Hyun-sung.
Come on, go congratulate him. If they're his guardian, they should directly support him.
Why do this? Why should I be excited about it? Hasn't he just become the #1 student in the whole school again? Besides Kim Hyun-sung, the teacher announced another name.
In addition to Hyun-sung, Kim Se-you from Class 8 has also been selected.
So, keep trying, everyone.
If you study hard, Meal Jean Corporation will award scholarships to you as well.
No exceptions.
Hearing that the second person had also received a scholarship, the students were shocked.
What? That's too obvious, isn't it? Okay, we won't count Kim Hyun-sung.
He's not only the class president but also ranked first in the entire school for the midterms.
But Kim Sol?
Oh my gosh, he used to do taekwondo, but now he's nothing. These students were curious about the decision.
Strange. It's not just strange. What qualifications does Kim Se-you have to get a scholarship?
They discussed it for a while and concluded.
Maybe it's because he's Hyun-sung's friend. They must have done something secretly.
Then they brought the topic back to Hyun-sung.
By the way, what's up with Kim Hyun-sung? Is he really the illegitimate child of Meal Jean Construction Corporation? The others argued, nonsense, how could that be?
If it were true, they would have taken care of him a long time ago.
Who knows? Even if it were true, that would be quite a story.
They were deep in conversation when one of them suddenly turned pale, almost biting his tongue.
He lowered his head and turned away.
The two friends were confused, but then they noticed who was standing in front of them. It was Kim Hyun-sung.
By that point, it was too late to turn back.
Kim Hyun-sung waved at them with the same hand that once had been stained with their blood. At that moment, they began to regret their actions.
We've lost our minds. Why did we badmouth Kim Hyun-sung?
They recalled the scene of being beaten black and blue by him in the past. Their legs started shaking uncontrollably, and their faces turned ghostly pale.
The mad dog of John N., it's over. Does he want to kill me now? But I still have so much to do. However, their thoughts were quickly interrupted by Kim Hyun-sung's voice. Look up.
Kim Hyun-sung didn't hit him like they had imagined. Instead, he simply asked.
You're Cho Jae-jin, right? The one nicknamed the school's loudspeaker. Hearing Kim Hyun-sung's question, Cho Jae-jin couldn't stop trembling. Yes, that's me.
With a serious expression, Kim Hyun-sung said.
Don't be afraid.
I don't care what people say behind my back.
I like you because you're always boastful. If you really have good relationships with all the students in school. Kim Hyun-sung's words only made Cho Jae-jin even more frightened. Then, I have something I need your help with. Cho Jae-jin hesitated but responded. Just tell me, I'll do my best.
Inside, he was anxious, wondering if he could make it out of this safely. At that moment, Kim Hyun-sung finally brought up the scholarship.
In fact, the selection process isn't fair. Both the CEO and I are proof of that. You've probably heard that there's no limit on the number of scholarship recipients, right? Cho Jae-jin listened in confusion. Wait, what is he talking about?
Kim Hyun-sung continued.
In other words, you can also receive the scholarship. Cho Jae-jin was surprised by this generous offer. Don't tell me they can just give a scholarship to anyone they want?
After saying this, Kim Hyun-sung quickly presented his condition. You must spread what you just heard, so that everyone knows how unfair the Meal Jean Construction Corporation scholarship is.
However, it wasn't that simple.
Kim Hyun-sung leaned closer to his ear and whispered.
But you should add a little spice to the rumor.
The next evening, a strange rumor quickly spread throughout the school.
Did you hear about it?
Apparently, the Meal Jean Corporation set up a scholarship at Cheonan School just to take care of those who are good to Kim Hyun-sung. At this point, everyone started to understand. That's why the CEO was the only one who talked to Kim Hyun-sung during the Park Jin-yu incident. That's how they were selected.
Cho Jae-jin eagerly spread this rumor. Exactly. If not, why else would Kim Seol have been chosen?
He enthusiastically sowed the seeds of this gossip.
What's more, there's no limit. As long as you treat Kim Hyun-sung well.
No matter how many people there are, they'll be taken care of. From the classrooms to the cafeteria, the entire school was abuzz with this rumor.
Recently, Kim Hyun-sung has really changed, hasn't he?
I heard it's because of Park Min-chun's gang. That's why his attitude shifted.
They say they're planning to start at June in school and wipe out the scumbags in Daesan, right?
From the younger students to the seniors, everyone was talking.
Senior, didn't you used to talk to Kim Hyun-sung? It seems like he'll accept anyone who wants to join his plan.
The senior scolded.
You've read too many stories about school violence.
Despite that, the rumors continue to spread. Look at Kim Seu, he got 10 million won because of the Park Jin-yu incident.
Everyone was suspicious, but they couldn't ignore the rumor entirely.
While sitting in class, Bae Sung-ho also overheard the gossip.
He immediately stood up. Kim Hyun-sung is recruiting people?
He immediately trusted the rumor and started contemplating.
If I perform well, can I get the scholarship like Kim Seu did? If he needs someone to help with fights, I believe I can do it. I lost to him only because he's Kim Hyun-sung, right? Who says I'm weak?
After that, he walked out of the classroom.
Cho Jae-jin, loudspeaker, come here. Is it true? Cho Jae-jin nodded nervously. Yeah, because it's you, I'm telling you.
Bae Sung-ho leaned closer and whispered in his ear.
Hyun-sung wants to turn June in school into his kingdom.
Using the power he's built, he plans to sweep through the nearby schools.
He half-jokingly added.
During this time, if anyone can show strength and loyalty, he'll surely reward them generously.
Do you know how much the scholarship is worth?
Bae Sung-ho fell into deep thought. Of course, the amount of money is higher than what Shin Hyo-min offered.
The problem is, I don't know if Kim Hyun-sung will accept me. Someone who has fought with him in the past. Nevertheless, I've decided to take a chance.
After school, Bae Sung-ho stood waiting at the school gate. There he is, he thought as Kim Hyun-sung approached.
He immediately stepped forward to face him. Kim Hyun-sung, I have something I want to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? But Kim Hyun-sung's attitude surprised him. Follow me, that's all he said.
Bae Sung-ho followed Kim Hyun-sung to a quiet spot, where he began to express his apology.
First, I'm sorry for what happened before. I didn't mean any harm.
Kim Hyun-sung simply urged him.
I understand, just get to the point.
At that moment, Bae Sung-ho revealed his true intention. I heard you're planning to take over the surrounding schools.
Do you trust me?
I know it might sound strange after we fought to the death, but...
Suddenly, he bowed his head. To be honest, I need money. I can't explain the reason in detail. What I mean is, if you need someone who's strong and obedient, what do you think of me? I believe I won't disappoint you. Kim Hyun-sung coldly responded. I heard that you were the one who came up with Shin Hyo-min's plan, right?
Upon hearing this, Bae Sung-ho knew that Kim Hyun-sung was aware of everything. Realizing he couldn't deceive him, he quickly admitted.
Yes, it was me.
Kim Hyun-sung looked at Bae Sung-ho with a curious expression.
I'll accept you, but only if you pass my test. Hyun-sung's fist tightened.
A little later, Bae Sung-ho's underclassmen were bewildered by the scene before them.
What's going on? They wondered.
I came to support Senior Sung-ho, but why are there so many of those seniors from Class 5 here? The group sitting on the stairs arrogantly called out.
Who do you think you are to be giving orders to the seniors from Class 5? If I.me wasn't absent, your face would have been beaten to a pulp by now. Forget about Kim Hyun-sung, today we'll teach you little brats a lesson. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed. It's here.
The guy turned around to look at Bae Sung-ho.
What the hell happened to you?
He asked, staring at Sung-ho's bruised face. The onlookers were equally shocked.
What happened to your face?
Bae Sung-ho's voice turned cold as he replied. I'll say this once, so listen closely, you seniors from Class 5. The guy's anger flared up at being addressed so disrespectfully.
You little punk.
But before he could finish his sentence, Bae Sung-ho cut him off.
From today onwards, I'm following Kim Hyun-sung. He's my backup now.
Hearing this, the Class 5 seniors were stunned and shouted in disbelief.
What, you want to die?
Bae Sung-ho challenged them. Whoever doesn't want to follow Kim Hyun-sung, raise your hand. He started warming up his body.
I'll kill every one of you right here.
This was also the test that Kim Hyun-sung had given him. He remembered Hyun-sung's words. I need a few dogs who listen to me. When I tell them to fight, they fight. When I tell them to bark, they bark. They must obey my orders unconditionally. That arrogant and ruthless gaze made Bae Sung-ho recall that moment and sent a shiver down his spine.
Do you think you can do it?
Holding his bruised face, Bae Sung-ho prepared to face the Class 5 seniors.
He collapsed in pain onto the ground. "You damn dog, that hurts like hell."
But suddenly, a sharp whistle echoed, and the pain in his body seemed to vanish. Kim Hyun-sung handed him 5 million won.
What a slave to money, he thought, but who cares?
Even losing for this much money is worth it. Kim Hyun-sung stood on the stage, watching him lying bruised and battered on the ground.
"From now on, you're my dog. So I've chosen you. Tomorrow, go claim the scholarship. Perform well, and I'll grant you whatever reward you want. Don't even think about defying me."
Kim Hyun-sung stared coldly at Bae Sung-ho. "Because if you ever betray me or cross the line and bite back at me, I'll tear you apart." Bae Sung-ho looked up at the clear blue sky.
"I made this much money so quickly, but did I make the right choice? Am I really okay being treated like a dog?"
He quickly brushed off his thoughts and said to himself, "Whatever, who cares?
Where else am I going to make 5 million won this easily?
At least this is better than getting beaten up at Wong Kim Park."
My life. When was it ever easy? Now the food's practically being fed to me, and I'm still hesitating?
With that, he quickly made a phone call. The person on the other end answered promptly.
"Tung-ho, what's up?"
Bae Sung-ho coldly replied.
"Come meet me. I have something to discuss."
The situation had taken a new turn. Bae Sung-ho delivered a punch, knocking a Class 5 student to the ground. He looked at the student with disdain.
"You idiots from Class 5 think I bowed my head because I couldn't fight you?
I was just holding back because of that bastard Shin Hyo-min.
Without him, you're nothing. Understand?"
Bae Sung-ho glared at the trembling Class 5 students.
"Anyone else got something to say?"
"From now on, we're all in the same family." He approached one of the Class 5 students and grabbed him by the head.
"Remember this, I don't know anything.
Any chaos or confusion, I had nothing to do with it. So from now on, I'll be loyal to my master, Kim Yoon-sung."
"And you better follow Yoon-sung's orders too."
Bae Sung-ho mimicked the words Kim Yoon-sung had said to him.
"If Yoon-sung tells you to slap your mother, you do it. Whatever he orders, you follow.
And if anyone at June in high school dares oppose Yoon-sung, we'll take care of them."
He beat the Class 5 student to a pulp before finally letting go.
"Don't even think about defying Yoon-sung, because if you do, I'll break every bone in your body until you die." As he walked away, he added.
"And one more thing, the rumor about Kim Yoon-sung giving scholarships to those loyal to him? It's true.
So we need to be completely devoted to our master.
If you don't work, you don't eat.
If you don't do your part, you're left with nothing." The next day, everyone was still buzzing about Bae Sung-ho's behavior.
That guy has lost it.
What's with all this talk about being loyal to Yoon-sung and treating him like a master?
What the hell is going on? Bae Sung-ho has nothing left to lose now.
After getting taught a lesson by Yoon-sung, he's become his loyal dog.
Two students were walking and talking.
That guy is so stupid.
What's his deal? All he has to do is listen to Yoon-sung, and he'll get money, right? What's going on? What's all the noise about? Looking at the group of students crowding around the announcement board,
two curious students moved closer.
What's happening here?
They saw the newly updated scholarship list and were shocked to discover that Bae Sung-ho had received a scholarship. At that moment, everyone began to believe the rumors that had been circulating earlier.
So, the rumors are true?
Jin Yu stared at the familiar names in disbelief.
How on earth did Kim Yoon-sung connect with Meonjin Construction Corporation? Not to mention Bae Sung-ho, but also that internet thug, Yo Jae-in. What exactly did he do?
Jin Yu quickly went to find Yo Jae-in, and Yo Jae-in bloodily said,
"Me?
I just did whatever Yoon-sung told me to do, and that's why I got the scholarship. By the way, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better start being more sensible, you understand?" Yo Jae-in kindly warned him not to go against Kim Yoon-sung, lest he suffer the same terrible fate as Shin Hyo-min.
Hearing this, Jin Yu's mind was in turmoil.
That guy really plans to turn Jaeon in high school into his own kingdom.
What am I supposed to do now?
Suddenly, a voice snapped them out of their thoughts.
Kim Yoon-sung is coming. Get out of the way, make way.
Even his aides were accompanying him. By now, the whole school understood that the tides had changed. Everyone had to step aside for Kim Yoon-sung. At least within the school, no one dared to oppose him anymore. This meant that Kim Yoon-sung had reached a new level.
A black sedan sped down the road. I've given you this task a long time ago. Do you even know what's been happening at June in high school recently?
My cunning nephew has been causing chaos there.
No one in the school can control him.
The person on the other end of the call was scolding furiously.
All of this is because you didn't do your job properly, isn't it?
The man quickly apologized. We sincerely apologize for letting this happen.
The caller was still furious. You took the money, and now you dare to apologize so easily?
I trusted your company because I heard Wong Kim Park had a good reputation.
Do you even know how much my son has been suffering at school lately?
Seeing him suffer sets me on fire. The man's voice was filled with disdain as he replied.
If this issue isn't resolved to my satisfaction, I'll report it to the gold members.
I'll let them know that Wong Kim Park is nothing but a name now, no substance. The representative of Wong Kim Park in Seoul hurriedly assured him.
Please rest assured, sir. This time, we've prepared very carefully. We will resolve this issue no matter what. We'll make sure it's handled properly before November.
Hearing this, the caller's tone softened.
Fine, I'll trust you one more time.
Hearing that, the man gave another assurance.
Ugh, what a hassle. This shouldn't even be that big of a deal.
After hanging up, the man turned to the blonde-haired guy next to him, Tae-jun.
You think you can handle it?
The man arrogantly replied.
Of course, I can handle it, master. Do you even need to ask? Just remember to keep your promise to the others.
And after it's done, I expect my special reward, as promised.
As he watched the man's trembling figure walk away, he began to scheme.
After seeing my abilities, Wong Kim Park personally hired me.
Who would have thought I'd end up using someone like this, and in a place like this too?
Now, Tae-jun stood in front of Principal Oda.
Go ahead and complete the formalities. I'm Choi Tae-jun, is that clear? The principal responded.
Our school doesn't usually accept transfer students at this time of year, but your case is an exception. The Director of Education in Seoul has personally requested it.
If anyone asks, just say that. With his usual suspicious nature, the principal asked. So, how do you know the director? Tae-jun's hand slightly trembled as he answered. He's a friend of my father.
Hearing this, the principal grew more suspicious. A strange friendship indeed, he thought, glancing at him carefully. For the Director of Education in Seoul to arrange a transfer to Junin High School based on a single student's request, it's clearly against the law. If I blow this up, the director could be in big trouble. So why would he take such a risk to send Choi Tae-jun to Junin?
His experienced mind quickly began calculating. Could it be that this guy is an informant planted by Wong Kim Park? After some thought, the principal concluded. Even if that's the case, I can't let him act freely at Junin High School. With this in mind, the principal turned to Choi Tae-jun and warned. I will be monitoring this situation. If you violate any of the school's rules, don't expect any special treatment. Even if the Director of Education in Seoul is your father.
Upon hearing this, Tae-jun's lips curled into a slight smirk.
I understand. With that, he slung his bag over his shoulder, giving the principal an arrogant look. So, which class should I go to?
In the end, he was placed in Class 1.
Nice to meet you all. I'm Choi Tae-jun. He looked around at everyone in the class with a condescending attitude. I transferred here from Seoul. I hope we all get along. Jin Yu looked at the name on the blackboard and mumbled. Choi Tae-jun.
It seemed like Choi Tae-jun noticed Jin Yu as well.
Park Jin Yu.
After school, the two met up like old friends.
Who would have thought we'd meet here? The last time we saw each other was at that party, 6 months ago, right? The two laughed and chatted.
I knew it, Jin Yu said with a grin.
I thought back to 6 months ago.
At that time, Choi Tae-jun was quite famous in the eastern part of Seoul. He had joined Wong Kim Park, thinking that he would need to rely on these kids in the future. So he made friends everywhere. Back then, Park Jin Yu thought this guy was just trash. Suddenly, Choi Tae-jun spoke up. So, how's this palace of yours?
Didn't you say you were the boss of this school?
Caught off guard, Jin Yu hesitated and replied awkwardly.
Of course, I'm the boss around here. But honestly, it's just a boring, regular school.
The principal is obsessed with the reputation of prestigious schools. Then he added, but you need to be careful around a guy named Kim Yoon-sung. As he remembered those cold, dagger-like eyes, a sense of fear welled up inside him. Don't mess with him, he's really good at fighting.
Not only that, but he also has connections with some influential people.
Hearing this, Choi Tae-jun asked with curiosity.
So, is he really the boss of this school? I thought it was you. Jin-yu, feeling a bit uneasy, replied. Well, yeah, kind of. But you should still be careful. Choi Tae-jun looked at Jin-yu with disdain. This idiot. He's always slow-witted, acting like he's a big deal. Choi Tae-jun smirked and said. I have some connections with him too. Maybe we can use that for something later. Then he laughed. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's good to see you again. Let's help each other out from now on. Jin-yu returned to class, where the teacher was still lecturing. Meanwhile, Choi Tae-jun yawned and began plotting his next move. This isn't just about beating someone. My mission is to stay in Daesan for 6 months and completely ruin Kim Yoon-sung, a first year at Junin High School. I'd been given what seemed like an impossible task. But they offered me a huge sum of money as insurance, so there's no reason to refuse. He started envisioning a bright future. All I need to do is stir up some trouble with a few guys. And I can push Kim Yoon-sung to the bottom of the social ladder at this school. I've done it many times before. All I need to do is turn this school into his worst nightmare. He was extremely confident, and for good reason. Choi Tae-jun's confidence was well-founded. In Wong Kim Park, the elite were ranked from S tier, the top 0.1%, to B tier. Best in the country. Even though he was only a 10th grader, Choi Tae-jun had easily passed the tests and earned a B rank in Wong Kim Park. Arrogantly, he glanced at the ticking clock. Kim Yoon-sung may have the backing of Junin High School. But I have connections with the director of education. However, I can't rely solely on the protection of those old men to act recklessly. Choi Tae-jun began to plan his next move. First, I need to find an opportunity to thoroughly destroy Kim Yoon-sung. Then, I'll manipulate the 11th and 12th graders to isolate him. Eventually, they'll see him as a thorn in their side. He stared at Jin-yu, thinking. Do I need 6 people to accomplish this? I should eliminate this obstacle as soon as possible to continue advancing. Jin-yu, show me the other classes. After walking around for a while, they finally arrived at Kim Yoon-sung's class, the last one. The homeroom teacher here is Kim In-chun. And as I told you before, Kim Yoon-sung is also in this class. Hearing that, Choi Tae-jun immediately showed interest. Really? As soon as the door opened, he saw Kim Yoon-sung focused on his studies. Jin-yu couldn't help but curse. Damn, why is he sitting there? Choi Tae-jun looked at the studious young man and asked. That's Kim Yoon-sung? Suddenly, a provocative voice echoed. What the hell are you guys doing? Choi Tae-jun approached with an arrogant look, glaring at Yoon-sung. What are you staring at? Sensing things were about to escalate, Jin-yu quickly stepped in to calm the situation. Hey! Choi Tae-jun moved beside Kim Yoon-sung. Kim Yoon-sung looked up coldly and asked. Who do you think you are? Startled, Choi Tae-jun responded. What did you say? Kim Yoon-sung replied calmly. I wasn't looking at you. He had already seen through Choi Tae-jun's intentions. You look like you're itching for a fight, aren't you? Choi Tae-jun glared at Kim Yoon-sung with hostility. Look at this arrogant guy, he thought. But Kim Yoon-sung never gave provocateurs a chance to finish. With a smile, he said. Are you sure you can handle the consequences of your actions? Choi Tae-jun, a bit flustered and angry, replied. What the hell are you talking about? Before he could say anything more, a loud sound echoed. A punch that sent him flying into the desks and chairs, knocking him to the ground. Enraged, he looked up and cursed. You bastard! At that moment, a pleading voice broke through. Yoon-sung, please. Jin-yu knelt on the ground, begging. I didn't mean to bring him here to cause trouble. He acted on his own. With a pitiful face and hands clasped together, Jin-yu continued. Please, just this once. I'm begging you. Choi Tae-jun lay flat on the floor, stunned by Jin-yu's words. The scene before him was unbelievable. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The arrival of Choi Tae-jun had lifted Park Jin-yu's spirits. After all, he had a friend who knew about his glorious past and was always by his side. Because of that, Jin-yu wanted to treat his friend well. Especially since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They reminisced about old times, sharing a smoke and chatting as they used to. But when Choi Tae-jun provoked Kim Yoon-sung, a thought flashed through Park Jin-yu's mind. It's over. Immediately, Park Jin-yu knelt down and clasped his hands together, begging for forgiveness. Kim Yoon-sung looked furious. And Choi Tae-jun had no idea what was happening or why Park Jin-yu was so terrified.
To understand this, let's go back to a week earlier. After Bae Sung-ho declared his loyalty to Kim Yoon-sung,
The atmosphere at Junin High School completely changed.
a new ruler had emerged, and Bae Sung-ho didn't allow anyone to challenge him.
Did the other students resent this change? In reality, they accepted it.
Whenever Bae Sung-ho's gang heard someone bad-mouthing Kim Yoon-sung, they would immediately go after that person. Once they found the student, they would first question him. But even before he had a chance to explain himself, Bae Sung-ho's gang would beat him up badly.
Remember this. Don't ever speak ill of Kim Yoon-sung again. Just focus on your studies.
The senior students all supported Kim Yoon-sung. The surrounding students were so terrified they didn't dare to move, witnessing the violent scene. The student being beaten passed out, vomiting blood and collapsing on the ground. That was the price to pay for slandering Kim Yoon-sung. Since Kim Yoon-sung took control of Junin High School,
violence and bullying had become an everyday occurrence.
After receiving the prestigious Golden Scholarship from Kim Yoon-sung, Bae Sung-ho became Kim Yoon-sung's loyal dog, the gatekeeper of Junin High School. He would punish those who bullied the weak, claiming to be an enforcer of justice.
He established rules.
No bullying, no school violence, no unnecessary trouble. With this, school violence disappeared from Junin High School, and the friend Bae Sung-ho constantly referred to was none other than Kim Yoon-sung. The reign of peace under the benevolent king had officially begun. But Choi Tae-jun, by provoking the ruler, had set off a chain of events that led to this very moment.
What happened next was inevitable.
Returning to the scene, Park Jin-yu was begging Kim Yoon-sung to spare Choi Tae-jun, who was completely unaware of everything that had transpired.
I don't know anything. Please don't misunderstand.
Meanwhile, Choi Tae-jun was clutching his neck in pain, crying out in agony. He didn't know whether Park Jin-yu was still his friend or not.
Jin-yu, what the hell are you doing? I thought we were friends. Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me instead of him? Choi Tae-jun kept ranting. Just because I treated you nicely a few times, you dare to stab me in the back? Park Jin-yu immediately shot back. What, you idiot, who stabbed you in the back? Kim Yoon-sung smirked, mocking Choi Tae-jun's ignorance.
Fearing that his friend would keep rambling,
Jin-yu quickly stood up and delivered another punch to Choi Tae-jun. You're just a transfer student. Shut your mouth. How dare you insult Kim Yoon-sung? But things didn't end there.
Two loud smack sounds rang out as Choi Tae-jun reacted swiftly,
landing a punch straight into Park Jin-yu's face. It's over, Jin-yu thought.
Then, Choi Tae-jun delivered yet another punch, making Jin-yu stagger.
Looks like you forgot who you're talking to, Choi Tae-jun, he sneered.
Choi Tae-jun, who had once single-handedly defeated an entire wrestling team, was selected to join one Kim Park at 17 and had the strength to break a bull's horn. He emphasized that he was the RKB assassin.
Another punch sent Park Jin-yu flying across the room, lying flat on the floor. With just 3 punches, Jin-yu was completely knocked out.
You got yourself into this mess with your loose talk, and that's why you got beaten.
Choi Tae-jun scoffed. But what bothered him the most was Kim Yoon-sung's strange composure.
Kim Yoon-sung smiled calmly and said,
"What are you two playing at?" Choi Tae-jun saw Kim Yoon-sung as arrogant and reckless. A madman who definitely deserved to die. Thinking to himself,
forget the reasons or plans, I'll just beat him up and figure out the rest later. He pointed at Kim Yoon-sung's face, hurling insults and threats.
You just wait. Next time, you're dead. You don't know what's coming your way. Next time will be your death anniversary. Kim Yoon-sung, unfazed, ignored his ranting.
The next day, during class, Choi Tae-jun sat there thinking about how he would deal with Kim Yoon-sung after school.
Today is the day that bastard dies. As for Park Jin-yu, he had gone to the nurse's office. And everyone in the class knew he had angered the school's demon. As a result, they all avoided him. The nerds in the class all stared at Choi Tae-jun, and he thought, maybe I went too far. When the teacher asked everyone to form groups of 4 to practice, all the other students kept their distance from Choi Tae-jun, afraid of getting involved in trouble. The teacher noticed that all the groups had formed, but Choi Tae-jun had been left out, which seemed odd to her. She suggested adding him to one of the groups. Only he's left. Group 5 only has 3 members, so why don't you add him? Before she could finish her sentence, one of the students in the group immediately refused. I don't want him in our group. The teacher, surprised, replied, he's new here. But before she could finish, the same student cut her off again. I don't care. I don't want him in our group. The rest of the students followed suit. We don't want him either. Our group already has 4 people. Let the other groups take him. We really don't want him, miss.
In the end, Choi Tae-jun had no choice but to practice on his own. Those who go against the crowd are always left alone.
What's for lunch today? Got anything good?
The students were chatting among themselves.
Choi Tae-jun saw a male student with glasses walking by and called out. Hey, glasses. I'm talking to you. Get over here. Choi Tae-jun couldn't help but feel annoyed as he looked at the nerdy student.
The more he looked at him, the more irritated he became. He decided that he needed to teach this nerd a lesson and show the entire class who's in charge. But instead of a response, the student gave him a look of disdain, which made Choi Tae-jun's blood boil. These people have some nerve. Not only are they nerds, but they're also stupid. Unable to hold back any longer, Choi Tae-jun stood up, yelling, "If you're not coming, I'll go over there myself, you idiot." Just then, Bae Sung-ho and 2 of his underlings showed up. Bae Sung-ho had come to deal with the new transfer student, who had already made the mistake of angering Kim Yoon-sung. "This is my first day here. I don't even know who Kim Yoon-sung is. Are you guys crazy?" Choi Tae-jun snapped, irritated by what he saw as absurdity. Of course, there was no way for Choi Tae-jun to know that simply messing with Kim Yoon-sung, even just a little, would cause the whole school to react. Because this was June in high school, where no one was allowed to touch Kim Yoon-sung. Choi Tae-jun realized he might need to adjust his plans. He taunted Bae Sung-ho. "So, you're the one following Kim Yoon-sung?" The comment enraged Bae Sung-ho. "You dare to talk to me like that, you first-year punk?" Caught off guard for a moment, Bae Sung-ho wasn't prepared when Choi Tae-jun suddenly jumped and kicked at him. Fortunately, Bae Sung-ho's quick reflexes allowed him to block the kick just in time. He immediately countered with a punch aimed at Choi Tae-jun. But Choi Tae-jun easily dodged it. Choi Tae-jun then shoved Bae Sung-ho, pushing him back. But it wasn't over yet. Bae Sung-ho used the momentum to leap forward, launching himself at Choi Tae-jun. "You're dead meat today, punk!" Bae Sung-ho shouted. Choi Tae-jun threw a punch, hitting Bae Sung-ho square in the chin before he could dodge. "Take it easy," Choi Tae-jun mocked, as Bae Sung-ho, already battered, took the full force of the blow. But Choi Tae-jun wasn't done. He continued with another 2 or 3 punches. Bam, bam, bam. Then, he grabbed Bae Sung-ho's head and slammed it down onto the desk. Finally, with 2 more punches, Choi Tae-jun knocked Bae Sung-ho out cold. "Alright, that pig's been dealt with," Choi Tae-jun declared. Bae Sung-ho's underlings were both terrified and furious. How could their boss get beaten by a first-year student? Choi Tae-jun sneered and shouted. "Come on, all of you. Either one at a time or all at once. I'll take you all on." Bae Sung-ho's underlings hadn't even had time to react before Choi Tae-jun landed a punch in the stomach of the first one, followed by a punch to the face of the second. The third underling was caught as Choi Tae-jun locked his head between both hands, twisting it like squeezing an orange. The last underling tried to kick Choi Tae-jun, but before he could act, Choi Tae-jun spun around. His eyes filled with madness, and delivered a kick to the underling's face, followed by a punch. "Boom, boom," Choi Tae-jun shouted. "All of you are going to die. If you've got the guts, come at me all at once. Let's settle this, you bastards." With that, he unleashed a barrage of punches on the underling's face. The 3 remaining underlings, seeing this scene, couldn't stand it any longer. They decided to charge at him together. Choi Tae-jun, waving them off with his hand, said, "Damn, this is annoying. Fine, come at me all at once. I'll kill you all and be done with it." At this moment, Bae Sung-ho regained consciousness and shouted, "You're the one who's going to die. This isn't over yet, kid." Choi Tae-jun smirked coldly. "You're that loyal to a first-year student? Why don't you stay down? If you get up, you'll die." Bae Sung-ho wiped the blood off his face, preparing for one final desperate effort. He remembered a week earlier when he had managed to turn the entire 12th grade upside down during the night. Bae Sung-ho had received 1 million won in spending money from Go Chang-bo, and he knew that no matter the hardship, he had to protect Kim Yoon-sung. But what did Go Chang-bo had to do with Kim Yoon-sung? Go Chang-bo wasn't the type to do anything just for Kim Yoon-sung. However, if Bae Sung-ho could defeat the Wong Kim Park assassin, that would be a different story. It wouldn't just be 1 million or 2 million won. There would be much more at stake. Even if Bae Sung-ho lost, it would still be the fastest way to make money.
As long as Bae Sung-ho got some snacks, he'd be as loyal as a dog, ready to do anything.
Bae Sung-ho turned to his 3 underlings and said, "Listen closely. This kid is even tougher than Shin Hyo-min. Even if you all charge at him together, there's no guarantee you'll beat him.
But if you run away, what will Kim Yoon-sung think of us?"
The conflict between Shin Hyo-min's gang and Park Min-chun had already taught them a harsh lesson.
501 for one fight, 1,001 in scholarship money, 101 in daily expenses, and 1,601 in just a few days. How could Bae Sung-ho give up now?
Despite his words about defeating Choi Tae-jun, Bae Sung-ho's legs trembled uncontrollably.
The 4 of them decided to join forces against Choi Tae-jun. Keep hitting him without stopping.
Even if he stomps on you like a dog, you must bite and tear him apart. Given their strength, Choi Tae-jun could easily knock them down with just a few punches. In the end, he effortlessly wiped the blood off his face, already fed up with this situation. He didn't even consider them a threat, thinking they were either addicts or just plain stupid for getting involved in a fight they were bound to lose. For a third-year student, joining a hopeless battle wasn't an easy decision.
But Bae Sung-ho and the other 11th graders were truly reckless.
As more people got involved, the situation became more dangerous. The students watching from outside the classroom were terrified. This kid is scary. He's just as terrifying as Kim Yoon-sung, maybe even worse. Things were spiraling out of control. Even though someone had been said to deal with the situation,
isolating Kim Yoon-sung seemed harder than Choi Tae-jun had anticipated.
Now, Choi Tae-jun was wondering if Kim Yoon-sung had already turned the entire school into his gang. At this point, the only way out of this mess that Choi Tae-jun could think of was to directly challenge Kim Yoon-sung, break his arm, and report the incident to the higher-ups. Just as Choi Tae-jun reached the classroom door, he bumped into someone.
"Damn it, what now?"
he muttered, only to realize he had run into someone important.
Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Kim Yong-chun.
Mr. Kim glared at him.
"What's with that look, kid? Say that again, and you're asking for trouble."
10 minutes earlier, Park Jin-yu had already reported to Mr. Kim that the new transfer student was targeting Kim Yoon-sung. At first, Mr. Kim couldn't believe it, asking several times.
"You mean the transfer student, Choi Tae-jun, had plans to go after Kim Yoon-sung from the very beginning?"
Park Jin-yu firmly confirmed. That transfer student is definitely up to no good. He's been eyeing Kim Yoon-sung from the start. Mr. Kim Yong-chun found the situation strange. He wondered who could be behind this transfer student, daring to come here and cause trouble. This had to be stopped, even if it meant transferring the student out of the school.
Who's pulling the strings behind this mess?
It's clearly a bunch of trash, he thought to himself.
Mr. Kim then asked, "What does Kim Yoon-sung think? Does he have any suggestions on how to deal with this transfer student?"
Park Jin-yu told Mr. Kim Yong-chun that Kim Yoon-sung had given full authority to him. Kim Yoon-sung didn't fan the flames nor stop others from acting, but there was always a sense that he was subtly suggesting to Mr. Kim Yong-chun not to miss this opportunity.
Yes, this was an opportunity. An opportunity for Mr. Kim Yong-chun to prove his worth and solidify their relationship. Without hesitation, Mr. Kim Yong-chun immediately sought out the transfer student, Choi Tae-jun.
The scene returns to the present. Choi Tae-jun being grabbed tightly by his ear by Mr. Kim Yong-chun, in so much pain he thought he was going to die.
Afterward, he was taken to the office.
Supposedly for a chat over coffee, but there was no conversation at all. Instead, Mr. Kim Yong-chun threw a punch straight at Choi Tae-jun's face.
Furious, Choi Tae-jun demanded, "Why did you hit me?" Mr. Kim Yong-chun responded, "Because you're being disrespectful. You think you can talk to a teacher with that attitude?"
But Choi Tae-jun wasn't afraid. He sneered, "Are you crazy?
What are you doing? You think you can get away with hitting a student like this?
You won't be at this school for much longer, old man.
Should I be the one to get rid of you? Mr.
Kim Yong-chun realized that Choi Tae-jun still didn't understand the situation he was in. So, Mr. Kim listed out Choi Tae-jun's offenses. On your first day at school, you injured a classmate so badly that he had to be hospitalized. He was unconscious and lost a lot of blood.
I thought my dear student Park Jin-yu was going to die.
Not to mention, you caused chaos in the classroom.
I even heard you beat up some senior students and bullied others. So tell me, why is it wrong for me to hit you now, you fool?"
This was one of Mr. Kim Yong-chun's signature moves, twisting Choi Tae-jun's ear even harder,
making him wince in unbearable pain.
Mr. Kim continued, "On your first day, you caused trouble everywhere, didn't reflect on your actions, and then had the nerve to threaten a teacher?
Go ahead, tell your father's friend about this.
Mr. Kim Yong-chun was fully aware that Choi Tae-jun had connections with the director of education in Seoul, but that didn't stop him from taking action. With another punch, Mr. Kim said to himself, "Today, I really feel like a gangster." Using a threatening tone, Mr. Kim addressed the stubborn student.
You think causing this kind of trouble is going to impress me? Stop with the nonsense. You think you're the first thick-skinned brat I've dealt with? Mr. Kim Yong-chun added. Go ahead and tell whoever you want. Complain to whoever you like. But I can guarantee you, no one's going to stand up for you, and no one's going to believe you. The other teachers won't want to deal with the hassle either. Besides, there's no proof that I hid you, so don't get your hopes up. Mr. Kim Yong-chun continued. This punch is for Park Jin-yu, this one is for Bae Sung-ho. And this one is for all the 11th graders. Mr. Kim Yong-chun avenged the other students with each punch, reminding Choi Tae-jun. Do you still remember the fight on your first day at school? Afterward, Choi Tae-jun quickly complained to his uncle at Wong Kim Park, saying that the school was full of lunatics and that he had just been beaten up badly, even in the teacher's office. He claimed that both the students and teachers at the school were crazy and that he couldn't handle it alone. Realizing the situation was getting out of hand, he feared that if he failed, he would lose his position at Wong Kim Park. He couldn't afford to fail just after starting his new position. His uncle decided to come to Seoul to help his nephew. He told Choi Tae-jun to stay calm and wait for him to arrive, assuring him that he would take care of everything. As a result, his uncle sought the support Choi Tae-jun had been relying on. Even though they tried to use the influence of the director of education to apply pressure. Neither the principal nor the teachers at Junin High School were intimidated. This time, the director's secretary got involved, applying more pressure on the school administration. His uncle, Moon Chan-ho, was the director of education for the city of Seoul. He agreed to help and contacted the principal. At Wong Kim Park, there was an organization called the Gold Members, a group formed by people with connections to officials. They held vast amounts of information and relationships, forming an interdependent network. Moon Chan-ho had greatly benefited from these connections. When he got serious about redeveloping the recording area, he had acquired thousands of square meters of land, selling it for 10 times the price. The broker behind this deal was Young Chin-soo. Long time no see, Moon Chan-ho. Young Chin-soo greeted him. You're the director of education in Seoul, calling me out of the blue. What's the matter? It's nothing major, Moon Chan-ho replied. I just heard some negative news about Junin High School. Rumors that teachers are colluding with corporations, taking bribes, and showing favoritism to a particular student while neglecting others. I'm concerned about the integrity of the education system in Korea being ruined by these bad actors. Can you handle this? After saying that, he gave a smug smile. But from the other end of the line came a surprising response. Why is the director of education in Seoul getting involved in matters concerning Daesan? You're exaggerating. We may be in different districts, but we're colleagues in the same mission to educate the country. Moon Chan-ho was so angry that his hands were trembling. But he tried to maintain his composure to respond to his opponent. Should I question myself to see if I even have the right to point out the flaws of Dae-san? Unexpectedly, Du Young-jin criticized him for abusing his power. Yes, you know, that's exactly what this is, an abuse of power. Moon Chan-ho's fury flared and he slammed his hand down on the table but quickly reined in his anger. Controlling himself. The conversation between the two directors of education continued. This could be a major mistake. Moon Chan-ho pointed out all of Du Young-jin's errors. You think I don't know about the wrongdoings happening in Daesan? You think you can control Junin High School? Alright, if that's what you intend, I'll have to take action. At the mention of Wong Kim Park, Moon Chan-ho suddenly froze. You think I don't know? Did you even consider me in this? Moon Chan-ho asked. Are you sure you can clean up all this dirty business? I can assure you, whatever happens, I won't be going down to hell alone, I'll drag you down with me. People in Seoul think we're just country folk because we don't go there. But we stay here because we were born and raised here, and we want to remain here. We don't have powerful connections, and if we're demoted, we'll have nothing left. We have to live a life without power. So you'd better understand your limits. Whether it's you or me, if we fight, what good will it do either of us? Afterward, Du Young-jin went to meet with Mr. Dae-hong to share this situation with him. That was all Du Young-jin could do for Moon Chan-ho at this point. Moon Chan-ho could no longer make a public spectacle of the situation, but he couldn't just sit idly by and watch while small-minded people interfered or acted behind his back. Playing such a dirty game, he was already on the losing end.
if those in power decided to dig deeper into the corruption at Daesan. Even someone like Moon Chan-ho might be forced to turn a blind eye.
Mr. Dae Hong understood this well.
After all, he had been in the education sector for a long time.
But wasn't treating someone well the usual course of action?
When faced with people willing to do anything for their own benefit, you try to help them, but when it comes to choosing which side is more advantageous, he still trusted the Mi Young-jin Corporation. Mi Young-jin, which had invested its entire fortune in Junin High School, was the better option. Rather than siding with the director of education in Seoul, it was more practical to align with Mi Young-jin. After all, Go Chang-bo, who could very well be the next heir to the Mi Young-jin Corporation, was the real support they could count on. However, if the corruption scandal were exposed, Moon Chan-ho would be ruined.
But Oh Dae-hon didn't care much about being the principal.
His top priority, his deepest desire, was to turn Junin High School into a prestigious institution. He had cherished this dream for a long time, stemming from his love for his old school. So when an opportunity like this presented itself, he couldn't let it slip by. Through this opportunity, he could also find capable people to manage the school.
Oh Dae-hong reassured Lee Young-jin.
Don't worry, with Kim Yoon-sung having my support, and yours as well, combined with his own inherent wisdom, I guarantee there will be no danger to our positions. The powerlessness of the director of education in Seoul also reached Choi Tae-jun. He was told that the situation had become a bit complicated, so he had to ignore the nonsense from the principal or any teachers. If any teacher tries to hit you, just run away. At the very least, they won't do anything too extreme to you. When Choi Tae-jun asked what would happen if he got expelled, he received the answer.
That won't happen. If it does, I'll take you to Seoul.
It was laughable.
Such actions didn't seem to solve any of his problems. Choi Tae-jun thought he had to use a no-retreat strategy.
If he gave up halfway, his relationship with Ing Chin-soo, as well as his life, would be over. But the situation was too difficult, and there was no way to advance or complete the task at hand. Choi Tae-jun needed to disrupt, harass, or attack in any way possible to stir chaos. He had to drag Kim Yoon-sung down to the 18th level of hell, into the depths of despair and misery.
But first, he had to deal with Kim Yoon-sung's loyal bodyguard.
Even though he didn't feel particularly confident, Choi Tae-jun knew that if he completed this dirty job successfully, he would gain Ing Chin-soo's blind support.
He told the person on the phone. All right, but remember one thing. I'll be the one to help you out of this mess.
Without me, Choi Tae-jun has no one else. The next day, Choi Tae-jun, the troublemaker who had disturbed the peace of Junin High School, sat alone in class. No one dared to befriend him. He watched the kids playing ball outside and received no invitations to join. For the first time in his life, Choi Tae-jun found himself an outcast. As he walked outside, he overheard the annoying and harsh gossip of the girls, which grated on his ears. His resentment reached its peak. No matter what, Choi Tae-jun had to complete his mission. He had to get it done. He must finish it. It wasn't just about dealing with Kim Yoon-sung anymore. Choi Tae-jun wanted to make every student at Junin High School regret what they had done to him. His first plan was to gather his crew from Seoul and bring them to Daesan. Defeating the neighboring schools and isolating Kim Yoon-sung was no longer just his task alone. Choi Tae-jun thought, this rundown region of Daesan won't stand in my way. A few days later, during lunchtime, eating at school became even more disgusting for Choi Tae-jun. Whether it was the food or the fact that he had to eat alone, he wasn't sure. Just as he was eating, his phone rang. It was his crew, ready with their bags packed and prepared to leave Seoul for Daesan. Choi Tae-jun thought to himself. This time, Kim Yoon-sung is finished. I just need to get this done and leave this backwater place for good. But then, out of nowhere, Kim Yoon-sung appeared right in front of him, startling him. What's this? How's the food? Seems like it suits your taste, doesn't it? Kim Yoon-sung said with a... Just seeing Kim Yoon-sung's face made Choi Tae-jun want to kill him, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, he held himself back. Choi Tae-jun clenched his fists, waiting for his crew to arrive. There was no need to cause a scene yet. Kim Yoon-sung continued. So, you tried to get the director of education involved, huh? And you still failed? No worries, things didn't go as you expected, did they? Choi Tae-jun was boiling with rage. It seems like playing king of this little backwater town has given you some delusions of grandeur, Choi Tae-jun spat. If we were outside this place, things would be different. Maybe we'd have a one-on-one fight. Kim Yoon-sung, cold and calm, responded. If I truly were the king of Junin, as you say, what makes you think you'd still be here? How dare you act so arrogantly in someone else's domain? At that moment, destiny seemed to call for Choi Tae-jun. Someone grabbed him by the head while two others slammed him down onto the cafeteria table, covering him in food and fury. He had no idea whose territory he had been messing with. Afterward, Choi Tae-jun was dragged to a hidden corner of the school. Enraged, he kicked hard at one of the people dragging him. "Let go of me, you dogs." He began thrashing around, trying to break free with all his might, but one of them kicked him in the knee, forcing him to kneel. He screamed in anger. "Kim Yun-sung, you coward. Stop hiding behind others and come out here. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" The words came out like a roar from a ferocious tiger. But then, the demon of the school, Kim Yun-sung, came face to face with Choi Tae-jun. Kim Yun-sung acknowledged that everything Choi Tae-jun had said was true. He had seen Choi Tae-jun's strength that day and knew he was dealing with a formidable opponent. So, Kim Yun-sung said to Choi Tae-jun, "Yes, you are indeed a B-ranked assassin, you look strong. But because you're so strong, I had no choice but to use strategy instead of brute force." Now that Kim Yun-sung had laid it all out, it was time to clarify the situation. Perhaps Kim Yun-sung had already figured out how to deal with Choi Tae-jun's tricks. Kim Yun-sung used his signature move, 3 strikes. 1 strike to leave you crippled, if not worse. Just like that, the 3 underlings of Kim Yun-sung stomped on Choi Tae-jun as if he were a dog beneath their feet. At that moment, Choi Tae-jun unleashed a surge of strength, throwing everyone off him. His face now resembled that of a demon straight from hell. But then the scrawny Bae Sung-ho delivered a punch right to Choi Tae-jun's face, sending him flying backward. Before Choi Tae-jun could even process what had happened, everyone swarmed him again, beating him down. Even Choi Tae-jun couldn't find a way to escape. Choi Tae-jun thought to himself, "I just finished eating lunch, and now I'm getting beaten to a pulp like this?" He figured that if he could take down just one of them, he might have a chance to run. At that moment, Choi Tae-jun's right arm was locked by 2 strong hands, Kim Yun-sung's. Kim Yun-sung had him pinned. "If you only have one arm, I can definitely beat you. What do you think?" Choi Tae-jun had no way out this time. All that followed were his screams and Kim Yun-sung's smug grin. Choi Tae-jun's right arm was now injured, and he cursed Kim Yun-sung relentlessly. Kim Yun-sung then ordered Bae Sung-ho to pick him up. Grabbing Choi Tae-jun by the head, Kim Yun-sung threatened, "From now on, you have 2 choices. First, you can continue working for Wong Kim Park as usual, but if you choose that, I'll cut off your left arm right here and now. Both your arms will be useless, and your days at Junin will become hell. The second choice is the more convincing one. You'll become one of my underlings. You'll report back to Wong Kim Park that you've completed your mission, but in reality, you'll be a spy for me. At that point, I'll find out who hired you." Instead of caving in, Choi Tae-jun spat at him. "You filthy dog, you think you can make me betray Wong Kim Park? You think Wong Kim Park is a joke?" Kim Yun-sung already knew what Choi Tae-jun's answer would be. He called over Bae Sung-ho and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." He handed Bae Sung-ho a knife, telling him that if he stabbed Choi Tae-jun, he'd get 100 million won. "If you don't want to do it, I'll ask someone else. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Kim Yun-sung made it clear that the goal wasn't to kill Choi Tae-jun, but to leave him in a state of living death. The best outcome is to leave him as a vegetable. "Of course, I'm not asking you to kill him, but I'll call an ambulance. So go ahead and stab him. Just leave enough damage to ruin him, but not enough to kill him." Kim Yun-sung's words had crossed the boundaries of justice, leaving everyone present, including Bae Sung-ho, silent with fear. They had all thought their relationship with Kim Yun-sung was just a normal one, but the promise of 100 million won was too much to ignore. If after graduation, they could save 1 million won a month, it would take 8 to 9 years to accumulate such a sum. Bae Sung-ho was hesitating, torn between the decision. Kim Yun-sung pressed further. "But I'm giving you that money right now. If you stab Choi Tae-jun in the next 3 seconds, there will be someone living in a vegetative state for 15 years, harboring countless thoughts of vengeance." The students around were terrified to the point of wetting their pants. No one could believe this was the same Kim Yun-sung they knew. Choi Tae-jun, meanwhile, had completely lost the will to fight. Kim Yun-sung continued with his cruel words. "We're still in school. I'm not asking you to kill him. This won't drag on for too long either. We'll testify that he didn't mean to stab him. It was just playful roughhousing. After all, no one in this city of Taejun will believe him anyway." Going back to a few days earlier, Kim Yun-sung had secretly met with their homeroom teacher, Mr. Kim Yong-chun. The teacher handed over Choi Tae-jun's file to Kim Yun-sung, revealing the secret that Choi Tae-jun was associated with Wong Kim Park. Kim Yun-sung held the paper, knowing for sure that they would send a B-ranked assassin to help. He thought, if I give it my all, I might be able to win, but is that enough? An assassin backed by the Director of Education has been brazenly sent here.
This reckless action by Wong Kim Park shows that they're confident of quickly securing a victory in this matter. However, if Choi Tae-jun failed, the heavy pressure would fall on Wong Kim Park. If Choi Tae-jun failed, they might send an A-ranked or even S-ranked assassin. If that happened, no matter how flawless Kim Yoon-sung's plan was, winning would be nearly impossible. From various connections, including Kim's soul, to the unpredictable butterfly effect of unforeseen events, Kim Yoon-sung realized that his plan was nothing more than an empty shell. The plan, based on Kim Yoon-sung's past life, was not perfect. Unexpected developments had placed Kim Yoon-sung himself in danger. Kim Yoon-sung now had to carefully control the situation while preparing thoroughly for these variables. The only way to do that was to be even more cautious with each move he made. Back at the scene, preparing to receive the 100 million won, Bae Sung-ho agreed to Kim Yoon-sung's request. However, Bae Sung-ho wanted to confirm one last thing. Kim Yoon-sung, do you remember you said that as long as I did my job well, I get the reward money? After all, this is just a transaction, right? Bae Sung-ho then took the knife from Kim Yoon-sung's hand. He locked Choi Tae-jun into position, and, unconsciously, he screamed, "You filthy dog!" With the knife in hand, Bae Sung-ho began to act, shouting, "I'm going to." Choi Tae-jun clenched his teeth, genuinely terrified that Bae Sung-ho would follow through. As the knife neared Choi Tae-jun's stomach, he began begging for mercy, choosing the second option Kim Yoon-sung had presented earlier. The knife suddenly stopped. Choi Tae-jun trembled in fear, realizing how close he had come to meeting the Grim Reaper. At that moment, Bae Sung-ho heard Kim Yoon-sung's command to stop. Since Bae Sung-ho had followed Kim Yoon-sung's instructions up until now, he was certain he would receive his promised reward. Kim Yoon-sung then ordered them to release Choi Tae-jun. As Choi Tae-jun was about to make a quick escape and call his contacts, Kim Yoon-sung spoke again, revealing the address and names of Choi Tae-jun's family members, sending even more fear into him. Apartment 30, Building 10, Baengwang Simri Complex, Dong District, Seoul. Your parents and sister live there, right? Choi Tae-jun hadn't expected Kim Yoon-sung to know so much about him. Kim Yoon-sung made a chilling promise. "I'm not concerned with those things as much as you think, but don't forget, anyone who stands in my way, I'll hunt them to the ends of the earth and crush them. I'll tear them apart, piece by piece." At this point, Kim Yoon-sung asked Choi Tae-jun once more, "Will you continue with Wong Kim Park, or will you become my loyal dog?" Kim Yoon-sung warned Choi Tae-jun to think carefully before answering. Choi Tae-jun, a cold-blooded killer, knew that nothing had ever stood in his way before. He had joined Wong Kim Park with grand ambitions. The countless criminal cases he had handled flashed before his eyes like lightning. But now, faced with a threat that could change his entire life, Choi Tae-jun realized he had gambled away his life in exchange for someone else's money. How had it come to this? He chose to become Kim Yoon-sung's loyal dog. There was no other choice. As Kim Yoon-sung grabbed his head, Choi Tae-jun felt utterly defeated. In the end, Choi Tae-jun was dragged away by two of Kim Yoon-sung's underlings. Bae Sung-ho handed the knife back to Kim Yoon-sung and asked, "Are you sure you want to let him go? He could be a danger to us later." Kim Yoon-sung replied, "If that's the case, I'll show you what happens when someone betrays me." Kim Yoon-sung then told Bae Sung-ho to check his bank account. The reward money he had promised was being transferred immediately. Bae Sung-ho repeatedly thanked Kim Yoon-sung, overwhelmed with gratitude. Here's the English translation of your text, arranged naturally and coherently. Now, there was one more thing to do. Immediately capture Yeo Jae-in and hand him over to Kim Yoon-sung. No one else should know about this. Afterward, the school's social news broadcast began airing. Someone announced that Kim Yoon-sung and Bae Sung-ho had parted ways. Is that true? People whispered. Finally, we might have some peace for a while. But why did it happen? Apparently, Bae Sung-ho had stopped attending first-year classes. Word spread that from now on, anyone who badmouthed Kim Yoon-sung would no longer face consequences, as Bae Sung-ho wouldn't interfere or care anymore. Two students, washing their hands in the restroom, speculated that the two had argued or that Bae Sung-ho had taken his reward money and run. One of them remarked, "If I see Kim Yoon-sung, I might as well tie him up myself, but nah, let him go." Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-sung believed that he had successfully set the bait. His next plan was about to begin. All he had to do now was wait. In a private meeting led by Go Chang-suk, Go Chang-bo's younger brother, the attendees were asked to clearly state their positions. His older brother, Go Chang-bo, had just been promoted to CEO. At this rate, their father would hand over the chairman's position to Go Chang-bo. "Are you all okay with that?" Go Chang-suk exclaimed angrily. "After all these years of hard work, you're just going to accept this?" One of the team members forced a smile and responded, Although director Go Chang-bo won this opportunity, he still needs to prove his abilities to the company. But our head of department, Go Chang-suk, has already demonstrated his capabilities countless times. In this situation, head Go Chang-suk is bound to gain the chairman's recognition. Go Chang-suk was furious, especially after his affair had been discovered by his wife, causing even more personal turmoil. His standing within the company had taken a severe hit. And now everyone in the family was wondering what he had done to bring about such a result. The family knew they needed to tread carefully. Go Chang-suk had cheated. And now he needed to achieve something significant to restore his reputation. At that moment, the eldest man in the group spoke up. Go Chang-suk, don't you find it strange? An incompetent, foolish playboy like Go Chang-bo has always been like this. That's why we support you, Go Chang-suk. However, based on his recent performance, it seems like director Go Chang-bo has some powerful backing. The elder man continued. And that person is Kim Chul-jin, the internal director of Myeongjin Construction. Go Chang-suk asked him to explain further. He was then told that the scandal involving Go Chang-suk had been exposed. And the only one who benefited from the situation was director Go Chang-bo. Furthermore, during all the chaos, Go Chang-bo had started showing up to work every day, even handling a concrete accident that greatly pleased the chairman. Recalling that event, even Go Chang-suk hadn't expected their father, Go Myeongjin, to be so pleased. They decided to level everything and start rebuilding from the square. Just like in the past. Could Go Chang-bo have come up with such a solution? Go Chang-suk thought. He was convinced that this was no coincidence. It had all been prearranged. Even though Go Chang-bo didn't fully understand what a concrete incident was, he still managed to solve the problem. There was definitely someone supporting him from behind the scenes. Everyone shared the same question. Who was backing Go Chang-bo? Faced with this mystery, they had to find out who was pulling the strings behind Go Chang-bo. They set up surveillance, tracking Go Chang-bo 24/7. From 6 a.m., he was seen visiting the construction site, inspecting the progress and ensuring safety. Then, he had lunch with the project manager and dinner at 8 p.m. with a friend at a barbecue restaurant, which was determined to be a regular spot. However, they still found no other leads. Go Chang-suk was enraged, blood rushing to his head, because the investigators had failed to uncover anything substantial. Everyone was buzzing, discussing whether or not they should investigate Judge Wang Jonggu. Some even brought up the topic of marrying her, but it wasn't the right time for that. According to reliable sources, Go Chang-suk's scandal was exposed. Judge Wang Jonggu clearly harbored a strong dislike for Go Chang-bo. Even director Kong had no interest in the inheritance. His shrewd nature didn't match someone who would scheme in such matters. It was also mentioned that the son of Sungshin Construction had close ties with Go Chang-bo. However, the CEO of Sungshin Construction maintained a good relationship with Go Chang-suk, so he wouldn't jeopardize that by betting on a puppet. Suddenly, one member discovered a record of unusual transactions involving Go Chang-bo. It was a large investment in a high school gym, scholarships, and even a swimming pool. Everyone mocked him, saying Go Chang-bo was just throwing money away. 3 years ago, he also angered his father by helping a bargirl pay off her debts. One of them jeered. Go Chang-suk sternly ordered them. Enough gossip, don't concern yourselves with people who don't matter. With that, they let go of the money and the school. Just then, Go Chang-suk received a call. He declined it right away. What the hell? Do they think I'm free or something? Then, Go Chang-suk received a message that infuriated him. I am the assistant to director Go Chang-bo. I want to speak with you privately. Do you have time? Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-sung also received a call from Go Chang-bo, who expressed concern. He suspected that someone was following him. Those bastards have been trailing me with cameras for the past week. We haven't heard yet, but we need to stay cautious. Go Chang-bo warned Kim Yoon-sung. He told him to be careful, as Go Chang-suk might try to make contact with him. When Kim Yoon-sung mentioned that Go Chang-bo was worried that Go Chang-suk would offer a higher price to bribe him, Kim Yoon-sung gave a vague reply. Yeah, I know. But inside, the demon within Kim Yoon-sung began to stir. He asked Go Chang-bo if he truly trusted him. Kim Yoon-sung then demanded that Go Chang-bo give him a new phone and a fake identity. Back in Go Chang-suk's office, he was consulting with the internal director, Kim Chul-jin. After identifying the person backing Go Chang-bo, Kim Chul-jin laid out two options.
If this person was capable enough to help Go Chang-bo secure the CEO position,
They must be incredibly talented.
our plan now, he said, is to turn this person into an ally to oppose Go Chang-bo.
But if they refused, they would need to be eliminated.
Go Chang-bo immediately received instructions to go out and make contact with the mysterious individual. Hearing the voice, it sounded like they were disguising it. There was no doubt, this person was the mastermind pulling all the strings.
And everything was proceeding just as he expected. Straightforward and blunt. Go Chang-suk went straight to the point. We want to recruit you.
Go Chang-bo hasn't even graduated high school while I come from a prestigious university. Go Chang-bo spends his days drunk in bars, while I've been building experience at Myeongjin Construction.
Who do you think is more suitable to be chairman?
He confidently continued, in the end, my father will choose the one who can make the company thrive. When asked why he was so certain,
Go Chang-suk quickly replied. Because that's how this company has always grown. My father would even trust an expert manager to run the company as long as they bring in profit.
So the chances of Go Chang-bo being chosen as chairman are slim.
You know that, right? That's why you reached out to me.
Kim Yoon-sung then presented a condition to Go Chang-suk, though it was not yet revealed. Go Chang-suk, prepared to agree to any demand from Kim Yoon-sung, smugly boasted to his team members that the mysterious person helping Go Chang-bo had contacted him.
According to this person,
Go Chang-suk was more suited to be chairman than Go Chang-bo.
The only thing the person requested was to become the internal director.
Upon hearing this, Kim Chul-jin was furious.
The internal director? You don't even know who that person is and yet you're handing such an important position to them?
He reminded Go Chang-suk to be cautious.
But Go Chang-suk, irked by the criticism, furrowed his brow in anger. Who gave you the right to question my decisions? When Go Chang-bo was promoted, what did you do? I've managed to recruit a valuable asset. Giving up the internal director position is nothing. Don't focus on one tree and forget about the entire forest. However, the situation wasn't as simple as Go Chang-suk thought. Myeongjin Construction was an old company with deep-rooted traditions.
Go Chang-bo, being the eldest son, was the natural successor.
But more importantly,
management positions at Myeongjin were reserved for those who had served the company for at least 25 years. The times have changed.
Go Chang-suk muttered.
I'm not expecting 25 years of experience, but the person at least needs to be loyal to the company and recognized by everyone. At this, Go Chang-suk ordered Kim Chul-jin to be quiet and end the discussion. To him, Kim Chul-jin was just an outdated old man.
Tradition? What's the point of tradition? Once I become chairman,
a lot of things around here will change.
Enough talk, Go Chang-suk concluded. I've already made my decision.
All of you here just need to work hard. Focus on your tasks and I'll make sure that once I'm chairman, you will be rewarded accordingly. Hearing these words, Kim Chul-jin was livid, on the verge of exploding with frustration.
After that, the meeting ended. Everyone left with a heavy heart. Only Kim Chul-jin sighed, fully understanding why things had turned out this way. He knew well that Go Chang-suk was arrogant, liked to curse, and even disloyal. Go Chang-suk was not suitable for the chairman's position. If Go Chang-suk wasn't the chairman's son, he absolutely wouldn't have supported him. Yet, he still chose to help Go Chang-suk because he was still better than Go Chang-bo, who had no interest in the Myeongjin Construction Corporation. Kim Chul-jin was forced to choose Go Chang-suk because he always strived to grow the company. However, if the traditions were disregarded, cracks would eventually appear. In the end, Go Chang-suk was not the right choice either. For the sake of the company and for those who had dedicated their lives to it, he decided to meet the chairman. Suddenly, he received a call. Before he could understand what was happening, he heard a voice. What do you think of team leader Go Chang-suk's decision? Do you like it? Kim Chul-jin was startled and asked, Who are you? Are you provoking me? The mysterious voice continued. I have no interest in that director position. I just wanted to show you the difference between team leader Go Chang-suk and director Go Chang-bo. Kim Chul-jin still seemed doubtful. The voice continued. Myeongjin Construction is a company with a long tradition. In other companies, anyone could be a director. But for those who truly understand the chairman's wishes and Myeongjin's future, not just anyone can sit in that position. In fact, as an internal director of Myeongjin, you must feel proud, right? Kim Chul-jin wanted to know what the mysterious person wanted. He straightforwardly said. The issue is, you should support Go Chang-bo. He's no longer the same bastard as before. Are you asking me to betray Go Chang-suk? No, that's not betrayal. I'm just expressing my desire to walk alongside you toward the bright future of Myeongjin Corporation. A few days later, Kim Chul-jin arranged a meeting with director Go Chang-bo. After much careful thought, he asked Go Chang-bo, "Who's the person backing you?" Go Chang-bo suddenly became flustered. He couldn't reveal the identity of that mysterious person, only hoping that Kim Chul-jin would understand him. Kim Chul-jin recalled past memories, reminding Go Chang-bo of them. Back when Go Chang-bo was still very young, he used to go to construction sites with the chairman. At that time, the projects weren't as big as they are now. Just small family projects. Go Chang-bo, then just 3 or 4 years old, house, used his tiny hands to help carry bricks. He looked so happy at that time. I even worried he might get hurt. Seeing him lose his baby teeth back then was truly amusing. Witnessing Go Chang-bo grow up under the care of Chairman Kim Chul-jin brought him peace of mind. Truthfully speaking, the chairman had high hopes for his eldest son, Go Chang-bo. However, as Go Chang-bo grew older, he became deeply disappointed. On numerous occasions, he had to represent the chairman at school, where he was informed about Go Chang-bo's fights with classmates. At that time, the Myeongjin group was rapidly expanding, but Go Chang-bo was constantly getting into trouble, indulging in alcohol and causing all sorts of problems. Thus, Kim Chul-jin believed that Go Chang-bo was not fit to inherit the chairmanship. If any family member were to take over, he would rather choose Go Chang-suk, who at least consistently worked hard to earn recognition. Upon hearing these words, Go Chang-bo's eyes filled with tears. Why would his father think that way? After all, Kim Chul-jin was merely a director who had dedicated his entire life to the Myeongjin group, just as the chairman had put his heart and soul into it. I can't hand it over to someone who can't even take care of themselves, he thought. Now, as Kim Chul-jin watched Go Chang-bo change day by day, he didn't care who had helped him. As long as Go Chang-bo could bring success to the company, that was all that mattered. He no longer dug deeper into who was supporting him behind the scenes. Thus, director Go Chang-bo of Myeongjin Construction was someone the group urgently needed. They were eager to cooperate with him in the future. Kim Chul-jin bowed his head, accepting Go Chang-bo and, at the same time, pleading for him to inherit the company. Outside of Mrs. Baekhyun's restaurant, 2 children were buying 2 set meals. Inside, another table was paying for their food. "Please give us some extra side dishes," they requested. 2 servings of rice for these 2 tables. Mrs. Baekhyun, now elderly, was serving food. Seeing her frailty, the children approached her and asked with concern, "Grandma, please don't overwork yourself. Take it slow. You must be exhausted at your age." It's all right," she replied, forcing herself to work despite her fatigue, trying to earn enough money to pay for her grandchild's tuition. Suddenly, as she was busy, her phone rang. It was the real estate company calling. They informed Mrs. Baekhyun that she had won the lottery for a Nobishire apartment contract. "If you agree to transfer the rights to me before selling, I will pay you an additional 5,000 in fees," the caller said. That evening, the grandmother and grandchild shared a bowl of noodles together. "Grandma, were you working at the restaurant again today? But with the money I gave you and your pension, you don't need to work anymore." "But that's your scholarship money, my bright student." "Now, eat up." Kim Yoon-sung suddenly asked, "Is everything still okay?" He was puzzled as to how those real estate agents discovered the situation and kept calling her. Today alone, she had received over 10 calls, all full of nonsense. One party was offering 5,000, and the other raised it to 6,000. Ever since the last concrete casting event, the value of Myeongjin's brand had skyrocketed. Moreover, the Nobishi apartment complex is a luxury residence located in a prime area of Daesan. Just renting it out would be enough to cover the purchase costs. How could such a valuable property only be worth 6,000? Mrs. Baekhyun found it strange and wondered if it was a scam. Though she felt a bit reluctant, she was still considering selling if it were genuine. Kim Yoon-sung kept advising her, "Grandma, do you think they're calling because it's in someone else's interest? No matter what, don't sell. But just the deposit alone requires 200 million won. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money?" She replied, "Thanks to you, I managed to secure the right to reserve it before the sale began." She added, still unsure. But Kim Yoon-sung was adamant that she shouldn't sell. "I already have that amount," he thought. The money was sitting in a bank account under someone else's name that Go Chang-bo had given him, but he couldn't tell her that. "This apartment is a home for the 3 of us. I will never give it up," he reassured her. "Nowadays, it's easy to get loans and pay off debts," he comforted her. "Plus, we can always rent out the apartment. I've already told you I know real estate well, haven't I, Grandma?" Don't worry.
They laughed together, and she felt proud of having such a grandson.
Since when did you grow up so much? My life has been dedicated to watching over my beloved grandchildren. You need to stay healthy so you can keep watching over us for a long time, okay?
Leave the rest to me, he said.
Suddenly, Kim Yoon-sung's phone rang. Grandma, I'll be right back after I take this call.
It was Yoon-jin's teacher from his extra classes, informing Kim Yoon-sung that Yoon-jin hadn't attended class. They wondered if something had happened at home. Yoon-jin had skipped school to work part-time and was now getting ready to head home. He wanted to stay a bit longer, but he knew he should go home according to his schedule. On his way back, he stumbled upon 3 boys playing rock-paper-scissors near his house, arguing loudly.
Curious, Yoon-jin approached. You guys did that on purpose, didn't you? Why am I always the one throwing rock? How could that happen?
Stop pretending to be clueless, one of them shouted. Even though Yoon-jin felt a bit envious of how carefree they were, with no big worries on their minds, he reminded himself that he needed to focus on his studies and succeed. He could waste time on these trivial games anymore. The boy wanted to prove that he could do it on his own,
without needing to attend extra classes. After all, his grandmother was still working hard at home.
At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung arrived. The 2 brothers walked side by side. Yoon-jin was surprised to realize that it was his older brother. They agreed to meet at a corner of the park to talk. Kim Yoon-sung, having just returned from Yoon-jin's extra classes, heard that his younger brother had skipped school. Yoon-jin apologized to his older brother for not telling him about skipping class.
Yoon-sung, do you know? I've grown up now. I understand everything, Yoon-jin said.
It hurts me so much to see your face and hands full of wounds every day. I don't know what kind of job you're doing, but how could I use the hard-earned money you make to pay for my education?
If only one of us can go to school, I think you should be the one. Your grades are better than mine.
Hearing his younger brother's words, Kim Yoon-sung was both surprised and filled with sorrow. It had been 5 years since Kim Yoon-sung had become a vegetative patient. Yoon-jin had made up his mind to become a police officer. Perhaps to seek revenge on the person who caused Kim Yoon-sung's condition. However, Yoon-jin had to manage the hospital bills for his brother and grandmother, as well as dedicate all his time to studying.
In the end, he couldn't pass the exam. Ultimately, it was his family that stood in the way of Yoon-jin's education.
The hardships his family endured eventually led them to fall into despair. But now, Kim Yoon-sung was determined not to let such things happen again, because this time he had been given a second chance at life.
No misfortune related to his family could occur anymore.
He showed his younger brother the lottery message, notifying them of a valuable apartment prize. I haven't told you yet, but we've won an apartment.
Do you know Jeongang District? It's the wealthiest area in Daesan.
Yoon-jin was astonished.
How is that possible? How could we win something like that? Isn't there a mistake? We don't even have money.
Kim Yoon-sung assured him, nothing is impossible. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. It was Go Chang-bo, who had come looking for Kim Yoon-sung. Puffing out his chest proudly, Go Chang-bo introduced himself to Yoon-jin. I'm Go Chang-bo, the son of the Myung-jin conglomerate.
I'm the one supporting your brother. If you don't believe me, you can search for my name online, but you might not find anything good.
To reassure Yoon-jin so he could focus on his studies, Go Chang-bo promised to support Kim Yoon-sung through a scholarship. This money will be enough for both you and Kim Yoon-sung to cover your tuition fees, so feel free to spend it however you want. Got it? Afterward, Kim Yoon-sung let Yoon-jin go inside the house while he stayed behind to talk with Go Chang-bo.
Thank you. I know this request is a bit much, especially since it's already late. Late? So what? It's no big deal.
I take care of my people, unlike that bastard Chang-sik.
Kim Yoon-sung needed information on those 3 people.
Go Chang-bo had already acquired it and handed it over to him. Of course, Go Chang-bo asked. Now that Kim Kol-jin has joined our side,
what's the next step?
Kim Yoon-sung immediately brought up a previous piece of land, the Junggu real estate in Sunjae. He told Go Chang-bo to build connections with the real estate brokers there. When the land goes on sale, they should inform Kim Yoon-sung immediately. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread around the school. The students were buzzing about Kim Yoon-sung scoring a perfect score on the 11th mock exam and ranking first nationwide. The test had been incredibly difficult, with sky-high cutoff scores.
Kim Yoon-sung shone like a bright star, dazzling everyone. Reporters gathered outside, asking about Kim Yoon-sung's secret to improving his grades and how many extra classes he had taken.
Standing behind the reporters was Principal Dae-hwan, clapping in congratulations. In reality, everything behind the scenes had been orchestrated by Principal Dae-hwan, with Kim Yoon-sung playing alone. If he wanted to play this game, Kim Yoon-sung was ready. Facing the reporters, Kim Yoon-sung made a statement.
My teachers are all excellent, so I studied hard at school. I didn't attend any extra classes.
Kim Yoon-sung knew that someone was watching the clients of Hong Kim-vin. Among the many reporters, there was also his homeroom teacher, Kim Hong-chung, who enthusiastically clapped in support. In the background, hidden in the shadows, a smile appeared, admiring the protagonist's brilliance.
Choi Tae-jun was reporting the results to his uncle at Hong Kim-bin.
By now, Choi Tae-jun had become Kim Yoon-sung's loyal dog. All the false information had been crafted by Kim Yoon-sung, and Choi Tae-jun only had to follow Kim Yoon-sung's orders.
Choi Tae-jun assumed that the situation was similar to before.
Kim Yoon-sung and Bae Sung-ho weren't getting along, and they hadn't spoken to each other recently. Because of that, Choi Tae-jun believed he could corner Kim Yoon-sung. However, Mr. Tae-jun mentioned that he needed more time. 1 month was too short for him. As for his uncle at Hong Kim-vin, he demanded clear evidence.
Without it, who would believe them? They needed proof to show the plan's effectiveness.
As vague promises wouldn't work. Every day, he received countless calls, and his reputation was on the line. He gave Choi Tae-jun one final chance.
Hearing this, Choi Tae-jun was terrified.
Before the holidays, he had to make sure the clients were satisfied, no matter if it meant breaking arms or causing chaos.
Do you understand? The order was given.
A while later, Choi Tae-jun arrived at the agreed location, sweating profusely, nervously looking around. Kim Yoon-sung had been hiding in a corner, waiting for quite some time.
Choi Tae-jun apologized for being late,
explaining that he was afraid of being followed, so he had taken a few detours. Choi Tae-jun then shared with Kim Yoon-sung everything he had learned from meeting the real estate brokers.
However,
Kim Yoon-sung expressed his feelings about realizing that he had become a target of Hong Kim-vin. Ever since he was injured in the ribs and beaten mercilessly, Kim Yoon-sung had constantly been thinking about what he had done wrong.
Why hasn't any adult taken responsibility?
But what bothers me the most is,
who is the bastard that hired you?
Kim Yoon-sung was desperate to uncover who had hired Choi Tae-jun to carry out these actions.
I've thought about it 100,000 times and listed the people who fit the profile. First, Kim Yoon-sung thought of Yeo Jin-young.
Her family was extremely wealthy, and although she was introverted, she was gradually climbing the ranks, so maybe he had upset her.
The second person was Lee Jin-hong.
Earlier in the semester, Kim Yoon-sung had fought with him and won. After that, Kim Yoon-sung was ostracized, and Lee Jin-hong, who was insecure and cowardly like a rat, held a grudge. His father owned thousands of hectares of land. Lastly, there was Choi Shona-cha, a high-ranking government official. At the start of the semester, she ranked higher than Kim Yoon-sung, but he had since surpassed her in the following exams. Considering the existence and purpose of Hong Kim-vin, these three people fit the bill. Kim Yoon-sung had used Choi Tae-jun and Yeo Jae-in to set a trap. After hearing what Choi Tae-jun had revealed today, Kim Yoon-sung had finally pinpointed one individual. Kim Yoon-sung emphasized to Choi Tae-jun that from tomorrow onward, he and Hong Kim-vin would go their separate ways. The next day, the school held a sports day. The boys were playing soccer while the girls were playing dodgeball.
Mr.
Kim Si-chun was set to present the awards to the winning teams. Kim Yoon-sung skillfully maneuvered through two friends and delivered a powerful shot that sent the ball flying into the net, leaving the goalkeeper frozen in place.
The ball hit the back of the net, showcasing the sheer strength of Kim Yoon-sung's kick. His teammates were ecstatic, cheering. Wow, Kim Yoon-sung. Thank you for helping us win the award.
The two defenders from the opposing team stared at Kim Yoon-sung in fear, amazed by how he had overcome everyone in his path and scored so effortlessly.
Outside the soccer field, two female students were watching the match.
One of them was Choi Shona, and next to her was Yoo Hee-ji, chatting with her close friend.
Why don't you date him? Hee-ji asked. Me? Are you serious?
Yeah, he's cool. If it were the old model student Kim Yoon-sung. Maybe, Choi Shona replied. But now, dating someone like him would only drag me into the same kind of mess he's been involved in before. However, Choi Shona decided to set aside her worries and take the initiative, thinking that the other side had provoked her first. Yoo Hee-ji was shocked by her bold choice.
You're really going to confess to him? You seriously want to do this?
After the match, Choi Shona invited Kim Yoon-sung for a drink. He gave her a teasing smile and suggested they go somewhere else to talk.
I have something I want to say to you, he said.
15 minutes later, Hee-ji was left holding her phone, her eyes filled with tears. It was almost time for class, yet both of them had disappeared.
What could they be talking about? She wondered.
Suddenly, Hiji's phone buzzed with a message from Choi Shona, asking her to meet in the location, feeling a little anxious. It was the storage room in the gymnasium. As Choi Shona stood there, she thought, why did he bring me here? But she quickly brushed aside any negative thoughts.
Believing that Kim Yoon-sung was a good person,
Kim Yoon-sung closed the door and approached her, saying, I've been in a lot of trouble recently.
Do you know why? Choi Shona replied, is it because those kids were picking fights with you? Yes, that's true. But there's something else, something no one knows. Someone ordered them to do it. There's a mastermind behind all of this. Choi Shona felt a bit confused by his words.
Kim Yoon-sung explained further, so I set a trap.
I leaked some information to the 3 people I suspect.
I had Lee Jae-jin spread the word that I was struggling and planning to transfer schools.
The mastermind would be thrilled if I actually transferred. So, if one of the suspects is behind this, they'd be happy.
He continued, then I told another suspect that I was having major conflicts with Baek Si-ho.
If they were the mastermind, they'd be angry and would act immediately. Choi Shona was even more perplexed by Kim Yoon-sung's explanations.
He reassured her, in the end, one of them revealed their true feelings. The mastermind will pressure the others to do whatever it takes to get revenge. But the interesting thing is, my spy among the students actually saw the reaction of one of the 3 suspects.
What do you think about that, Choi Shona?
Upon hearing this, Choi Shona started feeling a bit scared. Just then, Hee-ji burst through the door, calling out Choi Shona's name twice. She rushed over and grabbed Shona's hand.
What are you doing? Where is Kim Yoon-sung? Suddenly,
Kim Yoon-sung appeared behind Hee-ji, telling Choi Shona to leave. Terrified, Hee-ji trembled, and sure enough, Choi Shona bolted out like the wind without saying a word, leaving Hee-ji behind. In desperation, Hee-ji called out her name, but it was too late. At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung locked the door, leaving Hee-ji behind. There are many details that suggest Choi Shona might be the client, but there's one reason that proves she can't be. As he spoke, he pressed the lock.
Hee-ji, still clueless about what was happening,
began to feel terrified by Kim Yoon-sung's words.
What's going on? Are you trying to scare me? Hee-ji asked, her voice trembling.
Kim Yoon-sung had asked Go Chang-bo to investigate the background of the 3 suspects to find the exact answer to this question. In doing so, he discovered a secret about Choi Shona that no one knew.
Do you know why Choi Shona transferred from Seoul to Daesun? Kim Yoon-sung asked Hee-ji.
Her older brother was bullied at school and did something terrible. That's why her parents moved her to Daesun.
But why would a family like that do such a thing just because of Shona's grades? No way. I know better than anyone. What do you mean? Hee-ji asked.
Kim Yoon-sung continued.
Choi Shona told me she didn't care who orchestrated the bullying.
She hated the person who came up with the idea. Because her brother couldn't stand up for himself, she was happy that I could.
That means there's only one possibility. Shona heard what Lee Jae-jin said and told someone else. Suddenly,
Kim Yoon-sung hugged Hee-ji, making it seem like he liked her, but that wasn't the case. His eyes were cold and menacing as he uttered, "It was you, you traitor." Hee-ji was so terrified that she wet herself. Frightened by Kim Yoon-sung's madness,
she tried to run, stammering, "What are you talking about?
I don't know why you're suspecting me, but it's not me."
Desperate to open the door, she shouted, "It's not her."
But after multiple failed attempts to unlock the door, Hee-ji decided to face reality and talk to Kim Yoon-sung directly.
Think about our relationship. We're good friends. Why would I do something like that to you? It must have been Shona who hired them. She's always complained about how your grades keep improving. I heard her say that. Please, don't do this to me. Choi Shona's parents resigned a long time ago. Now they're active members of the Anti-School Violence Association. Hee-ji continued.
Kim Yoon-sung was shocked.
Choi Shona's parents did something like that? Hee-ji insisted, her parents did. You know her father is a high-ranking police officer.
You also know the people at Hong Kim Vin have connections with people like them. The truth had been clear from the start, and until now, Kim Yoon-sung had never mentioned Hong Kim Vin in front of Hee-ji. Yet, she had brought it up herself. Realizing her slip-up, Hee-ji accepted the reality that she had to confront her friend.
Damn it, this is all your fault. If you weren't so cold, none of this would have happened. Hee-ji shouted.
A few months ago, when Hee-ji first saw Kim Yoon-sung walk into class, she thought he looked incredibly handsome.
She fell for him almost immediately.
He had a pleasant appearance, a tall figure, a charming personality, and he excelled in both academics and sports.
A perfect person in Hee-ji's eyes.
She admired Yoon-sung for these qualities, but the problem was, Hee-ji wasn't the only one who felt this way. Many other girls also admired Yoon-sung. Hee-ji had heard numerous stories of girls confessing their feelings to him, only to be rejected. Although Hee-ji was very popular herself,
she was still afraid of rejection.
So, instead of blindly confessing her feelings, she decided to start small, like inviting him for a drink, discussing school-related matters with him, and even staging accidental encounters to grow closer. Hee-ji believed that Kim Yoon-sung wasn't avoiding the matter and was directly facing the situation, which, in her mind, was a green light for her to proceed. She asked about his ideal type through a friend, and this became the deciding factor. When she found out that Yoon-sung had never thought about dating and his ideal type was someone lively and energetic, quite the opposite of her, she was crushed. But despite her certainty, Hee-ji decided to go forward. She planned to give him a gift and write a letter on the day she confessed.
"Yoon-sung, would you like to go out with me?" she had asked.
For the first time in her life, she was rejected so bluntly. Her heart shattered into pieces.
Coming from a wealthy family, Hee-ji had never been denied anything. She had always been special.
This first rejection left her feeling hopeless, and her heart filled with boiling hatred.
When Kim Yoon-sung heard Hee-ji's story, he couldn't help but laugh. "So, you hired Hong Kim-vin to get revenge on me?"
Through tears, Hee-ji painfully admitted, "You said I was your ideal type. You showed interest, but in the end, you didn't like me at all.
After that, I felt like I was living in hell, while you were thriving.
You became more popular, your grades kept improving, and I felt terrible.
I was the only one suffering. I never imagined things would get so messy. I just wanted you to feel as hopeless as I did, that's all. I won't do it again, I promise.
Please, forgive me this time, Hong."
Kim Yoon-sung didn't know what to say.
He gave a strained smile, unable to believe the craziness of what he had just heard. His expression turned dark and calculating as all his emotions toward Hee-ji faded.
"The reason I rejected you wasn't because I didn't like you," he finally said. "I probably told you that back then.
But the truth is, I wasn't rich enough to date you. That day, you came with snacks and gifts, as if we were nothing to each other.
But I couldn't act like that.
Even if I did like you, I had no choice but to reject you." Hee-ji grabbed Yoon-sung's hand, her emotions overwhelming her.
"Yoon-sung, you should have been honest with me.
If you had told me the truth, I wouldn't have gone this far.
Let's go back to how things were before. It's not too late."
Yoon-sung grabbed Hee-ji's head, causing her unbearable pain. "I will destroy you, your family, your happiness, everything." Smack, he slapped her hard across the face. "You'll never understand why I've gone this far," he snarled, hitting her again. "It's because I spent 15 years living in hell, being tortured and turned into a vegetable.
Misery struck my family, and now, none of that will ever happen again.
But the real issue is that I tried to stop it all. How dare you call yourselves human when I had to live in hell while you stood by and did nothing?" Blood covered Yoon-sung's face, but he didn't care. "Whether this happens or not, people like you will never change. You should start looking for a place to get plastic surgery done.
Fix your face first before coming after mine."
At that moment, Kim Aeng-chun burst through the door,
shouting, "What the hell is going on? You're hitting girls now?"
Yoon-sung turned to his homeroom teacher and said, "She's the one, Hee-ji. She's the one who hired Hoang Kim-vin." The teacher stood there, shocked by Yoon-sung's words.
He had never considered it. Could she really be the one behind it all?
As he processed the information, he realized that if she had truly hired them, she would need to face the consequences for her actions. Kim Aeng-chun closed his eyes, trying to think of how to handle this situation. But then he remembered, Hee-ji's parents wouldn't let this go easily. Her father held considerable power in Daesan, and this situation was much more complicated than anything before. Yoon-sung calmly said, "Don't worry about this, sir.
Just take Hee-ji home."
In the end, Hee-ji returned home. When her father, Oh Jun-sam, saw her face covered in blood, he screamed in fury.
"What kind of maniac did this to my daughter? Do they want to die?" Oh Jun-sam, seething with anger, was Hee-ji's father, and he was ready to take action. Her mother urged him, "Are you really going to let the one who did this to our daughter get away with it? Are you crazy?" Oh Jun-sam swore revenge. He vowed to make sure Kim Yoon-sung, Kim Aeng-chun, and Go Chang-bo would all rot in prison for what they had done to his daughter. Before this, how dare they reveal their identities with such a foolish move? Dong Chin-soo, the bastard. The number you've dialed is currently busy. Please try again later, the automated voice said. When the other line finally picked up, the man asked, "Is this Dong Chin-soo, the broker from Hong Kim Vin in Seoul?" After several attempts to reach him, Dong Chin-soo finally answered. Of course, by then, he was already on the receiving end of a furious rant from Oh Jun-sam. "How do you plan to fix this mess?" Oh Jun-sam yelled. "At first, you said you'd handle everything. You even made me believe in your undefeated record." "Undefeated my ass." Oh Chun-sam cursed violently. "Believe me or not, I'll make sure you never lift your head again. Speak up. I want the people from Hong Kim Vin gone. Can you even stay alive?" But the response from Dong Chin-soo was cold. "Do whatever you want." "I'm sorry, Oh Chun-sam, but from now on, we're parting ways." Dong Chin-soo seemed to have escaped this insane situation. He sneered and ended the call. After all, Hong Kim Vin had always been undefeated until now. Now, he had become the first one to mess up. He knew his days were numbered, but still, two people working together with only one to take the fall didn't seem fair. So, Dong Chin-soo turned over all the evidence of his collusion with Oh Chun-sam to Kim Yun-sung. "Don't think I'm bluffing. Don't be naive. That line of thinking will lead to your miserable downfall," he warned. "I've already prepared myself with an escape route." Oh Chun-sam, enraged, continued his tirade, "You dog, you madman, you bastard. If I die, don't think you'll survive either." He demanded the police arrest Dong Chin-soo and called for the destruction of everyone connected to Hong Kim Vin. But Dong Chin-soo had already outwitted him, leaving Oh Chun-sam seething and powerless. There was no way Chin-soo would ever produce evidence that would bring down his boss. "You're dreaming, you crazy fool," Dong Chin-soo thought. He thought. From now on, everything was in Oh Chun-sam's hands. Dong Chin-soo would no longer intervene. 222, the call was cut off. Oh Chun-sam, still fuming, cursed under his breath. How dare he hang up on me so blatantly? Suddenly, another call came in. It was a visitor standing at his door. "What time is it now? Who could be calling at this hour?" he grumbled. Meanwhile, after the risky call with Oh Chun-sam, Dong Chin-soo felt the immense pressure weigh on him. He lit a cigarette to calm himself down. "Let Oh Chun-sam deal with it," he muttered, letting the smoke drift away. A call came in. It was Kim Yun-sung. He asked, "Are you Dong Chin-soo, the broker from Hong Kim Vin in Seoul?" "Oh, he has already gone home. You might win some rounds and keep playing, but once a client's identity is exposed, winning or losing no longer matters." Dong Chin-soo was confused. How did Kim Yun-sung know that Oh Hee-ji was the client, and how did he even get his phone number? It was absurd. At that moment, it dawned on him, his nephew, Choi Tae-jun, had betrayed him. This meant that right now, the biggest threat to the existence of Hong Kim Vin was none other than Dong Chin-soo himself. Now, Hong Kim Vin had only one thing left to do. Eliminate every threat. Not just Oh Chun-sam, but Chin-soo as well, because dead men tell no tales. Dong Chin-soo grew enraged at Kim Yun-sung's cryptic words. "What do you mean by that, you bastard? Do you still want to live or not? I'm asking you, do you want to keep living?" Yun-sung taunted. "If anyone asks, just report to your boss that you've handled everything smoothly. I brought you here to walk the path I've laid out. You've settled everything, clients are satisfied. And Choi Tae-jun has completed his task. Help him return to Seoul. If I say that, the clients won't be happy, right? But who cares? Are you really going to waste your time worrying about the nonsense now?" Later, Kim Yun-sung arrived at Oh Jun-sam's house. Seeing him, Oh Jun-sam was furious. "Do you even know where you are? How dare you barge in here?" Calmly, Kim Yun-sung sat down, even inviting Oh Jun-sam to join him. Oh Jun-sam ordered him to stand up or leave immediately. But Jun-sung coldly told him, "Shut up and sit down." He gave Oh Jun-sam two choices. "You can either seek revenge on me, but if you do, you'll need to call the police and have Hong Kim Vin deal with this. If you do that, I'll release all the evidence that Dong Chin-soo gave me to the entire world. Sure, Hong Kim Vin won't disappear, but both you and Dong Chin-soo will be finished." Yun-sung smirked. "The interesting part is that you'll end up in prison for at least 3 years. Oh Hee-ji will only have to go to juvenile detention for a few months. But think about this. What happens when Oh Hee-ji gets out of detention? With no great father like you to protect her, do you think she'll be safe?" Oh Hee-ji and her mother clung to each other, trembling in fear, while Oh Jun-sam was cornered, seething with rage. "Are you threatening me? Do you think you can get away with this?" At that moment, Kim Yun-sung said. Threatening me won't solve anything because my backing is Go Chang-bo.
Of course. I'll have Go Chang-bo break Oh Hee-ji's legs and gouge out both of your daughter's eyes.
Do you think I can't do it? Ask your daughter.
Hearing this, Oh Hee-ji's eyes welled with tears, and her mother urged her to stay calm.
Suddenly,
Yun-sung presented the second option, leaving Oh Chun-sam in shock. He could hear the sinister breathing of the devil before him. The devil that was telling him to break his own daughter's legs so she could never harm anyone again. After saying this, Yun-sung turned and left.
Oh Hee-ji screamed furiously, cursing at Yun-sung, calling him a liar. Oh Chun-sam's wife urged her husband to call the police, but the door slammed shut, and Kim Yun-sung was already gone.
Oh Chun-sam sat there, his mind in chaos. The only option left in front of him was the knife. Because everything the devil, Kim Yun-sung, had said was true. Despite his wife's frantic cries, "Honey, don't do this. She's our daughter. Have you gone mad? Why are you holding that knife? If this gets exposed, you'll go to prison." But if he did end up in prison, how would he handle Jean and Go Chang-bo? His career, his future. Everything would be destroyed. Without him, everything would. Their beloved he. Indeed, the old saying was true. A child's wrongdoing is often the fault of the mother. Oh Hee-ji started trembling at her father's strange words. He held the knife, seemingly having made a decision. As he raised the knife, Oh Hee-ji panicked and tried to escape, running toward the door. But she couldn't make it. Oh Chun-sam grabbed his daughter, knife in hand, as she screamed for help. Meanwhile, a conversation took place between Ing Chin-soo and Kim Yun-sung. They were discussing the situation with Oh Hee-ji. Even if Oh Chun-sam chooses the second option, you're not planning to stop here, are you? Ing Chin-soo asked. Yun-sung replied, of course not. I'll slowly push him into a corner, exposing every illegal activity his company has been involved in. When he's completely cornered, I will release all the documents that Dong Chin-soo provided for the whole world to see, Kim Yun-sung said. If he breaks his daughter's legs, I'll report him to the police for domestic abuse. Kim Yun-sung said, and Oh Hee-ji will be left a broken wreck. Teachers and friends will mock her. What puzzled Dong Chin-soo the most was how Kim Yun-sung planned to expose Oh Chun-sam's illegal activities. What worried him the most was that sooner or later, someone would figure out that Dong Chin-soo was stalling for time by lying. At that moment, Kim Yun-sung proposed a deal. Dong Chin-soo would become his loyal dog. You're not dumb enough to hand me those documents for no reason, right? Kim Yun-sung said, you risked a lot by doing this because you're trying to secure a way out for yourself. You know you're just a pawn in Hong Kim-vin. Be honest. Haven't you wanted to betray them for a long time? You're only staying because of the money, and that's why you're willing to become a loyal dog. Kim Yun-sung offered him a way out, saying he could work for him and make money while avoiding punishment. Hearing this, Dong Chin-soo couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. He realized that this student had incredible audacity, thinking he could act so boldly just because he had the backing of Jean. But no matter how cornered he felt, Dong Chin-soo wasn't foolish enough to risk his life by becoming an informant. It would be like selling his soul. He admitted that Kim Yun-sung's observations were spot on. Dong Chin-soo had joined Hong Kim-vin to climb to the top of the country's power structure because Hong Kim-vin had the influence to help him reach that goal. I allowed you to take control of the situation because I feared Hong Kim-vin. But now you're asking me to be your loyal dog? Based on what? Your reputation with Jean. That's ridiculous, Dong Chin-soo scoffed. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed, startling Dong Chin-soo. Let me tell you something else, Kim Yun-sung continued. In 2 years, you'll be in charge of managing the high-ranking members within Hong Kim-vin, becoming part of the Hong Kim line. That's the result of the stratified society Hong Kim-vin operates in, with many layers of power. The top politicians, tycoons, and businessmen in Hong Kim-vin are considered high-ranking members. Each high-ranking member has their own elite intermediaries, and the higher their rank, the higher the rewards for those intermediaries. And intermediaries for the high-ranking members are high-ranking themselves. Dong Chin-soo was stunned. The things Kim Yun-sung was saying weren't common knowledge. How did Yun-sung even know this? His understanding of the inner workings of Hong Kim-vin was terrifying. In Dong Chin-soo's mind, the conflicting ideas of survival and his ideals played out. He hesitated, should he side with Kim Yun-sung or remain loyal to Hong Kim-vin? Either way, if Hong Kim-vin found out about his betrayal, the cost would be his life. But if, in 2 years, he could leave Korea without regret, and if Kim Yun-sung could indeed defeat Hong Kim-vin, it would be a perfect scenario, 2 goals accomplished with 1 move.
A perfect plan, indeed.
At this point, Deng Chin-su decided to consult with the devil, Kim Yun-sung. Yun-sung hoped that Deng Chin-su would stay quiet and lay low for just 1 month. By the end of the month, he would have exactly what he wanted. Hong Kim-vin, the Hong Kim line, and the high-ranking members.
Deng Chin-su couldn't help but wonder, how does Kim Yun-sung know all of this?
He would find out later because Kim Yun-sung had once been in a vegetative state, overhearing news about these matters on TV. About secret societies, riots in schools, and the brewing storm surrounding Hong Kim-vin. Hong Kim-vin was causing a stir, because no one could have imagined it had ties to political and business elites. They were top-tier figures, enjoying special privileges. Yet, the case known as the Hong Kim Gate had closed without revealing the identities of any high-ranking members. To truly defeat Hong Kim-vin, it wasn't just about money. It was about dismantling the corrupt network of power and influence. It wouldn't collapse easily. Now was the time for Kim Yun-sung to take the next step in his plan. A piece of paper was handed to a man. On it, instructions were written on how to clear his suspicions. The man was Senator Kim Pan-ho, a member of the Prosperity Party. He had called Kim Yun-sung, intending to remind this kid not to mess around with fabricated issues for fun. But Kim Yun-sung was different. He could see right through this politician's facade. It was laughable. Kim Yun-sung wanted to convince Senator Kim to hear him out. I know this might sound ridiculous, but I hope you'll consider my opinion before making any decisions. After all, I'd like to make a deal with you. During his time as a professor, Senator Kim had built his network by mentoring the children of powerful figures. Thanks to their support, he rose to become the senator he was today. When the trivial matters he thought the public would forget began to fade, suddenly everything was exposed once again. His rival senator, Yang Hao-in, had unexpectedly revealed Kim Pan-ho's corrupt and bureaucratic dealings. Kim Yun-sung had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now, Kim Pan-ho needed his help. Why was Yang Hao-in making these accusations? He had no personal vendetta against Kim Pan-ho, nor did he stand to gain politically from attacking him. There must be someone behind this, Kim Yun-sung thought. Someone like Senator Yang Min-ji-yu, the leader of the Prosperity Party. Kim Pan-ho found Kim Yun-sung's words dangerous. If what he said was true, his life could be at risk. And of course, Yun-sung knew that. He was certain this was a plot orchestrated by Yang Min-ji-yu. Kim Pan-ho quickly realized that someone wanted to bring him down, a senator whose influence was growing stronger. Though the senator had been famous from the beginning, attacking a member of the same party would cause significant trouble and was hard to avoid. That's why they used Senator Yang Hao-in as a pawn. Being targeted by a member of the opposition would appear more reasonable. And since Yang Hao-in had revealed no weaknesses, a counterattack seemed impossible. At this point, Kim Pan-ho started considering the young man in front of him more seriously. The boy's words were insightful and forward-thinking. But if that was all, Kim Pan-ho felt like his time was being wasted. He hoped Yun-sung would offer a solution. Without hesitation, Yun-sung responded. Confident and even boastful. There's no explanation more perfect than the one about these elite officials' children mysteriously achieving top grades in their classes. So, no matter what the opposition thought, people will gossip. There's only one way to resolve this. If you can't attack the core of the issue, attack the person's character and motives. Yun-sung continued. Sooner or later, someone will expose the fact that certain foreign students are using drugs. But among them, only a few have their identities protected. Coincidentally, the son of Senator Yang Hao-in is also studying abroad. Kim Pan-ho burst out laughing. I don't know what you're talking about. Yun-sung went on, well, drug use is inevitably make its way into the headlines. So, if you play your cards right, you can distance yourself from the scandal. And toppling one pawn is enough for you to clear any suspicion. As you know, in politics, once an accusation is dismissed, it's very difficult to restore it. Deal with it once, and it won't stain your career. This will be enough to end the issue in your political career. I have many more plans that could help you, Senator Kim. Whenever you feel I've earned your trust, give me a call. I'll be waiting for your response. A few days later, even Senator Yang Hao-in didn't know that his eldest son had been using drugs regularly. How did a high school student like Kim Yun-sung know this? All thanks to Go Chang-bo, who had numerous connections and support from Miaojin Construction. As a top student with considerable influence, Go Chang-bo had caused a lot of trouble at school, but it was this influence that allowed Kim Yun-sung to gather such information. At this point, Kim Pan-ho admired Yun-sung's boldness. He said the senator was intrigued by the young man's plan. But before he could speak, Yoon Sung posed a question.
Senator, are you aiming for the presidential election by any chance? Of course, I'm just speculating, Yoon Sung added, as if uncertain.
This comment made Kim Pan-ho break out in a cold sweat.
The kid had hit the nail on the head. However, if Kim Pan-ho's ambitions were truly as Yoon Sung suspected, his chances were slim. He didn't have the right background. Look at his life story. It was full of captivating. Born into an elite family, he lived a privileged life, attended prestigious schools for the upper class, became a professor as naturally as one could, and was even handed a senator's badge, a symbol of his status. He enjoyed a life that 99% of the population could never dream of. That's precisely why he would fail in the presidential election. He had too much already, and in his past life, he had failed. For this very reason, Kim Pan-ho twisted his mouth and asked Yoon Sung, "Are you trying to make me give up?"
But Yoon Sung knew this man wasn't the type to give up so easily. At this point, Kim Yoon Sung wanted to tell him that he would be his advisor.
The one controlling his political appointments.
Meanwhile, at school, rumors about Oh Hee-ji dropping out spread like wildfire.
Gossip-loving students whispered the news everywhere.
A few days earlier, someone had seen Hee-ji being taken to the hospital.
She was so badly injured she couldn't walk and had to be admitted.
Yoon Sung felt pleased because Oh Chun-ji to cut his daughter's tendons, like an idiot.
He had no other way to protect Hee-ji. It made sense to Yoon Sung.
Once people are emotionally driven, impulsive actions follow, making rational thinking almost impossible, just like how Yoon Sung had been in his previous life. He reflected, never imagining he could escape the fate of his former life. Even so, Yoon Sung knew he had to assign someone to watch over Hee-ji. Now, all that remained was the man obsessed with the presidential election, Kim Pan-ho. The senator had accepted Yoon Sung's proposal.
Myeoljin Construction would handle the finances.
As you know, laundering money in the construction industry is a minor thing.
Additionally, we will create a story for you.
A perfect presidential campaign story, one that will earn you admiration and respect, making people see you in a new light. Kim Pan-ho was astonished by such an opportunity. Yoon Sung elaborated, once Hong Kim-vin becomes a social issue, if you can swiftly resolve it, you will become a rising star overnight, without bearing any risks. Yoon Sung would serve the meal, he would prepare everything carefully.
Once the bait was taken,
Yoon Sung would turn the situation into a sashimi dish, meticulously slicing everything to perfection.
If anything went wrong, Yoon Sung would be the one to clean up the mess.
All Kim Pan-ho had to do was follow his instructions and provide the necessary support when called upon.
I'll give you time.
In the meantime, you should investigate me more thoroughly.
I'm not just a 17-year-old high school student.
I'm also the second son of the chairman of Myeoljin Construction, the one Go Chang-suk has been searching for relentlessly, and the advisor behind Go Chang-bo. As Yoon Sung returned home with those thoughts, he realized that if Kim Pan-ho refused his offer, he would have to resort to Plan B.
Eliminating Kim Pan-ho, the one who knew his true identity, and finding a new dark horse to back. Who knew if another formidable opponent would emerge?
In the worst-case scenario, Kim Pan-ho might join forces with Hong Kim-vin.
Yoon Sung hoped things wouldn't escalate to that level.
Suddenly, a voice called out to him. A chubby man urged him to get into the car while he still had a chance, before things got less polite.
It was two of Kim Pan-ho's bodyguards.
Kim Pan-ho admitted that Yoon Sung's plans were not something an ordinary 17-year-old could devise.
Overthrowing Hong Kim-vin, what was the significance of that?
Unlike what Yoon Sung thought, Kim Pan-ho had actually investigated Hong Kim-vin. What puzzled him was why Yoon Sung, who hadn't previously been a victim of Hong Kim-vin, was so determined to destroy it. With a stern face and a cold, fierce voice, Yoon Sung asked, "Have you ever experienced the helplessness of facing senseless cruelty, the kind that is boundless? People like Kim Pan-ho, with power, could resist such forces. But Hong Kim-vin had never targeted people like him. They preyed on the poor, the powerless, those who couldn't fight back, and those who couldn't afford to drop out of school. For those victims, losing the opportunity for education meant the end of their future. They couldn't rely on teachers or adults for help because anyone connected to Hong Kim-vin knew they'd be attacked even after school. The bullying continued, leaving the victims with no choice but to suffer in silence, trapped in hell. Kim Yoon Sung wanted to break this vicious cycle, to end school violence. While violence might always be a part of humanity, Yoon Sung was determined to destroy Hong Kim-vin at all costs, to obliterate the organization profiting from such acts.
Finally, Kim Pan-ho understood.
He told Yoon Sung to lay out his plan, and he would reconsider.
Hong Kim-vin had been able to maintain its influence among the elites thanks to its absolute secrecy and undefeated record.
Yoon Sung planned to involve an intermediary and have him submit a false report. making it seem as though the assigned task had been completed successfully. This would entangle Hong Kim-vin in a scandal for manipulating outcomes and deceiving clients,
eventually leading to their downfall.
By the time Yoon-sung reached 12th grade, as the final exams approached, he planned to transfer to Gangnam, Seoul, to maintain his position as the top student in the country. In a place like Gangnam, where academic scores were paramount, if the nation's top student transferred there and Hong Kim-vin couldn't silence Yoon-sung, the truth would be exposed. Kim Pan-ho realized that such exposure would be a catastrophic disaster for Hong Kim-vin.
Yoon-sung said that space inside the school was limited and external interference was minimal,
so he could endure the pressure during this process. All he needed was for Kim Pan-ho to support him enough to keep him from being expelled. The longer Yoon-sung stayed in school, the more trouble Hong Kim-vin would face. Hearing Yoon-sung's speech, Kim Pan-ho was pleased.
He became confident that Yoon-sung would succeed. He resolved to do whatever Yoon-sung needed, no matter the cost.
It seems we are the same kind of people, he said, opening up more to Yoon-sung. He explained why he wanted to become president. I don't have any special reason to become president, Kim Pan-ho confessed. I just want to see how far my abilities can take me.
It's funny because I know so many people who want to become president.
They all have their unique backgrounds.
It's not impossible. So, I want to try too. In my life, I've never experienced failure.
I passed Seoul National University, became a professor, and even earned the badge of a member of parliament.
But why can't I be the leader of this country, standing above all others?
However, Kim Pan-ho gave Yoon-sung a stern warning. But remember this, Yoon-sung, if you fail even once, I won't hesitate to discard you. If that happens, I'll no longer help you, and I'll destroy all evidence. If you think you can handle all these problems, then today, I'll accept your proposal.
The next day, Choi Shona asked to meet Yoon-sung in a secluded corner of the school.
He was busy with his training and didn't have time, but Choi Shona, smiling brightly, invited him to sit for a while with her friend. She quickly brought up Oh Hee-ji, who hadn't returned to school since that day. People were saying she had been taken to the hospital, and Shona assumed it was because of Yoon-sung.
Shona wanted Yoon-sung to be honest with her.
She promised she wouldn't tell anyone and expressed her desire to join him in punishing evil. Her older brother had once been a victim of school violence, killed by people like Hee-ji. She despised people like Hee-ji, selfish individuals who only cared about themselves. Yoon-sung was confused by Shona's offer to help. In his previous life, he had no particular memories of this friend. Now, he was seeing the real Choi Shona. A twisted soul hidden behind her outward persona. Her family was full of high-ranking officials, and her father was the chairman of the School Violence Prevention Committee.
This could work in Yoon-sung's favor. Yoon-sung asked, "How far can you go?" With a loud voice, Shona responded, "I can do anything." Yoon-sung spun the pen in his hand and asked Choi Shona, "Are you willing to gouge out the eyes of the bastard who killed your brother?" "When I wanted to break someone's arm, I was prepared for my own bones to break. When I wanted to kill someone, I was ready to be killed myself. With such shallow resolve, what can you do for me? Don't call me again to talk about nonsense like this. You're just getting in my way." Yoon-sung walked away, leaving Choi Shona stunned. On this path, there was no place for ordinary people like her. Yes, what I did was the right thing, he thought to himself. Just then, a friend approached from behind, putting his arm around Yoon-sung's shoulder and suggesting they head to the martial arts gym together. But Yoon-sung knew it wasn't a good idea to involve this friend. They were just casual friends, and it was better to stay away from Seoul. One person going to hell, Yoon-sung, was enough. Yoon-sung had to make sure that his mentor, the CEO, would be fine without him. The CEO pointed ahead, saying, "That guy is coming for you again, Yoon-sung. He's here." Once again, the head of Miraculous Academy, Zubi Emisak, had come to recruit Yoon-sung. "I promise, this will be the last time. Do you have time to talk?" At this point, the number of academies trying to recruit Kim Yoon-sung was rising rapidly. The obsession to turn Miraculous Academy into a prestigious school in Daejeon had driven Zubi Sak to great lengths. He had gone to the media, boasting about Yoon-sung's perfect score on the practice exam, but that only attracted attention, making the academy seem like a mid-tier school in Daejeon. Back to Zubi Emisak's offer, "Our academy will grant a scholarship of 3 million won per month. If both Yoon-sung and Yoon-jin enroll, I will support them until graduation." This was the same offer Yoon-sung had refused before. Yet today, Zubi Sak returned with genuine intent, asking, "Please cooperate with me. I want your reputation." Miraculous Academy had plans to expand beyond Daejeon, even to Seoul. "If people know that Yoon-sung enrolled in Miraculous Academy, we could become the best academy in Seoul," he explained. What Zubiyama Sak needed was the prestige Yun-sung could bring. You don't even need to officially enroll. Just let the rumor spread that you're considering it, he said. More importantly, he added, if you achieve a perfect score in the final exam, I'll give you a 100 million won scholarship. Yun-sung's value had reached this level. However, for Kim Yun-sung, if it weren't for his desire for revenge, he might have agreed to this deal. A life like that wouldn't be so bad, Yun-sung thought, but in the end, he still refused. Walking past Zubiyama Sak, he replied. I like things this way, no reason to change. The next day, on his way home, a woman stopped Yun-sung. She was Lee Ni-so, the manager of a parent cafe in the Taejeon district. She briefly introduced her cafe. It was a space where families in the area exchanged information about schools. This time, the topic of discussion was about Yun-sung, and she wanted to collaborate with him. She proposed that the parents in the Taejeon district wanted to hire Yun-sung as a tutor for their children and siblings of the cafe members, including her own child. The pay is 2 million won per session, 4 sessions a month, she explained. I'm not expecting you to stay up all night teaching in Seoul. There are plenty of certified teachers here who can handle that. We're hoping you can share your academic experience at school. You could even open classes in Taejeon. If you have any requests, we'll do our best to meet them. Yun-sung promised her he would go home and think about it since he had never encountered such unique type of cafe before. Later that evening, Yun-sung returned home and began investigating further. He gathered more information about these types of parent networks and private academies. He asked, can you tell me about some famous private schools? I heard the Star Instructor Academy has relocated. I also heard about a middle school teacher who recently excelled in a trial exam. He explored more, discovering a hidden paid community where only members with 10 million won fee could access certain resources. Does anyone know who's the top scorer at school number 10? I've heard he's thinking of enrolling in Star Instructor Oh Soo-young's secret class. You can find him near the office at around 12 o'clock. Some students complained that Oh Soo-young was pressuring them for not attending his lessons. In his previous life, when Hong Kim-bin collapsed, Yun-sung had learned that the most influential people weren't the general public or politicians, but the parents who were extremely sensitive to their children's futures. These parents weren't furious about the crimes committed by Hong Kim-bin. They were angry because they thought their own children were losing out to others. Changing this kind of behavior was nearly impossible. In the end, Yun-sung accepted Lee Nisa's offer. When the wealthy children were brought to him for tutoring, they were furious the moment they stepped out of the car, cursing and complaining. Why did we have to come to Taejeon? What are we even doing here? Kang Minwo, a 17-year-old, led the group in mocking Yun-sung. You're just a poor loser who can't even live in Gangnam. A bookworm who's only good for warming a chair. The rich students lashed out at their parents, saying if it weren't for their allowance being cut off or having their phones taken away, they would never have come to this place. After discussing among themselves, the group of rich kids unanimously decided to skip the tutoring session. They were overjoyed at the thought. If we all skip together, what's the point of even attending? We'll just get a new tutor. Besides, who wants to see that loser again? If we skip, what can he do? I'll just go have some fun. It's been boring lately, and coming all the way to Taejeon is a total waste of time. Then let's not study today, let's just hang out. Yun-sung was waiting for each of them to arrive at the tutoring session, but in the meantime, he received a call from Dong Chin-soo. Chin-soo expressed his gratitude, saying that thanks to Yun-sung's help, he had recently had dinner with the CEO of the Future Investment and Security Fund, Lim Kol-hung. Kim Pan-ho had followed Yun-sung's advice. Lim Kol-hung's eldest son would be attending high school next year, and for that, he needed Hong Kim-bin's help. This was an opportunity to enter the upper echelons of society. Dong Chin-soo was reminded of Yun-sung's advice. Once you're in the upper tier, make sure to share important information with me. Never push a client too far, exploit them, but always leave them some room to breathe. Remember, if you forget your place, you'll die. As Dong Chin-soo infiltrated deeper into Hong Kim-bin, Yun-sung would finally know who the true culprits were. Even if things became difficult, Yun-sung was determined to break into Hong Kim-bin and get involved in the stories he had once only heard about. Despite his fragmented memories, Yun-sung felt the danger increasing with each step forward. Checking his watch, Yun-sung noticed the kids were still late. In reality, they were in a karaoke room, having the time of their lives, dancing and singing. Suddenly, their tutor appeared in the doorway. Thinking it was a mistake, they tried to shoo him away to continue their fun. But as the footsteps got closer, the tutor asked, "Are you Kang Minwoo?" The moment Kang Minwoo heard his name, he was punched hard, sending him to the ground. It was Kim Yun-sung. He calmly introduced himself as their tutor and demanded they stand up and greet him properly. Furious of being punched, Kang Minwoo yelled back, "Do you even know who my father is?"
Just one phone call, and my dad will ruin your life. Yoon-sung, unfazed, replied, "Go ahead, call your mom too, if you want." Hearing this, Minwoo's face paled with fear.
No tutor had ever hit him like this before. He realized the man in front of him was none other than Kim Yoon-sung, the top-ranked student in the country. Minwoo had thought Yoon-sung was just a loser. How could this be happening? How could he dare hit him?
In a panic, Minwoo grabbed his phone and actually called his mother. "Mom, my friends and I are stuck out here in Daejeon. The roads are far, and we're really tired.
Can we skip tutoring today?"
But when Kang Minwoo called his mother, he was scolded harshly.
"Are you crazy?"
His mother yelled. "What did I tell you before?
I told you this was the last time. Are you even thinking clearly? I let you have a tutor for a reason, and you dare skip the session on the very first day? When will you ever act responsibly?"
Kim Yoon-sung grabbed the phone and put it on speaker.
He calmly addressed Minwoo's parents, saying, "I specifically reminded him to be on time."
Before accepting the tutoring job for these kids, Kim Yoon-sung had made everything clear from the start. Minwoo's mother quickly apologized, "Yoon-sung, I'm truly sorry this time.
Please forgive us. I promise this won't happen again.
I've already discussed it with all the parents, and no one will interfere anymore. All the other parents agree as well, so you don't have to worry." This was why Kim Yoon-sung had hit the kids, because even their parents wouldn't intervene.
Yoon-sung then gave them a choice. Do you want to learn, or do you want to keep getting hit?
Hearing this, the group of rich kids grew even angrier. They couldn't believe that someone their own age was managing them more strictly than their own parents. Kang Minwoo, still fuming, muttered, "This guy is making such a big deal out of everything. He said we'd only have a 1-hour lesson today, but the driver isn't even here yet." Minwoo quickly called Shin Umi, a girl in their group, telling her to contact anyone in Daesun, even someone she was dating, to come and intervene.
"I need payback for this. I'm Kang Minwoo, and no one has ever hit me in my life."
Shin Umi, after hearing his plea, picked up her phone to call someone who claimed to be a gangster in Daesun.
"Are you sure?
Your mom won't like this," she warned.
"Do you think this is the first time I've caused trouble? Blood is thicker than water." "I'm proud of it," Minwoo bragged, grinning. "I'll make that call."
Seeing how things were shaping up, Kang Minwoo felt certain that he couldn't lose this fight.
That arrogant Kim Yoon-sung would pay dearly. Meanwhile, Shin Umi dialed her phone.
Using a sweet tone to introduce herself.
"Hi, it's Shin Umi. Long time no see. Do you remember me? I want to talk to you for a bit."
2 days later, she called her ex-boyfriend, Park Jin-woo.
When Jin-woo heard what happened, he arrogantly asked, "Who is this kid? He hit Minwoo just because they were late for class?"
"Yeah," she replied. "The lesson starts in 2 hours. He said he had to work out first." Confident in his abilities, Jin-woo scoffed, thinking it would be easy to handle the situation. Shin Umi, however, reminded him that Yoon-sung was very strong. Together, Jin-woo and his ex-girlfriend headed to the gym where Yoon-sung frequently trained. At first, Park Jin-woo confidently walked through the gym doors, ready to challenge the high school student.
He even told the trainer, "If that kid wins, I'll reconsider."
But as Jin-woo entered the gym and saw someone drenched in sweat, he was relieved to realize this wasn't the person the girl had wanted revenge on.
She even complimented the good-looking CEO working out.
However, Jin-woo soon realized that the person standing in front of him was none other than Kim Yoon-sung. His friend pointed at Yoon-sung and threatened to beat him into a pulp.
Seeing someone familiar, Yoon-sung politely greeted Jin-woo.
At that moment, Jin-woo turned and bolted out of the gym without saying a word. His friend chased after him, but Jin-woo had already disappeared, running for his life.
Jin-woo gritted his teeth, thinking it was better to endure humiliation from his underlings than to melt like ice cream under Yoon-sung's fists.
Once outside and still running, Jin-woo felt relieved he had escaped unharmed.
The girl grabbed his arm, but he shook her off, saying, "Is Kim Yoon-sung really your tutor?
I told you he was going to beat your friends.
If it's Kim Yoon-sung, shut up and don't talk nonsense anymore. Focus on your studies."
Jin-woo was now advising her to take the righteous path.
"Unless you want to get beaten. Just pretend I'm dead. Remember this. Listen to Kim Yoon-sung, or you'll regret it."
After giving her that warning, Jin-woo left, emphasizing to his friend how serious the situation was. With that, the group of kids finally began focusing on their studies.
Though Kang Minwoo still couldn't concentrate due to his lingering frustration.
Yoon-sung understood that coming to Daesun 3 times a week was exhausting. But he reminded them, "If we don't put in the effort and your grades drop,
These expensive tutoring sessions will be meaningless. Your future will only get worse if you keep slacking off. You've wasted half your life playing around. Accept reality. If you do well on the final exams, I'll suggest reducing the number of weekly sessions. If I can convince your parents not to make you attend as many lessons, will you trust me and follow my lead? I guarantee this year's college entrance exams will get you into a 4-year university in Seoul. Would you rather be crammed with tutoring all week, or just study with me once a week and spend the rest of the time studying on your own? 2 weeks later, there was a noticeable improvement in the kid's academic performance. Kang Min-woo's scores in all subjects increased by 2 points. And the other kids saw gains of over a point each. While the results weren't perfect, they were enough to satisfy their parents, who requested Yun-sung continue tutoring them. Yun-sung was pleased with the positive feedback and officially announced that each student would only have 1 session per week moving forward. He would receive 10 million and won in monthly compensation. And if their progress continued to exceed expectations, he would receive additional bonuses. Yun-sung wasn't interested in the money. What he really cared about was what the woman's husband did for a living. She reassured him, telling him not to worry, before leaving with her designer handbag. As she walked away, she emphasized, "My husband? Don't worry about it." Despite their insane use of wealth and power to educate their children, Kang Min-woo's parents refused to associate with Hong Kim-vin because Kang Young-cheon, Min-woo's father, was the deputy chief prosecutor at the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Winter break arrived in the blink of an eye. Teacher Kim Hee-chun announced the holiday and reminded the students that the difference between first-year and second-year students lies in how they spend their vacation. "The way you use this break will determine your future," he said. Afterward, he asked Yun-sung to stay behind for a private conversation. He expressed special concern for Yun-sung's health and academic progress, offering his help should the student ever need it. Initially, Yun-sung was confused by Kim Hee-chun's actions, unsure of his true intentions. Even if his behavior wasn't entirely sincere, there were other reasons for Yun-sung's curiosity. Kim Hee-chun had been having an affair with the English teacher, which would soon become the biggest threat to his career. However, this situation could actually turn into an opportunity for him. Kim Hee-chun and Yun-sung struck a deal based on their shared promises. Yun-sung wished his teacher a happy holiday, but from that moment onward, he resolved to crush Kim Hee-chun's happiness at any cost. Once Yun-sung's plan came to fruition, the teacher's life would become filled with thorns, completely different from anything he'd ever experienced before. That evening, Kim Seol was waiting for Yun-sung at the training ground, and together they headed to the martial arts gym. Yun-sung asked, "Coach, if you were to rate the skill level of me and Jinwoo, would he rank below level 4? Which is a professional fighter?" The coach responded, "SIU's striking technique is flawless, but his biggest weakness is his grappling. His grappling technique isn't on par with his striking skills. While he can handle amateur fighters well, competing at a professional level might be too much for him. But Yun-sung, on the other hand, is different. He could compete in professional matches immediately. He has great judgment and courage, and he can handle both striking and grappling effectively. However, Yun-sung is only capable of dealing with lower-level fighters right now. His potential is huge, but he hasn't fully matured yet." Yun-sung's opponent was at his peak, like a fighter who trained rigorously every day. A spinning kick left the young opponent unable to dodge in time. Yun-sung will never be able to beat fighters like them, the coach noted. The physical difference is too great, and he will surely lose. Yun-sung asked the coach for help. "Please help make me and Jin stronger," he said. At 5 a.m., both Yun-sung and SIU were out running, appearing more dedicated than anyone else. After that, Yun-sung began lifting weights. Together with his training partner, they focused on building strength. After completing his weightlifting session, Yun-sung did push-ups. Not just regular push-ups, but with weights strapped to his waist to increase resistance. Next came leg exercises. Though both of them were drenched in sweat, they showed no signs of stopping. Their coach pushed them to their limits, putting them on an intense training regimen. "It's not just about the workout," the coach said. "Your diet is just as important. You must finish everything I give you." With that, the coach placed 3 portions of chicken breast and vegetables in front of them. Though it looked healthy, it was tough to eat. Yun-sung had reached his physical limit. On one particularly tough day, he vomited, his face hanging over the toilet, questioning whether he had overworked himself. Yun-sung was training 3 times a day, eating 5 meals daily. After one grueling session, he fainted. He wondered if it was because he had forced himself to finish all the food. Wiping his face, he realized his entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and waves of pain coursed through him. Despite this, the thought of giving up never crossed his mind.
Yun Sung feared that if his coach found out about his condition, he would reduce the intensity of the training. But he felt that he was making progress and couldn't stop now. Clutching his stomach in pain, Yun Sung reflected on the fact that he still couldn't defeat someone like Choi Tae-jin, who was only a level B fighter. He consoled himself, thinking,
"This is just the beginning. I had to keep going."
Images of the members of Hong Kim Vin flashed through his mind. He knew he would soon have the chance to crush them. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity due to his own weakness. Memories of his previous life as a vegetative patient, filled with suffering, came rushing back, fueling his determination.
Remember all the tragedies you went through.
He reminded himself, as painful memories flooded his thoughts, serving as motivation. Then he thought of his family, the most powerful motivation of all.
Remember the time you desperately begged for another chance.
With a sinister smile, Yun Sung whispered to himself, "If I can get my revenge, if I can tear down those bastards with my own hands, I don't care if I die." Sue, Yun Sung's training partner, had witnessed all of Yun Sung's physical struggles. Worried for his friend, Sue felt compelled to intervene. "We have to stop Yun Sung," he thought. "This will only get worse." Sue sought out their coach, trying to convince him. "I know what's happening, but he's not going to stop, even if it destroys him," Sue said. His voice filled with concern. The coach explained his stance. "As a trainer, I would never push someone to this point, but my decision remains the same."
Sue asked what he meant by that.
"I don't know what has driven Yun Sung to this point, but I can sense that he won't stop, ever. Even if he collapses in a sparring match, there's something in his spirit that won't allow him to give up." Turning to face Sue, the coach's tone became stern. "If I stop him, he'll just find someone else to push him harder.
And that could be even more dangerous.
So, it's better that I handle this myself." The coach continued, "In the end, let him make his own decisions.
I'm no one to decide for him."
Images of Yun Sung tirelessly training kept flashing through the coach's mind. By the 5th week of the training camp, Yun Sung delivered a powerful straight punch to the heavy bag. His progress was evident. Then came a sharp right hook aimed at the ribs.
One could imagine that if a person were hit with that, several ribs would likely break.
Yun Sung bent his knees, spread his shoulders, and moved forward.
Another straight left punch landed with a sharp sound. He stopped, looked at his coach, and asked, "Coach, what do you think of me now?"
The coach assessed him, replying, "Your muscles are developing very fast, so they haven't fully matured yet.
But I believe you're ready to become a professional fighter." Yun Sung responded mechanically, "Is that so?" Then he posed a challenge, "What if you were my opponent?"
The coach chuckled and said, "Come here, kid." He invited Yun Sung to spar. Both of them put on gloves and touched fists, showing mutual respect. "Don't go easy on me," Yun Sung said. The coach grinned, "Of course not." Yun Sung began moving left and right, trying to mislead the coach. Seeing his speed, the coach complimented him, "Your reaction time is impressive." A powerful punch came at Yun Sung, but he blocked it with his arm, showing intense focus. However, the coach noticed a flaw in Yun Sung's defense. With sharp determination in his eyes, the coach swept his right leg toward Yun Sung's left leg, causing him to lose balance and opening him up for attack. To the coach, the fight was far from over. Even though Yun Sung had improved, the coach could still deal with him easily. Yun Sung, perhaps too confident, had fallen into a trap and left an opening. The coach took advantage, landing a solid right hook to Yun Sung's face. Reflecting on Yun Sung's overconfidence, the coach thought, he needs to learn where he stands. Yun Sung, using the momentum, ducked and threw a punch at the coach's stomach. The coach still believed he wouldn't let Yun Sung do anything reckless. As the coach retreated, Yun Sung relentlessly closed the distance. Both of them continued to size each other up. Yun Sung studied every movement of the coach, his resolve unwavering. He kept reminding himself, "No matter what happens, I must create an opportunity. I can't afford to miss a single one." Yun Sung threw a left jab, measuring the distance between himself and his opponent. He kept reassuring himself, "No matter who I face or what condition I'm in, I have to win at all costs." The coach blocked the punch with his right hand. Yun Sung thought to himself, "My opponent is too strong, or maybe there are too many people. If I keep making excuses like this, I won't get anywhere." The coach saw an opportunity to strike, retracting slightly and preparing for a counter. He threw a straight punch aimed at Yun Sung's face, but Yun Sung didn't react in time. A right hook followed, catching the coach off guard as it connected with his chin, sending his head snapping backward. Despite this, the coach wasn't hurt. In fact, he smiled and said to Yun Sung, "Not bad, but you know." Before finishing his sentence, the coach landed a powerful right hook to Yun Sung's chin. Yun Sung felt a dizzying sensation as his mouth twisted.
unable to respond, and his eyes rolled back. The coach remained in a defensive stance. His imposing presence like that of a giant black bear. He said, "You've improved, but there are still limits you haven't surpassed." As Yun-sung's consciousness faded, all he could see was the towering figure of his coach standing over him. Faint, distant sounds reached his ears. Someone was speaking, though it was unclear. Gradually, the voice became clearer, turning into someone calling his name, Yun-sung. Regaining consciousness, Yun-sung opened his eyes to see Sue shaking him awake. "Yun-sung, are you okay?" Rubbing his eyes, Yun-sung responded as Sue reassured him, "Don't worry, you're not weak, it's just that the coach is a monster. He's a champion, it's no coincidence he has that title. You landed so many hits on him, yet he still won. You did really well." Panting heavily as if struggling to breathe, Yun-sung suddenly smiled, which startled Sue. "What, why are you smiling? Have you gone crazy, or did you get hit so hard you've lost it?" Still smiling, Yun-sung replied, "Sue, this was my first time fighting the coach. I didn't even land a clean hit." In his mind, Yun-sung recalled the beginning of the match, where he was utterly overwhelmed. Sitting up, he looked into the distance and said, "Today was different. Yes, I lost again, but this time the coach took me seriously." Yun-sung, with a serious tone, said, "I have one more year. I can still get stronger." The scene shifts to a skyscraper under construction. The concrete surface was dry but not yet painted. The moonlight shimmered in the night sky, casting a glow over the blue tarp covering the top floors of the building. "What's going on?" Someone seemed to be talking to Go Chang-bo in the distance. His voice had a fearful tone. "I don't even dare to talk to him," the voice said. Go Chang-bo clenched his teeth as he saw Yun-sung, bruised and battered. His expression was one of horror, mouth agape. Yun-sung smiled and replied, "I've just been training hard." Go Chang-bo pulled out a mustard yellow envelope and said, "That house you asked me to sell, it finally sold. What do you need it for?" He sat with one leg crossed over the other, his back slightly slouched and resting his chin on his hand. Across from him sat Yun-sung, the two separated by the flickering blue flames from a barrel fire. There were very few people around, making the idea of building a large shopping center in such an area seem illogical, or perhaps a factory. Yet, there were far better places to build factories. Go Chang-bo, curious about Yun-sung's intentions, tried to probe. "What exactly is your plan?" Yun-sung thought of a role that might earn Go Chang-bo's trust. He knew he'd have to betray someone important to convince him. Finally, he said, "Go Chang-bo, the information I have was obtained from Congressman Kim Pan-ho." The scene cut to Go Chang-bo's office, where someone was stamping the buyer's name on the contract. "You made the right call," Yun-sung thought. Go Chang-bo had initially been unsure if the property would sell. While it was valued at only 500,000 won per square meter, Go Chang-bo had deliberately pushed the price to double that. The assistant told the buyer, "Thank you, CEO." The buyer smiled and thanked the general manager, pleased with the transaction. Back in the conversation, Go Chang-bo, visibly sweating, summarized the key points Yun-sung had laid out earlier. A large industrial complex would be built between the cities of Song and Taejun, with a portion of the land set aside for connecting highways. "That's right," Yun-sung affirmed. "Many people think this is prime real estate. So, we should consider Myeongjin developing villas on this land, around 1,000 pyong in total." Go Chang-bo was confused but began to sense something. "Don't tell me you're thinking about the old project, are you?" Yun-sung responded carefully. The land, valued at 1,000 pyong, had been auctioned off at a value that had skyrocketed more than 2,000% due to ongoing favorable developments. But there was an even more important reason. "Go Chang-bo, you've seen the cadastral map, haven't you?" Yun-sung asked. "This 1,000 pyong will take up a portion of land for the road, meaning the development potential will be limited." In Yun-sung's mind, he envisioned a map covered with roadways. However, behind this plot, there's about 20,000 pyong of inland land. Right now, it has little value. But if we purchase this inland property and combine it with the other plot. Yun-sung continued with a serious tone, currently, the land is valued at about 500,000 won per square meter. But it could go up to 2 million won per square meter. Just from acquiring the land, we'd profit 30 billion won. And if Myeongjin constructs buildings on the property, the profits will be unimaginable. Yun-sung smiled. "This isn't just a personal achievement for you. It's a chance to show your abilities as the chairman of a construction company." Go Chang-bo quickly returned to his office after the conversation with Yun-sung, muttering to himself, "I'm just curious, do you know who owns that piece of land?" The scene shifted to Yun-sung on his way to school, deep in thought. He reflected on how relentless training would perfect his combat skills. With Go Chang-bo's money and Kim Pan-ho's influence, he felt secure but knew it wasn't enough. There was still one problem he couldn't solve on his own. He needed a gang of his own, just like Dong Chansu and PRC Hong Ho. He sighed, thinking, by the time I'm in my second year, I need to be perfect. As Yun Sung reached the school gates, snowflakes melted into the ground, signaling the arrival of spring. It was March, and time to return to school. Overheard in a conversation, someone asked, "Hey, did you hear the latest rumor?" The scene changed to a first-person perspective, a pair of hands holding a cigarette. The figure was wearing a windbreaker over their uniform, standing in the shadows of the school. "There's a second-year student here named Kim Yun-sung," one of them said. "I heard he took on Shin Yong-min," the other gasped. "Shin Yong-min? Didn't he get sent to juvie?" The first one, with long hair, laughed. "You really believe that rumor? None of you have ever seen Shin Yong-min fight, have you? That guy's no joke. He's strong, the best I've seen." The long-haired guy continued. "But Kim Yun-sung? He's just a nobody. It's all nonsense." While they were talking, a shadowy figure approached, stepping on the cigarette. "Put that out," the figure commanded. "What the hell are you?" One of the students snarled, sizing up the figure before them. The others quickly stepped in, pulling their friend back, nervously apologizing. Despite their efforts to calm him down, Jung Hyuk-jin resisted, cursing, "Who the hell are we scared of?" The student next to him whispered frantically, "That's Kim Yun-sung." Jung Hyuk-jin's face turned pale with sweat dripping down his forehead. He bowed his head submissively, his voice trembling, "Sorry. I'll put it out right now." The scene shifted to the rooftop of the high school, where Yun-sung leaned against the wall. Across from him were Sue and their gathered group. Yun-sung spoke in a low voice, "I've heard that before. There was an agreement to maintain order and prevent bloodshed in Taejun, to protect our territory. But as you all know, I can't stand thugs like Shin Yong-min." He paused, glancing at the group, before continuing, "I've already cleaned out the entire Trondheim High School, and I have plans to expand our influence." Sue hesitated, asking, "You're not seriously thinking of?" Yun-sung cut him off, speaking with resolve, "Within the next 6 months, I'll turn all the schools in Taejun into Trondheim High Schools." After Yun-sung made his declaration, the room was filled with various reactions, from whispers to loud chatter. It wasn't just one school, it was the entire Taejun. "You're digging your own grave," someone remarked to Yun-sung. Behind him, his underlings kept murmuring, "Yun-sung, don't underestimate this situation. If you make the first move, Trondheim High School will become the target of everyone in Taejun," another voice warned. Yun-sung started to recall the purpose of his actions. Ordinary high school students were already aware of the logic in factions, mainly because they had learned about the secret system of the Golden Circle. As a result, they would receive help from others when needed. Yun-sung continued to analyze the situation. "If I eliminate the Golden Circle completely, it will disappear from Taejun forever." Yun-sung placed a pile of money in front of his underlings. "Of course, you don't have to blindly follow me," he said. "For every school we take down, I'll give you 500,000 gold. You can split it among yourselves. The one with the best results will get an additional 100,000 as a bonus." Taking a step forward, Yun-sung delivered his final words. "So, are you in?" A few days after that conversation, the action began. In a first-year classroom at some school, someone said, "That jerk, Jang Hyuk-jin, is bullying his classmate." Jang Hyuk-jin was pushing his classmate's head onto the desk, yelling, "Since yesterday, you've been pissing me off." He glanced back to see a group of students cowering in fear, thinking to himself, "What cowards?" No one in the class dared to stop him, and he felt triumphant, believing that he had taken control of the entire first year. Just then, someone opened the door and called out, "Hey!" Kim Yun-sung entered with an angry expression and asked, "Did you just hit him?" Surprised, the bully stammered, what?" Before Jang Hyuk-jin could respond, Yun-sung threw a powerful punch right into his face. "Of course it was you," Yun-sung said. The punch hit Jang Hyuk-jin with full force, sending him flying into the rows of desks. He clutched his chest, groaning in pain. Regaining his composure, he tried to strike back, but missed as Yun-sung had already stepped back to dodge. "Why do you keep messing with me?" he yelled, seizing the moment before Jang Hyuk-jin could retract his arm. Yun-sung slapped him hard across the face, leaving him dazed and collapsing to the floor. Tears and snot streamed down Jang Hyuk-jin's face as he thought to himself, "Getting slapped feels like being hit by a truck." At that moment, the teacher walked into the classroom, saying, "All right, class, time to start." However, upon seeing the scene before him, the teacher made an excuse and quickly turned around to leave. "Oh, I forgot the class papers in the staff room." How forgetful of me. Yunsung walked up to Jang Hyunjin and coldly asked. Do you know why you're getting beaten up? Jang Hyunjin stammered, and no, I don't. Yunsung stared directly at him and said, why do you bully others? I don't like getting involved in petty conflicts like this, but... Yunsung's voice became firm, I can't let guys like you, who use violence for no reason, roam free. That's why I'm here, to teach you a lesson. With that, Yunsung gave him another resounding slap. The bystanders, witnessing their leader being beaten so mercilessly, were filled with fear. They trembled and whispered among themselves. He got beaten up just for bullying someone? I saw it with my own eyes, it's terrifying. I heard Kim Yunsung has banned all bullying, but I didn't think it was true. Did you hear? It seems like Kim Yunsung is trying to take control of all the schools in Daeseong. Anyone interested in following him? I heard he's offering a reward of 100,000 won for good performance. The scene shifts to the rooftop. Sungho says to Yunsung. Once you start taking over Daeseong, you'll have to face dozens of schools. Half of them are just small fry, but the other half, that's the real problem. Among those, Sungho mentioned Yoon Hyaman from ICC High School. In Sungho's mind, an image of a muscular, strong man with green hair appeared. Sungho continued, he once defeated Shin Yongmin in an amateur fight. Sungho took out his phone and asked Yunsung, so what's your plan? Are you really planning to wage war? That's not a good idea. Without a legitimate reason, the other schools will crush you. As soon as Sungho mentioned that name, Yunsung realized something. Thanks to expert Go Chang-bo, I learned that Yoon Hyaman from ICT High School is also a mercenary for the Golden Circle. Yunsung clenched his fist, his whole body radiating hostility. The atmosphere around him turned dark. He's slowly turning Daeseong into Gangnam, Yunsung thought, imagining the darkness engulfing the area. He knew there wasn't much time left. If Gangnam's corrupt reality took root in Daeseong, there would be no turning back. Yunsung raised his phone. Wherever filth appears, victims will follow. Just like light and shadow, those victims. His eyes flashed with anger. We'll become a reason. The scene shifts to a teacher's office at Daeseong High School. A teacher was standing in front of a student. Daehyun, did you really steal your classmates' money? The student remained silent. The teacher continued, someone said they saw you going through another student's bag. The student stammered, teacher. The teacher, feeling helpless, picked up the phone. All right. I'll call your parents. The student immediately cried out, teacher, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. The teacher scratched his head and said, so, you're admitting it? Why would you do something like this? That's 500,000 won. Return the money to your classmate immediately, and I'll deal with you later. Daehyun lowered his head and mumbled, I lost it. The teacher was taken aback. What? His voice became stricter. Earlier, you said you stole 500,000 won, and now you're telling me you lost it? Do you think I'm a child? The teacher picked up a long, thick ruler and shouted. You're beyond help. Lie down so I can give you some punishment. Daehyun stood in front of another male student, while a group of classmates watched, sneering. See, Daehyun, why did you go around stealing like that? Didn't your parents teach you anything? If I hadn't caught you, you would have blamed someone else. The red-haired student, holding a wad of money, looked at Daehyun with contempt. Next time, beg someone to help you because you're too poor. He added, it's because of people like you that our school has a reputation as a gang den. The students around them began to whisper and laugh, treating the situation like a joke. A blonde student chimed in, he's getting better at bullying that idiot. However, Daehyun's thoughts were elsewhere. He knew the real thief was the red-haired boy. He was just a scapegoat. The red-haired boy kicked Daehyun and asked, does it hurt? I heard the homeroom teacher went crazy. Now, take off your pants and show me your butt. Daehyun trembled and pleaded, I can't. Please, I promise I'll behave from now on. The red-haired boy sneered, Daehyun, you've been doing well recently, huh? Do you remember that rainy day back in middle school? You were naked and promised me something. Daehyun looked at him in fear as the boy continued, you promised to listen to me. To do whatever I say. If you don't, I'll lose my mind. Now, take them off. Backed into a corner. Daehyun had no choice but to follow the bully's orders and began removing his pants. The crowd gasped, wow, he's really doing it. The bullies watching from afar seemed to enjoy the spectacle, laughing and praising the red-haired boy, he's so cool. A girl who was with them pretended to cover her eyes, shouting, oh no, my precious eyes. The red-haired boy walked up to Daehyun, touched his face, and whispered, Daehyun, this amount of money isn't enough. Give me more. Daehyun sincerely pleaded, Hongjin, I'm sorry. But I don't have any more money. Hongjin replied, oh really? I see. So, our dear Daehyun doesn't have enough money, huh?
As soon as he finished speaking, Hongjin delivered a strong punch to Daehyun's stomach, leaving him gasping for breath in pain.
He added, really? I must have asked the wrong person. Daehyun collapsed onto the ground.
Hongjin spread his legs apart and continued, all right, I made a mistake.
If you don't have money, then I'll just beat you to a pulp. He then turned to his underlings and ordered. Let's go to his mom's candy shop and cause some trouble there, shall we? Daehyun's face turned pale with fear.
The image of his mother's shop flashed through his mind.
He couldn't take it anymore and screamed, stop. You bastards. Hearing Daehyun's outburst, everyone stopped. Hongjin, with his fist clenched, asked, did you just call me a bastard? Realizing he had said something wrong. Daehyun trembled and stuttered, I'm sorry, Hongjin. I'm sorry. Hongjin sneered, you know, when you say something wrong, you have to pay for it. The world isn't that simple.
Before he could finish his sentence, Hongjin was knocked to the ground by a flying kick. Hyunsung had pulled back his leg, it was him who delivered the kick.
Daehyun looked up in shock, staring at Hyunsung.
The group of bullies following Hongjin was equally stunned.
They shouted, who are you? You're not from our school, right? Hyunsung calmly responded, am I?
The bullies tried to charge at him, but with swift movements, Hyunsung dodged and quickly took down two of the toughest guys with ease.
Maintaining his fighting stance, Hyunsung declared firmly, I'm Daehyun's friend.
In the dead of night, soft, heart-wrenching sobs echoed through the room.
Daehyun lay curled up in his blanket, trembling. Why did this happen to me? Why am I in this situation? Daehyun's mind was filled with darkness. He thought about whether he should take a knife and kill all of them. But no, he couldn't do that. I've never fought anyone before. What kind of person am I? Daehyun continued to cry, feeling as if he was in hell.
Suddenly, the sound of his phone ringing snapped him back to reality. He glanced at the screen, curious about the new notification. Daehyun clicked on the link, and a notification window popped up. We are currently accepting complaints about school violence. Please provide your personal information and email address. Daehyun's computer screen lit up, displaying a website called Fight Against School Violence and Crime, with a bold statement.
We promise to get revenge for you.
This line grabbed Daehyun's attention. He carefully filled in all the required information on the website, as if placing his hopes on it.
The next day, Hyunsung arranged to meet Daehyun at a children's park. Did you send that email? Hyunsung asked. Daehyun thought to himself, it can't be. That email was real? Hyunsung continued, the world is chaotic.
Just because you're weak, you have to go through such unreasonable things. He spoke plainly, as if voicing the very thoughts and emotions Daehyun had been feeling.
Outsiders will never understand what we're going through. They always say we're just kids who don't understand anything.
Daehyun unconsciously repeated Hyunsung's words, feeling a deep sense of connection.
Hyunsung went on, school bullying isn't just a child's prank.
The victims suffer psychological trauma for the rest of their lives, while the bullies get away scot-free.
As if nothing ever happened. If they hadn't pushed the victims to the brink, maybe things wouldn't have ended up this way.
Images of himself kneeling and crying flashed through Daehyun's mind, filling him with resentment.
He clenched his fists, imagining pointing a knife at his enemies.
Hyunsung's voice echoed in his ears, in the end, they always come for us. The more we resist, the more violent they become. Sometimes, in the process of fighting back, the victim becomes the perpetrator of an even more serious crime, not just the bully.
He added, it's clear that no matter what you do, once you become a victim of school violence, your life is as good as over.
Hyunsung handed his phone to Daehyun, saying, victims of school violence usually suffer alone, carrying the burden on their own until they're completely drained both physically and mentally. I'm sick of this hellish society, so I created this social network.
Hyunsung emphasized, now. Do you want to talk business, Daehyun? Daehyun hesitated, unsure if he should make a deal with Hyunsung. But the next day, Hongjin's older brother stormed into Daehyun's classroom, shouting, who's Sung Daehyun? I'm Honghyun, Hongjin's brother.
Hongjin was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold.
He quickly pointed toward Daehyun, who was sitting by the window. It's him. He then turned to Daehyun, saying, did you think I'd let you off?
You worthless failure.
Do you even remember who I am? Hongjin approached Daehyun, asking, was it you? Daehyun only looked back at him with eyes full of resentment. Without waiting for a reply, Hongryan, Hongjin's older brother, hit Daehyun on the back of the neck. Did you lose your voice? Say something. He yelled, grabbing Daehyun by the hair. You're dead, you filthy trash. You dared to call your friend here, huh? Daehyun resisted. Why are you hitting me? Honghyun sneered, you dare talk back? Do you think I'm going to just sit here while you beat up my brother? Who's your friend? I'll kill him.
Daehyun, no longer afraid, dialed Yunsong's number and said, this is my friend's number. He told me to let him know if you guys show up again.
He'll take the call. Hong Ryan, still arrogant, took the phone.
On the other end, Yunsong answered.
Hong Ryan loudly declared, listen here, you little punk. I'm Hong Ryan, from Gil High School. Did you mess with my brother? Yunsong chuckled and replied, let me make this clear.
Your brother beat up my friend first, so I just retaliated.
Hong Ryan hesitated, what the hell are you talking about?
Seizing the moment, Yunsong explained, your brother has been bullying Daehyun for the past 4 years, beating him up, stealing money, forcing him to buy snacks from the convenience store, and making him do his homework. Recently, he even made Daehyun strip in front of a girl and humiliate himself.
I'm giving you one last chance. If you're a decent brother,
tell your brother to apologize for what he's done, and I'll end things here.
Hong Ryan was visibly shocked. He retorted, what do you mean, end things? What are you even talking about? My brother enjoys using that loser as entertainment, so what? Yunsong fired back, so you know your brother's in the wrong, and yet you still cover for him? You're just as scummy. Hong Ryan's pride and arrogance wouldn't allow him to accept this, and he roared, you trash. Tell me your name and school right now. I'll personally come and send you to hell. Yunsong felt satisfied, they had taken the bait. Why not just set a meeting place directly? He responded, let's go. I'm Kim Yunsong, from John High School. The scene shifts to an overpass in the city.
From a distance, Yunsong's group marched forward with determination. The two groups faced off, good versus evil, creating an atmosphere that was both thrilling and terrifying.
Hong Ryan called out, you're Kim Yunsong, right? Yunsong, with courage, replied, that's me. Hong Ryan said, listen, if I fight you, it won't be just a personal matter anymore. It'll be a war between Gil High School and John High School. So let's settle this peacefully. There's no need for a fight. Yunsong remained silent as Hong Ryan continued to speak. How about both of you apologize to each other and let's call it even? Yunsong thought for a moment, observing Hong Ryan's posture.
It seemed like he had already done his research on him.
Yunsong finally said, apologize to each other? Only your brother needs to apologize. I see through you. You're just trying to save face. Hong Ryan, visibly angry, responded, what did you just say?
The two stared into each other's eyes,
waiting for the other to make an important move.
Finally, Hong Ryan, Hong Jin's older brother, couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, apologize now, you idiot. He yelled at his brother.
What are you standing there for? Stop this nonsense. Hong Ryan, holding back his anger, slowly stepped forward and muttered, I'm sorry.
Daehyun, however, wasn't ready to let him off so easily.
What did you just say? I didn't hear you.
Hong Ryan, now annoyed, shouted, I said I'm sorry.
Are you satisfied? Daehyun replied, Hong Ryan, do you know something? Yunsong gave me two choices. As Daehyun spoke, he recalled the agreement from the day before.
The first option is that after you promise to never mess with me again, we can end everything here.
Given my current situation, this would be the safest option.
Daehyun continued, or, I could make you pay for everything you've done, and even more. Yunsong said that if I do, it'll feel incredibly satisfying, but it won't end this miserable relationship.
Feeling emboldened, Daehyun raised his voice, can you guess which option I chose? Then, a punch landed squarely on Hong Ryan's face. Daehyun said, I chose the second one. Seeing Yunsong ready to fight, Hong Ryan realized that the punch had come from Yunsong.
The powerful blow sent Hong Ryan sprawling to the ground. Brother, he screamed. It was like a signal for an all-out brawl. Everyone rushed at each other, fists flying, and the fight broke out in a frenzy.
Without hesitation, they attacked. Kill these bastards, one of the fighters shouted. Bae Sung-ho delivered a punch while yelling loudly, almost like a dancer, 1. He knocked down another opponent, 2. Then, another fell, 3. Finally, he completed his combo by taking down a fourth opponent.
Bae Sung-ho recalled the promise Yunsong made earlier.
You said 501 per school, right? I'm gonna make a lot this time. Just as someone tried to ambush Bae Sung-ho from behind, Kim Soo leapt in and landed a flying kick. Trying to sneak attack, huh? You must have a death wish.
Kim Soo kept launching impressive kicks at his opponents, trying to show off his strength in front of Yun-sung, eager to prove that he could be useful in future plans. Kim Soo shouted excitedly, "I always have to be by Yun-sung's side."
"So, 500 divided by 15, what's that?" he continued. "And whoever takes down the most will get an extra 101, right?" Yun-sung's group was buzzing with excitement over the generous reward, fueling their enthusiasm as they charged fearlessly into their enemies, attacking with full force. The other side began to panic. "These lunatics, there's twice as many of us, so why can't we beat them?" One member of Yun-sung's group was bloodied and battered. As expected, the gang leader, Hong Ryan, had already subdued a few people from Yun-sung's side. He thought to himself, "I need to call for more help." But then, seeing Yun-sung standing right in front of him, he had an even more foolish idea to charge at him. He figured that if he could just defeat Yun-sung, the fight would be over. Hong Ryan rushed toward Yun-sung, believing his charge symbolized his courage. But before he could even touch Yun-sung, a thunderous punch landed squarely on his face. A loud thud echoed, and Hong Ryan was sent flying. Never before had he experienced such humiliation. Blood poured from his nose, and his face was swollen and bruised. As Yun-sung approached him, he played a recorded audio clip, informing Hong Ryan that he had fallen into his trap. Hong Ryan stammered, "What are you doing?" Yun-sung coldly replied, "All I need is a victim's testimony. And you'll be expelled. But with this evidence, you're finished." Hong Ryan, now desperate, asked, "What do you want?" Yun-sung continued, "Today is nothing more than a scuffle between students from Geo High. Got it? If any of you leaks what happened today, not only will you be expelled, but you'll also face harsher consequences." Yun-sung tightly gripped Hong Ryan's mouth and growled, "When I ask a question, you answer." At this point, Yun-sung's face was expressionless, cold as a demon. He asked again, "Is it not painful enough? When I ask, why don't you answer?" Unable to suppress his wild instincts, Yun-sung grabbed Hong Ryan by the jaw and said chillingly, "I told you to answer me." Hearing his brother's screams, Hong Jin and their gang, terrified by Yun-sung's brutality, watched in horror. Hong Ryan's eyes rolled back, sweat pouring from his body like rain. His scream echoed like thunder, and his blood stained the dark ground beneath him. Never in his life had Hong Ryan experienced such fear. His eyes turned hollow as he held his mouth tightly, trembling all over. He probably never imagined he'd face a day like this. This situation had gone far beyond simple bullying, it now resembled a violent mob attack. Yun-sung walked up to the quivering Hong Ryan, who looked as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. With the demeanor of a victor, Yun-sung coldly said, "You made me wait a long time." The next day, Dae-hyun ran into two upperclassmen in the school hallway. One of them, out of habit, turned back and cursed, "You little piece of trash." He glared at Dae-hyun as if he wanted to devour him. Instinctively, Dae-hyun bowed his head and apologized, having been beaten countless times for no reason. But what the bullies saw was not Dae-hyun, they saw the menacing face of Yun-sung. Panicked, they yelled, "No, we're sorry." Then they quickly turned and ran off, shouting, "We'll be going now." Dae-hyun, still in shock, wondered why Hong Ryan's gang was suddenly apologizing to him. After all that had happened, Dae-hyun felt as though the world had changed. He sighed with emotion, "That's right. School should be peaceful like this." Then he remembered Yun-sung and thought, "It's time to fulfill my promise." Dae-hyun didn't know what he had done, but soon after, countless reactions and discussions erupted. "Is this real? There's even evidence," someone exclaimed. "I thought he was making things up, so I asked some friends from Gil High School. Turns out, it's true." Dae-hyun had posted evidence of the bullying on the social network created by Yun-sung, and the news had spread everywhere. "I'm a sophomore at Gil High School. A few days ago, I saw a post on this site wanting to help address the issue of school violence. Do you want the people who ruined your life to pay for what they've done? One email is all it takes, and everything you wish for will come true." The scene shifts to three men, who look like gang members, smoking at some school. One of them spoke, "We're not going to get beaten up, right?" The guy in the green hoodie replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? What do we have to do with John In-high?" The guy in the beige jacket laughed and sneered, "Stop being such a coward. If that guy shows up, I'll smash his face in." Just as he finished speaking, a mysterious young man wearing a black jacket and a hood appeared, calling his name. The guy in the beige jacket flinched and cursed out of habit, "Damn, you scared me. Do you even know who I am?" The mysterious young man calmly replied, "I know exactly who you are. The informant told me everything about you." At this point, it was clear the young man was John Sung. He added, "Not just bullying and ostracism, but extortion and theft too. Quite the list of crimes, huh?" Hearing his misdeeds laid bare, it felt as if they were being judged by a higher power. The veins on the leader's neck bulged in rage as he clenched his fists. The guy in the beige jacket, who was the leader, gave a hand signal. And his gang charged forward like hunting leopards, ready for a fight to the death. He roared, "You bastard! What do you want?" John Sung slowly pulled down his hood, revealing his sharp, cold eyes that sent chills through the gang members. "You guys really live up to your reputation as scum," John Sung said coldly. Then, the sound of punches and kicks filled the air. It was clear who the victor was and who was left in agony. John Sung had everyone kneel on the ground with their hands raised above their heads. He squatted down, lit a cigarette, and looked at the beaten gang members, saying, "Raise your hands and take a good look at them." Meanwhile, Bae Sung-ho was looking at his phone, seemingly engrossed in something. More specifically, he was reading Dae-hyun's post and the comments it had gathered. The social media posts from John Sung and Dae-hyun had become incredibly popular. Even Kim Soo, who was busy dealing with the gang leader, Lee and John Hyo, became curious and clicked to check the post. Sitting on top of the defeated gang members, he casually scrolled through the comments. The overwhelming engagement had led to a flood of emails reporting wrongdoings. The gang leader groaned in pain, and Kim Soo, feeling frustrated, glared at him. "So, you enjoy burning kids with cigarettes and beating them up, huh?" Kim Soo listed his crimes in one breath, then delivered a punch to the gang leader's face, disfiguring it. Kim Soo thought to himself, "This is why we understand John Sung." After withdrawing his fist, Kim Soo calmly said to the gang leader, "Trash like you doesn't deserve to live a normal life, and we'll make sure of that." The scene shifts to a third-year journalism and media class, where a student was being beaten up in the classroom. Another student asked someone named Ha Emin, "What do you plan to do about Kim Yun-sung from John in high school?" The student holding the money replied, "Looking at what he's been up to. He's bound to cause us some trouble." Ha Emin, a man with short blue hair, sat with his legs crossed and his hands behind his head, answering his friend. Shin Young-min was also a tough guy, but why is he stirring up trouble all over Daesan instead of staying in Tronan? He then instructed one of his underlings to call Hong Ryan and tell him to come immediately. "He and I are sort of friends, I can't just sit back and do nothing." And so, Hong Ryan was summoned to the gym. Ha Emin and his group gathered, demanding an update on the situation. They were discussing how people were demanding justice online and using the victim's voice to claim it. Ha Emin, smoking a cigarette, stroked his chin and said, "Back when I was like you, at least I didn't bully the weak. Our poor Hong Ryan must have gone through a lot." He continued his mockery, "Do you think that lunatic will keep targeting me forever?" Hong Ryan, trembling, responded, "He doesn't look like he'll let anyone off." Ha Emin slowly rose from his seat, walked over to Hong Ryan, and said, "Well then, I guess I'll have to make a move before I get hit." "Do me a favor, will you?" Hong Ryan, confused, asked, "What do you want me to do?" Ha Emin calmly replied, "Report to the teachers that you're being bullied." Hong Ryan, hearing this, was terrified. He quickly spread the word, knowing that reporting bullying could work if they involved the law. Before Ha Emin could finish his sentence, Hong Ryan interrupted, "We can't do that. It's not that simple, you don't understand." Hearing this, Ha Emin grabbed Hong Ryan by the mouth, changing his tone. "Hong Ryan, still haven't figured it out after getting beaten up, huh?" He became furious, letting go of his grip and preparing to hit his friend. "That guy is terrifying, and I'm not. Damn it, let me help you." With that, Ha Emin punched Hong Ryan several more times, all the while saying, "I'll take care of that stupid jerk." In the disciplinary office, the homeroom teacher held a report about a certain issue. He said, "Does this seem reasonable to you? Someone has reported on this website that you hired a student from John and Hai to carry out violent acts." The teacher added, "You, the principal, and Dae-hyun, along with Kim Yun-sung, will certainly be punished. No matter how much Hong Yun and Hong Jin bullied you. It's unacceptable for students from another school to attack our students so brutally." The teacher continued complaining, "It's like a scene from a movie. Crime is happening in our very own Gil High School. Son Dae-hyun, don't you have anything to say?" Dae-hyun remained silent, as it seemed Hong Yun had indeed helped Haemin report Yun-sung to the school. However, when the teacher paused, Dae-hyun spoke up, "Sir, I'm sorry, but Yun-sung has nothing to do with this." The teacher, surprised, asked, "What? Did you write this post yourself?" Dae-hyun mustered all his courage and began explaining to the teacher, "Even if I was the one who reported it, does it matter? After 4 years of being bullied, someone finally helped me. I just wanted to get revenge once." The teacher yelled, "Are you saying what you did was right?" Dae-hyun calmly replied, "Sir, I didn't write these things. I'm just assuming. But the truth is, Kim Yun-sung has nothing to do with this, and that's what you should know." The scene shifts to Haemin gathering 500 of his men in the schoolyard. One of them asked, "Why did you call us here? Is it about Kim Yoon-sung from John and High?"
Another person chimed in, "If you have something to say, just spit it out already." Heyman, arms crossed in front of his chest, slowly said, "That jerk Kim Yoon-sung has established a very clear system at each school. This system ensures that those who have committed school violence will definitely face decisive revenge." The people standing next to Heyman commented,
"Everyone is talking about Kim Yoon-sung.
"I've tried to investigate John and High, but haven't received any feedback."
What does everyone think of the current situation?" Heyman bloodily shared his opinion.
"Kim Yoon-sung is using the victims of school violence as an excuse to take over Daesan.
He thinks he can, especially with me around." Thinking about this made him angry.
"I can't stand the thought of that jerk trying to take over Daesan," he added.
"We can't lose our comfortable lives because of that dog, can we?" A guy wearing an orange hat chimed in, "So, what's your plan?" Heyman replied, "Of course, I have a very interesting plan. It's going to completely crush Kim Yoon-sung's spirit." In a storage room, someone yelled, "How could you think that's unfair?"
It turned out to be the guy with orange hair, one of Heyman's friends.
Ho-jun replied, "I'm really sorry."
The orange-haired guy snapped, "Damn it, that's easy for you to say, you idiot. Your rotten tooth made me a piece of trash. To be honest, back in first year, I was just messing with that poor kid. But you hit me first," he continued, his eyes filled with tears as he listened to this nonsensical explanation. "Damn it, you're just paying for the trouble you caused," the orange-haired guy shouted.
"Watching you cry makes me sick."
He screamed, "You're responsible for all the pressure you put on me." Ho-jun braced himself, ready for the blow, when suddenly, a young man wearing a hat appeared.
It was Yoon-sung. "You must be Imo Jun, right?" Yoon-sung asked.
Facing the person who had bullied him for the past 4 years. He added, "The trash in front of you is Yoo Zong-yoon." Yoo Zong-yoon, trembling, realized who his savior was and stammered, "I'm sorry."
Yoon-sung asked coldly, "Why are you saying that?"
The person raised his voice.
"I had no other choice. They said if I didn't follow the plan, they'd kill my sister."
Rong-yun screamed, "Shut up, you bastard," and punched Ho-jun in the face, causing him to collapse in pain. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "It really worked." People swarmed in from all directions, filling the place. Some came in from the back door of the warehouse, while Ha-min entered from the front. Wearing slippers the same color as his hair. He stood in front of Yoon-sung with a mocking tone, "Nice to meet you, you idiot."
"I'm Ha-min."
The group positioned themselves in front of Yoon-sung as if to block his path.
Ha-min added, "Did you think we'd welcome you with open arms just because you want to take over Daesan? This whole thing was a trap for you." "How touching, isn't it?" Yoon-sung didn't seem worried at all. He calmly said, "About 100 people. It looks like you trash really have a lot of free time, huh? Do you guys actually want to get beaten up?" Someone from the crowd shouted, "Listen to this dog talking nonsense." But Yoon-sung remained composed and added, "How about I tell you guys an interesting story?" Ha-min frowned, and Yoon-sung continued, "Who's the owner of the Daesan news website, I wonder?" In Yoon-sung's mind, a picture appeared, a hand holding a phone. None other than Jose Rin, clearly reading Daesan's news. Yoon-sung said, "As the administrator, Jose Rin can see who's behind the posts and comments." To gain Yoon-sung's favor, Jose Rin had willingly become part of his plan. Yoon-sung smiled confidently, "I have a very good relationship with the owner of that website." At that moment, Ha-min realized he had underestimated Kim Yoon-sung. Yoon-sung added, "So, I know exactly who's hiding behind those anonymous masks." Ha-min, still trying to maintain his pride, replied, "So what?" Although he tried to act tough, his face betrayed signs of confusion. Yoon-sung exposed the truth, those people who wrote the comments defending Ho-jun. What makes them any different from trash like Jong-yoon? Just then, Kim Soo from Jonanhai arrived with a large group of people, completely overwhelming Ha-min's 100-strong crew. Ha-min and his underlings began to realize their mistake. What's going on? Jonanhai? The appearance of more thugs surprised even Yoon-sung's side. Hong-yun, Lee Zion, Ian Jun-hyo. What are these punks doing here? One of them muttered. Yoon-sung then turned to Ho-jun and said, "Ho-jun, you were framed because of your connection to Rong-yun. You became his puppet for helping a friend. But you don't need to apologize. I know everything, and that's why I'm still here." After that, he faced Ha-min and declared, "The one who fell into a trap isn't me, it's you." In reality, meeting with Ha-min, Kim Yoon-sung had already met with Anong Ryan to discuss the confrontation with Ha-min. But the meeting was not just a discussion, it was an information-gathering session for Kim Yoon-sung. He commanded, "You know Shin Young-min and the gang leaders in Tronan, right? Do you know who sent them to the juvenile detention center? Kim Yoon-sung continued to instill fear in An Ryan's mind. What should I do with you? You're no different from them. An Ryan trembled as he spoke, I'm sorry. I've made a big mistake.
He knelt down, begging for Kim Yoon-sung's forgiveness. I don't dare ask for your forgiveness.
I'm only asking you to let me graduate, please.
However, Kim Yoon-sung paid no attention to his pleas.
He had already planned for An Ryan to pay the price.
He thought to himself, you will pay for this, but right now, you're still useful. With that in mind, Kim Yoon-sung began to give orders to An Ryan.
Listen carefully. Starting tomorrow, gather all the scum you know. Tell them to be ready at any moment.
Kim Yoon-sung emphasized each word, when I call, you need to be there immediately. Back at the warehouse, Ha-min had laid a trap, ready to deal with Kim Yoon-sung. However, what he didn't expect was that some big players from nearby schools had also joined Kim Yoon-sung's team, especially An Ryan, who Ha-min had hired to post false reports to trap Kim Yoon-sung with legal issues.
Ha-min often thought, what can 20 people do against these guys?
But his voice was firm as he said, all of them were beaten by Kim Yoon-sung. Those idiots are useless. He turned his anger toward An Ryan.
Are you insane, An Ryan? How could you do this? Don't you know what will happen if Daesun falls into Kim Yoon-sung's hands? An Ryan responded provocatively, what do you expect me to do, you dog, Ha-min? A voice from the other side shouted, what did you say, An Ryan? An Ryan continued, if we lose Daesun, who do you think will die first?
Ha-min, angered, shot back, did you get hit in the head so hard that you've lost your mind, idiot?
At that moment, An Ryan shouted, you're the one who's crazy, idiot. Do you think you're the top dog in Daesun? What right do you have to talk to me? Ha-min responded weakly, are you sure you can handle this?
An Ryan pointed directly at Ha-min's face and said provocatively, if you can take care of that idiot brother of yours,
you might stand a chance at taking Daesun. But I'm not sure you can defeat Kim Yoon-sung.
He continued to provoke, if you really care about Daesun, then go one-on-one with Kim Yoon-sung right now.
If you win, I'll do whatever you say. Hearing An Ryan's mocking and taunting, Ha-min clenched his teeth, his anger rising.
He seemed to be deep in thought, debating whether or not to confront Kim Yoon-sung directly.
An Ryan's provocation was all part of the plan.
At that point, Kim Yoon-sung had already asked An Ryan what he would do. Accept or decline the challenge. If he accepted the fight, Kim Yoon-sung would undoubtedly beat him senseless in front of everyone.
This time, facing Kim Yoon-sung's army, would Ha-min accept the challenge?
Because even if he didn't, Kim Yoon-sung already had another plan. Ha-min thought to himself, if that guy can defeat Shin Young-min, then he's definitely not an ordinary person.
He racked his brain but concluded, they don't have many people. Why should I worry? At that moment, he was provoked by Kim Yoon-sung's taunt. What are you thinking about? Haven't you thought long enough?
Before Ha-min could respond, Kim Yoon-sung rushed forward like a gust of wind. Keep thinking, Kim Yoon-sung said, as he landed a knee strike, instantly taking down one of Ha-min's subordinates. Smiling, Kim Yoon-sung said, while you're thinking, I'll get started. He swayed side to side, taking down two more of Ha-min's men.
Ha-min gritted his teeth, this bastard, he really dares to fight.
He looked toward the crowd following Kim Yoon-sung and was shocked to see that they were all standing still, while Kim Yoon-sung fought fiercely on the battlefield alone.
Why are they just standing there?
Ha-min thought, now panicking.
Does he really plan to fight us all by himself?
At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung took down another man.
He grabbed him by the neck, raised his fist, and knocked him unconscious. Ha-min's inner turmoil intensified as he watched his friends and comrades fall one by one.
The remaining ones couldn't bear it any longer and charged in, determined to defeat the bloodthirsty demon, Kim Yoon-sung.
To explain why Kim Yoon-sung was acting so recklessly, we go back to before the brawl began.
He had explained to Kim Soo. I can't take on 100 people, but if I don't fight, they'll never respect me. Back to the chaotic scene, Kim Yoon-sung prepared his fist, waiting for the right moment to strike like a master. He threw an uppercut, and his opponent fell unconscious without knowing what had hit him. I have to make them fully submit, Kim Yoon-sung recalled telling himself. The guy didn't even hit the ground yet, just staggered back from the force of the punch. The man next to him had just realized his friend had been hit when Kim Yoon-sung coldly delivered another punch straight to his face. Kim Yoon-sung remembered his words. I have to show them that Gangnam is nothing like Daesun. There are many stronger gangs here than in Gangnam. Another opponent rushed forward, throwing a punch at Kim Yoon-sung. This time, he couldn't dodge in time and took the punch head-on. That's why I have to stand my ground and not back down, he thought. Kim Yoon-sung's eyes sharpened with determination, I won't let myself fall. Kim Yun-sung grabbed the head of the guy who had acted recklessly and kneed him straight in the forehead, causing his brain to rattle violently. When I give the order, they'll obey without question, Kim Yun-sung explained. After hearing this, Kim Soo became very worried, but Kim Yun-sung continued, only this way can I eliminate my enemies.
Revenge can only be successful like this. Kim Yun-sung was completely immersed in the bloodbath, transforming into what seemed like a real demon. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes radiated a terrifying aura. A strange, twisted smile appeared on his lips. Seeing Kim Yun-sung's appearance, Kim Soo swallowed hard in shock.
Pei Sung-ho nervously asked, "Are you sure about this? Shouldn't we just charge in now?" Kim Soo replied briefly, "Kim Yun-sung told us to wait. We should trust him." Watching as every member of his gang lost their will to fight, Haemin screamed in frustration, "Damn it!
You think you can take all of us on alone? Everyone, charge! Kill that bastard!" All of them charged at once,
determined to finish Kim Yun-sung. Kim Yun-sung shifted to a defensive stance, fending off each attack one by one. But it didn't take long before he threw a powerful punch that landed squarely on the jaw of the thug in front of him. Breaking through the mob, Kim Yun-sung leapt into a more open space, taking down another opponent before he could even regret it. Haemin, now utterly terrified, stood there, unable to believe what he was seeing.
"This is insane," he muttered, watching the chaos unfold before him.
Kim Yun-sung absorbed another punch but locked his eyes on Haemin, observing his reaction. "Yes, this is exactly what I was waiting for," Kim Yun-sung thought to himself. Another thug grabbed Kim Yun-sung by the neck, holding him tightly as the others rushed forward to finish him off. "Go ahead, kill me," Kim Yun-sung thought, before suddenly biting the hand of the one choking him. The thug screamed in shock, never expecting such a move. Immediately after, Kim Yun-sung punched him in the face, then delivered another blow to the head of the thug rushing toward him. Both of them collapsed at the same time.
Kim Yun-sung reminded himself, "I can't fall."
Meanwhile, Haemin stood there in disbelief, unable to distinguish reality from a nightmare. He muttered incoherent words as he watched Kim Yun-sung, seemingly possessed,
take down one person after another. To Haemin, Kim Yun-sung was no longer human.
He believed the guy had completely lost his mind.
Dung Haemin suddenly did something unexpected.
He ran away from the brutal battlefield, leaving his comrades behind to face Kim Yun-sung.
Haemin, terrified, thought to himself, "I can't believe I couldn't beat him.
If I stay here, I'll end up just like Shin Young-min." Seeing Dung Haemin flee, his comrades shouted, "Hey, Dung Haemin!
Where is that bastard going?"
His underlings were confused.
One asked, "What's the point of calling us here and then running away?" Another cursed, "That bastard, does he even qualify as human anymore?" But Kim Yun-sung didn't let up. He stood behind them and shouted, "What are you all looking at?"
He knocked one of them out with a single punch. Kim Yun-sung added, "Once you start, you have to finish." At that moment, Yu Zong-yun heard this, sneered, and cursed, "Damn it, get out of my way, all of you." Yu Zong-yun charged at Kim Yun-sung, and his underlings stepped aside, not wanting to sacrifice themselves in vain, giving him space to fight. Yu Zong-yun clenched his fists, preparing to swing a wide punch. Every move he made was in Kim Yun-sung's sight. As Yu Zong-yun swung, Kim Yun-sung swiftly dodged. Before Yu Zong-yun could retract his punch, Kim Yun-sung stood firm, ready to counterattack. He grabbed Yu Zong-yun and slammed him to the ground with great force. Yu Zong-yun's head hit the wooden floor hard. At this moment, Kim Yun-sung had the upper hand.
He sat on top of Yu Zong-yun and asked, "You're Yu Zong-yun, right?"
Before Yu Zong-yun could answer, Kim Yun-sung started punching his face and mouth repeatedly, leaving him breathless.
Yu Zong-yun could only lie there, unable to resist. The people around rushed to pull Kim Yun-sung off their boss. "Hurry, pull him off." But by this point, Kim Yun-sung had fully transformed into a demon.
And the fierce aura radiating from him made the others hesitate to get close.
One of them couldn't handle the pressure and vomited on the spot.
Yu Zong-yun, unable to endure anymore, groaned, "Stop! Stop!" Kim Yun-sung ceased his attack and glared at his prey beneath him. Yu Zong-yun, with his face covered in blood, spat out a mouthful of blood and muttered, "I've lost." Kim Soo and Bae Sung-ho burst out in triumphant laughter. They quickly ran over to shield Kim Yun-sung, preparing for any retaliation from the other group.
"You heard him, right? The game's over," Kim Soo shouted. "Everyone, stay away from Kim Yun-sung."
He yelled fiercely, making sure no one dared approach. At this point, Kim Yun-sung was also exhausted, having to push himself up from the floor to stand. From now on, Death Sinhai will follow the orders of John and Hai, Kim Yun-sung declared with authority.
"When I tell you to come, you come. When I tell you to go, you go. Got it?"
2 weeks after Kim Yoon-sung's victory at the warehouse, at I-City High School, Dong Hae-min was still attending school like any other day.
However, he was mocked by his classmates.
"Hey, Dong Hae-min, long time no see," they jeered. Whispering among themselves, "I heard you ran away during the fight with Tronan."
Dong Hae-min seemed regretful, wondering why he had acted that way at the time.
But he quickly reassured himself, thinking, even if I had fought that lunatic, who knows if he would have found a chance to get revenge later.
It's best not to provoke someone with mental issues.
Both ashamed and angry, Dong Hae-min slammed the table and stood up, shouting,
"Shut your damn mouths."
He shot a threatening glare at the people gossiping behind his back and lowered his voice, "If any of you keep talking." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a voice from outside the room.
"Are you in there?"
A predatory eye peered through the crack in the door, and a cold voice called out from outside, "Dong Hae-min."
Instantly, fear gripped him.
That fear quickly overwhelmed his mind, freezing him in place.
He trembled uncontrollably. "What are you doing here?" he stammered.
The beastly figure outside moved closer.
"Because you ran away," the voice said, "I haven't even asked yet." Kim Yoon-sung appeared, like a menacing demon.
His cold eyes staring directly at Dong Hae-min.
"Do you know Moon Byung?" he asked. "He sent me an email."
Kim Yoon-sung explained, "He's a target that the Golden Circle hired me to deal with, and somehow I need to silence him." Realizing the trouble he was in, Dong Hae-min rushed toward Kim Yoon-sung, trying to stop him from creating more problems.
As he moved, he muttered, "What are you trying to do? Do you think you can threaten me?"
With a loud bang, the door swung open, and Kim Yoon-sung stepped inside. Without saying a word, he grabbed Dong Hae-min by the hair and punched him hard in the face. Kim Yoon-sung's punch seemed to knock Dong Hae-min unconscious on the spot. Now, Dong Hae-min groggily opened his eyes to find himself in a hospital bed. An old man with white hair was sitting beside him, asking how he was feeling. "You're awake," the old man said. Dong Hae-min, startled, realized the person speaking was the principal of I-City High School.
"Principal?"
he asked in disbelief, confirming that it was indeed the principal of Daesun High standing before him.
He quickly blamed others to avoid responsibility,
wanting Kim Yoon-sung to be punished.
"It's Kim Yoon-sung's fault. How dare he cause trouble at another school? He can't get away with this. Has the school done anything to punish him yet?" Contrary to what he expected, the principal calmly replied, "Didn't you attack him first?" Kim Yoon-sung just wanted to talk reasonably. What he did was legitimate self-defense. Upon hearing this, Dong Hae-min jumped out of bed, cursing, "What nonsense are you talking about, principal?"
Ignoring his outburst, the principal continued, "Moreover, all the witnesses say you were the one who started the fight. At this school, you're notorious for causing trouble, so it seems to be true." Seeing the situation turn against him, Dong Hae-min tried to justify himself.
"The last time you saw me, I was the one getting beaten up. I'll take this to court." But the principal cut him off, saying, "You know Moon Byung, don't you?"
Hearing that name, Dong Hae-min froze, unable to speak. The principal went on to explain, "It's clear that Dong Hae-min got involved while you were unconscious. Oda won covered for Kim Yoon-sung, and Kim Yoon-sung and Nam Se-in-sok made a secret deal not to inform the Golden Circle. Kim Yoon-sung is already laying the foundation for his own empire.
If you don't want to ruin your life, you'd better keep quiet and get out."
The principal's words were filled with contempt, driving Dong Hae-min into a furious rage. But he had to hold it in, not daring to explode. Kim Yoon-sung had gotten him expelled, and he was forced to pack up and leave the infirmary. On his way home, Dong Hae-min gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, I've been expelled, all because of that bastard, Kim Yoon-sung." Even his father scolded him, saying, "That bastard, he's been yelled at too." But because of him, his dad lost his job. But Dong Hae-min couldn't imagine that, as always, Kim Yoon-sung was the root of all his problems, and everything he did was to drive Dong Hae-min into the ground. At that moment, his phone rang. On the other end, a voice said, "Long time no see."
"It's Moon Byung." Hearing the name that terrified him, Dong Hae-min couldn't believe it and asked again, "Are you really Moon Byung?"
The voice continued, "I've heard about what happened, don't be upset."
"Do you know Ju Young-jun is done for?" "You didn't know?"
At this, Dong Hae-min was stunned, feeling a wave of fear wash over him.
The voice on the other end added, "You don't know who he is?"
"He's the bastard who hired the Golden Circle to come after me." Kim Yoon-sung said, "I'll make sure that you and the one backing you both fall into ruin."
"Didn't you say you wanted to become a fitness coach?"
Before Dong Hae-min could respond, someone behind him called out, "Long time no see, Dong Hae-min."
Two tough-looking young men were approaching him from behind.
The voice on the phone continued in Dong Hae-min's ear, "Your dream will never come true because from today onward, you'll never be able to use your hands again." At this point, Dong Hae-min's life had completely collapsed. The scene shifts to Daesan Science High School, where two students are having a conversation. One asked, "Really?" The other replied, "That's what my brother told me." Hearing this, the first student said, "Whoever it is, that's insane." The blonde-haired boy looked at his friend and added, "Who cares? That guy's been showing off everywhere like a fool. What does it have to do with our school?" The two students continued walking and talking, when suddenly, another student approached them from the opposite direction. As they passed each other, their shoulders accidentally bumped. The blonde-haired boy muttered a curse, "Damn it." The student who had been walking the other way quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." But the blonde boy wasn't satisfied. He jumped up, glaring, "What an idiot. Can't you even apologize properly?" The other student explained, "I already apologized." But the blonde boy continued mocking him, imitating his apology, "I'm sorry, I already apologized." "You call that an apology? My shoulder hurts now because of you." The other student calmly replied, "Clearly, you bumped into me because you weren't paying attention." This student was none other than Kim Yoon-jin, the younger brother of Kim Yoon-sung, and a first-year student at Daesan Science High School. Kim Yoon-jin continued, "I don't think you have the right to criticize me." The blonde boy, ready to cause trouble, sneered, "Oh really? So you're not going to apologize properly?" As he spoke, he punched Kim Yoon-jin, yelling, "Do you want to die, you dog?" The scene flashed back to last winter when the two brothers were eating together. Kim Yoon-sung asked Kim Yoon-jin, "Which high school do you want to apply to?" Kim Yoon-jin replied confidently, "Of course, the same one as you, John-in High. We had to go to university together, too." Hearing his brother's response, Kim Yoon-sung thought to himself, "Unlike my past life, I now have the strength to protect Kim Yoon-jin. Even if he goes to John-in High, I can protect him. But maybe a different path would be better." With that in mind, Kim Yoon-sung hinted to Kim Yoon-jin, "Remember your promise to study hard? What do you think about Daesan Science High? Would you like to go there?" At that time, Kim Yoon-jin didn't think much about it and laughed, "If you think it's a good idea, I'll go." Back at Daesan Science High School, in the teacher's office. After Han Byung-soo hit Kim Yoon-jin, both were brought in to resolve the issue. Kim Yoon-jin explained, "I was walking down the hallway when I accidentally bumped into Han Byung-soo. He wanted to pick a fight. Even though I apologized, he still punched me in the face." Upon hearing Kim Yoon-jin's accusation, Han Byung-soo, the blonde-haired boy who hit Kim Yoon-jin, immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "What? I didn't hit you." Seeing Han Byung-soo causing a scene, the teacher sternly scolded him. "How dare you raise your voice when you're in the wrong? Be quiet." This teacher, named Leha Akabel, was the homeroom teacher for both Kim Yoon-jin and Han Byung-soo. Fearing punishment, Han Byung-soo quickly explained, "It was Kim Yoon-jin who bumped into me first and tried to start a fight. I didn't hit him first." As he explained, Han Byung-soo thought to himself, "Damn it, this bastard. I'm not afraid of you. If it weren't for the mess affecting my reputation." Sitting across from the two students, teacher Leha Akabel thought, "I pretty much understand what happened, but what should I do about it?" The teacher then spoke, "Enough. Both of you are at fault. Fighting in school is unacceptable. Tomorrow, bring your guardians to meet with me." Upon hearing that their guardians would be called, Kim Yoon-jin grew worried, thinking of how his mother would have to deal with the hassle and be unfairly blamed. He wanted to explain, but before Kim Yoon-jin could finish, teacher Leha Akabel strictly ordered, "Do as I say. No more excuses." Having been scolded by the teacher, Kim Yoon-jin hung his head, dejectedly responding, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Han Byung-soo, sitting next to him, showed no fear about his guardian being called and confidently replied, "Yes, sir. I'll bring my guardian." As they left the teacher's office, Han Byung-soo mocked Kim Yoon-jin, who was walking ahead, saying, "You're so high and mighty, but you still cause trouble. Must be hard walking around like that. You should have just apologized." Annoyed by his tone, Kim Yoon-jin snapped, "Don't talk to me." Han Byung-soo continued to mimic Kim Yoon-jin's tone, saying, "Don't talk to me. So arrogant, huh? Look at yourself. Do you even know why the teacher called our guardians? It's not just because of this minor incident." He added, "My dad owns a construction company, so he's just going to scare people for fun. And my brother is going to be the future boss of Daesan High. Your life in high school is over. You're really stubborn, aren't you, orphan?" Hearing his classmate insult both him and his family, Kim Yoon-jin was furious, barely resisting the urge to punch Han Byung-soo. Time passed quickly, and soon, it was the next day. In the teacher's office, teacher Leha Akabel asked, "Is this Han Byung-soo's guardian?" "I'm the homeroom teacher, Leha Akabel." The man in a suit, looking very distinguished, responded, "I'm Han Byung-soo's father, Han Chun-ho." His tone was sharp as he continued that brat Kim Yoon-jin had the audacity to mock my son and even had the nerve to hit him, injuring him.
This is outrageous.
How can my son be expected to endure such a thing? He added, of course, school violence is wrong, but this was self-defense, plain and simple. Standing behind him, Han Byung-soo and his older brother chimed in, supporting their father's claims. Seeing the parents' aggressive stance, another teacher in the office smiled, trying to calm the situation.
Mr. Han, you're not entirely wrong. Let's leave it at that.
Another teacher in the office agreed, saying, Kim Yoon-jin was the one who provoked things.
Let's just punish him.
Hearing people side with him, Han Chun-ho felt smug.
That kid will definitely pay for this.
He then made a demand, if Kim Yoon-jin's guardian comes and apologizes, I'll let this slide. Otherwise, before he could continue his unreasonable request, Teacher Lee Hakbyum, who had been silent up to that point, cut him off, saying, that's enough. I am a teacher at this school, and it is my responsibility to guide my students down the right path.
That is the only reason I called everyone here, nothing else. Let's move to the counseling room.
I believe Kim Yoon-jin's guardian has arrived. With that, he led the way, opening the door and stepping outside.
Seeing this firm response, Han Chun-ho felt irritated. He glanced in the direction Lee Hakbyum had gone before motioning for his two sons to follow him out of the office.
As they walked down the hallway, he turned to Han Byung-soo and said, your homeroom teacher is quite stubborn, but don't worry, he won't be able to do anything.
Trust me.
Han Byung-soo's older brother chimed in, exactly.
If you had told me about this earlier, none of this would have happened. Hearing their reassurances, Han Byung-soo felt more at ease.
After all, this was his father and older brother, they would take care of things.
Kim Yoon-jin is done for, he thought.
The three of them entered the counseling room, and someone inside said, please come in and have a seat. As they sat down, they saw Kim Yoon-jin's guardian, his older brother, Kim Yoon-sung. The homeroom teacher explained to everyone, Kim Yoon-jin's grandmother was supposed to come, but due to her health, his older brother is here in her place. In the counseling room, the three family members sat in a row. Both Han Chun-ho and his older son lowered their heads respectfully, but Han Byung-soo, who didn't understand what was happening, stared at Kim Yoon-sung, thinking, is he out of his mind? How dare he show up here? The homeroom teacher spoke up, now I'll present the facts to the parents. According to witness statements, Han Byung-soo was the one who provoked Kim Yoon-jin first, and then the fight escalated. Before Lee Hakbyum could finish his sentence, Han Byung-soo's father suddenly slammed his briefcase onto the table and raised his voice, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I failed to teach my son properly.
Seeing his father's unexpected reaction, Han Byung-soo panicked and quickly apologized, not understanding why his father was acting this way. Dad, what's wrong? He asked, confused.
As if fearing someone might harm him, Han Chun-ho shouted at his son, apologize.
You lied, didn't you?
Han Byung-soo, confused by his father's sudden change in attitude, asked back, Dad, why?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Seeing his son disobeying him, Han Chun-ho angrily hit Han Byung-soo on the head.
Still defiant, Han Byung-soo, feeling cornered, yelled, it was Kim Yoon-jin who hit first. His older brother, sitting beside him, grabbed him by the hair and, trembling, urged him, when Dad says you did it, it means you did it. Apologize to him right now. The father and brother both sat with their heads down, while Han Byung-soo sat silently between them. The homeroom teacher then announced, the school will discipline Han Byung-soo. Does everyone agree with this? The father quickly responded, we agree. Seeing that the parents had agreed, Teacher Lee Hakbyum declared the meeting concluded, then this meeting is over. The father and brother, flanking Han Byung-soo, led him out of the office. Before Kim Yoon-sung could stand up, Teacher Lee Hakbyum called him back. Kim Yoon-sung, I need to speak with you as Kim Yoon-jin's guardian. Can you stay for a few minutes? He added, everyone here calls me rigid, as if I follow the rules to the letter. But I'm much more flexible than that. All I want is for my students to learn in a better environment. I've heard you have a powerful background in Daesun. To be honest, I don't like you much. But if it means that good kids like Kim Yoon-jin won't get bullied, then I welcome you as a protector of this school. Hearing these words, Kim Yoon-sung fought back. In my past life, Teacher Lee Hakbyum was one of the main reasons I enrolled Kim Yoon-jin in this science high school. He was dismissed for standing up for talented students but never gave up on them. He is a true educator, one who never bowed to money or power. Kim Yoon-sung stood up and said, I assure you, nothing like this will happen again. If Kim Yoon-jin does anything wrong in the future, please punish him just like you did today. For a genuine educator like you, I am deeply grateful. I'm willing to bow my head to you again and again. With this thought in mind, Kim Yoon-sung leaned forward, placing both hands on the desk and bowed deeply to the respected teacher.
As he began to rebuild his life, Kim Yoon-sung knew that not everyone deserved his deference. But for those who did, he had no hesitation in bowing to them.
Meanwhile, the three members of Han Byung-soo's family left the counseling room.
Feeling frustrated, Han Byung-soo grumbled to his father, upset that things hadn't gone as promised.
"Dad, you said you'd fix everything.
You said you'd stand by me if I got in trouble." Hearing his younger brother complain, the older brother stepped in and said,
"Han Byung-soo, don't you understand Dad's situation right now?"
Their father, also exasperated,
sighed and asked, "Why couldn't you pick someone else to mess with? Why did you have to cause trouble with a kid backed by the Maiwanjin Corporation?" Hearing his father's words, Han Byung-soo was confused. Backed by who? Why are they backing him? Not understanding the situation, Han Byung-soo's older brother quickly explained, "You don't know who he is, do you?
The kid you hit." His older brother is the one who's been beating up other students in Daesan, leaving their faces all bruised. His name is Kim Yoon-sung, and he goes to Jeonin High School.
Upon hearing the explanation about Kim Yoon-sung's identity, Han Byung-soo was startled and became hesitant.
Just then, someone walked out of the meeting room, and a voice echoed, "Kid, come with me.
I have something to say to you."
Knowing Kim Yoon-sung's identity and being asked to follow him, Han Byung-soo reluctantly stood up to go. However, Kim Yoon-sung turned around and noticed that Han Byung-soo's father and brother were still standing in place.
He scowled and asked, "You're not coming? Why aren't the old man and your brother coming along?"
His tone was menacing,
as if ready to devour them. With no other choice, the three of them followed Kim Yoon-sung to a secluded spot under a bridge.
The moment they arrived, Han Byung-soo immediately dropped to his knees and desperately apologized. "I'm sorry, Kim Yoon-sung. I was wrong, I'll never touch Kim Yoon-jin again." His father, standing behind, also lowered his head and apologized. "It's my fault for not raising my son properly. I promise to discipline him better and make sure nothing like this happens again." Seeing his father apologize, Han Byung-soo's older brother quickly chimed in, "I apologize for my brother's actions as well. I'll make sure to knock some sense into him if I have to." Before he could finish, Kim Yoon-sung coldly interrupted, "One phone call from me, and the president of a construction company will be bankrupt for raising a worthless son. And that brother of yours who couldn't teach you right, he'll be crippled for life." Kim Yoon-sung's voice grew harsher as he continued, "From now on, anyone who dares to oppose me in death and will be crushed. Dealing with people like you is child's play to me." At this point, Kim Yoon-sung had earned the authority to say such things, towering over the three of them like a god looking down with disdain.
Seeing Kim Yoon-sung's unrelenting attitude, Han Byung-soo's older brother also fell to his knees, pleading, "I'm truly sorry. We've really done wrong, please, spare us this time." As Kim Yoon-sung recalled the scene of Han Byung-soo hitting his younger brother, the anger he felt reignited. Images of Kim Yoon-jin and memories from his previous life overlapped in his mind. His younger brother had been beaten in a similar way back then too. Rage boiled up in Kim Yoon-sung as he clenched his teeth and cursed, "You piece of trash. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? Right now, I want nothing more than to tear you apart, but that wouldn't be enough." With those words, Kim Yoon-sung reached out and grabbed Han Byung-soo by the throat, squeezing as if he wanted to choke the life out of him. Han Byung-soo was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body. Kim Yoon-sung gritted his teeth and said, "Because of my younger brother Kim Yoon-jin, I'll hold back. If you want me to calm down and let this go find my brother, kneel down like a dog, and beg for his forgiveness. Got it?" Not long after, in Kim Yoon-jin's classroom, Han Byung-soo rushed in and apologized to Kim Yoon-jin. "I'm sorry, I was really wrong. I deliberately picked a fight with you, and I also apologize for my irresponsible words. From now on, I won't do that anymore. I won't treat you or anyone else in this school like that again." After saying that, Han Byung-soo knelt down to apologize to Kim Yoon-jin. Kim Yoon-jin didn't understand what was happening, and the classmates were equally shocked at Han Byung-soo's sudden 180-degree change in attitude, given his notorious temper. Kim Yoon-jin calmly said, "It's okay, get up." Han Byung-soo was startled by Kim Yoon-jin's lenient attitude, thinking to himself, did he really get scared enough by his brother to wet himself? Kim Yoon-jin and Kim Yoon-sung were completely different. Kim Yoon-jin stood up from his seat, walked over to Han Byung-soo who was still kneeling, and gently said, "I know apologizing in front of everyone is difficult, so I accept your apology." The innocence and purity of Kim Yoon-jin made Kim Yoon-sung even more determined to protect him at all costs. After that, Kim Yoon-jin was happy to see the change in his classmates' attitudes. He extended his hand to Han Byung-soo and smiled, "From now on, don't act like that anymore." This was the real reason Kim Yoon-sung had Kim Yoon-jin attend Daesan Science High School. From that moment on, Kim Yoon-jin's world changed. His classmates crowded around him, asking, "Is Kim Yoon-sung really your brother? Is he the one who took over Daesan?" Another classmate said admiringly, "That's why you've been keeping things under wraps, huh?" During recess, even the upperclassmen came to find Kim Yoon-jin, saying, "We want to be friends with you. If anything happens at school, come to us. We'll protect you. And hey, introduce us to your brother sometime, okay?" Seeing how warmly everyone at school was treating him now, Kim Yoon-jin finally realized the extent of his brother's power. "I knew my brother was famous, but I didn't realize he was this incredible." This was also the moment Dae-san truly fell into Kim Yoon-sung's hands. Students whispered about Kim Yoon-sung, with many rumors swirling about how he might use his newfound power to do all sorts of things. But as time quietly passed, Kim Yoon-sung made no moves. In the blink of an eye, it was already June, and the weather was starting to heat up. In the conference room of the Myeongjin Corporation, an employee ran in excitedly, shouting, "Chairman, we've succeeded. The Sedan City redevelopment project has been a success. The government has officially announced it." At this moment, Go Chang-bo was overjoyed at the project's success. Finally, it worked. "I've succeeded. I knew the high-end villa project would be a success. I understand the intent behind this plan," said CEO Go Chang-bo. A few months ago, during a meeting of the Myeongjin Corporation, key members were discussing the Go Chang-bo project and engaging in a heated argument. "We have no idea what will happen with the acquisition of the industrial zone and the highway. Acquiring 66,115 square meters of barren land is absurd. If we miscalculate, we will face heavy losses," one member stated. In the Myeongjin Corporation's meeting room, Go Chang-seop was criticizing his brother, saying, "Business is not gambling. You are viewing the situation one-sidedly." As the head of the department, Go Chang-seop added, "Acquiring that fertile land at such a price is a real windfall. Building a villa complex there is the reward. If I remember correctly, the road construction in Daesan City has already begun, hasn't it?" Supporters of Go Chang-bo nodded in agreement, affirming that there was no loss and that the land was entirely worth investing in. That alone is enough to prove the land's value. "Do you still think my actions are reckless?" Go Chang-seop asked, reacting to his brother's defense. "Don't you realize we are in a time of real estate market volatility?" Go Chang-seop rebutted, "Right now, we need to focus on projects that can generate profit. Myeongjin Construction builds houses, and people line up to buy them. Yet you want to allocate manpower to a cheap luxury villa complex? That is the most inefficient project I have ever heard from you. You are the CEO, how can you not realize that?" He slammed the table in frustration. Seeing his younger brother constantly opposing his project, Go Chang-bo just smirked and said, "Head of Department Go Chang-seop. Land doesn't grow legs and run away. We just need to wait for the right time. That's why I bought the land earlier than anyone else. Everyone understands this except you. Stop complaining and look at the bigger picture. If you want to become the CEO like me." Being mocked by his brother, Go Chang-seop became enraged. His frustration stemmed from the fact that his brother had secured the CEO position before him. He slammed the table and yelled, "So what?" Their elderly father, seeing his two sons arguing endlessly, felt a headache coming on and intervened. "Enough. The project has already been approved. The only task you have is to achieve results. Success or failure depends on you, but can you bear the consequences?" CEO Go Chang-bo, hearing his father's question, confidently assured, "Please trust me, Chairman. I won't disappoint you." Now that the project had already yielded results, Go Chang-bo's team continued to meet and assess the land he had purchased a few months ago. One employee reported during the meeting, the land alone has already brought in at least 30 billion won in profits. Once the industrial zone is built and the villa complex is completed, the asset value will rise even higher. Sitting below the chairman of Myeongjin Corporation, upon hearing the project's enormous profit, he exclaimed with admiration, "You've always been a business-minded child, and now you've opened a new path for the company. Achieving tremendous success for the whole world to recognize." After speaking, he stood up from his chair, walked towards Go Chang-bo, and continued, "I told you, success or failure is in your hands. Don't overthink it anymore. Today, I declare that the next chairman of Myeongjin Construction Corporation will be CEO Go Chang-bo." Hearing his father announce his older brother as the successor, the younger brother, unwilling to accept failure, stood up and protested, "What is his so-called success? The internal personnel changes were entirely random." Seeing his second son unwilling to let go, the old father slammed the table and shouted, "This is not just his achievement. Months ago, when he proposed this plan, what did you do? You were so focused on the potential success of Go Chang-bo that you ignored the company's benefits and opposed him. That's why the one who cares more about the company deserves the position of chairman.
Scolded by his father, the younger brother felt both furious and helpless,
suppressing his anger without being able to express it.
The old father then looked around the room and asked those present,
"Do you think my eldest son deserves it?"
Everyone below responded in unison, "He deserves it, Chairman."
"I fully agree."
The new chairman of Myeongjin Corporation then spoke, turning to his second son, "Myeongjin Construction only needs one successful person. Go Chang-suk, starting tomorrow, leave Myeongjin Corporation and find your own path."
"I acknowledge your contributions and achievements to the company in the past."
Hearing his father say he was to be expelled from the company, Go Chang-suk was utterly shocked,
unable to believe his father would treat him this way. The meeting ended, leaving the meeting room and walking into the stairwell. Go Chang-suk panted with rage and cursed, "Damn it, what does this mean? On what grounds is he kicking me out? I didn't want to resort to this. But I can't just give up the company like that. I should have been the heir."
After saying this, he picked up the phone and called someone.
"Hello, reporter, are you busy lately? It's been a while since we had lunch together. If you're free, let's meet."
The scene transitions to a cafe where Go Chang-bo and Kim Yoon-sung are meeting.
Go Chang-bo smiled and asked Kim Yoon-sung, "Do you remember this cafe?" Kim Yoon-sung replied, "Of course, I remember. This is where you gave me my chance." Go Chang-bo sincerely spoke to Kim Yoon-sung. "Back then, I thought you were crazy. Do you know why I eventually trusted a madman like you?" Kim Yoon-sung asked, "Because you believed in my plan?" Go Chang-bo replied, "Because you never hid your ambition.
I thought, if it were me, I would do whatever it took to help you climb to the position of chairman."
"Thank you, Kim Yoon-sung.
I became chairman all thanks to you.
As I promised, I will give my full support to the goals you are pursuing."
Seeing Go Chang-bo succeed and not forget him, Kim Yoon-sung quickly responded,
"If you keep your word, I will also prioritize you." Go Chang-bo laughed cheerfully, "You're a reliable guy." Suddenly, a phone rang, interrupting their conversation.
Go Chang-bo said, "Hold on, Kim Yoon-sung." He answered the call and said with a smile, "Director Kim Chae-in-jin, what's going on?" The person on the other end said something that shocked Go Chang-bo, and he exclaimed, "What?
"What news?"
The news article was about the heir to Myeongjin Construction Corporation being an illegitimate child, born 15 years ago from an affair the chairman of Myeongjin had with a mistress. The child had already been registered in the family registry, and the chairman had announced that he would hand over the chairman position to this illegitimate child. Below the article were countless comments such as,
"I can't believe this. Is Myeongjin Construction Corporation joking? This is insane."
Go Chang-suk sat in a chair, legs crossed, scrolling through the article's comments on his phone,
muttering to himself, "That guy should just withdraw on his own."
He held a glass of wine, looking at his opponent being dragged through the mud, with a smug smile on his face. He thought to himself, if he had just stayed in his place,
I might have been able to see him as my brother.
Looking back, I'm lucky I discovered those unusual money transfers in the chairman's account. Feeling suspicious, he had told his mother in case the worst happened. At the time, when he informed her, she cried and said,
"Your father still hasn't abandoned that woman." That's when he discovered Go Chang-jin had a mistress.
But the more shocking thing was when Go Chang-suk's mother advised him not to tell Go Chang-byung, saying that if he found out, he would lose control. And so, he uncovered the secret about his father, learning that the woman had given birth to a child decades ago. Kim Yoon-sung demanded, "Director, I don't care whether you want to bury those people or bribe
them, just deal with all of those articles." Go Chang-bo gulped down the water in his hand, sweating profusely. There were only a few drops of water left in the cup. In frustration, Go Chang-bo angrily threw the cup onto the table.
Kim Yoon-sung apologized, "I'm truly sorry, but I have to leave urgently now.
That bastard Go Chang-suk has caused a huge mess. He has no way out anymore."
Go Chang-bo stood up, staring directly at Kim Yoon-sung, his face showing clear anger as he said, "I know he's doing all of this to get the chairman position. But he should know that there are things that can't be done.
No matter what, I won't forgive him this time."
Kim Yoon-sung, sitting calmly across from him, picked up his cup of water,
looked at Go Chang-bo and asked, "So what do you plan to do? Find Go Chang-suk and beat him within an inch of his life?"
Slowly lifting the cup to his mouth, Kim Yoon-sung continued,
"Doing that is meaningless. Such impulsive actions could cause all of your efforts to go down the drain." Hearing this, Go Chang-bo clenched his fists in anger. "So what should I do now? My mother's heart is being pierced by 1,000 knives. How can I just stand by and watch?"
Kim Yoon-sung, in a serious tone, said, "CEO, be honest with me. At that moment, the faces of Go Chang-sok and Go Chang-bom simultaneously appeared in Kim Yoon-sung's mind.
He then continued, that illegitimate child isn't Go Chang-bom, it's Go Chang-sok, isn't it?
Kim Yoon-sung recalled in his past life when Go Chang-bom had beaten Go Chang-sok, breaking his mouth. Chairman Go Mung-jin, disappointed with his two sons, hired a professional manager to take over. That was the beginning of the illegitimate child scandal.
In the scene,
Chairman Go Mung-jin, now elderly and sitting in a wheelchair, still had a sharp gaze. Kim Yoon-sung wasn't overly concerned with Go Chang-sok's violent actions but focused on the strange behaviors of the Myung-jin family in the past.
Go Chang-sok had once smiled triumphantly,
believing that he had won because the power struggle was in his favor. He was confident that revealing the truth would secure his victory. However, despite his attitude, everyone knew that Go Chang's CEO was better suited to be chairman, but Go Mung-jin still supported Go Chang-bom.
Myung-jin Construction Corporation chose to remain silent about the illegitimate child scandal.
That year, Go Mung-jin's wife had to take Go Chang-bom away in the presence of Go Chang-sok. Additionally, she had to solve the troubles caused by Go Chang-bom, who frequently stirred up problems. Meanwhile, Go Chang-sok, left to study abroad alone, never received the affection of his mother like the way she treated her husband's illegitimate child. The mysterious affair of that year slowly began to unfold.
After conducting a thorough investigation,
Kim Yoon-sung reached the conclusion that Go Chang-sok was actually the illegitimate child, not Go Chang-bom. Kim Yoon-sung's words left Go Chang-bom stunned, speechless for a moment, but he gradually calmed down.
Why don't you take advantage of the fact that Go Chang-sok has always been a despicable person?
That alone is enough to ruin his career, Kim Yoon-sung suggested. Eventually, Go Chang-bom sat down, bowing his head as he recalled, when I was a child, that old man wasn't a good father. He was a drunk, always beating my mother. He really was the worst person in this world.
Compared to him, the things I've done are just a fraction.
Go Chang-bom remembered the day when he comforted his mother, who had just had a huge argument with his father.
I was still very naive back then, trying to console her. I said, "Mom, how about I stand up to Dad for you?"
Maybe my words touched her, because she finally revealed the dark secret she had been hiding for so long.
With tears in her eyes, Go Chang-bom's mother looked at him and said, "Go Chang-bom, the truth is, Go Chang-sok isn't your brother. I don't even know who gave birth to him."
When Go Chang-bom heard this, he was horrified and replied, "But no matter what, he's still Dad's child."
My hands were tied, his mother said. I had no choice but to raise him. But every time I see
him, it's like my heart is being torn apart, because I see her father's face, not mine. Suddenly, Go Chang-bom tightly grabbed his mother's shoulders and shouted, "Then divorce him.
You could get a huge alimony settlement from him and live with me instead." You know what my mother said at that moment? Go Chang-bom asked. She wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, "Even so, we're still a family, aren't we?" Go Chang-bom stared coldly out the window and said, "That's the way it is. Competition is competition, and family is family. Chairman, I don't care. I can't let this situation hurt my mother." He angrily cursed, "Should I kill that bastard Go Chang-suk, or let him live?" Kim Yoon-sung, after hearing this, said, "CEO Go Chang-bom, I have a way to solve everything without anyone getting hurt. Do you want to hear it?" The next day, at a press conference for Myung-jin Construction Corporation, Go Chang-bom stood tall in front of all the reporters. He was no longer the reckless, spoiled rich boy. He was now the heir of a powerful corporation. Facing the large group of reporters, he spoke confidently, "Hello, everyone. I am Go Chang-bom, CEO of Myung-jin Construction Corporation. First and foremost, I want to apologize to everyone because my family has disappointed you all. Today, I am here to clear up all the doubts," Go Chang-bom said, pulling out a file from the right pocket of his suit jacket. "It is true that in the past, my father had an affair, and that woman became pregnant with his child. But that does not mean I am the illegitimate child." He then pulled out an ADN test report, handing it to the reporters, saying, "This is my DNA test result, proving that I am the biological son of Chairman Go Mung-jin. The testing facility is a legitimate institution. As you can see, the blood running through my veins is from both my father and mother." Suddenly, someone raised their hand to ask, "So you're saying there is another illegitimate child?" Go Chang-bom responded, "There once was, but unfortunately, that child was miscarried." Meanwhile, Go Chang-suk was sitting in his office, watching everything unfold on his computer. "My father felt deep guilt over the affair and, because of that, sent money in the form of child support," Go Chang-bom continued. The reporters, stunned by this revelation, were left speechless. "CEO Go Chang-bom, I have a question. Who is that person?" Go Chang-bom replied, "That's the truth about my family.
Holding the microphone, he lowered his voice and said, "If anyone dares to tarnish my family's name in the future, I, Go Chang-bo, as the successor of my Angjin Corporation and as the eldest son, swear that I will make their life worse than death." In his office, Go Chang-suk, enraged, smashed his computer screen, muttering, "Damn it. It's all lies. All lies." Back in Chairman Go Mung-jin's office, the chairman said, "Thank you, Go Chang-bo. Thank you for quashing the rumors. You should never have been dragged into this. Thank you for thinking of the family, not for fighting for power." Go Chang-bo interrupted. "Father, please don't say more. I only did what I wanted to do." The chairman gently patted Go Chang-bo on the shoulder, saying, "You are truly humble. Don't worry, I'm already finalizing the paperwork for your appointment. Lead my Angjin Corporation well and live an honorable life." Before the chairman could finish speaking, he called for Go Chang-bo to step outside. After waiting for a moment, Go Chang-bo stood up and left. The chairman then said, "I need to speak with Go Chang-sok." Now, in the room, only Chairman Go Mung-jin and Go Chang-sok remained. The chairman, with his back to Go Chang-sok, stood while Go Chang-sok sat with his head hung low on the sofa. The chairman spoke, "I know what you did to try to secure the position of chairman. I don't want to blame you. I once believed you were more suitable to be chairman than Go Chang-bo, so our family has always tried to treat you fairly, not discriminating against you because you were an illegitimate child." The chairman spoke each word carefully, "But why, in the end? Did you dig your own grave with your own hands?" Go Chang-sok immediately knelt down and apologized. "I'm sorry, father." Chairman Go Mung-jin, with a look of disdain, stared at Go Chang-sok and said, "Bloodline is truly terrifying. You are just like your mother, cold and heartless. Watching her torment your father all these years, just because she gave birth to a child she wouldn't even raise herself. But because you are my son, I thought it was worth it." Chairman Go Mung-jin continued, "I will give you a few houses. You don't need to worry about money. Go and retire to the countryside." Upon hearing this, Go Chang-sok clung tightly to his father's leg, trembling, "From now on, I will do my best. Please, father, give me another chance." Before Go Chang-sok could finish his plea, Chairman Go Mung-jin roared, "Go Chang-sok." The chairman, having lost all patience, spoke slowly and firmly. Go Chang-bo made the decision to reveal the truth only at the very last moment. "Don't you understand, Go Chang-sok? Go Chang-bo didn't use this to fight against you because he sees you as family." Still clutching his father's leg in fear, Go Chang-sok was stunned by this realization. "He did this because we consider you family. Look at this family portrait," the chairman pointed, "only Go Chang-sok has black hair. If you look closely, it would have been easy for him to take over the chairman's position as the rightful heir, Go Chang-bo. But Chairman Go Mung-jin still gave his illegitimate son, Go Chang-suk, a chance to compete with his older brother. The tears from Go Chang-bo's mother were the clearest proof of this. It wasn't just Go Mung-jin, but both his mother and Go Chang-bo who saw Go Chang-suk as part of the family. At that moment, it seemed Go Chang-suk finally understood everything. His glasses fell to the ground, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he sobbed. Perhaps this was Go Chang-suk's moment of regret, realizing that he had been the one pampered all along. Leaning against the door, Go Chang-bo's face showed sadness. At Incheon International Airport, Go Chang-bo asked, "Are you really leaving? What about your wife?" Go Chang-suk replied, "We married for convenience, not love. I also have someone else. How could we continue living together? We need to divorce." Go Chang-suk handed Go Chang-bo a USB drive. As Go Chang-bo took it, he asked, "What is this?" Go Chang-suk replied, "These are the necessary documents for you to run the company. I've had my people assist the future chairman. They are all quite capable. Make sure to use them wisely." Then he suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Go Chang-bo, and asked, "Oh, right. There's one thing I want to ask you. Who helped you?" Hearing this, Go Chang-bo smiled, thinking to himself, "So, he's actually calling me his brother?" Go Chang-suk continued, "Director Kim Cheon-jin? No, it wasn't him. From the very beginning, he was on my side. It must have been someone else, either a high-level executive or team leader." Then he remembered Kim Yoon-sung. If it wasn't someone from within the company. The only person you've heavily invested in is Kim Yoon-sung. But he's just a high school student. At this point, Go Chang-bo awkwardly turned his face away, letting out a hesitant, ahem. Noticing Go Chang-bo's reaction, Go Chang-suk grew suspicious and asked, "What's going on?" He moved closer to Go Chang-bo, suddenly grabbing his hand, which was covering his head, and asked, "Really? Did Kim Yoon-sung really help you?" Go Chang-bo sighed, "What an idiot I am. I let my guard down because the inheritance battle had ended." Go Chang-suk continued.
So, everything I went through was orchestrated by a high school student?
Crossing his arms, Go Chang-bo warned, if you dare lay a finger on Kim Yoon-sung, I won't forgive you. Even though you're my brother, don't cross the line.
Go Chang-suk turned and walked away, saying, relax. What can I even do now? He sneered, I admit you're better at reading people than I am. That's why you're the one inheriting the chairman's position. I would never trust the word of a high school student. As he entered the elevator, Go Chang-suk received a phone call.
On the other end was Kim Yoon-sung, who said,
So, you finally figured out who I am? Go Chang-suk didn't seem surprised, responding, I didn't expect you to call. What do you want? Saying goodbye? Kim Yoon-sung laughed mockingly, goodbye? After everything I've done to you. You think I'm calling to say goodbye? I'm calling to warn you.
At that moment, Kim Yoon-sung was standing on the rooftop of another building.
He added, unlike Go Chang-bo, I won't solve things peacefully.
You can continue living in your mansion, but you will no longer have any power. So, don't cause any more trouble.
As Go Chang-suk entered the airport gates, he smirked, so, the two of them were in on this together?
He recalled Go Chang-bo's warning, my brother told me if I dared to touch you, he wouldn't forgive me.
And you?
You're warning me out of loyalty to my brother. With a mix of bitterness and admiration, Go Chang-suk muttered to himself. I envy the loyalty between you two, but it almost made me furious. I fully acknowledge my brother's abilities, so, thank you. These words left Kim Yoon-sung momentarily stunned. He looked up, watching the plane disappear into the distance. Kim Yoon-sung put his hands in his pockets and walked away. Finally, I've dealt with one piece of the puzzle, he thought to himself.
Just a few more months, and the day I defeat Wong Kim will come.
Rewinding to earlier, Kim Yoon-sung had a sinister smile on his face, staring at his phone.
Young Min-ho, hiding in a corner, was desperately calling him, begging for help.
Young Min-ho's body was covered in injuries, and he pleaded, Kim Yoon-sung, please help me. The phone screen displayed a call from young Min-ho, but Kim Yoon-sung refused to answer. It was the 44th missed call from him. Kim Yoon-sung muttered, let him wait until I've cleaned up the rest of the trash.
Meanwhile, Go Chang-bo entered the principal's office. The principal immediately rushed to the door to greet him, oh my, welcome, future chairman. What brings you here today? Go Chang-bo casually replied, nothing major. He crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand, and said, next year. Kim Yoon-sung plans to transfer to Seoul. Oh Dae-hwan furrowed his brow in confusion. What? Why so sudden? He had considered Kim Yoon-sung a key figure in helping Tron in school rise to prominence. But if he refused the transfer, it could jeopardize the sponsorship funds from Myeongjin Construction. Go Chang-bo smiled, looking at the principal. Principal, Kim Yoon-sung will eventually graduate and leave the school. Instead of worrying about him, why not focus on building a long-term partnership with us? Isn't that better? I still hope to help Tron in school become a prestigious institution. As an educator, I care about the future of all students. Oh Dae-hwan laughed nervously, of course, a student like Kim Yoon-sung should move on to a bigger place instead of staying in this mountain town. At 11:27 p.m. on October 1st, Kim Yoon-sung received a call. At 11:45 p.m. on October 3rd, he received another. The messages said, I deeply regret what I did to you. If you give me another chance, I will sincerely apologize and try to make things right. At 1:12 a.m. on October 6th, I'll accept any punishment, I'll do whatever you want. I'm not asking for forgiveness, I just want you to feel better. After reading the messages, Kim Yoon-sung scoffed, what a clown. Suddenly, a voice called his name. Kim Yoon-sung looked up, unsurprised. Finally, you're here. Young Min-ho, trembling with a swollen, bruised face, asked, can you give me a moment of your time? He had left the mountain, dreaming of a fresh start in the city and at a new school. Looking at the school in front of him, young Min-ho's eyes were filled with determination. His family had spent all their money to erase his past. From this moment on, he vowed, I must live a new life. Quickly making new friends, he said, order whatever you want. Wow, really? Then we must get the best dish. Someone replied. Sure, give me a bowl of ramen, young Min-ho said with a smile. If you're buying food for others too, young Min-ho is really a kind guy. After saying goodbye to his friends after class, he cheerfully said, I'll catch up soon. You guys go to the internet cafe first. His friends replied, all right, young Min-ho, you really are a great guy. Just as he always led a hand when his friends needed help, young Min-ho smiled and waved, it's nothing. I can live like a normal high school student. As he walked, young Min-ho thought, I locked the door, left the key at the teacher's office, didn't forget anything, did I? Time to head to the internet cafe.
Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. "Hey, kind guy," a voice sneered. A bag was thrown to the ground, and the voice added, "Take this home for me."
"It's just nearby."
Young Minho looked at the bag on the ground and thought to himself, Park Minho, the classic bully.
If I'm not careful, I'll end up being his errand boy.
Even if I get beaten up, I have to show my displeasure.
Frowning, young Minho asked, "I don't want to." "Why should I?"
Park Minho immediately lunged forward, punching young Minho in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Despite the excruciating pain, with his vision turning white, young Minho thought, if I give in after just one punch, I'll definitely be bullied.
I can't show weakness.
He then charged at Park Minho wildly, shouting,
"How can you just hit people like that?" But his fist was quickly blocked by Park Minho, who laughed mockingly, "Oh, how weak."
A punch landed on young Minho's face, and he cried out in pain. Park Minho then leaned forward, spat on his head, and turned to the group standing nearby, "Come on, guys, say hello.
This is my new toy."
From that day forward, young Minho's school life changed completely. He slumped over his desk, burying his face in his backpack as they beat him, mocking him, "Good job. Now take that bag and go buy me some dumplings."
He sought his former friends in the hallway, raised his hand to greet them, but was met with cold indifference. "Hey guys, how about we go somewhere after school today?" One of them responded. "Already having bad luck this morning, don't talk to us anymore."
Seeing the fresh bruises on his face,
young Minho slowly began to grasp the harsh reality. He was completely isolated. Park Minho cornered young Minho against a wall, surrounded by other bullies. "You think we're joking? It's just 50,000 won. You always treated your friends, didn't you?"
Young Minho, clenching his teeth and holding his battered face, was filled with rage.
Seeing this, Park Minho sneered, "Oh, what's wrong? Is my kind guy angry? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to snitch or stab me? Go ahead and try, you idiot."
Park Minho sneered, pointing at another boy who waved gleefully.
"Do you know who he is? He's from a rich, well-known family in Gyeonggi-do.
His parents could just say a word, and even the principal would bow to them." Mingu, noticing the fear in young Minho's face, laughed coldly, "So, even if you tell your parents, it's useless.
Do you still want to report me? My friend will get me a lawyer, and I'll ruin your life.
You'll be finished for sure."
Terrified, young Minho asked, "Why are you treating me like this? What did I do to you?" Mingu replied, "Someone hired us to do this." At that moment, an image of Kim Yoon-sung flashed in young Minho's mind.
"You should just live a decent life," Junjae said. "Don't tell me," young Minho muttered. Kim Yoon-sung was waiting for young Minho on the staircase, hopeful of restarting everything. He looked at his phone, changed his number, and cut off all his old friends.
"Do you really want to live such a pitiful life?"
Kim Yoon-sung thought to himself, young Minho may seem cute, but the higher you climb, the harder you fall.
Kim Yoon-sung then called someone. "How's the thing I asked you to take care of?"
The person on the other end replied immediately. "There's a guy named Park Minho who goes to the same school as young Minho.
He's been notorious since middle school. Pretty skilled too. Internal evaluation puts him at a B+ level. Looks like Park Minho fits the job. What are the costs and job details?" Kim Yoon-sung asked.
"Pay 1,000 up front, and 5,000 once the job is done. Do whatever you want, just make sure young Minho drops out. He needs to know that no matter how hard he tries to start over, it's hopeless," the person explained. Hearing this, the person on the phone sighed, "You're insane." Kim Yoon-sung smiled from the other end, "I'll take that as a compliment." Indeed, Kim Yoon-sung had hired Wong Kim-won for the job. Meanwhile, Park Minho was playing a game of rock paper scissors, flicking young Minho's forehead.
"Rock paper scissors is the best. This crazy guy still won't let me go. I have to run fast, but where would running get me?"
Mingo sat on young Minho's back, pushing his hands and feet to the ground.
"Oh wow, this feels so comfortable. Let me sit here for a bit. Give me 1,001 to sit for 10 minutes? That's expensive."
Young Minho, feeling defeated, realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't escape Kim Yoon-sung's control. His face swollen, tears streamed down his cheeks as he thought, "I'll try to endure.
Life is like this. If I keep enduring, maybe they'll leave me alone."
Suddenly, a voice rang out.
Young Minho.
In Park Minho's hand was a carton of milk. He cheerfully said, "I left it outside for 3 days. Just a little shake, and you can tell how fermented it is." He handed it to young Minho and said, "If you drink all of this and make it through the next class, I promise I won't bother you anymore."
Young Minho, seeing a glimpse of hope, asked, "Really?" Park Minho smiled, "What, you don't trust people? I promised, didn't I?" Young Minho, under the watchful eyes of Park Min-ho,
drank the entire carton of sour milk, hoping for an end to his torment.
Not long after entering the classroom, young Minho's stomach started to churn.
His belly rumbled nonstop, and he clenched his fists, biting his lip to endure.
Damn it, it's happening, he thought. He glanced at the clock as time ticked by second.
Just one more hour, he told himself.
I'll be free.
Please, help me, he whispered to himself as the clock showed only 15 minutes left.
But then, young Minho couldn't take it anymore. This is bad. I can't hold on any longer.
He was drenched in sweat, his body shaking uncontrollably. Finally, he bolted out of the classroom, running as fast as he could amidst the mocking laughter of his classmates.
Damn, he crapped his pants.
Whoa, what a freak.
Ha ha ha.
Sitting in the bathroom. Young Minho thought, those bastards.
I can't handle this anymore. I can't endure this alone.
Then, a thought came to him, and he smiled bitterly.
Wait, the gym uniform?
That's it, this time I have proof.
No matter what, if they see this, they'll have to help me. Young Minho's voice trembled as he apologized.
I'm sorry, teacher.
I went too far.
The teacher placed a comforting hand on his shoulder.
It's okay. Just don't do it again. However, when asked about Park Min-ho bullying him, Park Min-ho leaned in menacingly and said, Bullying? Come on, teacher. Ask anyone else. Young Minho and I are good friends, right, Minho?
He then kicked young Minho in the stomach. These teachers, they just keep working until they're fired, don't they? Park Min-ho bent down to whisper to young Minho. There are some people who did their job well, but it's because of teachers like them that the disciplinary board exists. Young Minho, you should learn to see people for who they really are. He landed another kick to young Minho's face, and those around him laughed cruelly. From now on, we're all guilty, but they'll testify that everything was your fault.
Mingu smirked, raising his hand. Let's continue. I want to see what you can do, you fool. Beaten black and blue, young Minho returned to the classroom, thinking.
What an idiot I was, trusting the teacher.
Is there really no one I can rely on? Have I been hit so much that my brain's leaking?
At that moment, some students approached him and asked.
Hey, is that rumor true? Confused, young Minho stammered, what rumor?
His fear intensified as they explained, I heard you were expelled from school in Daesan for bullying younger kids.
Karma's real, huh? Turns out you were pretending to be a saint all along. The truth became too clear. With his last glimmer of hope snuffed out, young Minho decided to drop out of school.
A few days later, at young Minho's house, the doorbell rang persistently.
Irritated, young Minho got up, muttering, I'm coming. He grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Park Min-ho kicked him hard, sending him flying.
Long time no see, young Minho.
Young Minho, trembling in fear, asked, Why? Why are you here? You've already completed the job you were hired for. It's over.
Park Min-ho suddenly burst into laughter.
So, you knew?
Yes, that's right, he said, crossing his arms and looking at young Minho with disdain.
But you understand, don't you?
Sometimes, there are clients with strange requests. That person wanted me to make you wish you were dead, to make you suffer for a whole month, so you'd know that your hell isn't over yet. Back to the present, young Minho knelt before Kim Yoon-sung.
Kim Yoon-sung, I'm truly sorry. I'll do anything you ask. Just tell me, please. Let me fix the mistakes I've made. Kim Yoon-sung looked at the trembling young Minho and said, How interesting. What could be more fitting than a price to pay for the sins you've committed? You've already experienced that feeling, haven't you? The pleasure of others' malice directed at you?
Sitting down to face young Minho, Kim Yoon-sung added. However, I'll give you one last chance, for all the effort you've put into finding me.
Defeat Park Min-ho. After all, he wronged you. Hearing this, young Minho looked up in disbelief. Park Min-ho? How? Without hesitation, young Minho lunged forward,
grabbing Kim Yoon-sung's legs, begging, Please, tell me what to do.
I have no power, no money.
Kim Yoon-sung, unfazed, said, You still have your life.
But that alone isn't enough to overthrow the school.
So, all you need to do is create enough chaos that the police have to get involved. Young Minho's bruised and battered face became even more bewildered. If you want freedom, prove you deserve it. Manga sat on a chair, hands in his pockets, and shouted, This isn't fun anymore.
I'm bored.
He excitedly thought about the money he had received.
Wong Kim-won is truly crazy.
I can't believe I got paid 6,001 just to bully young Minho, and an extra 1,001 bonus each month.
Maybe I should treat myself to a vacation? Just then, a middle-aged man approached,
placing a police badge in front of him.
You're Park Min-go, right? Come with me while I'm still willing to be reasonable. Mingu, surprised, stared at the police officer. A cop? The officer then explained the situation to Park Min-go. Do you know young Minho?
Last night, he jumped off a building in an attempt to commit suicide. At the police station, the officer continued, he jumped from the 4th floor.
He's still alive, but he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Hearing this, Park Min-go scratched his head, looking irritated. What does that have to do with me?
Seeing Park Min-go's indifferent attitude, the officer said sternly, you really are shameless. The officer pulled out a suicide note, saying, young Minho mentioned your name in his note, stating that the reason he no longer wanted to live was because of you.
But that's not all.
The officer, using sharp reasoning, accused Park Min-go, we have multiple witnesses who saw you bullying him. Surveillance cameras also captured footage of you breaking into young Minho's house. Park Min-go stammered, that was. The officer, now looking more serious, continued.
Let's see how you explain this. What happened?
Seeing the panic in Park Min-go's eyes, the officer mockingly said, it's obvious just by looking at you.
Not to mention, all the evidence points directly to you.
At that moment, Park Min-go was truly scared.
It's over. I'm done for. What do I do now? The officer kept pressing, what are you thinking about? Based on the evidence we've collected, you'll be sent to juvenile detention. Young Minho's family also intends to file a lawsuit against you. The officer's words jolted Park Min-go.
He stared at the suicide note accusing him and began trembling uncontrollably.
This isn't fair. It's not like I wanted this. Are they really going to pin all the responsibility on me? No way. I won't let this slide.
With that thought, Park Min-go said, I'll tell you the truth.
Actually, I was hired to bully young Minho. Have you ever heard of Wong Kim-won?
The moment Park Min-go mentioned the name, the officer was startled.
Are you out of your mind? The officer quickly turned off the recording device and moved the camera away. Seeing the officer's actions, Park Min-go asked in shock, what are you doing? The officer, now looking at Park Min-go intently, said, you still don't get why they paid you so much, do you? Wasn't it to complete the job?
Park Min-go asked, confused. The officer's expression shifted, and Park Min-go suddenly felt a chill.
Could it really be true? Does Wong Kim-won's influence control all of South Korea?
The officer leaned in close to Park Min-go and whispered, you idiot. The money wasn't just to finish the job. It was to make sure you take all the blame if things go wrong. The officer revealed the harsh truth, leaving Park Min-go in stunned silence. The officer spoke calmly, Mingu, if you want to keep talking about Wong Kim-won, go ahead. But who would believe you? His words felt like countless knives stabbing Park Min-go's heart. People like us, those at the police station, the prosecutors, and the court. What evidence do you have? The officer's words were a mixture of advice and threat. If you want to find out what you'll be up against, just do what you want. After finishing. The officer smiled subtly and walked away, leaving Park Min-go alone in the room, utterly confused. You know what to do now, right? Handle everything properly, the officer said casually as he left. If you want to live, remember this. Central Hospital, Gyeonggi-do, Ward A. At Central Hospital, in the waiting area, people gathered, waiting for the latest news about a high school student from Gyeonggi who had been a victim of school violence. After attempting suicide at school after hours, the boy had luckily survived. The voice of the news anchor on the TV blended with the chatter of those in the waiting area, creating a chaotic atmosphere. The culprit, a male student named Park, has admitted to everything. According to South Korean law, he will face trial. Oh my God, what a disgrace to the family. This kind of person should be cursed and left to rot in prison. Lock him up so he lives alone for the rest of his life. Kim Yoon-sung walked down the stairs, also hearing the news. Finally, Park Min-go has taken all the blame. Inwardly, Kim Yoon-sung felt a sense of relief. If I had acted impulsively back then, it would have been me in jail right now. To completely eliminate Wong Kim-won, I need to seize every opportunity. He stopped in front of the hospital room door, raised his hand, and knocked. But I should also take some time to enjoy the satisfaction this little game has brought me. A voice from inside the room said, come in. When Yoon Min-ho's mother saw him, she was furious. Pointing at Kim Yoon-sung, are you crazy? Who gave you the right to come in here? Kim Yoon-sung quickly shut the door behind him and said, what's wrong? Are you going to call the nurse?
She angrily shouted, "Get out! Didn't you hear what I said?"
Ignoring her, Kim Yoon-sung calmly walked closer to the bed. "I just want to talk to Yoon Min-ho for a bit."
"Relax, we're in a hospital. I'm not going to do anything crazy here." She remained on guard, demanding, "What do you want?" Kim Yoon-sung, expressing his intentions, said, "I promised Yoon Min-ho that I wouldn't bully him anymore. But if you keep pushing me out, who knows what I might end up doing."
Yoon Min-ho's mother glared at Kim Yoon-sung with suspicion, thinking, "This madman.
He really might do what he says." Still resolute, she warned him, "I'm telling you, if you lay a finger on Yoon Min-ho." Kim Yoon-sung, growing impatient, cut her off. All right. As Kim Yoon-sung walked past her, she continued her threats, "You'd better remember what I said. If I hear anything, I'll storm in." Kim Yoon-sung sighed, sounding exasperated. "Stop nagging and leave already."
Once the room was quiet, Kim Yoon-sung approached Yoon Min-ho's bed and grasped his frail hand. "Yoon Min-ho, on my way here. I prayed so desperately, almost to the point of hopelessness," he murmured. Kim Yoon-sung lowered his head next to Yoon Min-ho, whispering, "Vaseline, wake up." Tears welled up in his eyes, mingling with his sinister laughter. "From now on, remember this. Remember the feeling. Remember every word I say in this very moment. Even if you sink into eternal sleep. Remember it all." As Kim Yoon-sung laughed, he continued, "You'd better give up and accept your fate. You know, seeing you squirm like a worm brings me more joy than I can bear." He stared at the unconscious Yoon Min-ho lying on the hospital bed. "Yoon Min-ho, I never intended to keep my promise to you. So, if you want to live, go ahead and keep doing so." Kim Yoon-sung spoke to himself, ignoring the silent tears streaming down Yoon Min-ho's face. "Because if you wake up, you'll have to face me again. You'll have to face your own misfortune." After wrapping up his visit to the hospital, Kim Yoon-sung went to the supermarket to pick up some food. "I didn't choose this path out of righteousness, nor for some noble cause. I just wanted revenge, but I also can't be consumed solely by hatred." He began observing the world around him as he shopped, thinking, "Because in this life, I need to make sure that those around me are happy too." After selecting some pork, Kim Yoon-sung headed to the checkout. "Besides the pork, what else do I need to buy?" No need to prepare any more stickers for Kim Yoon-jin either. At the cashier, a girl scanned his items, her face turning pale as she recognized his voice. "That will be 8,101. Would you like to earn points?" she asked nervously. Ignoring the cashier's words, the girl panicked and ran off. "I'm not buying these anymore," she muttered as she fled. Kim Yoon-sung watched her familiar figure disappear and chuckled. "Ah, well." Returning home, Kim Yoon-sung cooked leisurely while on the phone. "I've already spent the money for the investigation. Turns out, you were right. That girl's family bribed the hospital's doctors to forge medical records. She didn't have her leg amputated at all." He smirked, thinking, "It's touching to see what parents will do for their children." The person on the other end of the line suddenly asked, "So, what do you want me to do now? Do you want me to get rid of that doctor and hygiene?" Kim Yoon-sung tasted a piece of the fragrant pork and replied, "No need. Let them live." The person on the other end, while looking at their computer screen, laughed and said, "He's a man with money and power. He won't give up on his daughter that easily. After all, he even hired Wong Kim-won for her." Go Chang-bo, still confused, asked, "Then why do you want to let them go?" Kim Yoon-sung thought about the items Haiji left behind at the supermarket. You know what Haiji bought at the supermarket? It wasn't just some snacks she could carry with her. After pretending to be sick for months, she must have felt suffocated. Kim Yoon-sung also vaguely guessed the difficult situation the girl was in. She only wore a hoodie outside. Probably afraid of being recognized. She was likely just out for some fresh air. Kim Yoon-sung remained optimistic and didn't pay much attention to it. It's not the first time she's gone out, and it hasn't caused any major issues. He thought casually, while on the other end of the line, Haiji was nervous. What if he realizes who I am? No, he probably won't recognize me. Kim Yoon-sung continued to describe the girl's condition to Go Chang-bo. She can walk on her 2 feet but can't do so in front of others. She can open the door, but she can't step outside. He said this because he understood the immense pain both Haiji and Yoon Min-ho had endured over a long period. Smiling, Kim Yoon-sung covered the pot on the stove. "It's like living in hell, don't you think? I'm just giving them back all the despair they once brought to me." Time passed, and the 11th grade came to an end. Life continued peacefully for most, but not for Kim Yoon-sung. In the dojo, 2 young men were fiercely sparring on the rain. Kim Yoon-sung swiftly dodged his opponent's attacks, while Kim Soo blocked one of his kicks. One used his fists, the other his legs, as they tangled together, competing to see who would come out on top. The timer next to them stopped, and both fighters halted simultaneously.
Kim Soo collapsed onto the rain, panting. We're supposed to practice 5 rounds, 5 minutes each. How did you tire so quickly?
Kim Yoon-sung wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Replying nonchalantly, it's not that hard. From below the rain, a voice called out, you guys are really into training, aren't you?
Seeing someone approaching, both young men bowed in greeting.
Coach, you're finally here. The coach looked at Kim Yoon-sung and said, do you remember the first time we met?
You asked me to help you defeat all your opponents and reach the top before the winter of your 11th grade year.
The coach looked at Kim Yoon-sung with satisfaction and said, the training process is almost over now. This weekend, don't go anywhere. We'll be testing the results of your training. Curious, Kim Yoon-sung asked. Where are we going?
The coach replied, Seoul. In a few days, we'll head to Seoul as planned.
At the training gym of Lee Ju-haka in Seoul, Dung Duchin entered the room.
The people inside the gym were taken aback upon seeing him, their eyes wide with surprise.
Isn't that Dung Duchin? They whispered, look, what's he doing here? He's a friend of the coach. Dung Duchin walked straight into the room, where people stood up to greet him. How have you been? Someone asked. Dung Duchin casually responded, not bad. What about you? The person sighed in response, you can see for yourself. I've been swamped.
The man speaking was none other than the fitness coach, Lee Ju-haka. He complained about his packed schedule, saying, one of my trainees just joined up, and my reputation has grown. I've had to turn down numerous trainees because I simply don't have the time. Upon hearing this, Dung Duchin commented, sounds impressive. Reflecting on the man before him, young Do Cheon recalled the past. Lee Ju-haka used to be nothing more than a tag-along in the training gym, idolizing me like a god. But things had changed dramatically after rumors spread about young Do Cheon's use of performance-enhancing drugs. After young Do Cheon's downfall, Lee Ju-haka had joined Offlin quickly surpassed his former mentor in fame. However, there was one truth that no one knew. Lee Ju-haka also used drugs. Thinking back on the past, Dung Duchin couldn't help but feel bitter. If I hadn't been caught using drugs, all the glory Lee Ju-haka has now would have been mine. I can't believe I'm thinking like this. I feel pathetic. Without beating around the bush, Dung Duchin stated the purpose of his visit. It's been a long time since we last met, so I thought I'd make this request. I hope it's not too much to ask. Could you let your students spar with mine? You know how the conditions here in Seoul are different from those in the suburbs. Crossing his arms confidently, Lee Ju-haka replied. A sparring match, huh? That's tough, young Do Cheon. We're not strangers, so I'll be blood with you. Lee Ju-haka's words hit young Do Cheon where it hurt. You can't salvage your public image anymore. Everyone knows the full story through YouTube, so they're fully aware of your past. My students might refuse to spar once they find out who's asking. Seeing Dung Duchin remain silent, Lee Ju-haka continued his mocking tone, come on. You don't need to go to all this trouble. What do you gain by training your students so hard? Just focus on helping them eat well, exercise, and stay healthy. That's enough. Lee Ju-haka expected his taunts to shame Dung Duchin, but to his surprise, Dung Duchin appeared rather cheerful, even smiling. Thank goodness, he thought, this worthless machine hasn't changed a bit. Still the same trash with a dirty past, just as I imagined. Confidently, Dung Duchin smiled back, don't worry. I have no intention of restarting my career. I just want to see how much my students have improved. I'm not like you, constantly bragging about having disciples. Hearing this, Lee Ju-haka felt elated inside, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to humiliate Dung Duchin and, at the same time, promote his gym. He quickly took the bait, saying, well then, let's have a match. That weekend, Dung Duchin and his 2 students made their way to Seoul. Kim Soo, excited, looked around and exclaimed. Wow, this place is amazing. Soo was so thrilled that Dung Duchin had to stop him, don't go around boasting that you're from the countryside. Meanwhile, at Lee Ju-haka's gym, the fighters began murmuring when they heard about the match against Dung Duchin's high school students. Fighting high schoolers? Coach, are you joking? This isn't just some casual sparring session. Think about our reputation, one of the fighters said. The one speaking was Wang Der-myung, a fighter with 3 wins and 3 losses in the last 6 months, set to participate in an upcoming championship match. Beside him was In Rong-ruk, a fighter with 1 loss in 4 months. A National Martial Arts Association expert. Lee Ju-haka began persuading the 2. These are high school students trained by Dung Duchin. You can easily take them down, and it'll bring a lot of attention. In this day and age, athletes need to stay in the spotlight. I'll make all the arrangements. This is a great opportunity. Hearing Lee Ju-haka's reasoning, both fighters agreed. Alright, we're in, we'll teach them a lesson. Lee Ju-haka laughed heartily, that's my students. The reason Lee Ju-haka was so eager was because, in the past, he had been a failure. Now, people remembered him as a pillar of awful success, a dramatic rise from his former self. But for Lee Ju-haka, that time held no fond memories. His awful record was 2 wins and 5 losses. Even with the use of performance-enhancing drugs, Lee Ju-haka still lost to Dung Duchin, all the way until his retirement. So, when he met Dung Duchin again, he had secretly made up his mind to bring him down. Seeing Dung Duchin again filled him with an indescribable joy, but the hopeful look in Dung Duchin's eyes toward his students irritated him. After making all the necessary arrangements, Lee Ju-haka couldn't help but flash a sly grin. This is going to be even more fun than I imagined. This time, I'll show him that I'm a better teacher than he ever was. On the day of the match, the 3 of them entered the arena, receiving judgmental looks from the audience. There were many familiar faces, including representatives from the Martial Arts Association. Just one glance, and Dung Duchin could tell Lee Ju-haka's true intentions. This bastard, Lee Ju-haka, wants to cause more trouble for me. After Kim Yoon-sung and Kim Soo were ready, young Do-cheon called his students over. Seeing the calm expressions on their faces, young Do-cheon smiled inwardly. These kids aren't nervous at all. Dung Duchin helped Kim Soo put on his gloves. Do you know why they invited professionals and even people from the Martial Arts Association to this small match? Curious, Kim Soo asked, does that mean this fight will be tough? Contrary to Kim Soo's thoughts, Dung Duchin had a different perspective. Not really. Once you defeat them, there won't be any high school students who can beat you too. At least not anytime soon. At that moment, Dung Duchin was also filled with a fighting spirit. For the first time, young Do-cheon realized that his students could inspire him, too. Being a teacher is pretty amazing. Finally, the match began, and the announcer called the fighters to their positions. Young Do-cheon decided to let Kim Soo take the first round. Coach Lee Ju-haka had indeed set up a death match, thinking, I didn't want to fight against high school students, but there's no choice. He picked the wrong coach. However, when the man saw the confident look on Kim Soo's face, he felt annoyed. What's with this kid? He looks like he deserves a beating. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match. The man charged forward, aiming a punch directly at Kim Soo's face. I've got to hit his face first. But just as he was about to strike, Kim Soo blocked it with a swift kick. Shocked, the man asked, how did you know I was going for that move? Have you been training in boxing? The man, dodging and probing, tried to land another blow, but Kim Soo's kicks kept targeting his legs. In his head, the man strategized, I need to block his low kicks and then counter. But the next kick stunned him. A calf kick? The technique Kim Soo used was a low attack targeting his opponent's calves. A method to disable movement by inflicting damage to the legs. The man cursed in frustration, damn it. The man was genuinely shocked that he managed to block Kim Soo's attack. How can this kid fight with such terrifying technique? He thought as he backed away, his face flushed red with anger, veins bulging. This brat thinks he can beat me just because I specialize in boxing? I swear I won't let you land another low kick. Kim Soo, meanwhile, realized what his opponent was planning. I've hit him a few times, but now he's locked onto my legs. He's figured me out, but that's okay, I've got another plan. The man charged forward with his fists again, and Kim Soo raised his leg for another counter. The man hesitated for a split second, not yet ready to react. I just need to be half a second faster. Then came a powerful kick aimed straight at his head. The man was struck hard, and he collapsed to the mat, lying still with no intention of standing back up to fight. The referee called an end to the match. After his victory, Kim Soo turned to face Kim Yoon-sung. You probably moved to Seoul just so you could call me weak, he said, but I'll make sure you see what I'm really capable of. Kim Soo glanced at Kim Yoon-sung's determined expression and smirked. My strength isn't limited to just a sin. He looked at his coach with pride. Coach, you said Seoul is a vast sea, but this professional fighter couldn't even last a single round. Pointing at himself, Kim Soo arrogantly added. If this is all they've got, there's no need for Kim Yoon-sung to step in. I'll handle the next one myself. Hearing this, Lee Ju-haka was so furious he couldn't stop swearing. You little punk, did anyone at your school teach you manners? Those nearby rushed over to hold Lee Ju-haka back, trying to calm him down. Calm down, coach, calm down. He refused to accept the result.
Dong Du-cheon, don't get cocky. You just got lucky this time. This brat keeps running his mouth. Aren't you going to teach your students some respect? Dong Du-cheon wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. He's right, he replied. Even if it was luck, your fighter couldn't last a single round. If you're going to challenge someone, you should at least be mentally prepared. Is this what professionals are like? Not holding back, Dong Du-cheon continued, so, what else do you want to do? I'd say Kim Soo has already warmed up. Lee Ju-haka was too angry to respond and had no choice but to swallow his pride and retreat. Dong Du-cheon relished the moment, his confidence soaring. He wondered what rumors would start spreading in the martial arts world after this. Lee Ju-haka gritted his teeth and said, if your student ends up crippled, don't blame me. The defeated fighter, holding his injury, stepped off the mat and apologized, I'm sorry, coach. Lee Ju-haka, seething with anger, snapped, useless. Shut up and go train. He then turned to the fighter beside him. Wang Daemyeong, and asked, can you handle this? Wang Daemyeong let out a cold laugh and replied confidently, of course, coach. You know this is my specialty. Lee Ju-haka patted Wang Daemyeong on the shoulder, encouraging him, I believe in you. The bell rang once again, signaling the start of the match. Both fighters began cautiously probing each other. Wang Daemyeong threw a few basic punches, but onlookers were confused, thinking, is Wang Daemyeong fighting defensively? That's not like him. Hearing the murmurs, Lee Ju-haka scoffed, as if any of you understand anything. He's just testing his opponent, gauging his reach and attack range. After a brief period of analysis, Wang Daemyeong was ready. He charged at Kim Soo with incredible speed. Dong Du-cheon, watching closely from the stands, analyzed the fight carefully. That kick just now was lightning fast, and from such a long distance too. Almost landed. This Wang Daemyeong guy is great at managing distance. He'll be a real challenge for Kim Soo. Kim Soo, feeling the difference in skill, took a step back, but remained determined. He's strong, but if I give up now, all my efforts will be wasted. Wang Daemyeong charged again, but Kim Soo quickly dodged. He kept reminding himself, I have to remember why I trained so hard, why I endured all the beatings I took every single day. Kim Soo raised his arms, blocking the relentless attacks from Wang Daemyeong. It seemed as though he was waiting for the right moment. His eyes became sharp, as if he was watching for something specific. His jaws open, this is it, Kim Soo thought. Charging forward to strike. But Wang Daemyeong was faster. He lowered his stance to dodge Kim Soo's attack and countered with a punch straight to Kim Soo's face from below. Wang Daemyeong was elated. Got him, a direct hit to the face. You're done. But Kim Soo, refusing to give up, opened his eyes once more and charged forward, attacking again. Wang Daemyeong, shocked, retreated while defending against Kim Soo's attacks. This kid, he took a punch like that and still has the guts to keep attacking? Looking at Kim Soo's hands, Wang Daemyeong quickly analyzed, is he going for an uppercut? In Kim Soo's mind, thoughts of Kim Yoon-sung were running wild. You used to be such a happy person, Kim Yoon-sung. What happened to you? Why did you become like this? Even though Kim Soo saw the changes in Kim Yoon-sung, he remained steadfast in his beliefs. But I understand, no matter how cold and heartless you become, deep down, you're still the same. This is why I keep pushing myself. I can't just stand by and watch you face danger alone. Even if knocked down, Kim Soo trusted in what he was doing. Maybe it'll take me several lifetimes to truly understand your thoughts and feelings, but I won't give up. Kim Soo, filled with confidence, looked at his opponent without fear. Because you pulled me out of my darkest days, Kim Yoon-sung. This time, no matter what happens, I won't let you go. With a swift move, Kim Soo grabbed his opponent's neck, locking it in a tight hold. The man gasped for air, his face turning pale. Struggling to breathe, he had no choice but to signal his defeat. Lee Ju-haka stood below the rain, eyes wide with shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Kim Soo walked over to Kim Yoon-sung and said, "See that, Kim Yoon-sung? I just defeated 2 professional fighters. Even if I'm weaker than you, I can still help with your plan." Looking directly into Kim Yoon-sung's eyes, Kim Soo spoke sincerely and with determination, "I'll be your piece on the board. Let me help you. If you refuse, I'll do things my way. Maybe I'll become a variable you didn't expect." Kim Yoon-sung, confused, asked, "Why are you going this far?" Kim Soo didn't answer directly but instead asked, "What about you? Why are you doing this? Right now, you look like someone who wants to end it all." Kim Yoon-sung looked at Kim Soo with a complex expression. "What exactly do you want?" Before Kim Soo could respond, Lee Ju-haka couldn't sit still any longer.
He shouted loudly, enough with the nonsense.
Get ready for the next match.
This is the last one, he continued. And only one fighter remains. That fighter was Shin Chang-hun, a mysterious fighter with tan skin and an arrogant demeanor. The crowd immediately began to jeer.
Disgusting. What a disgrace. Look at that. How could a professional fighter lose to a high school student? What is Coach Lee Ju-haka even doing? If things continued this way, Lee Ju-haka knew his reputation would be ruined. People would start to gossip that young Du Cheon was a better coach than Lee Ju-haka.
So, Lee Ju-haka decided to send in his trump card, his secret weapon to restore his honor.
There's only one match left.
Coach, I haven't fought yet, said Shin Chang-hun. The most talented fighter Lee Ju-haka had ever trained.
Lee Ju-haka explained.
It's just a small match, but you can still capture the audience's attention and restore my honor. Shin Chang-hun, feeling irritated, replied, such a hassle. I was planning to make a grand debut and become a martial arts star.
Coach, you owe me for this.
As Shin Chang-hun put on his gloves, the crowd outside buzzed with excitement.
Young Du Cheon asked Kim Yun-sung for his thoughts. What do you think?
Kim Yun-sung quietly considered, in the previous life, there were two fighters who became the future of national martial arts. One was Kim Mayan, and the other was Shin Chang-hun. Shin Chang-hun was known for his explosive fighting style.
He quickly rose to fame,
earning the nickname, the Explosive One, and capturing the attention of the entire country. He was recruited by both Uffel and Trong Mo. Meanwhile, it took me 2 more years to return to the ring after that. But now, I've shed that old persona, determined to reach the top on my own. As for Shin Chang-hun, he hasn't reached that level yet, but he has great potential.
Kim Yun-sung turned to Kim Soo and said, we'll talk later. With that, he walked past Kim Soo and toward the ring.
The moment Shin Chang-hun entered the ring, he launched an all-out attack,
skipping the usual probing phase, surprising everyone.
Kim Yun-sung immediately closed the distance between them. Seeing this, Shin Chang-hun was thrilled.
He's coming straight into danger. Good. If he wants a quick end, I'll oblige.
Shin Chang-hun threw a punch aimed at Kim Yun-sung's face, but Kim Yun-sung dodged by leaning to the side.
Without missing a beat,
Kim Yun-sung countered with a punch to Shin Chang-hun's stomach. The blow sent Shin Chang-hun staggering backward, gasping for breath and cursing under his breath. After regaining his composure, Shin Chang-hun launched a flurry of punches and kicks toward Kim Yun-sung. But all were blocked by Kim Yun-sung's arms. In response, Kim Yun-sung threw another punch, but this time, Shin Chang-hun dodged it.
Frustrated that he couldn't land a hit, Shin Chang-hun grew angrier. You dare mock me? He snarled. Meanwhile, Dung Du Cheon and Kim Soo were observing Kim Yun-sung closely from the sidelines. Dung Du Cheon felt that something was off. This isn't Kim Yun-sung's usual style. What's going on?
There's no point in overanalyzing it. Kim Yun-sung doesn't seem certain about his opponent's strength.
But it's simple. Seoul is still largely uncharted territory, and it's the enemy's stronghold.
I need to be prepared for unexpected situations. Kim Yun-sung decided it was best to end the fight quickly. He loosened his arms and focused, mentally preparing himself. I'll deal with him thoroughly and swiftly. Kim Yun-sung trusted his instincts. He knew he couldn't maintain perfect form forever, especially now that he was in Seoul. His eyes widened as he unleashed a series of counterattacks, forcing Shin Chang-hun into a defensive position. Shin Chang-hun, bewildered by Kim Yun-sung's sudden change in fighting style,
found himself overwhelmed. Finally, he was backed into the corner of the ring.
Seizing the opportunity, Kim Yun-sung threw a powerful punch that connected with Shin Chang-hun's jaw, causing him to spit out blood. Gritting his teeth, Shin Chang-hun refused to accept defeat so easily. He tried to mount one last counterattack, but Kim Yun-sung gave him no chance. Kim Yun-sung's relentless barrage of punches rained down on Shin Chang-hun. Kim Yun-sung's coach didn't need to watch to know the outcome. Kim Yun-sung was a perfect fighter. Gifted with a natural physique, a sharp ability to read his opponent's talent, and unyielding determination. But what made Kim Yun-sung truly fearsome was his disregard for his own safety. Always willing to risk everything to defeat his opponent. With a fierce uppercut, Kim Yun-sung landed a final blow that sent Shin Chang-hun flying out of the ring, ultimately knocking him out. Coach Lee Ju-hak's face turned pale, his prized students had been utterly defeated, leaving him furious. Meanwhile, the spectators burst into raucous laughter, unable to believe what they had witnessed.
Holy crap, this is insane. What a madman.
After his victory, Kim Yun-sung approached his coach and said,
Coach, I know my request was unreasonable. I know it wasn't easy. But thanks to you, I've reached this level today.
I'm deeply grateful to you for keeping your promise. He bowed in respect to his great mentor. His coach, with a gentle smile, replied. That's all I could do for you. Take care. The students of Young Du-cheon had decisively defeated Lee Ju-hak as fighters, shocking the entire martial arts community. News of Kim Yun-sung's performance, his training journey, and his rise to the ring spread quickly. Many anticipated the rise of a new martial arts star. Soon after, Young Du-cheon was flooded with messages from talent scouts. Where did you find these kids? They asked. What do you think about letting your students debut? Your reputation in the industry could use some improvement. Let's arrange a championship match once we have a solid outcome. They acted as if nothing had ever happened, ignoring Young Du-cheon all this time, and now shamelessly turning to contact him. But for Young Du-cheon, none of it mattered anymore. He sat alone in the gym, surrounded by empty bottles, silently reflecting. I thought that once Kim Yun-sung and Kim Soo left, I'd finally feel free, he mused. But it seems I've lost my motivation instead. The coach, sitting in the corner of the gym, drinking, replayed memories of his two exceptional students in his mind, like a film on rewind. Initially, Young Du-cheon got into this for the money, but over time, he realized that, as someone who lived by coaching, he truly enjoyed it. At one point, Young Du-cheon felt he had lost to Lee Ju-hak, but when he trained those two students, that thought disappeared. He could have kept them and made more money, but could he really have done that? As Young Du-cheon pondered, a young man burst into the gym and loudly asked. Are you Coach Young Du-cheon? Without waiting for an answer, he ran up and excitedly said. That match left a deep impression on me. I don't care what others say, I believe you have what it takes. The young man enthusiastically added, so please train me. I want to be a champion. Hearing the boy's words and seeing his passion, Young Du-cheon was suddenly reminded of Kim Yun-sung. This kid, he has a shadow of Kim Yun-sung in him. Why does he remind me of him? Feeling a sudden surge of joy and energy, Young Du-cheon asked, what's your name? The boy smiled and said, my name is Kim Mayan, coach. A few days later, Kim Yun-sung was talking with his close friend, Kim Soo. Kim Yun-sung explained, I'm sorry. I can't bring you with me to Seoul. You know, what I'm doing is very dangerous. Kim Soo, unwilling to accept this, asked, then why did you even train me? But Kim Yun-sung remained firm, I told you, I'm not taking you to Seoul. But I didn't say I don't need you. I will contact you. When the time comes, you'll come to Seoul because I'll need you. Kim Yun-sung agreed to Kim Soo's request, saying, for now, I'll leave Daesan to you. Can I trust you to take care of it? Kim Yun-sung hoped Kim Soo would agree to his plan. The next day, Kim Soo walked into Pa Sung-ho's classroom. Coldly, Kim Soo asked. I have a question for you. Pa Sung-ho, puzzled, responded, what is it? Kim Soo, after Kim Yun-sung had left, said, now that the power struggle has begun, who do you think should take control after Kim Yun-sung's departure? Pa Sung-ho, confused, asked, why are you suddenly asking this? Kim Soo pressed him, just answer. Don't ask questions. Pa Sung-ho scoffed, obviously me. You might be Kim Yun-sung's friend, but you can't do anything, can you? Kim Soo, irritated, responded, is that so? Seems like there's a problem here. After Kim Yun-sung left, you'll graduate, and this position will be vacant. If I don't take this spot now, once you leave, others will think I'm a step below you, and they won't cooperate. The students nearby overheard their conversation, feeling anxious and scared. So, what you mean is, that's right, Kim Soo said. Fight me for it. Let's settle this. Bae Sun-ho stood up abruptly, kid, has power clouded your judgment? It's way too early for you to take control. But Kim Soo wasn't intimidated by Bae Sun-ho's imposing demeanor. What do you mean? I've learned a lot from being by Kim Yun-sung's side. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Soo and Bae Sun-ho lunged at each other. Fists and limbs clashing. After the fight ended, rumors spread rapidly throughout the school. Gossips and rumor mongers eagerly discussed the outcome. Did you hear what happened? I heard Kim Soo fought Bae Sun-ho and even beat him. Wow, is Kim Soo really that strong? Not just that, but I heard Kim Soo is handling anyone who dares challenge him. He's taken down another one. Kim Soo started looking for his next target. After the fight with Bae Sun-ho, Kim Soo began solidifying his position. Some students were still not convinced. A curly-haired boy sneered, you arrogant dog. Before he could finish, Kim Soo punched him in the mouth, knocking him out cold. Kim Soo began dealing with the seniors. Then moved on to the second and first years. Anyone who dared challenge Kim Soo ended up defeated by him. Meanwhile, Park Jin-yu was standing on the upper floor.
His friend beside him asked, "Why aren't you doing anything?" Park Jin-yu replied, "I'm the alpha wolf. Why should I act? If someone's going to be number one, there's always someone who'll be number two. I'm perfectly fine with being second here." The friend pressed, "But the number one spot belonged to Kim Yun-sung, right?" Park Jin-yu scratched his head, embarrassed. "Well, then third place is fine." With that, Kim Soo became the top student at Junen. Time flew by, and as the final exams approached, it also marked the end of the school year. Students were overjoyed that the school year was finally ending, with winter break and freedom just around the corner.
In the classroom, Kim Yun-sung remained calm and silent. He achieved perfect scores in every subject, 100 in all.
"This is the reason I did all of this. My grades and my presence in Gangnam."
A place where university scores can't be overlooked, combining both will make a real impact. Kim Yun-sung was undoubtedly a child of Hong Kim-vin, determined not to let those who hired them remain idle. He walked in deep thought until he was suddenly stopped by a student. It was the fat boy. The boy blocked Kim Yun-sung and said, "I have something I want to say." Kim Yun-sung didn't like him and looked at him coldly. The fat boy began, "I know I'm pathetic. After you helped me, I ignored you. You're right to criticize me. I have no defense. Since then, everyone sees me as selfish, and at school, I'm all alone. But honestly, it doesn't bother me. No, actually, I'm happy about it." He continued, "This was the only way to stop Park Min-chun and his gang from harassing me. A few days later, I finally knew what it felt like to breathe and live." At that moment, the fat boy broke down in tears, removing his thick glasses to wipe his eyes before going on. "Even though I'm always alone, it's not as painful as being choked. And now, I have many friends who understand me and stay by my side. Most of them share the same fate as me. Sometimes I think about it. If I could go back to that day when the review committee was held, would I have chosen differently? Maybe not, because I'm still a coward. I was too scared of what others said, so I always avoided it. When I heard you were transferring, I couldn't do anything. I will never forget that day, never forget it. So please know, I am truly grateful to you. Without you, I don't think I could have survived." Lee Young-min's actions acted as a catalyst. And soon, other students began approaching Kim Yun-sung as well. A blonde-haired boy came up to him and said, "Thank you for everything. I will never forget your kindness." Another short-haired student approached, thanking Kim Yun-sung. "Thanks to you, I was able to graduate smoothly. If you're transferring, I'll support you." Kim Yun-sung didn't want to engage much with these people. In his mind, he thought, "I didn't help anyone because I wanted to. I only got rid of those jerks because they were disgusting. So don't smile at me. Don't thank me. I don't deserve any of that." Kim Yun-sung's actions, rooted in personal bitterness, could never be considered good deeds. Time will erase everything, he thought. If the emotions in my heart fade, I might forget my true purpose altogether. However, the situation was not confined to just the school. The same was true outside. A man approached Kim Yun-sung and asked, "Are you Kim Yun-sung from Choinin High School? I really want to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today." Kim Yun-sung replied, "Why do you need to thank me?" Then, he walked past the man, saying, "I'm only proving my own strength. What I did was just stepping on those jerks' heads. So, there's no need to thank me." The man turned around and said, "It doesn't matter what your intention was. The fact that I escaped that hell was because of you. In Daesun, there are many students like me on social media. After you defeated those scumbags from Daesun, it became a place for us to connect with each other. We even discussed ways to deal with the bullies. I even had them provide real-time information about the hotspots." As the two men conversed, Kim Yun-sung decided to check it out. He saw messages like, "Does anyone want to come with me to Johnny High School? I really want to thank Kim Yun-sung. Even though he doesn't attend our school. He's done something amazing. Can school violence really disappear like this? Every time I think about going to school, I break out in a cold sweat." Those students were living in a daily hell. But thanks to Kim Yun-sung, a whole new world opened up. "I want to thank you on behalf of all the students here, Kim Yun-sung." The conversation with the stranger ended, and Kim Yun-sung walked down the street, lost in thought. More and more students were beginning to recognize him, smiling at him. He still vividly remembered how they used to look at him with fear in their eyes. It's like the wicked punishing the wicked. From the start, they were seen as demons. Even if the truth was distorted, it no longer mattered. The ones who had hurt Kim Yun-sung appeared one by one in his mind,
crying and begging for forgiveness. He once thought he had stepped into the mud. But after cleaning up that trash, more and more people became happy. So, was what Kim Yoon-sung did truly evil?
No, it was punishment, a bloody punishment. Kim Yoon-sung, like a god holding the scales of justice, judged the wicked.
After all, in this world, someone had to do it.
And Kim Yoon-sung was willing to take on that role. That was why he returned to the past. Winter break began today, and Kim Yoon-sung and Jae Eun-in had finally come to an end.
Regarding the school transfer,
Kim Yoon-sung had already spoken with Oh Dae-hwan and said goodbye to Kim Hyeon-chun. However, they had no idea that in Kim Yoon-sung's mind, they would never be able to live peaceful lives again. Kim Yoon-sung had no intention of sparing them just because they had once helped
him.
If it weren't for him, they would have gone on to help other scum.
Rotten things should be discarded. A girl approached Kim Yoon-sung and said, "Let's talk for a bit. It won't take much of your time."
Kim Yoon-sung replied with an emotionless expression.
"I don't think there's anything to talk about. My father wants to meet you," she said.
Hearing this, Kim Yoon-sung widened his eyes in surprise. Soon after, Kim Yoon-sung went to meet her father. The two met in a private room.
Her father, named Choi Sol-pil, was a former high-ranking official. He extended his hand and said, "You must be hungry. Let's wait for the food to arrive, and we can talk while we eat." "You're a classmate of Choi Shona from Chuansu, right?" he asked.
Kim Yoon-sung listened attentively while silently calculating in his mind. All he knew about Choi Sol-pil was that he was a father who had lost his son and was now the chairman of the School Violence Prevention Committee. Choi Sol-pil continued, "I wanted to meet you because Choi Shona told me a very impressive story. Despite all my efforts to stop school violence, they've all been in vain.
I never imagined that a high school student like you could achieve what I couldn't. I know how hard that must have been.
That's why when I heard that school violence in Daejeon had significantly decreased, I was both happy and regretful.
If only my son had had a friend like you."
Kim Yoon-sung sipped his tea, continuing to listen intently.
Choi Sol-pil took another sip and went on.
"If, at that time, someone had spoken up, maybe my son would still be alive."
He paused for a moment, his eyes growing sad. "It's all meaningless. If only I had been a better father from the start." Choi Sol-pil fell silent for a while, reflecting.
His eyes showed deep sorrow as he continued.
"I was a terrible father. I didn't even recognize the signals my son was sending.
You know, children from wealthy families rarely show their emotions.
I never imagined that my son would experience something like that.
That day, my son's grades plummeted, and I scolded him harshly. I forced him to stay up late to study, never once asking why his grades had dropped. Then, he asked to transfer schools.
I thought he was just trying to avoid academic difficulties. So I forbade it.
That time haunts me to this day," he added, his voice filled with regret.
In the end, all I ever wanted was for my family to be happy. What could be more important than family happiness? That's why I moved to Daejeon, to properly educate Choi Shona and eliminate school violence.
However, your methods were effective, while mine were not at all promising. A club to punish evil, if you want, Dae-san will do that.
So, I must tell you one thing. From this moment on, whatever you do in Seoul,
I will stand by your side," Choi Sol-pil said, his gaze growing firm and intense.
"As long as there's a team of 5 led by me, no one will be able to stand in your way."
Choi Sol-pil stood up and declared, "So remember this.
I will always have your back. People like me still exist."
Kim Yoon-sung also stood up from his chair.
"I will definitely remember your words today. Thank you, sir."
Afterward, the two like-minded individuals, determined to punish evil, shook hands firmly. They found each other that afternoon, as golden sunlight bathed the ground. Kim Yoon-sung then went to the park to talk with Choi Shona.
"I've heard the story from my father. He said he wants to wipe out all the people who hurt my brother. The reason I couldn't do it was because I didn't have confidence in my actions."
Kim Yoon-sung reassured her.
"That wasn't your fault." Choi Shona continued. "I know those people did wrong, but because of you, I now have a new dream."
She smiled brightly.
"It doesn't matter what you do with the power in your hands." Witnessing it firsthand, I couldn't believe it, gave me goosebumps. Only power can sweep away evil. That's probably why you possess power. Choi Shona clenched her fists as if making a big decision.
She told Kim Yoon-sung, "I want to become a prosecutor so that I can also have power.
I will live life my own way. Please be my hope. When I think of you, I won't give up. I'll keep moving forward."
Upon hearing this, Kim Yoon-sung smiled brightly and said,
"I will wholeheartedly support you. Let's treat this as a secret promise between the two of us. And so, the afternoon passed. The next day marked the beginning of winter break. Kim Yoon-sung put everything aside and focused on his family. The whole family went out to eat together. As she watched Kim Yoon-sung grill meat, his grandmother murmured, "This is a dish I've only ever heard about before." His younger brother, excited, blushed with cheeks as red as apples, drooling as if his saliva was about to spill out. "It looks so good. I can't wait to eat it," exclaimed Kim Yoon-sung's grandmother. "Kim Yoon-sung, grill some for me first. Let's all enjoy this delicious meal together." After they finished eating, the whole family went outside to watch the snowfall. "Look, the snow is beautiful," someone said. "It's not that the snowflakes are beautiful, but the fact that we are watching them together as a family makes the scene so much more special." That evening, Kim Yoon-sung's family went to the amusement park, taking pictures to commemorate the day. Looking at the photo of his grandmother, who appeared older, Kim Yoon-sung said, "I will never forget this image of her, looking so youthful, almost like a young girl." After a long day of fun, the family returned home. His grandmother, smiling, said, "My dear grandson, your hands are so soft. Just bring a girlfriend home, and we'll set up the wedding for you right away." Hearing this, Kim Yoon-sung laughed. Grandma, I'm only 19 years old. But no matter what, family is always the best," he added. "Do you want to dye your hair, Grandma? I can help you with it." Kim Yoon-sung's grandmother responded. "Growing old is part of nature's course. Why hide it? Just take that money and buy yourself something you like. You've been acting a bit strange lately, haven't you?" "There's nothing going on, Grandma," Kim Yoon-sung said. But inside, Kim Yoon-sung was thinking, "I can't tell her the truth." This was the most precious and happiest time in Kim Yoon-sung's life. Returning to the past, he realized that the most amazing thing wasn't revenge, but that the pain his family once endured had disappeared. That was truly the best thing of all.